Davin was born with only one arm, already at a disadvantage, but his greatest misfortune was sharing a birthday with Kareen, the sword saint, blessed child of beauty and talent. Davin's mother lamented, "If only you were Kareen." Every night she whispered into his hand, "Why couldn't you have died instead?" These bitter words contrast sharply with what his father said. When he was in the womb they had cherished him, seeing Davin as their hope to surpass Kareen. And so Davin became a disgrace, crushing all of his parents' hopes. It seemed fate was against him, for as Davin took his first steps, Kareen was already wielding a sword. By the time he could hold a sword, Kareen was already wielding mana, and training at the Samyan sword school, a comparison that fueled Davin's envy and admiration. At the age of 7, he was made Kareen's attendant, ostensibly to be his right-hand man, and a cousin by his side, but in reality, Davin's parents sold him for 3,000,000 Lu Den. Amidst the blizzard, Davin screams in agony, his face covered in blood, as Kareen toys with him as if it were a game. "Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen someone as pathetic as you." From the start, Kareen never liked Davin, so he always used him as a scapegoat. Davin always had to hold back his tears, for the adults around him would simply turn a blind eye to his pain. Davin's uncle was a brilliant man, but he left the family long ago and never returned, leaving no one to control Kareen, who grew up more like a madman than someone to be admired. His innate talent, and the blessing of the sword god, became a poison that destroyed him. He saw everyone else as trash. One by one they challenged him, but even in defeat he showed no mercy. Next up, Davin. He envied Kareen's strength and talent, and so he fearlessly charged forward, seeking to become stronger. Kareen glares and mercilessly disarms Davin, telling him not to look at her with that wretched gaze, because she despises him. How dare such a pathetic cripple look at her like that? "You think effort alone can defeat me? Go ahead and try. Someone like you could try your whole life and never be a hair on my ass." Davin lay still as he kicked him repeatedly in the face, gritting his teeth to endure. He wanted to win, even knowing that effort alone wouldn't be enough. The more Kareen neglected his training, chasing girls, alcohol, and even drugs, the more Davin struggled to defeat him. But things couldn't stay this way forever. And now they face off once more. Davin unleashes all of his power and honed skills, and with one final strike, an earth-shattering explosion rings out as Davin defeats Kareen the Storm Sword. Up until now, Davin had lost a total of 21 matches, but at 29, he finally defeated him, despite all the past losses and the constant jeers telling him to give up. They mocked Davin, calling him a talentless fool, a waste of time. But in the end, he won. From the stands, cheers for Davin filled the air as he stared into Kareen's eyes, asking how long he thought he could keep up his charade. Kareen seethed, unable to accept defeat, asking how he could lose to a failure like Davin, who retorted that if he were Kareen, he definitely wouldn't be him. "I won't waste my time on women, children, or indulgence. I'll live a more meaningful life, leaving my mark on the highest peaks." Davin is victorious, but as he stumbles away, Kareen, unable to restrain himself, strikes him from behind with his sword, a final act of cowardice. Blood trickled from his mouth, and in his daze, Davin thought it hurts so much. "I finally defeated Kareen. The Sunbeam sword passed down only to the descendants of the Samyon clan, contains their mana that resists demons. Even with Saint Ixala's appearance, I have no chance of survival." Opening his eyes, Davin found himself bound. Was this hell? A large masked man in chains scoffs, "Hell, you're in luck. Who knew the miraculous Saint Zala would be here at the arena?" The saintess healed Davin's mortal body with a miracle befitting her name, allowing him to survive. Though his body was ruined and he could only breathe. The man with the fiery eyes repeated, "You made a pact with the devil." Seeing Davin's surprise, he narrowed his eyes. "What's so surprising? Only by making a pact with the devil could a failure like you defeat Kareen. Your parents confessed, so why deny it?" Davin recalls the look of loathing on his parents' faces. So that's how it is. According to him, blood and sacrificial offerings were found in Davin's home, confirming that Davin was a demon who took the lives of 300 innocent children in exchange for power. Once again, this horned figure points directly at Davin, declaring that Kareen has eliminated him to protect the honor of the Samian family, personally executing his cousin and childhood friend. The young master must be devastated, but Davin doesn't bother to argue, finding it all laughable. "Haha, I see. I defeated Kareen without harming his family, yet they chose him over me. And so Davin, for staining the family's honor, will have his mana sealed and be imprisoned for life." Davin's limbs were severed, his mana sealed by layers of chains, and he was thrown into a prison. Then the vile Kareen came to mock him in his darkness. "This is the fate you deserve, Davin. I've become the Sword King, and the world sings my praises as a peerless swordsman. It's all thanks to you, you piece of trash. After Kareen came to humiliate me, the amount of food brought here has been decreasing day by day." Davin was now a withered husk, his organs failing, and he coughed up blood. "If I had to give up this life, I would have wanted to do it with my head held high. I should have died in the arena. It's so cold. If I hadn't lost an arm, would my life have been different?" Davin collapses, wondering if life would have been different had he been a recognized son, a child blessed by the sword god, and with a final tear, Davin's life comes to an end. But in the darkness, a light appeared. Opening his eyes, the young man saw someone strike his hand, and a family elder was speaking to someone named Vincent. The pain in his right arm felt all too real. Was this a dream? If so, why did it feel so vivid? The man before him was an elder from one of the family's branch houses, and he was calling him Vincent, the seventh son of Aiden Kaga. What are these memories playing in my head? Still, this dream isn't entirely a nightmare. The air is so fresh, not like the dank lemongrass-scented dungeon. I have my right arm in this dream. Is this a gift before I die? As Vincent, the man was furious that he was being ignored, asking how long he intended to keep snubbing him. Vincent then felt a powerful surge of mana, causing him pain. Immediately, the young man adapted, realizing the way to stop the attack was to physically isolate himself from his opponent. Though executed simply, it generated a terrifying force that could push others away. Vincent was startled. When he was Darwin, the attack wasn't this strong. He froze, only able to apologize and offer to help the man up. The elder scoffs, dismissing him as a mere child of the main family, but vows his son will crush him without mercy. This will be the first time a branch family overthrows the main family. Vincent could already tell that this man was just like his father in his previous life. He always wanted to defeat his older brother, but when he realized he couldn't, he projected that dream onto Vincent, turning Darwin into a rebellious son. The elder stormed off bitter, vowing to remember the arrogance and rudeness of this day, and to settle the score at the upcoming sword assembly. The elder scoffs, dismissing him as a mere child of the main family, but vows his son will crush him without mercy. My mother died giving birth to me, and my father never gave me a moment's notice. All the other children treated me like a punching bag. Among the 8 children of the prestigious Adenka sword family, I, Vincent, am the 7th. So timid that I would cower and cry in my room after being tormented by the family's youngest child. An ugly duckling, abandoned by the Adenka family's main branch, a target for the subfamilies seeking to surpass them. Davin, a member of the Samian family, has become Vincent of the Adenka family. Though confused, he realizes he has been reincarnated. Upon the bookshelf, he finds a diary, and Vincent decides to open it only to discover it's filled with self-deprecating entries. It seems his self-esteem had hit rock bottom and he'd given up on everything. Vincent thought, looks like God answered our prayers, kid. Even in my final moments, I clung to life, while you, Vincent, always wished to abandon it. Is that truly the way things were? Those who wish to die, disappear, and those who wish to live, are reborn. Suddenly a voice echoes in the room. Do you really believe such nonsense? Vincent was startled, asking who it was, and the voice replied, wondering if he was deaf or simply stupid. Sweating and wary, Vincent wondered if the devil was trying to trick him, since reincarnation shouldn't be possible. The voice spoke again, saying he was overthinking things. I am the original owner of that body. My name was Vincent, but since I gave my body to you, I no longer have a name. From now on, call me Julian. Vincent was stunned. Wasn't he dead? How could this be? Julian smiles. In response, an enlightenment. Vincent was still bewildered. An enlightenment, is that something bestowed upon humans by the gods? I've heard that those blessed from birth can sometimes hear enlightenment. So are you saying you're a god? Julian excitedly replies that he is only a minor god, originally intending to summon a greater deity, but Vincent took his place. If I want to become a true god instead of a lesser one, I'll need to achieve countless feats. We call them tribulations. If I complete my trials, I can become a true god. Vincent hesitates, looking displeased. I understand your situation, but I have no interest in your achievements. If what you say is true, then I've been reincarnated. I'll be busy living my own life, so I won't have time for some ghost's wishes. And so this has come to pass. However, my spiritual power is incredibly weak. If my spiritual power disappears completely, this body will also vanish. You wouldn't mind that, would you? Vincent sighs, glancing up. Are you threatening me? This body is too healthy to die anytime soon. As Julian spoke, he did something that seemed to drain Vincent's entire body, and he immediately collapsed to the floor. See, so naive. From now on, I'll show you my true memories. Immediately, the space around Vincent began to change. Suddenly, countless butterflies transform into lightning, striking him. These are terrible memories, but also unimaginable thoughts. These memories reveal a character far from despair, merely feigning cowardice as he lays the foundation for revenge. What kind of world have I been reborn into? Julian then revealed his true colors, saying, how was it my acting was perfect, wasn't it? I need to escape the family's watch, and the subjects I want to learn are considered to be at the level of the sects. Now do you want to hear what I have to say? This won't put you at any disadvantage. Vincent finally decided to sit down obediently, and Julian cut straight to the chase. All right. What kind of world have I been reborn into? Julian then revealed his true colors, saying, how was it my acting was perfect, wasn't it? His face filled with outrage as he exclaimed, you said the great demon Darwin and the hero King Karen. He tried to remain calm as he listened to Julian. This happened 500 years ago, and the one-armed swordsman Darwin escaped from, the distant prison. Driven by dark magic, he annihilated thousands to grow stronger. Rumor has it, he slaughtered 1,000,000. That's why he's recorded in history as a demon. Vincent was once again stunned. The great demon Darwin from 500 years ago. So I've traveled 500 years into the future. That doesn't make any sense. But how many people could share the same name and even the same bloodline as the Zamian family? Surely I died in that prison 500 years ago, right? The distant family abandoned the one-armed swordsman and chose the sacred sword. When the one-armed swordsman died in solitude, the sacred sword became the Sword King. But they twisted history, speaking of a great demon and a brave king. They twisted the story so badly. Those damn far north family members. Vincent was furious, clenching his fist and slamming it into the ground. Little did he know they had slandered him to such an extent. Julian, still oblivious, continued excitedly. The heroic King Karin was a dear friend of the great demon Darwin. Isn't that so romantic? Vincent, trying to contain himself, lowered his head and snapped, "Shut up and stop with that nonsense." He even swept all the books off the table. Julian, oblivious, was flustered, asking why he was so angry. Vincent retorts that history has been distorted. Julian wonders if Vincent is from that era. "You must be ancient. Don't get angry, old man." Vincent barely held back his frustration. Julian floated in the air as he spoke, saying that history is just a story told by the victors. Vincent looked up and asked how a 1-3-year-old could talk like that. "Kids grow up so fast these days, unlike in your time." Vincent sighed. "All right, continue." Julian continues, saying the Hero King swallowed his tears and allied with the hero of that time, also his close friend, the Solar Sword King, to defeat the great demon Darwin. Vincent, listening to his own story, doesn't even understand who the Solar Sword King is. He's never even heard the name before. Julian is surprised. "Oh, you don't know who Aslan is? He's the ancestor of the Adenka family." Vincent snaps his fingers as if remembering something. "Aslan. That cheeky brat, haha, he became the first head of the Adenka family." Recalling his time as Darwin, Aslan had approached him with admiration, saying, "Hello, Mr. Darwin, I'm Aslan. I admire you greatly, and I want to be like you when I grow up." Though young Aslan was his friend and student, and Darwin, plagued by self-doubt, wondered what good he could possibly be, Aslan still visited him in prison a few times, even expressing outrage and insisting that he was innocent and that power would never triumph over truth. "I will ensure it. I will restore your honor no matter how long it takes." But from that moment on, Aslan never visited again. Julian continued, "He was the first head of the Adenka family and left us a lifelong mission. It's related to my achievement, which is surpassing the Samian family. He was compelled to fight for the truth." Vincent's eyes widened as he listened. To fight for the truth. Is it just a coincidence Aslan was certain the boy would reveal the truth? And he knows my story. It's definitely not a coincidence. And though I don't know everything, I understand this much. Aslan Fanker abandoned his family to create Adenka because he wants to fight for the truth. Adenka is a new family created to restore Darwin's honor, Aslan's family, and Vincent thinks his rebirth into it is fate. Vincent seems doubtful and attentive, wondering if his mission as an Adenka is to complete these tasks, and if doing so will truly make him a god. "If I become a god, I can bless you too. Wouldn't that be beneficial for both of us?" Vincent is now deeply grateful, thanking Aslan and vowing to inherit his mission. "I will surpass the Samian family. I will climb back into the family that betrayed me by becoming one of them." He immediately heads outside, followed by Julian, who asks, "Old man, where are you going?" Vincent was too annoyed to answer. "I told you to stop calling me old man." Julian continued his innocent teasing, saying that if he's from 500 years ago, he's definitely an old man. Suddenly they heard the announcement of a battle commencing outside. Many people are wearing armor and carrying spears, and Vincent wonders what kind of martial arts this era uses. How much has martial arts advanced in 500 years? How much stronger has the Samian family, Karen's descendants, become? Just thinking about it made Vincent happy, but his body was drenched in sweat and felt heavy. And then he fainted. Vincent realizes the initiate's body fainted far too easily, so weak that it can't function without mana. While in the training room, Vincent suddenly sensed a strange flow of mana startling him and prompting him to call out for Julian. "Julian, where are you going? You're still in your pajamas." Julian yawned. "Why did you suddenly come looking for me, Vincent?" shook Julian repeatedly. Why won't you learn swordsmanship?" Julian, a little flustered, replied that he couldn't learn because of an illness. "Don't ask why he was just born that way." Vincent persisted. "You have bone mana. Why aren't you learning swordsmanship?" Julian snatched a pillow. "Let me go. What's bone mana, and why are you making such a fuss?" Vincent frantically explains that Julian can store mana everywhere in his body, specifically in his bones, but Julian still doesn't seem to understand. Vincent, clearly exhausted, struggles to explain. "Listen carefully. Martial artists need mana to achieve superhuman strength. Red mana is usually stored in the heart, but having bone marrow means you can store it in your bones as well, giving you an endless source of mana." Vincent continues to explain, seemingly unaware of its importance. "Even KL, the Hero King you speak of, possesses a mana bone." Julian countered that he couldn't link the symbol to his heart. Vincent, still clueless about what a symbol even was, wore such a bewildered expression that Julian despaired. What was with that look? Since when did I have to explain all this? An emblem is a visual representation of mana. Vincent is furious. What is this? Isn't mana stored in the heart, so what about meditation? It seems these two aren't on the same page, leading to some frustrating conversation. Now Julian is bewildered, wondering what meditation method they're talking about. Then, Vincent explains, asking about meditation as Fanker was the first to store vast amounts of mana in his heart. Julian is wide-eyed, explaining that they used to store mana in symbols, calling each one a star, and the number of stars represented their power. It's been a long time since people used their bodies to store mana. In other words, there's no one left. Vincent sighed in disbelief at this harsh reality. He walks to the window and gazes up at the glittering sky, realizing that each member of his family must gather at least one symbol, and connecting with that symbol and feeling the mana is the first condition to achieving one star. The reason others gather mana in their symbols is to avoid the dangers of storing it in their hearts. He draws his sword and stares intently at it. In the past, many people faced danger using that method because if it exploded it would be devastating. But Vincent is doing something different, surprising Julian. Wait, stop. Are you gathering mana in your heart? Vincent insists his heart is strong enough to handle the challenge of becoming more powerful. Back then, as a lone Darwin, he used this method to become stronger too. Julian in a panic shouts, "Wait, why are you letting mana scatter everywhere like that? The command was wrong. Don't you know the mana circuit formula?" Vincent's annoyed by the noise, wondering if there's another formula. Julian clenches his fist, replying that, of course, there's a more efficient formula for mana manipulation. Vincent sighs as he was just trying to recall how it used to be. The magic energy will convert and explode in mere seconds. Julian despaired. Does this mean I'm done for? Vincent optimistically replied. In other words, is it okay to consider it half a life? Vincent then collapsed onto the bed, while Julian bristled with indignation. That body isn't something you can just do whatever you want with. Show some respect, will you? Fine, I'll be respectful. But why did you do this to this body? Julian paused, considering the question. Vincent continued, saying the body's appearance wasn't bad, and the heart was healthy. He just needed to live peacefully as a distant relative, and he was sure to succeed. An altar is important for gathering mana, but it also needs mana itself. That's why no one has seen one in 30 years. At this rate, Vincent Adenka's body will wither before he even reaches adulthood. The night is as dark as ink, with countless stars twinkling in the sky. Meanwhile, Vincent focuses all his energy on meditation, which can help avoid many things, but everything has its limits. He may only have 10 years left, enough time to become a Sword King and for Darwin to rise again. The same amount of time Darwin was imprisoned, slowly starving to death. Just thinking about it brings tears to Vincent's eyes. What a tragic life, those years, so terrible he doesn't even want to look back. Darwin had suffered for so long. Just then, someone pounded on the door, shouting, "What are you doing in there, young master?" "Answer me," Vincent asked blankly, not recognizing him. Unable to wait any longer, the man barged in. Upon seeing the scene before him, the man was shocked. "Oh my God, what happened here? Young master, what have you done to this room?" Vincent slowly stood up and asked the most senseless question. "Are you my servant?" What a stupid question. "Of course, who else would I be, young master?" As memories flood back, Vincent confirms his name and recalls that Julian will personally destroy him in 3 years. Vincent decides not to overthink it. If he's a servant, he'll put him to work. "Bring me a clean set of clothes. And clean this room." Vincent is left bewildered. "Are you my servant?" What a stupid question. Is this even the same weak Vincent? I know. Annoyed, Vincent asks, "Young master, what have you done to this room? Did you go mad and do some kind of experiment?" Vincent replied blankly. "No, I didn't." Before he could finish, Vincent, looking gaunt and agitated, accused him, saying Vincent was no different than a child, yet dared to deny it. "He spends all day hiding in his room reading books. What good will it do him to go crazy? You must have learned black magic, haven't you? I'm reporting this to my superiors." Vincent decides to teach this insolent servant a lesson. It's rare to see a servant talk to their master like that. He clearly intends to do whatever he wants, regardless of his master's wishes, meaning he never intended to listen in the first place. These stubborn words leave Vincent speechless and stammering. He continues to lecture, admitting he's made him work more than usual, but doesn't he see it as his duty? Vincent retorts with his usual arrogance, saying he only does what he wants. So what does Vincent think he's here for? Vincent stares him down. "That's right, you're just a servant, aren't you?" He snatches the clothes from Vincent's hands. "If you don't want to do it, then don't. I'll get my own things." Sweating and flustered, Vincent asks where he's going. "Master." Vincent nonchalantly replies that he's going to trampoline to get clothes, and he'll say he had to go because Vincent didn't want to do it. With a reluctant attitude, Vincent had no choice but to obey, saying, I'll do it right away." "Who said I wouldn't? I'll clean the room, so just leave it there." Vincent used to be such a coward. Even a servant could be this arrogant. They must have an ulterior motive. Julian nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think so too." Vincent felt they were just ignorant people who liked to provoke others, and he would show them what the seventh master of the Adenka family was like. Julian informed Vincent that this man had killed hundreds as part of a religious group. What should they do? Hearing this, Vincent found it even more interesting, saying, "Is that so? Listen closely. A murderer always carries a certain energy, but I don't sense that from him. He's just a good-for-nothing. His eyes are still so innocent, and I see him as nothing more than a coward." Julian was taken aback. Wasn't he once that kind of person himself? How else would I know so well? Vincent looked back with a sharp glint in his eyes because I've already lived a lifetime. Julian felt a chill run down his spine, not understanding what was happening to Vincent. Had he summoned something even more terrifying than the Demon King? With a look of utter discomfort, Vincent brought in the freshly laundered clothes. Sir, I've washed yesterday's clothes. Do you like how I cleaned the room? Vincent wore a satisfied expression. Indeed, the room was spotless, as the young master sat cross-legged in his chair, saying thank you for your hard work. Vincent continued cleaning, asking him not to turn the room into a battlefield next time. Vincent replied earnestly, okay, I won't do it again, but secretly, he was pleased to see Vincent being more obedient. He wondered what the seemingly useless Vincent could even do, even when acting so proud. He continues to order Vincent around. Bring me a 1-meter-long wooden sword, preferably 500 grams made of black wood. There should be plenty in the warehouse. Vincent, ever defiant, wonders what would happen if he refused. Vincent continues to teach him a lesson, standing up straight, saying, if he won't do it, he'll get it himself. How should he answer the gatekeeper if he asks why he's getting it himself? Oh right, Vincent, did you know? The guards at the warehouse are experts, and they're very loyal to the family's descendants. Vincent is really going for it. Wait, why are you acting like that again? Seriously, wait for me. The moment Vincent touched him, he instinctively threw him down with a painful thud. Sorry, I have a lot of bad memories about being hit from behind. Vincent was confused as he'd never heard of such a thing. He turned and emphasized, all the better, so remember it well from now on. In truth, he was enduring it all. Throwing Vincent took a lot of energy and left his whole body aching. Then sensing the animosity behind him, Vincent glanced back and continued to provoke. What is it? You want to say something to me? Suddenly, compliant Vincent backpedals. Oh no sir, what did you say? A meter per note, right? Vincent continues. Hello, didn't you say you didn't want to get it? Vincent, startled like a madman, rushed out the door. I didn't say I didn't want to do it. As a habit, he slammed the door to show his attitude, but fearing Vincent's trickery, he frantically explained, the door slammed shut because of that I didn't do it on purpose. As he walked away, Vincent plotted his revenge, thinking I can't lose to him again. I'll show him why I'm Vincent. With a smug look, Vincent brought back what was asked of him, and changed his attitude, gloating. How does it feel to be miserable? Did you think I'd give it to you so easily? Vincent grabbed the bag and glared at him. Vincent, do you even know? Of all the people I know, one is missing his right hand, making his life difficult, and he met a terrible end. As if understanding something, Vincent suddenly hands over the sword and bows his head, feeling humiliated as the wooden sword falls. Damn it, this is too shameful. Vincent gritted his teeth. I've finished my work for the day, so I'll take my leave. The door slammed shut with a bang of resentment as Vincent departed. Vincent put everything else aside and focused on the sword. Okay, now he needed some proper exercises. He was currently practicing with 2 wooden figures, and he knew the wooden sword was weak, but he didn't think he'd be exhausted after only a few swings. It seems I have a long way to go, but Vincent feels great. It's as if he was born to be a warrior. Just then, a strange figure appears out of nowhere. With such weak mana, I didn't think anyone was using stealth. In response to Vincent's question, the man introduced himself as Revan Adelka, adding, aren't you the useless Vincent? Revan Adelka was merely a backup seed. Vincent was surprised to hear Julian's voice, who continued saying that he was also one of the candidates predicted to win the upcoming True Sword Conference. You've met his father before, haven't you? It's then that Vincent realizes the man he met was this kid's father, and Julian warns him to be careful, as he's the best 3-year-old in the Adelka family's reserve line. Revan Adelka scoffed, saying that if he won the True Sword Conference, he'd have to fight Vincent, which is why he came to find him. Hearing the name of the conference, Vincent was suddenly startled. It's a real sword tournament, gathering children from martial arts families in the Adelka clan's branches, and since there's no age limit, most participate at 14. The champion of the True Sword Conference is given the chance to fight the Adelka family's official successor at the same age, and the useless Vincent is said to be the weakest of the successors. Revan Adelka is already losing it, convinced I'm too scared to face him. This time at the True Sword meet, it won't end with wooden swords. Vincent retorts, questioning how a warrior could fear swords. Revan Adelka, emboldened, bursts into laughter, saying he guesses Vincent has become quite the talker since becoming the official successor. Vincent crossed his arms, resolving to teach him a lesson. This guy's got a good mouth on him, knowing just how far to push it. Vincent was furious. How dare he insult those who were training? He's gone too far. Even Darwin Katarm respected both training and sparring, and even Karen respected him. Vincent is determined to make him pay for destroying someone else's training dummy. You are a disgrace to all martial artists. You should be ashamed. I suppose your father, that reserve instructor, taught you such manners. Revan Adelka is furious. You dare insult my father. I decided then and there I wouldn't forgive you. Julian reminds him that Revan Adelka is level 2, and his attribute has reached the steel level. Vincent must be careful, as Jussie is also stronger than Vincent at this time. Inwardly, Vincent knew he'd lose, but Revan reeked of a low-class upbringing, raised as a mere spare. He was using mana, even though Vincent couldn't control his own yet. His father doesn't act like an adult, and his son doesn't know the manners of a martial artist. The thoughts of martial artists aren't the same as they were 500 years ago. Revan Adelka is furious. You dare insult my father. I decided then and there I wouldn't forgive you. Revan Adenka was surprised that Vincent, a man he considered timid, would dare point a sword at him. He thought to himself, from the moment he pointed that sword at me, I knew he had no chance of winning. But why is the atmosphere so tense? Is he really going to strike me at any moment? After a few minutes of bluffing, Vincent sheathed his sword and said, "What if you're intimidated by just a few wooden swords? I feel like I could fight someone from the True Sword Conference. Things don't end with wooden swords there, you know." Revan Adenka gritted his teeth, unable to contain his rage, and lunged forward, determined to take Vincent down then and there. Seeing this, Julian panicked, hiding behind Vincent and saying, "What are you doing? Dodge it, Vincent." But Vincent calmly replied, "Don't worry, Julian, he can't hurt me." At that moment a man appeared, restraining Revan and saying, "Young master, stop, you can't fight young master Vincent here." Revan, enraged, shouts, "What, let me go." Seeing that things had calmed down, Julian sighed in relief, saying, "Thank goodness." Vincent stood to the side, smug. "See." The blond man continued, saying that if he injured Vincent here, he'd have an excuse to avoid the fight. "The young master has to fight him at the True Sword Conference, so please restrain yourself." Revan reluctantly agreed. "Then let's meet again at the True Sword Conference, you coward." Back in his room, Julian lamented, "Why did you provoke Revan like that? If his guard wasn't careful, you could have been in serious trouble." Vincent smugly replies that all he did was teach the ignorant kid a lesson. Julian wonders how he ended up like this. "I had to plan to summon the Spirit King." Vincent calmly replies, "Sorry, that's why I'm learning about this era from you." Vincent stared at a picture of himself as a child, thinking, "This is a portrait." Julian angrily snatched the photo, saying, Hey, focus, don't get distracted by trivial things. Have you mastered the theory of illusion magic yet? Focus on magic and the 5 elements." Vincent wondered about attributes, and Julian explained that they are how people create power from blessings. A self-made blessing. Vincent was shocked. "Auntie, you can create your own blessings. That's blasphemous. You'll be punished." Julian retorted, "What are you talking about? You don't respect the gods either. You should be grateful no one's died from divine punishment yet." Vincent pressed, "Revan has attributes too." "Right. So, what is the ironclad blessing?" Julian explained that the blessings of the King of Niluen encompass many things, and these attributes will grant the recipient more power. The more unique blessings one has, the more opportunities they'll have to forge a stronger path like branches on a tree. The ironclad blessing is mid-tier, focusing on defense and offense. Vincent pondered this, then replied, "This seems like a pretty interesting new thing." Julian added that he would become much stronger. At that moment, Vincent thought to himself that Julian was right. The scarecrow had been cut in 2 right at the neck. Julian explained that the blessings of the King of Niluen encompass many things, and these attributes will grant the recipient more power. The more unique blessings one has, the more opportunities they'll have to forge a stronger path like branches on a tree. The next morning, Vincent went to the training grounds again, diligently practicing with his wooden sword as the surprised guards gathered to watch. "Is that the young master again? He's swinging the sword with his dominant left hand. He'll get bored soon, everyone knows it." He starts swinging wildly after 2 or 3 strokes. But someone interrupts, "Don't speak so harshly of him." Seeing Merlin, the others are terrified. Vice Commander Merlin. Merlin calmly asks, "Is it so amusing to watch the young master of Adenka practice martial arts?" Hearing this, the others fearfully apologize. Vin Tran is training. He sighs, thinking that's what I wanted to say, but look at him. Everyone always called him Adenka's shame, a sword wielder, without any attributes or mana. A day that was always looked down upon. Julian said shyly, "They're talking about that. Shouldn't we be training in the forest?" Vin Tran responds, wondering who has the strength and time to go there. Vin Tran recalls the past, saying that he's used to being looked down upon. "No one expected Darwin to defeat Sword Dance, but I did it. I've turned defeat into victory with this body before, so I must try even harder." Merlin hands Vin Tran a drink, saying, "Here's a mana recovery potion. It'll make training easier." Vin Tran takes the drink and asks who Merlin is, to which Merlin replies, "I'm the vice captain of the White Sword Unit." Vin Chen pressed further. "Are you mocking me?" Merlin replied. "Truthfully, yes, but your eyes seem to be searching for something. Anyone who mocks a warrior like that is a scoundrel." No sooner had he spoken than Vin Tran said, "Merlin, I'll remember that name. Forgive me, you should be on patrol right now, you may leave." Merlin quickly bowed and replied, "Then I'll take my leave." Seeing Vin Tran's determination, Merlin sensed a change. Something was different. "May fortune be with you, young master." From dawn till dusk, day after day, Vincent diligently trained with only a wooden sword. He wouldn't stop until he was utterly exhausted, only then would he sit down for a drink. As night fell, Jin Chen diligently wrote something down, recalling his training. He told himself that with his right foot balanced, and the added force of his hips rotating, he could feel the mana in his chest. "I can start to feel it." Davin, the path to defeating Kajin. Vin Tran recalls the power he felt fighting Kajin, thinking that the sword's path must follow the starlight points to unleash its full strength. He immediately resumes training, each strike decisive and swift. Seeing the results, Vintran couldn't help but rejoice. I've done it, I've mastered the sword technique. Meanwhile, in another corner, Wilson was furious. Damn it, how many days has it been? He's not a rooster, why is he eating at 5 a.m., Wilson thought. Maybe I should humiliate him a little. Then he brought the food and said, Young, master breakfast is here. Wilson slowly opened the lid, revealing that the dish was missing a few bites, much to Vintran's surprise. Looking at Wilson's food-smeared mouth, Vintran angrily said, If you want to sneak a bite, don't be so obvious about it. Wilson feigned ignorance, asking what he meant, but Rongchen retorted that he should at least wipe his mouth. I could easily let it slide, but I hope you don't overstep. Wilson quickly wipes his mouth. You know, I used to be a criminal, right? I may look like this, but I've dealt with my fair share of people. Hearing this, Vintran burst out laughing. I'm so scared. Before Wilson could gloat, Vintran unleashed his mana as a warning, stating that threatening people was easy, but he wouldn't be intimidated, which is why he wouldn't crush him with force. Startled, Wilson asked if he had mana and since when. Vintran calmly replied that what mattered was that he was using it. Wilson is stunned, replying, yes. Vintran continues, Stop posturing in front of me and stand by my side. Soon you won't have to be ashamed of serving me, Vintran. When the time comes, you must decide whether to resist or serve me with loyalty. Wilson stepped outside, stood at the door, looked in, and asked, What are you talking about? Even if you oppress me, I'll never listen to you. He immediately closed the door, pondered for a moment, and then began to feel confused. Why did this usually pathetic young master suddenly seem so cool? Elsewhere, Merlin leisurely strolled through the sword training area. He thought to himself that it seemed young Master Vintran had arrived early today. Suddenly, Merlin was startled by something. He stared at the training dummy and exclaimed in disbelief. The dummy had been sliced in two with a single clean stroke. No way, from what I can see, Master Vincent only uses a wooden sword, but from this perspective, it's so precise. Could he really improve this much? Young Master Vintran, what kind of swordsmanship are you learning? At this moment, Vintran is leisurely enjoying breakfast. After finishing his meal, Jin Chen changed his clothes and Wilson obediently sat on the floor, folding each garment for him. Julian remarks with amusement that Wilson, that bastard, has become incredibly obedient. He's just a little stubborn. He'll fall into line eventually. Good heavens. Vintran holds up his sleeve and asks Wilson about his clothes made of Leviton fabric. A confused Wilson asks what that is. Vintran explained that it was cost-effective but got dirty easily and wasn't good enough for a noble like him. And as for the food compared to our family's budget, these dishes are of very poor quality. Julian wonders what he means. Vintran responds that someone stole the money and definitely embezzled it. Julian is surprised, and Ben asks what he means. Was it Wilson, stammered Leviton. Embezzled. Seeing Wilson's fearful demeanor, they were helpless. Vintran said it wasn't Wilson. He wouldn't dare. It must be someone above him. Meanwhile, Revan is hard at work training his toned body, making all the ladies jealous. Revan recalled Vintran's words. Why are you so afraid? This memory fueled his anger, and he roared, Who's afraid? Seeing Wilson's fearful demeanor, they were helpless. Vintran said it wasn't Wilson. He wouldn't dare. It must be someone above him. Looks like you're training hard. Revan turned to the voice and called out, Father. Revan's father said fiercely, Revan, you don't have much time left until the sword festival. We need to escape this life of poverty and sorrow. You must defeat Vintran. Revan responded, I know, father. Revan's father gripped his arm and shouted, You must become a member of the branch family, and overthrow the main family, do you understand? Faced with this, Revan could only nod. Yes, sir. He thought to himself that the conference was coming up, so his father was more irritable than usual. Day after day, his father's obsession only worsened. If he could just defeat that bastard, his father and his family could return to their former glory. Meanwhile, Julian says gleefully, So it's finally over. Vintran says, The information on the participants of the sword conference. What is this? Not only their personal information but also their signature techniques and habits are all here. Julian gloats. How about it? Amazing, right? Vintran retorts. You're terrible. You're giving me the creeps. Julian replies with amusement. I'll take that as a compliment. Vintran wondered aloud if Julian's plan was to make a grand debut at the True Sword Conference by borrowing the power of a Spirit King. Julian confirmed, adding that the Mana Stone was for the champion. Absorbing that gem will instantly amplify your body and mana, a miracle befitting its name. From his words and expression, it's clear just how much he wants me to win. It would be a disgrace for a warrior to lose. When armed with all the information and everything I need, even if I'm not a spirit king like you, I will win this tournament and take what I need. Vintran immediately calls for Wilson, who arrives breathless, asking what he needs. Vintran gets straight to the point, asking Wilson to do something for him, while elsewhere Wilson asks for permission to enter a room. Wilson slowly opened the door and asked, Are you well, High Priestess Ryusa? Ryusa saw Wilson and coldly asked, What is it? Seeing Ryusa's unapproachable demeanor, Wilson trembled, thinking, as expected of a level 7 martial artist, she's terrifying. Wilson then replied, Young Master Vintran has something he wishes to convey to the head of the family. Ryusa calmly replies, Is that so? It seems he doesn't even dare to meet the head of the family himself. Wilson continued, saying that Vin Tran wanted the head of the family to attend the True Sword Conference, and that he would prove his worth as a member of the Adenka main branch. Before Wilson could finish, Ryusa stated that the master would never attend the sword assembly, as he has neither the time nor the reason. Before he could finish, Wilson produced a document, placed it on the table and said, "This is the price for embezzling the original text. Your job is to make the impossible possible." Upon hearing this, Ryusa narrowed her eyes and asked, "What did you just say?" Wilson quickly replied, "Oh, no, I was just relaying what the young master told me." Ryusa, enraged, said, "Enough, get out of here." And with that, Wilson immediately fled. Ryusa thought to himself, he could have come himself. No, even if he did, it wouldn't be much more intimidating. Did he intentionally send Wilson to show me his power? In the end, he's become much smarter. Meanwhile, a man relentlessly trains. Ryusa enters, sensing his efforts, and the man calls out her name. Hearing his name, Ryusa replied, "Master Young Vincent wishes to invite you to the sword assembly." The man responded, "You seem too concerned, Ryusa. Cease these pointless endeavors." Before she could finish, Ryusa quickly explained that Vincent would prove his worth as a member of the Adenka main family. The old man paused, then said, "Prove his worth. Ryusa, do you think Vincent is qualified to speak of his worth to the family?" Ryusa replied that he wasn't, which is why he promised to prove himself this time. Ryusa bowed deeply, saying, "Please attend, master. I will be the one to prove it to you." The Adenka head replied, "Do you know what that means?" Ryusa replied that if Vincent couldn't prove himself, she would sacrifice her life, to which the head of Adenka said he didn't understand why she would go so far. Ryusa replied that it was because young Master Vincent had struck her weakness, to which the head of Adenka asked if it was because she had embezzled funds. "You must be doing this for Vincent's sake, planning to use that money for his future." Ryusa was ashamed, saying it was her fault, to which the Adenka head replied that he had no reason to interfere. "That's your business, and I don't want to get too involved. But whatever method that boy uses to express his intentions to me, as long as he doesn't lose an ounce of dignity." "Is that boy really Saravana's son?" Then the head of Adenka stood up and said, "All right, you win, I'll attend the True Sword Conference." And so the day of the Great Sword Assembly has arrived, and the promising young men are gathered. Revan, bearing a heavy responsibility, enters the hall thinking to himself, "Prepare yourself, Vincent. Today I will defeat you for sure." Revan glanced up at the stands, something catching his eye. Revan wondered, "That's no way, Master Khan." Seeing Khan, Revan smugly thought, "He must be here to see me, the rising star among the successors. This is my chance to defeat you in style before the clan head." Now the referee announces the start of the True Sword Tournament. As the signal ends, Revan smugly says, "How annoying, just hurry up and die already." But Revan's opponent isn't fazed. He raises his sword and says, "Broken sword body," leaving Revan shocked and asking, "What did you just do? Does he really think that will work against my steel body?" Revan then kicks his opponent with full force. Watching the fight, Revan's father cheered him on, and everyone marveled at the rising star among the trust fund kids. He's so young, yet already at the 2-star threshold. That defensive attribute is impressive, isn't it? A scion might actually win this competition for the first time in history. Vincent muttered to himself that by the standards of 500 years ago, they would all be geniuses, extremely bright ones at that. But they had almost no real understanding of swordsmanship. Their strength comes mainly from their attributes. From their movements, I can't see any combat experience like puppets dancing on an answer sheet. That must be why he can use his attribute and attack so skillfully. With an opening victory, Revan arrogantly bows to the cheers of the crowd. He thought to himself, "I'm not acknowledging you for not running away, Vincent. Hurry up and climb, I'll be waiting." Meanwhile, head of the Khan family intently watched the competition as the hall grew more and more heated. The announcement rings out, declaring the battle over, and Revan Adelka, the victor. Revan smirks, declaring, "It's over, he Revan, Adelka, has defeated all his opponents. Now, as the elders have decreed, I will battle my close friend Vincent Adelka in the final match of the Precious Sword Tournament. I will fight the direct heir of the family." No sooner had he spoken than Vincent proudly accepted the challenge, then stepped onto the arena face to face with his opponent. The man in the middle introduced himself. "I am Urzer, the referee for this sword competition." He continued, "Both of you prepare." Suddenly Vincent interrupted, shouting, "Wait, I have a condition." Immediately, Vincent handed the wooden sword to Vincent, confidently declaring that he would only use the wooden sword and his left hand to fight his distant relative. "I'll give him a 3-move head start as well." Hearing this, Rayvan's father was utterly bewildered, wondering what he was saying. The crowd nearby exclaimed in surprise, "I've heard some negative rumors about him. Is he crazy? I don't know." Vincent continued, saying he wouldn't move an inch until the first 3 attacks were complete. Raven, enraged, roared, "What the hell are you doing, Vincent? How long are you going to keep this up?" Everyone's whispering, saying it's a bluff. Isn't Vincent supposed to be weak? So what if he's a direct descendant? How can he be so arrogant? Rayvan's father roared, claiming Vincent was just making excuses for his inevitable defeat. Immediately, Head Khan calmly replied, "I permit it." Hearing this, Rayvan's father reluctantly nodded and said, "Understood, Head." Khan demands Vincent prove his words with actions, to which Vincent confidently agrees. With the agreement settled, Dua Sung announced that the battle against the direct descendant would begin. Both sides were ready, and Rayvon angrily shouted, "Come on, Vincent." Vincent smirked. "Didn't you hear me? I said I'd take your first 3 attacks." With the agreement settled, Dua Sung announced that the battle against the direct descendant would begin. Both sides were ready, and Rayvon angrily shouted, "Come on, Vincent." Then he immediately launches an attack. Vincent calmly observes, counting in his mind, not the first attack yet. Rewinding to a moment prior, Vincent had told Julian that it would likely be a fatal blow, and as predicted, Vincent dodged, saying, "Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogance." With the blade at his throat, Rayvan smugly thought, "I've got him." Vincent thought, "They mostly just throw punches. The real attack will be the second strike." At this moment, Rayvan smugly says, "I've got you now, Vincent." Faced with this, Vincent calmly thinks, his movements are too obvious. Even without Julian's intel, I can see it. Because his abilities prevent him from taking damage, he doesn't even pay attention to the basics. Vincent smirks, stating that good swords aren't for stabbing in the first place, and with a flick of his wrist, he blocks Rayvan's attack. This caused Rayvan to exclaim that he had just deflected his own sword. Impossible. To see where his sword was going, he would have to be far stronger. Vincent smirked, saying he'd allowed Rayvan the first 2 attacks. Enraged, Rayvan was at a loss. "Don't get cocky just because you've learned a few tricks." Rayvan then furiously launched his 3rd attack. But unfortunately for him, Vincent easily caught his hand, then tripped him, sending Rayvan crashing painfully to the ground. Rayvan lay prone on the ground, groaning, as Vincent coldly stated that it was the 3rd attack. Rayvan asked in confusion how he did it. Vincent thought to himself, "Julian, I will keep my promise to you, and to your father." He picked up the wooden sword and said, "Now it's my turn to attack." Witnessing this, everyone was astonished, even the horned referee. Lord Khan was restless, observing the situation with furrowed brows. Even without Julian's intel, I can see it. Because his abilities prevent him from taking damage, he doesn't even pay attention to the basics. How can he be struggling against someone who can't even use mana? Rayvan wondered what was happening. Julian wondered what was happening, unable to see Vincent's background clearly. Vincent explains that standing still and observing is a fundamental fighting technique, an effective form of defense. There are many ways to suppress an opponent without weapons. After a moment's thought, Rayvan says, "Now I understand. Gaining an advantage in such a short time must be thanks to the little god helping you. Don't you feel too ashamed?" As Julian seethed, he exclaimed that the little god had gone too far, but Vincent retorted that if it made him feel better, he should keep thinking that way, as his thoughts would end there. Rayvan, enraged, shouts that Vincent's cheating ends here, while Julian panics, yelling that it's too dangerous. To block the attack, dodge to the left. Vincent calmly replies, "I know." Then Vincent swiftly dodges to the side, using his sword to immediately block the attack. Vincent thought to himself that his chance had come. He immediately struck Rayvan's neck with the wooden sword, causing Rayvan to exclaim in confusion, "What? Why doesn't it hurt?" Rayvan's father, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. Of course, a practice sword could never break through such a strong defense. Vincent realized that with his untrained body, he couldn't use any powerful skills yet, but if Rayvan was confident enough, he would attack with that move again. As Julian seethed, he exclaimed that the little god had gone too far, but Vincent retorted that if it made him feel better, he should keep thinking that way, as his thoughts would end there. "What? Why doesn't it hurt?" Vincent says to Jerson the referee, "You better find a way to stop this disaster from happening." Rayvan laughed, confident that his superiority couldn't be overcome by Vincent's limited talent, while Vincent plotted to use Rayvan's power against him. At that moment, Vincent knew he only had one chance, and he immediately lunged forward, thinking that using this skill again would shatter his body. Rayvan roars in anger, "You dog!" Observing Rayvan's movements, Vincent realizes he can see the starlight Rayvan leaves behind, and the starlight he creates. The sword's path connects us both. Watch closely, Julian. This is a technique I've been practicing. With that, Vincent unleashes a strange move for Julian to witness. Instantly, Vincent's wooden sword severed Rayvan's right arm, leaving his father in stunned disbelief. The patriarch was shocked by Vincent's strength, as Vincent plotted to exploit his opponent's imbalance, unleash his ultimate technique, and seize control of everything, including his opponent's movements. "This is swordsmanship," Rayvan screamed. "My arm, my hand." Jerson couldn't believe his eyes. "It can't be." Vincent turns and says, "Referee, what are you doing? Do I have to cut off his leg before I'm declared the winner?" As soon as he spoke, Jerson raised the flag, declaring Vincent the champion, while Rayvan's father rushed over, shouting for Rayvan to stop the bleeding. The referee worriedly stated that medicine alone wouldn't work, and called for a doctor. Vincent smugly says he told them he'd find a way to stop them. Jerson, hearing this, bows his head and apologizes, saying it was his fault. Julian is intrigued, noting how calm he sounds despite his body reaching its limit and needing rest. Vincent coldly replies, "I know, but it's not time to rest yet. I kept my promise, father." Meanwhile, Lord Khan calmly observes from the stands as Vincent thinks to himself, "I told you, I would prove my strength directly to the Adenka family." After a moment of thought, Khan declared, "I understand. The champion of the True Sword Tournament is Vincent." Vincent stood below, looking up at his father. Then Head Khan told everyone to come inside. The award ceremony would begin. Night had fallen, enveloping the castle as everyone gathered. Lord Khan produced a glittering object and placed it on the table. He declared that the victor would receive this divine stone, and Vincent stepped forward to accept his reward. Suddenly, Revan's father Hong Hok bursts in saying it's impossible. There must be some trickery involved. He must have borrowed the power of some minor god. The physician added that the patriarch was experiencing a slight issue. Khan asked what it was. The healer explained that it seemed Revan's arm could not be reattached. Sally, in disbelief, asks if Revan will only ever have one arm. The physician bows, offering his sincerest apologies. Sally was furious, grabbing the priest by the collar and demanding how they could fail to reattach an arm. This was a wound unlike any they'd seen before. He declared that the victor would receive this divine stone, and Vincent stepped forward to accept his reward. The healer explained that it seemed Revan's arm could not be reattached. Tears streamed down Sally's face as he angrily accused, "Look, Master, even a level 3 priest can't heal this wound. He must have learned dark magic. Someone must be helping him." As soon as he finished speaking, the others began to whisper amongst themselves, and Julian finally spoke up asking if this was okay. Vincent sought approval from the head of the family, and with their consent, he calmly stepped forward, stating that the true sword assembly was held in the presence of the head of the family, so all actions must be approved by their authority. And the patriarch has declared me the ultimate victor, therefore all your words are flatly rejected by his authority, especially here where so many distinguished guests have gathered. Sally, do you believe your understanding surpasses that of the family head? He was cornered, biting his lip, as sweat began to trickle down. Not letting him explain, Vincent immediately ordered Jaren arrest him. Jaren hesitated. "Him, sir," Vincent confirmed. "Yes, the father of our Revan." Sally clenched his fists. "What? Even if you're a direct descendant, how dare you?" Before he could finish, Vincent glared and questioned. "Are you questioning the authority of the head of the family here? Do I need to say more?" Jaren didn't dare disobey, replying, "I will follow your orders." He approached, tied Sally with rope, and forced him to the ground. He thrashed, yelling, "What are you doing? Let me go." Then the cold voice of the Adenka head echoed, "Sally, do you realize you owe Vincent a debt? The laws of Adenka do not forgive the same crime twice. If Vincent hadn't done this here, you would have faced the family's punishment. As fellow fathers, I'll forgive you this once, so don't complain again." Sally paled, bowing her head low. "Yes, master." Khan then turned to Kay and praised, "Well done, Vincent." He placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head in thanks. Julian couldn't help but smile, asking, "You seem happy. What is it?" He scratched his head, replying, "It's nothing. I'm just embarrassed." It was a valuable experience to be praised by the head of the household. In bed, Revan couldn't help but cry out in pain. Seeing this, Sally worriedly called out to Revan, as the priest used his divine power to ease the pain, but at this moment his right arm would be forever beyond saving. Revan cries out in pain, but Julian whispers to Vincent, who asks if this is all right. Julian affirms that this is definitely an opportunity for them, and seeing this he has no choice but to agree, saying, "All right, I'll do as you say." Vincent approached the pastor asking if the sacred stone could heal the severed arm. The pastor hesitated inwardly, suspecting that the reward, a sacred stone, was meant for Revan. "He wants me to use the divine stone. I'll assume it can," Vincent thinks with a smile. Vincent states boldly that he severed Revan's right arm, and asks if he can handle the situation, to which the head of the household agrees. Vincent approached Sockley, recalling how Revan had mocked him in the arena. Sockley pleaded, "I'm sorry, I didn't know how to teach him." Vincent approached the pastor asking if the sacred stone could heal the severed arm. The pastor hesitated inwardly, suspecting that the reward, a sacred stone, was meant for Revan. Vincent states boldly that he severed Revan's right arm, and asks if he can handle the situation, to which the head of the household agrees. Vincent demanded that he show the remorse of a family head, and then he would use the divine stone to heal Revan. Sockley asked suspiciously what he wanted, and Vincent coldly replied, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." "He wants me to use the divine stone. I'll assume it can," Vincent thinks with a smile. Vincent approached Sockley, recalling how Revan had mocked him in the arena. Sockley pleaded, "I'm sorry, I didn't know how to teach him. He refuses to speak no matter what happens. Is his right arm that important to him? Where has all the filial piety of this generation gone?" After struggling, Sockley took the sword, placed his right hand on the table and said, "All right, I will sacrifice my right arm." Despite his words, Sockley hesitated, the sharp blade slowly descending. Julian remarked that he seemed to love his son very much. Vincent replies that it's strange, but it's still a father's love, as Sockley grits his teeth, saying he must do this for Revan, he must cut off his right arm. He cried out, raising his sword high, ready to strike his own hand. But in that moment, Vincent coldly swept past, saying he'd ordered any foolishness to be stopped. In a flash, Jaren sliced through the sword, about to sever Sockley's arm. He gasped in terror, still in disbelief. Jaren acted just in time, breathing a sigh of relief, as Vincent reminded him, "I hope you'll use that courage better next time." Vincent replies that it's strange, but it's still a father's love, as Sockley grits his teeth, saying he must do this for Revan, he must cut off his right arm. Vincent respectfully takes the stone, then urges the priest to hurry. The priest obeys, taking the stone and holding it in his mouth as he casts his divine magic, creating rings of light. "O goddess of healing, have mercy and grant us a miracle." With his prayer complete, he shattered the stone. The stone's power combined with divine energy to heal Revan's arm. Sally rejoiced while Julian marveled at the precious divine stone. Vincent smirked, saying, "You're the one who told me to give it to him." Julian replied with a hint of regret, "I still can't help but feel sad." Vincent agreed it was indeed a rare artifact, while Vincent eavesdropped at the door. His face flushed with excitement, secretly admiring, "The young master is so cool, so incredibly cool." He recalled Vincent saying there would come a time when he would have to choose oppose me or swear loyalty. At that moment, Vincent made his decision, clenching his fist. Absolute loyalty would be so much cooler. Vincent happily stood in the doorway, grinning as he called out, "Master." He announced that he would soon begin preparing dinner. Vincent nodded and dismissed him. Julian wondered what was wrong with him. Vincent smirked, saying, "You're the one who told me to give it to him." Julian replied with a hint of regret, "I still can't help but feel sad." At that moment, Vincent made his decision, clenching his fist. Absolute loyalty would be so much cooler. Vincent happily stood in the doorway, grinning as he called out, "Master." He placed a hand over his heart, bowed respectfully, and said, "Good evening. I am Dulan, a Gale priest." Vincent wondered why the priest was here, but Dulan approached and answered, "I've come to express my gratitude for what happened before." This surprised Julian. A priest offering thanks, Dulan presented the magic stone and said, "Please accept this." Vincent was confused, asking why he was being given this, to which Dulan replied that he was returning the magic stone because he had helped heal Master Raven today, and that his reason for becoming a priest was to help those suffering to stand again, smile, and be happy. With the glowing stone in his hand he continued, "Yet seeing Master Raven today, I found myself speechless. I weighed the value of the magic stone against a human life. And as if to rebuke me, you willingly gave up the magic stone you had just obtained." He pressed the stone into Vincent's hand, adding, "It's thanks to you, Master Vincent, that we were able to reflect on ourselves. Please take it back." Holding the stone, Vincent smiled. "I didn't do anything. It was the priest who realized it himself. However, accepting this is a reasonable way for me to show my respect for you." Dulan bowed his head in thanks and rummaged for something else. He hands him an emblem with a laurel wreath, and the number 2 explaining that anyone seeking the temple's aid should present it. Julian was astonished. A level 2 priest, Vincent, asked if it was valuable, and Julian explained that it was like telling people to treat him as a level 2 asset. After all, Vincent doesn't know what it means to be a level 2 cleric. Dulan bows respectfully, "Thanks to you, I've learned a lot," and then he leaves. Vincent smiled, holding the plaque in his hand. "Take care." Julian jumped onto the table sitting in front of Vincent. "See, we got something better than Wilson's loyalty, didn't we?" Vincent sighed. "Yes, you're really good, Julian." The boy was overjoyed. "Being praised so directly makes me a little shy." Vincent added, "Perhaps it's because you've been looked down upon your whole life, but you're easily swayed by praise." Julian exclaimed, "Right, I almost forgot. My father often ate alone, but once he invited a member of the family to dinner." After the Swordfoot tournament, Vincent wondered who was it. The answer is the second child, Dia, who achieved an overwhelming victory in the sword-proving ceremony. He asks Julian who said there's a chance it will happen tonight, and Julian nods. "That's right, 55 people." Hearing this, Vincent rises, saying he doesn't feel well, but guesses he can't rest now. Julian protests that it's only 50 to 50, but Vincent puts on his coat, replying that if it's something his father said, it's best to prepare, even if there's only a 1% chance. Julian sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. How embarrassing. Just then Vincent burst through the door, shouting, "Young master." Vincent turns stern. What's all the commotion? A flicker of worry crosses his eyes, and he stammers, the master, just..." Before he could finish, Vincent brushed past him, saying, "He invited me, didn't he? Let's go, lead the way." Vincent thought to himself, did he foresee this too? Damn it, how foolish. That evening at the Adenka family head's mansion, Vincent arrived and walked alone down a long corridor when a woman with rapeseed flowers in her hair appeared before him, urging him to hurry, catching him by surprise. The woman, his stepmother, said, "I heard you achieved an incredible victory at the sword assembly, didn't you?" Julian speaks. She is Vesa Helene. Before the demons hid, she was a martial artist so skilled they called her the Azure Giant. Now she controls everything related to the Adenka family. She turned and said, "Let's go, father is waiting for you." The door to the family head's room slowly opened, and the two quietly entered. Before them stood Khan Adenka, the family's current head, and Vincent's father, who sat motionless as he called Vincent's name. With that sound, a gaze filled with immense pressure bore down on him. The entire room seemed to sway, and Vincent found it hard to breathe under the crushing weight. He thought to himself, I haven't felt this way all day, so this must be a test. He's probably checking if my strength at the sword assembly was real or not. Vincent looked up and said, "I don't think you need to pressure your own son during a private meeting." The head of the family, still with his hands clasped and mana surrounding him, said, "Why do you say that?" He smiled, remembering his mother calling his father father instead of lord when greeting him. They exchanged glances, surprised that he could grasp the situation from such a small detail. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the magic circle, saying, "Well done, you noticed." Still, in the manner of the head of the family, he sat there and said, "I called you here for two reasons. First, to congratulate you on your victory today. and secondly, to see how capable Shockley Adenka's concerns really are. Remember how he shouted during the competition, "Look at this patriarch. If a level 3 cleric can't heal it, how could that knowledge be learned through conventional methods? Something's definitely wrong here." Vincent was also slightly worried but didn't know how to speak up. Suddenly it felt as though an eye from behind was piercing, his very soul filling. Vincent with dread, the eye of his stepmother Vexa, staring directly at him. Vincent stood frozen, silent sweat beading on his apprehensive face as Khan Adelka wondered if he might be an apostle. If a level 3 cleric can't heal it, how could that knowledge be learned through conventional methods? Something's definitely wrong here. Vincent was also slightly worried but didn't know how to speak up. Vincent stood frozen, silent sweat beading on his apprehensive face as Khan Adelka wondered if he might be an apostle. Suddenly it felt as though an eye from behind was piercing, his very soul filling. Vincent with dread, the eye of his stepmother Vexa, staring directly at him. Hearing this, Vincent immediately asks if the hero king she mentioned is Karen Samian. She confirms that Karen wielded her sword in strange ways, and that it could purge any evil power. It was also rumored that her sword could suppress the great demon Darwin. Vincent scoffed, thinking, once again this fabricated history leaves me speechless. What did Karen and the Samian family hope to achieve by doing this? She approached him, placed her hands on his shoulders, and gazed at him intently. Vexa asked, "Tell me, how did you learn that swordsmanship, so similar to the Samian hero, my son?" "I'll tell you, mother." At that moment he was stunned. Looking at the man before him, Vincent thought it was Chalker who had summoned him, but it seemed he was mistaken. "She's controlling the conversation, interrogating me about the true origins of my martial arts." Just as he was about to answer, Julian suddenly appeared and stopped him. "The boy says she can use her eyes to distinguish truth from lies, and she'll suspect anyone who makes a clumsy excuse." Faced with the pressure of the eye of truth, Vincent wonders, what should I do? Tell her I'm not her son but an old man from 500 years ago. Julian placed his hand on Vincent's shoulder to stop him, but the boy wanted to try. The eye of truth remained fixed on Vincent as Vesa pressed him to speak, but Vincent remained frozen, turning to Julian for help, the boy's ears burning with anxiety, fearing the woman before him would see through his charade. Using his own experience, Vincent encourages Julian, telling him it only takes one step. Just one step to overcome his fear, and everything else will follow. "Let me take that first step for you." With a confident smile, he replies, "I received a divine revelation." The answer surprises Vesa, and a brief silence falls over the great hall. She says, "You received a divine message, but no blessing. Didn't you know that only villains receive a divine message without a blessing?" Vincent is silent and worried. "Damn it, Julian never told me about this." Vesa began to question him. "Why aren't you saying anything? You're acting very suspicious. Do you want to face a trial by the Holy Court, or would you prefer to stand before Judge Gramian?" Vincent coughed. Julian from behind finally chimes in, telling him what to say. Together, they answer the accusation, saying that if she finds him suspicious, she can verify it with the temple. Hearing the words temple, Vesa tilted her head, and Vincent continued, presenting the stone. "If I were truly evil, wouldn't a priest with a third-class magic stone have noticed?" The stepmother wondered if that wasn't the magic stone she'd given. Julian and Vincent confirmed he'd received it as a gift. Using her eyes of truth, she realized he wasn't lying. Her eyes didn't react at all. Vesa, still doubtful, asked again if he had truly learned the swordsmanship through divine inspiration. Vincent raised his hand in response, saying he had learned many things from divine inspiration, but not this swordsmanship. "Actually, I'd read about these mysterious sword techniques long ago, but I was hesitant to learn them. That's the truth," we told her. "But I don't want to stay like this, even if my actions seem suspicious to some. But if I do nothing, I feel too weak. This is the truth of both of them. The truth of both identities can deceive the eye of truth." Vincent continues, "I feel I must prove something. Only then can I surpass the Samian family and fulfill the Adenka family's long-standing mission. I want to prove that I'm much stronger than those relatives." Vincent added that he also wanted to prove himself to his father, the stern Khan Adenka, head of the family, as he looked towards him, hoping for a fair assessment. Now that the temple has approved, everything depends on father's decision. He sits there stroking his chin, deep in thought. Vesha smiled, noticing Khan stroking his chin, a telltale sign of his satisfaction. Khan crossed his arms and declared sternly, "This is my decision. Min Qian can continue to practice that martial art." This declaration made him happy, and he immediately thanked his father. Julian also breathed a sigh of relief, having overcome his ordeal. Vesha added to the head of the family, "You probably know that the sword technique of the brave king Karan is very similar to the sword technique of the great demon Da Van, right?" His face stern and unwavering. As head of the family, he's fully aware of the implications. Vesha adds that calling it the Samian family's brave warrior swordsmanship would stir things up, implying we mix something of theirs in, but calling it the great devil's swordsmanship will leave them speechless. She still has some doubts. Does my lord's decision take all of that into consideration? The head of the family sternly affirms, with a sharp gaze, "I have considered all that needs considering, my lady." Hearing the head of the family's answer, his stepmother breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Vincent, saying that, since the head of the family had approved, he would be responsible for everything. Therefore you must do your best to grow stronger, and not cause him any trouble. She has also agreed, and he bows respectfully, promising to remember this. At that moment, the head of the family stood up and added, Vincent, you have achieved great things in the True Sword Tournament. Not only that, but you've proven yourself a true Adenka heir. He stepped forward approaching him and said, so I'll grant you one wish. What do you desire? Vincent replied that he wanted to become stronger, but that was something he had to do himself. He looked down at him with a fatherly gaze, asking what he could do for him. Julian whispers to tell him he wants to enter the library, and Vincent asks for access to the family library. The head of the family wonders if he's already reached level 3, as only martial artists above 3 stars can enter the library. He smiled, not yet, that's why I want to take this opportunity to act like a spoiled child. The head smiled, very well, I'll allow you access to the lowest level library that a 3-star martial artist can enter. The head of the family turned to Visas and ordered her to hand over the Azure Blood Lotus to Vincent. She turned and accepted the order with a smile. He looked at his son and said, take it, this is your reward for keeping your promise to me. The Azure Blood Lotus. It's the sword your father wielded as a child, the one he used to make a name for himself in this world. It's Adenka family history itself. Holding the blade, Vincent is awestruck. What a magnificent sword, still so sharp even after being locked away for so long. The boy replies, what are you talking about? I'm not that happy. Vincent thought sternly that if this little thing made him so happy, it wouldn't do. He smiled because they would achieve much more in the future. Julian thought to himself, at first I was disappointed you weren't the Spirit King, but now I wonder if summoning the Spirit King as planned would have achieved as much. Though you're a bit reckless and old-fashioned, I feel I can entrust my very being to you. Vincent stood waiting in the courtyard for his master to depart. Vincent emerged from the mansion and told Vincent, let's go. The other Vincent bowed respectfully in response. As they were about to leave, Vaisha called out from behind, Vincent, talk to me for a moment. She stepped in front of him, saying, you must be pouring all your energy into planning and training these days. I'm so proud of you. Vincent smiled and thanked her. Vesha added, that's why if you win the True Sword Tournament, you'll have to enter Blood City, as is tradition. Have you figured out how to subdue the Blood Demon yet? Vincent thinks of Blood City, one of the alchemy academies under the Aden-Cam family, where only those who pass the test are considered qualified martial artists, and the condition to enter is to win the True Sword Tournament and subdue the low-level Blood Demon. He hesitated and asked Julian how he should respond, but the boy said he hadn't thought of anything yet. Vincent looked Vesha in the eye and said, I'm still not sure. This surprised her. Oh my, how unexpected. I thought you had a plan all along. Vaisha, as if seeing through him, asks if that strange sword technique causes him great pain each time he uses it. Vincent admits that it does. Vesha says, seriously, you won't be able to defeat a blood demon with a single blow, and if you fight in this condition, you'll die. Julian, hiding behind Vincent, wonders if she's giving them advice, but Vincent thinks his stepmother seems to like them more now. Julian wondered why he thought so, and Vincent coldly replied, have you forgotten my story? My enemies threw me in prison and twisted history. With eyes that see through lies and the trust of the Lord, she could have accused us at will, but she didn't. Maybe she doesn't like us, but at least she's not hostile to us. As Vaisha began to explain about the blood demon, Vincent cut her off, saying, thank you for your advice, mother. I won't disappoint you. She thought to herself, I was trying to explain the blood demon's characteristics, but he left without asking anything. Watching Vincent's fearless and decisive back, Vaisha smiled. Do you see that, Saravana? Today your son has taken a big step on the path of martial arts. The next morning, Vincent was hanging laundry and singing, eager to assist his young master as always, until a suitcase collided with his head, followed by a familiar voice. Assist? Who? What are you plotting this time? Nursing his throbbing head, Vincent turned to complain. What did I do wrong, Siri? Before him stood a maid with a large suitcase, clearly plotting something against their young master. Hearing this, Vincent reacts violently. Can't you see I'm hanging laundry? The maid gives him a questioning look. Are you serious? He retorted, saying that, since the young master has changed, so should his direct servant. The maid's eyes widened, asking what happened to the young master, a question that made Vincent laugh. Inside the library, reserved only for the family's warriors, Vincent sits surrounded by stacks of books, searching for something, tossing them aside in frustration. It's not here. Unable to find what he needs, he scratches his head in frustration. Why are there no records from 500 years ago? Julian agrees. That's right, there's nothing to be found from that period, as if it's been taken away, and even porned. If there is, it's just folklore about the great evil and the brave king. The boy added that he expected it wouldn't be in the records, but not to this extent. It's as if someone deliberately erased it. Vincent pondered. Indeed, someone has erased or altered the history of 500 years ago, and even the swordsmanship. Vincent thought to himself, saving myself from stigma can wait. What's more important now is increasing my swordsmanship to defeat the blood demon. I need a training method before image theory, since I can't reach that level just yet. Julian looks at Vincent puzzled. You called Father Aslan a child, and used the swordsmanship of the disgraced hero king. Who exactly are you? Vincent hesitated. Revealing himself as the great demon Darwin would shock Julian. Should he worry? He crossed his arms and shook his head. That would be disrespectful to Julian, the body's former master, who shared his fate. Vincent sighed. Listen carefully, Julian, and try not to get too confused. The boy perked up. You must have something to tell me, Vincent began. My name is... But before he could finish, Julian was frozen as if struck by lightning. The boy clutched his arm, asking him to repeat what he'd just said. But before Vincent could mention the name Darwin, strange noises emanated from Julian's arm, drowning out the words. Worried, Vincent jumped up and asked if he was all right, but Julian replied that he was fine and didn't need to know anything more. Doubting that something catches his eye, an old blue-covered book, titled First Love with a Water Wheel. Julian wonders why such a book is among the mana cultivation texts, and Vincent picks it up to examine it. This library is family-run, so how did a romance novel end up here? He smirks, pleased that someone kept secret records of history in another form, the truth about the past. Vincent skimmed the words, blushing. It was a hot summer day, and I was naked, soaking in the water wheel. Neither of them expected the truth to be written in a book like this. Perhaps it was a different approach to keep their opponents from suspecting. Vincent calls out to Julian, startling him. He points to the book and asks, the main character in this novel doesn't have an image theory, but they have the power of love. It's not just a regular novel. He continues, traits aren't used to create the flow of mana, but their expression is caused by the flow of mana. To achieve this, one must throw away all those personas. Without personas, the freedom of mana makes all of this possible. Julian is shocked, saying it's impossible to accumulate mana without an image or they'll die. Vincent closes the book, takes his hand and smiles, saying here's someone who accumulated mana without an image and lived. Mana flows with each defining trait, and knowing this, we can clarify those traits even further. Both satisfied, they head out as Julian adds that studying traits is dangerous even with the aid of after-images, as traits are equivalent to a martial artist's wealth, so they wouldn't easily teach the flow of mana to others. Vincent agreed, but we found a clue to becoming stronger. He smiled back at Julian. Let's go try it out. Meanwhile, the boy warned, didn't you hear me say it was dangerous? As Vincent left the library, the maid was already there waiting to greet him, overjoyed that he had defeated Rivantadenka and received his blood. He wondered, who is Julian? The boy replied, this is a maid named Sari. She had left for a while due to a family emergency. Memories flood back as he recognizes her, one of the few who still loved the hopeless failure Vincent in the past. He replies, yes, just as you said. Hearing the confirmation from his own lips, Sari collapses to her knees, sobbing, thank God. The girl, seemingly moved, wiped away tears and said, I thought you'd be even more ignored after the assembly. Vincent winced and asked Julian, do you know how to comfort women? It's surprising that a 500-year-old geezer would ask a young boy about this. He kneels down, puts his hand on Sari's shoulder, and says he's sorry for keeping it a secret. I'm training hard to become a master you can be proud of. While everyone was still emotional, a loud voice called out from below, where are you? And a familiar figure appeared. All three were surprised and wide-eyed at Ravana Delka's appearance, who stood there glaring at them, and said, I have something to say to you, Vincent. Inside the tense room, Vincent and Ravan sat facing each other with Sari, the maid, standing between them, anxiously glancing at the silent Ravan. Julian wondered what Ravan wanted to say, but just as Sari broke the tension by offering sandwiches, Ravan suddenly stood up. He reached behind him, drawing a massive sword with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Julian watched with concern, while Vincent remained in control of the situation. With his greatsword in hand and a stern look, Ravan declared he was there to repay Vincent for the sword assembly. Seeing this strange behavior, Vincent rose to draw his blood-stained sword, thinking, damn, I didn't expect him to attack like this. Now that he knows my swordsmanship, the old tricks won't work. Vincent prepares himself, worried. He turns to his maid and says, Siri, get out of here now. She put her hand to her chest, in worry. But I can't leave you, sir. Siri was suddenly startled to hear Ravan's words. Vincent, I owe you so much. He slammed his sword into the ground and continued, you forgave my insolence and gave me your magic stone. A wretch like me tried to use my father's money to plant spies there, but my spies returned, and my father became docile once more. Ravan suddenly knelt, saying he'd regained everything but couldn't repay his debt. He dropped his sword hilt first towards Vincent, admitting he was a coward, but he wouldn't be anymore. Ravan slams a hand to the ground, bowing before Vincent. This is the best I can offer. I vow to be loyal, something Vincent never expected. Siri was shocked, thinking Master Ravan is kneeling. Vincent smirked. So he's not a lost cause after all. Julian worried. Will you trust him? This is Ravan Adinkano. He explains that Ravan placed his sword before him, a gesture signifying the giving of one's life to another. As a warrior, this kid is serious. Julian scoffs at the foolish warriors, but it seems he's just had an idea. The boy smiled at Vincent, saying he'd trust Ravan, but had a great idea. He drew his sword and told Julian that if he agreed, he would too. Vincent places the blood lotus on Ravan's shoulder, startling him slightly, and says, I accept your oath, and I will stand by you until the moment you betray me. Seeing the sword, Ravan realized it was indeed the blood lotus he had doubted. Had the chief appointed him? If so, he wouldn't regret pledging his loyalty. He smiled, bowed his head, and said, thank you for accepting it. Even in her wildest dreams, Sari could never have imagined what was happening before her eyes. She thought to herself that day really did change everything. The day Vincent was branded a loser feels like a distant dream. Julian cleared his throat, looking rather pleased. Sorry for intruding after you just received his loyalty. His eyes lit up. Shall we try to discover the unique blessing of the Ravan overlord? Meanwhile, at the Adenka family estate, inside the study, the head of the family was writing something as Vesa said. It seems Vincent is planning to participate in Blood City next year. He replied, I know. How goes the Demon Hole conquest? She answered. I told him about the characteristics of the Demon Hole, but he didn't say anything. He seems very confident. Demon Holes can only attack 3-star mana or higher when they're not in physical form. The reason the conquest is a rite of passage is to see how one faces demons, and as proof that they have the potential to be a level 3 warrior. Vesa turns and adds that a few days prior at Vincent's house, Ravan Adenka had appeared, and stayed there as a stream of mana flowed like a string within his body. Julian and Ravan watch as Vincent cultivates using the mana within his body. Ravan stands behind him, guiding him. Very good, create a cycle of passage once more. Meanwhile, Julian worriedly guided Vincent, recalling their search through the library days prior. Ravan picked up the book, reading with curiosity. You want to obtain Nguyen Han Vuong's blessing from me through the methods in this book, can't you imagine it? Vincent, sitting in his chair with his arms crossed, asked. Will you help me? Ravan put the book down and replied, I'll help if this isn't a boring book. But he smiled and said, I'll guide the flow of energy, and you'll have to sit and cultivate right in front of me, essentially trusting me with your life. Does that sound okay? Vincent reminds Ravan that he promised to be loyal and back in the present. Ravan wonders if he could trust Vincent with his life. He doesn't think so. He chuckled. Here we go again. You're making me miserable, Vincent, but it's not so bad. This is the first time losing has made me happy. Seeing his expression, Ravan could only marvel mana has spread throughout his body. Who would have thought there'd be someone in the main family who could use such an outrageous method? Vincent closes his eyes, focusing intently on the mana flow within his body. Julian warns him not to act recklessly and to slow down, but Vincent retorts, questioning Julian's constant lecturing, reminding him that he was the one who proposed the plan to exploit Ravan to achieve this. The boy worried, Why can't I preach to you when you keep doing things your way? You're just tumbling down a cliff. Ravan chimed in. Vincent, you're going too far on your own. You're fast enough already, no need to rush. With his past driving him, Vincent remains steadfast. This is how he lives, Julian. He can't gain anything without risking his life, and in that moment, he can only strive to risk his life and move forward. Julian worried knowing Vincent would die if he kept this up, but the mana streams continued drawing closer than ever, ready to connect. Just a little more, and the flow would be complete, if he could just connect like this. With Vincent's focus at its peak, the two streams of mana are about to connect, but Ravan rushes in to stop him, shouting that it's too soon. But the two ends of the mana stream, connected with sparks of mana electricity flying out. He laughed with joy. I did it, his whole body drenched in sweat. But no, with a sudden snap, the mana flow is severed. And boom, an explosion erupts, threatening to obliterate everything in Vincent's room. Inside the room, everything was in ruins. Ravan staggered and smoke filled the air. He coughed, his legs gave way, and he wondered about Vincent's condition. With his past driving him, Vincent remains steadfast. This is how he lives, Julian. He can't gain anything without risking his life, and in that moment, he can only strive to risk his life and move forward. Vincent closes his eyes, focusing intently on the mana flow within his body. Julian warns him not to act recklessly and to slow down, but Vincent retorts, questioning Julian's constant lecturing, reminding him that he was the one who proposed the plan to exploit Ravan to achieve this. Nearly finished, Khan Adelka declares 1 month, ordering Vexa to tell Vincent to defeat the blood demon within that time. Meanwhile, Vincent is dazed by the explosion, and Julian seizes the opportunity to lecture him. What did I tell you? He hears Julian nagging him with a book on his head, thinking he was going to be reborn again. In the hallway, footsteps echo slowly. In the Lord's study, Khan asked if there was still about half a year before the next offering gate opened, to which Vexa respectfully replied yes. He added that Vincent had defeated a 2-star martial artist, so it must be ordinary strength for him, a thought his stepmother hoped was true. Riza calls out, Young master, are you here before the scene, before her leaves her stunned? Inside the messy room, Vincent is being tended to by the maid, while Revan sits with a bandage on his head, prompting Riza to ask, what is going on here? Young master, care to explain? Seeing Riza, the 7th-level great priest, Revan trembled. Vincent spoke up, Don't worry, great priest, I was just meditating a bit. The maid interjected, Don't lie. Sari says, slightly annoyed, I don't know anything about mana, but people don't end up like this after meditating. You're making me worry. Vincent looks blankly and apologizes. The great god realizes the young master's attitude towards others is completely different than in the past. Riza bows her head. I won't ask anymore, since you told me not to worry. Whatever meditation you're doing, you need to hurry because the head of the family has sent you a message. You have 1 month to complete the transfer ritual. It's Riza, and she's contemplating the head of the family's message to Vincent. He must complete the succession ritual within a month. She worries. You don't have much time, Master Vincent. You must hurry. The high priest turned at the door and said, I will personally be your guardian until this day next month. I will do my best until then. Riza thinks that the young master must defeat him. Revan looks at him expectantly. Vincent needs at least 2 months to get the blessing of the false king, but 1 month seems a little short. Hearing that, he said, only 1 month. I have to hurry, but Ciri interrupted him. The maid took his hand and said, you mustn't overdo it, okay? He relented, turning to the door and replying, all right, I promise. But the touch just now made Vincent realize something different about Ciri's body mana. He realized the maid before him was no ordinary person. Ciri possessed a vast amount of mana within her. Julian tells Vincent that to his knowledge, their father has never set a time limit before. He smiles, understanding that his father has expectations. Julian asked with some concern, what must we do now? Vincent, without a word, raised his hand and began circulating the mana within his body. He asked Revan if this was the flow of mana. Julian and Revan were both shocked, eyes wide. Had he completed the mana flow? Vincent sat there smiling. This time it's right. I can now circulate mana as I please. With this, I can accomplish what father spoke of. Julian exclaimed, the talented can do anything quickly. Even Revan couldn't believe his speed. Vincent smiles confidently, saying they won't need a month exceeding his father's expectations. 2 weeks later, in the forest near Vincent's mansion, he and Revan discuss something, while Julian hovers nearby. Vincent raises his hands. Now I'll demonstrate the attributes. Revan nods slightly but seems tense. With the 2 women gone and the door slammed shut, Revan told Vincent that 1 month wouldn't be enough, and they needed to find another way. Julian watched with rapt attention as Vincent, a bit worried about a potential explosion like last time, told Revan to stand back. Vincent announces he's starting, and begins manipulating the mana before him, soon completing the flow. 2 halves of mana spheres appeared rotating like an hourglass, forming circles of varying sizes. As Vincent continued, Julian sensed something was different. A hazy figure with a shaggy beard slowly appears, and behind them, the image of a Viking giant wielding a large hammer and wearing a horned helmet emerges. A massive figure with piercing eyes and a low growl. Could this be the Viking king? Julian trembled. Hello, am I the only one who can see him? The king of the rune is raising his hammer, and the wind is howling. He raises his hammer, ready to strike down upon the 3. Julian cowers in fear, but Vincent remains calm. However, the descending light formed a ring, encircling them and blurring their figures. A golden aura surged as Vincent's hair flew back, his eyes still closed in intense concentration. Vincent slowly opened his eyes, light streaming onto his face. The mana circles from before were now enveloped by a larger circle like a shield of protection. Revan, overjoyed, explains that the blessing of the werewolf king, the first trait of defense, strengthens the body, making it more resilient. He beams, thinking to himself that Vincent actually did it, obtaining the werewolf king's blessing in under a month. The image of the wheel king in the forest slowly fades away. Julian smiles at Vincent, saying, let's go home. He happily looks at his hands, surrounded by golden energy, thinking, with this, I can fight a 3rd-level swordsman. I've laid the foundation to subdue the blood demon. He turns, thanking the golden goat, saying it's all thanks to him, then smiles and closes his eyes, saying, thank me after you've killed the blood demon. Vincent added that he had one more favor to ask, piquing Revan's curiosity, and 2 days later, a red carriage was prepared for the journey. Vincent, blood lotus in hand, stood before the mansion, a smile on his face. It's time to raid the blood demon's lair, he declared, approaching the carriage. Forgive my sudden request, High Priestess, but I've decided to exceed my father's expectations. Riza wondered if it was all right to not use the master's time limit and leave 2 weeks early. She spoke, I have protected those who participated in this transfer ritual 3 times. None of your brothers nor anyone else from the Adenka family has ever failed this trial, Riza thought. Savannah's son cannot be the first. Riza tells him not to risk such foolish courage, but Vincent simply smiles confidently, saying not to worry, as he'll surprise even her. The carriage wheels turned, carrying them into the forest towards the blood demon trial. Vincent and Riza sat in silence, facing one another. He told Julian that a guard was useless on a mission like this. The boy replied that the blood demon would leave some items behind, and she was only there to observe. Vincent wondered why he had to do this, just to prove himself. Julian sighed. So much has changed in 500 years. Riza suddenly broke the silence, asking, do you know anything about blood demons? She adds that, to subdue a blood demon, you need at least 3 stars of mana or higher. Did you know that? Because it seems to me that you haven't even reached 3 stars yet. Julian realized Vincent hadn't even asked about the blood demon yet, and he reassured Riza, don't worry. He thought, could Aslan have arranged this? The blood demon will be the first monster I subdue. Vincent added to the High Priestess, that's not the only monster I need to know about. Riza was worried, saying that even with his swordsmanship he shouldn't let his guard down, frowning as she added, I don't think I'm funny. Vincent chuckled, asking the great priest, why are you trying so hard to pull me back? Riza replied, because I am the guardian and overseer of this trial. At this, Vincent mentioned the word corruption, and looking directly at the woman before him, questioned, are you really planning to hide that? Riza's past poverty is evident, and as the carriage rolls on, Vincent muses that he can't help but think about it, adding that she probably thinks he's too weak to do this deliberately. Riza was left speechless by her young master's words. Vincent, arms crossed and smiling, said, "If you don't want to talk, that's fine. You didn't ask about my training, so let's call it even." The carriage halts, the horse lets out a loud whinny, and Vincent asks, "Are we here?" Riza turns and respectfully replies, "Yes." He stepped down from the carriage and looked ahead as Julian stretched after the long ride. Vincent gazed at the ruins before him and asked, "Is this the Blood Demon's lair?" Riza replied that there's no official name, but people call it the Ancient Temple. Looking at this mess, who would believe it's a temple? She added that it's a memorial to the first Aslan chieftain after defeating one of the remnants of the great devil Davin. Vincent pondered Aslan again, and blood demons too. This can't be a coincidence. Riza gripped her sword, slowly drawing it. She raised her sword to chest-level mana, radiating and enveloping her body. "I'm ready." With that, she pointed her sword to the sky, creating a massive pillar of light. Accompanying this were muffled sounds, and a layer of barrier slowly appeared. At this moment, the entire trial area where the three were standing was completely covered by a spherical barrier. Julian recognized it as a mana barrier, and Vincent smiled. This is a barrier that only allows one monster through. Behind the rock, a figure with deadly red eyes and a tattered hood was secretly watching them. Before Vincent stood, a massive blood demon, a scythe clutched in its hand, emitting an eerie cry. Vincent confidently gripped the blood lotus, telling Riza to open her eyes and watch, to report exactly what she saw, as he proved himself to the Adenka family. As he finished speaking, the blood demon lunged forward, swinging its massive scythe ready to strike. Julian urged Vincent to evade and then counterattack, but he refused, believing that closing the distance was advantageous against a larger weapon. At least for him, he stomped the ground and charged forward. Thinking it best to get close, he gripped the blood lotus in his hand and closed in on the blood demon, surprising it as it didn't expect him to rush in so close. Instead of attacking, it has to pull its scythe back to block Vincent's thrust. Vincent's eyes glow red and he smiles. "Don't think I'll let you swing that scythe around." Vincent unleashed a flurry of attacks, forcing the blood demon into a defensive position. Rielsa thought to herself that close-quarters combat would always be advantageous against such a heavy weapon. She watched from the sidelines, thinking for his first real battle at 14, how many could do this so perfectly. Looking at Vincent's poise and smile, it was as if he'd defeated blood demons countless times before. He continues to attack with Blood Lian. "The Dwarf King's attribute is truly amazing. I can even move like this with this body." A thunderous strike descends, but after all that is the foundation for finding technique in my swordsmanship. Heathing his sword, he kicked off the blood demon's scythe, surprising it, and used the momentum to leap back. Vincent lands gracefully, sliding backward, now a good distance from the blood demon, the perfect moment to widen the gap. The blood demon seems excited, but it's growing tense after so many blocks. Its next attack will be wide, creating an opening for Vincent to close in. The blood demon lunges, scythe in one hand, the other reaching forward as Vincent quickly counters with the blood lotus, channeling mana for an attack, thinking that victory will be easy against such a flawed opponent. Mana swirls around the blood-red blade as Vincent steals his resolve, determined to maximize his attributes and sword skills in this moment. His eyes sharpen with intense focus, combining swordsmanship with enhanced physicality. Vincent strikes the blood demon with all his might, causing it to grimace and drop its scythe. He appears between the two halves of the demon, split in two by his blade, his eyes sharp and full of power. The blood demon's entire body is being drawn into a red sphere. After absorbing everything, the blood demon collapses to the ground before Vincent and Riza. He turned back, laughing. "Did you see that, High Priestess?" But she didn't react, watching silently, as if this was just the beginning. Riza worried, not truly knowing why the blood demon couldn't be defeated with a single blow. From within the blood cocoon, red energy poured out at an alarming rate. As the blood gathers and an eye appears, it turns out the blood demon has 2 lives and is preparing to strike Vincent from behind. The scythe is closing in on his neck, but he remains calm, even smiling. Riza anxiously grabbed her sword and called out to her young master, as Vincent quickly noticed the anomaly and glanced over. Almost instantly, he ducks to avoid the blood demon's killing blow. Vincent smiles, noting that even this is just like 500 years ago. But almost immediately, the scythe came down, aimed straight for his head and chest, taking him by surprise. Luckily, Vincent nimbly dodged to the side. He's surprised by the blood demon's speed. It seems rebirth has made it much faster, and Vincent observes that its appearance has changed as well. These fiends have evolved in the last 500 years. Riza frowned, a blood demon gone berserk after being reborn, its speed and strength increased. With its massive frame, it lunges for Vincent with its powerful clawed hands. As usual, he leaps away, dodging the blow as rubble explodes around him with bursts of red electricity. Vincent landed now, fully aware of the danger he faced. He was backed against the wall, his escape cut off as the blood demon roared and charged. It strikes at him with full force. Vincent cornered against the wall, the situation dire. He grimaces, fortunate to have dodged the blow, but Julian, realizing something, repeatedly calls out his name. The boy shouted. Temple Vincent glanced over and saw gusts of wind rushing into the large gap left by the blood demon's previous strike. Julien worriedly said. This isn't good, we have to change the plan, but Vincent stopped him. No, not yet, we have to catch it off guard first. Looking at the blood demon before him, Vincent told Julien that it was thinking the same thing. It was trying to corner them for a decisive blow, and when it was fully ready, they would execute their plan. The blood demon roared, its deadly gaze fixed on him as it prepared to strike, while Ryelsa silently observed every detail from the sidelines. Clenching her fist, she thinks I'm the ritual overseer, and my intervention means the young master has failed. She worries, please don't let me end the future of Miss Saravana's son. Back then, a girl with long green hair and somewhat eccentric clothes reached out and said, it's a waste of your potential to stay here. Would you like to join me? In the past, Ryelsa came from a fallen family and survived by stealing on the nation's borders. I remember being shocked to face such a terrifying monster, but when she invited me to join her, I thought she was crazy. The blue-haired girl grinned. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Saravana, nice to meet you. So this was Vin Trong mother when she was young. She turned to the others and asked Khan, Vaisha, you two agree too, right? These two are his current head of household and stepmother. Khan, with his familiar blood lotus, says he doesn't care much, and Vaisha smiles. You're so arbitrary. You'd accept it even if I didn't agree, wouldn't you? Ryelsa thought she must have lost her mind after being wounded in battle, or perhaps she was just tired of the life of a thief. Or maybe she was influenced by Saravana's audacity as she reached out and grasped her hand. And so I joined them on their adventure to become the legends of Adelka. In the forest, a pair of enormous, grotesque bare feet approached. A massive Arrays club in hand prepares to strike Ryelsa, who stands her ground, sword drawn. She smiles confidently, raising her sword and apologizing to it, but a familiar figure with long blue hair rushes in. Because Ryelsa isn't the main character, Saravana leaps behind the Arase, preparing a deadly strike. With a flash, Saravana lands, telling Ryelsa she's the best. As for the Arase, it couldn't escape death, its head flying off from a sharp strike. In Ryelsa's memory, Saravana was an incredibly strong and beautiful girl. Her carefree innocence and positive energy brought smiles to those around her, a beacon of light in Ryelsa's hopeless life. Ryelsa also grew to like her, but to her lady Saravana was the most wonderful person. That night, outside the mansion, it rained heavily. Inside, Saravana lay still, a white sheet drawn over her face, a sorrowful shroud as servants mourned, and Ryelsa cradled the newborn master in her arms. The child cried out the last vestige of Saravana in Ryelsa's arms, and she grieved. Looking at the child, she saw he inherited his mother's blue hair. The child is none other than Vincent, son of the wonderful Saravana, and though tears fall, she scolds herself, knowing this is no time for grief. This is the child Lady Saravana left behind. I will protect him from the hardships of being an Adenka direct descendant until he becomes an admirable warrior. As time passed and Vincent grew older, a commotion echoed through the mansion's halls. Vincent's sister had just slapped him and stood there laughing, saying, "Don't pretend we're friends, loser brother." He could only lie there, covering his face. The girl added that he was useless, and should try speaking politely to her instead, to which Vincent could only bow his head and reply, "Yes, sister." Ryelsa watched everything unfold without interfering, while his sister laughed. "You actually did it just because I said so." She lowered her head. "For 14 years I've wondered countless times what can I expect from this loser Vincent, and should I leave Adenka?" Meanwhile, Vincent was outside, gleefully praising his master's coolness when Ryelsa approached, radiating intensity, telling him his stupidity was impressively creative, causing him to cower in fear. He squirms, trying to explain, "That's not it, High Priest, I'm just a servant, and Master Vincent has been acknowledged by the head of the family." This surprises Ryelsa, and she begins to rethink her opinion of her master. And now she finally begins to see hope, thinking, "Don't give up, Master Vincent." Meanwhile, the blood demon continues its attack, swinging its massive arm and mana scythe toward him. A powerful strike and the blood demon's roar. Vincent remains motionless, and Ryelsa fears this might be the end. The moment has come. Vincent gives the order now. But Ryelsa didn't recognize him. She wondered, could the person who just ran past have been? A clang rang out as the two hard objects collided, creating a blinding light and crackling electricity. Revan stood using his curved sword to block the blood demon's devastating attack. Only then did Ryelsa realize that the one who had just sped past her was Revan Adelka. Meanwhile, Vincent was outside, gleefully praising his master's coolness when Ryelsa approached, radiating intensity, telling him his stupidity was impressively creative, causing him to cower in fear. He smiles confidently, entrusting everything to Revan, while the other smirks, ordering him to destroy it before he falls. Vincent reaches out and begins to meditate, focusing intently on the mana flowing within him. Ryelsa was horrified, wondering if he'd lost his mind meditating at a time like this. If Revan fell, and Vincent took even a glancing blow, he would die. Revan intervened just in time to block the blood demon's deadly blow, saving Vincent, his face a mask of fury crackling with lightning and howling wind. Ryelsa was stunned to see Revan defending their young master against the blood demon. He gripped his greatsword tightly, struggling to hold his ground. Revan deflected the blood demon's scythe backward, causing it to falter slightly, but it roared and immediately changed its target. This time it aimed directly at Revan, perhaps thinking it could eliminate him before going after Vincent. He smiled. If you hadn't lost to Vincent, you'd be my prey. Then he unleashed Steven, strengthening his body. However, the blood demon was no slouch either, unleashing a strike that sounded like a massive explosion. Though sweating profusely, Revan taunted. Weaker than I thought. Is that all you've got? Before he could finish, the blood demon unleashed a series of attacks. Revan began to worry as his sword couldn't receive Steven's enhancement, making it too weak and showing signs of breaking. But the blood demon before him was still furious, aiming at the one who had taken its life before. But Revan blocked him, saying, "Where are you looking? I'm the one challenging you." Before the blood demon's massive form scythe raised to strike, Revan thinks without a sword, how can I protect Vincent? So he grabs the blade with both hands, stopping the blow. But there's only so much he can do, his entire body straining to hold on. Even with the human effect, this is incredibly difficult. Feeling like he couldn't hold on any longer, Revan called out to Vincent, and a familiar voice responded, "Well done, Revan," as raw mana surged forth. A surge of energy flashes past Revan, striking the blood demon Vincent's crimson sword energy, cleaving the demon in two. Seeing the blood demon surge before him, Revan realized it was targeting his sword. This strike shattered the old blade, and Revan cursed under his breath. Its color faded and pieces crumbled away. With a burst, the core shattered before Vincent and Revan. The blood demon was defeated. Standing beside him, he laughs, thanking Revan. He bursts out laughing. "Wow, I suddenly feel sorry for the blood demon." Rielsa's voice from afar caught his attention. That was the young master's plan for tomorrow. She approached. "Congratulations, but I'm not sure the head of the family will be happy about the day being cut short. Didn't you want to exceed your father's expectations?" Once again, the blood orb appears, and this time, it seems unable to revive. Cracks appear on the orb, accompanied by a distinct cracking sound. It will pierce the barrier, and come in continuing to target Vincent. Holding the mystical stone in his hand, he raises it, and says, "Now I will prove myself." Vincent then raised the stone to his mouth, bit down and swallowed. His entire body erupted with an immense surge of mana enveloped in a dark purple aura. As the second blood demon lunged, Vincent thought, "Even with my enhanced body, I can only use sword skills twice. The reason I meditate is to calculate the effects of the divine stone." He stood firm against its attack. Vincent smirks, "You're too hasty." This white mana screen was only meant to let one monster through at a time, but now a faint red glow appears on the screen. A large arm emerges. Since the first one died, this must be the next blood demon. Vincent realizes the blood demon's weakness is exposed. As it heals, the blood ox appears, and it emits streams of blood to revive. With such an opening, he can unleash his swordsmanship with ease. Before the blood demon could fully reform, it was met with a swift strike, bisecting the blood ox and ending its life. Ryelsa witnessed everything that happened in such a short time. The blood ox cleaved in two, and she couldn't help but be amazed. She closed her eyes, lost in thought. It seems I have nothing to worry about. Looking at the boy before her, she was proud. "Well done, young Master Vincent." But he didn't look well. Using that ultimate move was too much, and Vincent coughed up blood. Julien worries. "What kind of swordsmanship is this, that affects my body so much, after only a few uses?" Vincent, leaning on his sword, replies with difficulty. "It requires the meditative properties of the divine stone, without which it's impossible." Julien urged him to lie down, saying Ryelsa would take care of him if he fainted. Vincent replied that like the great sword assembly, the real winner is the one who lasts until the end. As he gauges his body's limits, he raises his sword, preparing to end this. Unleashing his swordsmanship skills was manship, he fires a mana-infused blade of wind straight through the blood demon. The barrier slowly fades, signaling the trial's end. Or so it seems, until a massive circle appears above, shattering the barrier. Revan sits there looking up in a panic while Julien is equally astonished, unsure of what's happening. Looking at the boy before her, she was proud. "Well done, young Master Vincent." But he didn't look well. Using that ultimate move was too much, and Vincent coughed up blood. As he gauges his body's limits, he raises his sword, preparing to end this. Unleashing his swordsmanship skills was manship, he fires a mana-infused blade of wind straight through the blood demon. Ryelsa Baladion declared her duty to the Adenka family's main line and showed her respect, but the serpent ignored her words, lunging in for the attack. He struggles to stand despite his exhaustion, declaring he will never fall. Ryelsa approaches him from behind, smiling as she calls him, "Young Master." Ryelsa worried, realizing it was too far gone, too old to be reasoned with. She called out, "Lord Revan, please take Lord Vincent and retreat." Revan quickly helped Vincent up to leave, while Julien looked on with concern. The two young masters turned and departed, leaving the high priestess to face the enormous serpent alone. Ryelsa steels herself for battle, as an enormous stone serpent, an ancient guardian, roars before them. Revan and Julien, hearing the commotion, turned back in shock, crying out for the high priestess, only to see the serpent's head crashing to the ground, and no sign of Ryelsa. The ground trembles as the serpent guardian's jaws lock, ice spreading from within, and in an instant, it's frozen solid, coiled into a slide. On the newly formed ice wall, cracks appeared from within. Then with a mighty swing of her snowflake ring, Ryelsa emerged from the snake, striking out. Revan is in awe of what he's just witnessed, marveling at the Grand High Priestess and the power of a 7th-level starlight. While everyone was celebrating, Vincent weakly whispered, "Not yet, comrades." He looked towards Ryelsa and said, "Over there." Ryelsa draws her sword. Baladian Swordsmanship Part 7. A terrifying strike behind the two young masters, a pillar of light, and utter devastation erupt, sending rocks and debris flying. The High Priestess was no exception, slashing at nothingness. But why? Was he trying to tell me something? It was then that Ryelsa noticed something. It was a guardian, and it seemed this was its true form, a bee, with a striking red gem for a belly. Ryelsa was shocked. When had it escaped? The young masters were in danger. The guardian was flying toward Revan at high speed. Buzzing as it flew, it looked incredibly dangerous. Immediately, the great priestess knelt, using the Wanderer Galaxy's blessing. Ryelsa, with her enhanced speed and snow-step technique, rushed towards the two young masters facing the small guardian and slicing it in two with a direct sword strike, eliminating the danger in an instant. Ryelsa deduces that this massive guardian has remained undiscovered, meaning it was likely created with the temple itself. She points her sword at it resolutely, declaring that she is a subordinate of the Adenka family. Vintran, exhausted, leaned on his hand and told Ryelsa to look ahead. A small wooden box appeared where the snake had shattered the very thing it was guarding. With the danger past and the test concluded, the forest grew quiet. Ryelsa slowly opened the box and peered inside. From afar, Vintran asked what was inside, and holding up a fang-like object she replied that it was a dragon bone, apparently an artifact left behind by the first family head Aslan. Julian seems quite pleased. Dragon bones are an extremely rare magical material, and a priceless treasure. Vintran smiles. It seems this is the reason Asanan created the transfer ritual. Gathering his remaining strength, he slashes behind Ryelsa, the blade passing just over her head and striking the rock behind her, leaving everyone puzzled by his actions. Vincent hesitated, but Ryan-Sa added that it was her responsibility to her family if she were reprimanded. He then stood up, drew his blood-covered sword and said, "Let's do this." With that, he sliced the dragon bone in two. Holding one piece in his hand, he smiled and said, "Now, we're accomplices." Vintran handed a piece of the dragon bone to Ryan-Sa, saying they couldn't have obtained it without her, so she should take it. She smiled, and bowed her head in thanks in a place where swords were planted amidst barren leafless trees. This is the Adenka family's ancestral burial ground, known as the Sword Tomb, where Khan is gazing upon the swords of his ancestors, as Ryan-Sa reports. "My lord, I have returned, after young Master Vintran completed the transfer ritual." He wonders if this should be reported to the church, but Ryan-Sa replies that what she saw was far more astonishing, so she came to him. His face hardened. "I'm eager to hear it," the archpriest began. "You remember Adenka's hostile essay. He was influenced by the young master and risked his life to block the blood demon's attack. Moreover, young Master Vintran successfully subdued it." The head of the family closed her eyes, seemingly disappointed. So does that mean he couldn't do it alone, and had to scheme? But then he defeated the blood demon alone. Ryan-Sa's words were a revelation to Khan. The great healer added, "And he even found the dragon bone left behind by the first family head Aslan. This is the half that the young master shared with me." The head of the family wondered how it was split, and if Vintran did it himself. Ryan-Sa honestly replied that the late young master cut it himself with his sword. The head of the family ordered, "There's still this missing piece," leaving Ryan-Sa slightly confused. He asked her to shatter the dragon bone fragment, an order from the head of the family to break it immediately, leaving her slightly worried and confused but still obedient. Ryan-Sa strikes the dragon bone with all her might as the master and high priest watch intently. She raises her sword, bows her head, and begs the Adenka ancestors for forgiveness. With that, she mustered all her strength and struck down with the eastern wind slash, completely freezing the dragon bone. But when the outer ice shattered, the dragon bone inside was almost completely unscathed, leaving her utterly astonished. How could this be? "I tried my best," the master said, turning around. "You'd need to be a master craftsman to break dragon bones." Khan's eyes sharpened as he silently called out to his father, and looking at the grave below, he thought, "It seems my turn is coming soon." He ordered Ryosa, "It seems Vincent has special powers. Take care of him, my son." With that, he put his hand in his pocket, standing proudly before the grave of his son and grandfather, as Winston wept, calling out to his young master. Seeing this, Sari turned back and nagged. "Winston, the young master needs to rest after that battle." He ran over and asked, "Young master, do I really have to go to Blood City?" Sari poured more tea for her young master, saying, "Of course. You wouldn't let him go alone, would you?" Winston worried, "But Sari, that's Blood City, filled with monsters and terrifying martial artists." The maid shrugged. "So Winston's afraid of monsters, is he?" Winston, weary of his bickering servants, interjects Julian. "Haven't you seen it?" He was focused on Sari. The mana flowing from her is quite clear, but Julian is quite surprised by this mana. "I haven't sensed it, even though I've lived with Sari longer than you have." "If it were true, I should know." "Right," Winston confirms, "I've seen a similar mana flow from 500 years ago. He turns to his maid and asks Sari, "What's your family name?" The question flusters her. "I'm from the Lost Heisley family," she replies, confirming Winston's suspicions that Sari possesses a magic body. Julian was astonished. The Heisley, and a body of magic, he'd never heard of it. Winston explained that the Heisley family studied bodies and mana, and were among those who discovered the sacred relics. Members of the Heisley family possessed something called a magical body, similar to a sacred relic, which allowed them to absorb and use mana with ease. Julian wondered, "So that means..." Vincent nodded. "If a body is full of mana, it can stop the dying holy relic." He stood up and asked Sari, "Do you know anything about the Heisley family? For example, her ancestor?" The girl looked a little sad and Winston didn't seem happy. "Master, do you know why Sari is here?" the sad maid recounted. "My grandmother passed away a long time ago. She was the only Heisley I knew." Vincent sits down, clicking his tongue and apologizing to Sari, but she waves her hand, saying it's okay that he's been through more, from the True Sword Conference to the transfer ritual. Julian pondered, why would a family with such skill be destroyed? Vincent speculated that perhaps something similar to the Samyane family had occurred. Julian agreed that it made sense if they were trying to hide the existence of the holy relic. Vincent thought the Heisley family was killed to cover it up. Sari then remembered something else. Wait, there was someone else she just passed away recently. But the young master's mother, Lady Saravana, was also a Heisley. Julian was taken aback. He insisted he'd never heard of this, and Vincent echoed the sentiment. Sari added that it was probably because no one was allowed to mention Lady Saravana, because the head chef always feels sad when he hears someone mention the princess's name. The scene shifts to the head chef's residence in the room where Adenka's scarf is standing in thought. His eyes look far away, and it's unclear what he's thinking. Back in Vincent's room, Sari continues, "The Duchess hired people without discrimination, even from fallen families." Vincent adds that they all owe their positions to Duchess Saravana, especially the High Priest. Julian pondered, why would a family with such skill be destroyed? Vincent speculated that perhaps something similar to the Samyane family had occurred. A knock sounds at the door, and the Great Priestess asks if the young master is there. She's come to announce Raven's departure. She was once at the bottom of society, until the princess personally brought her back to the Adenka family. Julian smiles, saying his mother is amazing, while Vincent frowns, adding that Raelsa takes care of them thanks to her mother. Vincent then asked for one more favor, and Raven readily agreed. He wanted Raven to investigate the Heisley family history from 500 years ago, as someone seemed to be trying to cover it up. He smirks, like oil and water. Vincent nods, something like that. Raven replies, "Leave it to me," and they shake hands. He stood there with his executioner's sword on his back, arms crossed, looking towards the mansion. Vincent arrived and asked if he was leaving, to which Raven nodded, saying he had defeated the blood demon and couldn't stay here forever. Vincent chuckled, saying goodbye to Raven, who replied cheerfully, promising to become even stronger, not wanting to embarrass him. Then he left, turning back to wave goodbye to everyone. This made Raelsa wonder, what is it? His face was now extremely serious. "Train me until I reach Blood City," Vincent added. "I'm asking this of you not because I'm my mother's son, but as a mage." The High Priestess wondered, "Lady Savannah, will my loyalty to you now transfer to young Master Vincent? Remembering your gentle face, I will never hear an answer from you. I apologize for my weak decision." With a sharp glint in her eyes, she smiled. "I won't go easy on you." Vincent was just as pleased. "That's what I'm hoping for, Raelsa." The next day at Vincent's mansion on a beautiful day, the two stood facing each other in the training yard. Raelsa began, "You can learn attributes without explanation, but that requires you to have a mana attribute circle, understand?" Vincent nodded. She took a sword from the weapon rack and continued, "All right, but since you're asking me as a martial arts master, I won't simply tell you everything." Vincent eyed the sword curiously. "Aren't you going to use the sword from the transfer ritual?" Raelsa closed her eyes. "You'll meet HVS's sword when the time comes." She began to channel mana. "You have 5 months until you go to Blood City, and if you can land a single hit on me, I'll show you that attribute." Her eyes gleam as she smiles. "Try to strike me with your peculiar swordsmanship." Suddenly, Vincent is worried. "Hold on, can't you see Revan? A permanent scar would be quite a burden." Before Vincent could react, Raelsa closed in her sword, pointed at his face. "Do I look like Master Revan to you?" The tip of her blade was inches from his eye. "This attribute." Vincent strikes, but Raelsa simply leaps away. She says, "I know that sword's power well, which is why I'm planning to deny you the chance to use it." Vincent worried. Did she just stare into my soul? That's too dangerous. Raelsa landed gracefully, saying, "I heard you're friends with the 4 priests. We'll ask for your help when needed." Vincent began to feel the great sage's ruthlessness. She smiled. "I told you I wouldn't go easy on you." A week later, under the bright moonlight, the same 2 figures spar on the training grounds, showing no signs of stopping. Vincent's determination is clear on his face, despite the difficulties. Meanwhile, Raelsa, still effortlessly superior, appeared behind him in an instant, saying, "You've been preparing for so long," and with a crash the entire training ground seemed to shatter from Raelsa's devastating blow. She says that any more than 2 attack techniques would be too much for him, so they'll stop here. Vincent lies there trying to respond. "You're so harsh." Sheathed her sword, she said he'd be fine soon, and she'd call Siri and Wilson. Looking at the torn sword in her hand, Raelsa thought this sword is about to break again. I don't know how many swords I've had to replace these past few days. I have to talk to the blacksmith about this. At the forge, a short but muscular man with a massive hammer is hard at work as Ryelsa stands outside, remarking that his title seems to be the only thing he hasn't lost since they last met. She added that it would be a tragedy if the smith were to forge such garbage swords for the Adenka family, Hansen. Hearing this, the smith's pride seemed wounded, and he slammed his glasses down on the counter. Hansen took off his glasses and asked from the doorway, "Who is it? Sarvanasau's shadow. What brings you to bother me in the dead of night?" Ryelsa presents a bag, saying, "Take a look at this." She pours out a pile of broken and battered sword blades. The Grand Artisan says, "These are the ideas I've used in the past week, and only for sparring. I can't let you supply such flimsy blades." Hansen examines them closely, and notices something odd, asking. The blacksmith rattled off a series of possibilities. Perhaps she fought a monster with razor-sharp teeth. What about a 9-star martial artist or a mage with more than 7 magic circles? But no. Ryelsa shook her head. "Do you want me dead?" Her sword had clashed with a greatsword, she replied to the Grand Chamberlain. "No, that's not it at all." She added, "I don't know if you'd consider it a great sword, but I dueled with young Master Vincent's Blood Lotus." Upon hearing your name, the smith Hansen was shocked. "Vincent, the infamous 7th Master, how does he have the Blood Lotus?" And so a meeting was arranged in front of the mansion where Ryelsa brought the smith. Vincent emerged, wondering what the high priest was doing up so late. She replied respectfully, apologizing for summoning him so late. He insisted on seeing the Blood Leon. Hansen, dressed to the nines, crossed his arms and said, "Why shouldn't I see it? I'm the one who made it." Vincent was surprised he created the Blood Lotus. Julian was wide awake now. "So, this dwarf is the smith." Hansen smiled confidently, saying, "I'm a dwarf who could call Khan himself if I wanted to." Julian tells Vincent that he's a famous dwarven craftsman, a longtime friend of his father, and a former master affiliated with the Adenka family, wondering if former means he's no longer a master. Decades ago, he stopped forging greatswords, focusing on high-quality inventions instead. He was scorned for his greed, and lost his honor and position in Adenka. Vincent smiled. How wonderful, which made Julian wonder why. Many were able to protect themselves thanks to this man, who prioritized others over his own honor. He raises a hand to his chest, bowing respectfully. "I am Vincent, the 7th young master of Adenka, and it is an honor to meet you, Master Hansen." Hansen smirks. "Master, huh?" Then bursts into laughter. "Look at this kid, he sure knows how to play the game." "Alright, I apologize for coming so late, young master. Is that to your liking?" Vincent remained unchanged. "I'm not mocking you. You've chosen the correct path." Vincent's words give Hansen pause, his smile fades, and he recalls the past. A time when he was younger, his beard shorter, and someone told him, "The path you've chosen is the right one, Hansen." That person was none other than Khan Adelka, the family head. As they sat in a bar, Khan had said, "Many will mock your aspirations." He raised his beer, smiled at Hansen, and continued, "Even so, I believe your decision is the right one." Back in the present, his eyes studied the young man intently. Vincent's appearance reminded him of Khan, as if the torch had been passed. Hansen said, "I thought you were the ugly Vincent, but that must be a false rumor." Vincent smiled. "I'll take that as a compliment." Hansen continued, "Show me the Blood Lotus. I need to check its condition." Vincent readily handed him the sword. Drawing the sword and examining it, he found it as sharp and lustrous as ever. Handing it back, Hansen asked, "You used this to defeat the Blood Demon and duel Sarvanar's stalker?" Vincent nodded. Your confidence surprises even a man as experienced as Hansen. Looking at Vincent's confident demeanor, he wonders how is the blade undamaged, as if he cut with his own power instead. Hansen asked seriously, "What kind of swordsmanship do you use? I have to see it." He raised an eyebrow at Vincent. "Why are you hesitating? Are you really going to carry the Blood Lotus around but say you're too tired to get out of this?" Julian stops Vincent, saying he's used both sword styles already, but Vincent retorts that they don't meet a master every day, so he can't miss this chance. Lost in thought, Hansen is startled by Ciri's sudden appearance behind him, calling his name in a menacing tone. The maid protested. "Why are you still causing trouble at this hour?" Hansen stammered. "No, Ciri, I was just—" Vincent, seeing this, asked Ryelsa, "Do they know each other?" She replies that Hansen donates to children living in poverty, and Ciri was one of them. They're basically like father and daughter, but Ciri still doesn't stop questioning and blaming Hansen. The maid turns and pouts. "Fine, I'll take her." "How would I feel if you came and messed with other people's work?" Hansen quickly relents. "Okay, I'll come tomorrow." "All right." Vincent steps forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I'll come to the forge with Ciri tomorrow." Hansen is overjoyed. "Really?" And so he left, reminding Vincent to bring Ciri along, promising to do so. Julian mused that they were like father and daughter. Looking at the girl, Vincent realized where Ciri's warm heart came from. The next morning at Hansen's forge, Vincent arrived as promised, mana swirling around him, and his sword. He unleashed a slash, creating a purple cross-shaped energy blast. Hansen and Ciri watched in awe at the sword's power, thinking it felt like the untapped potential of the warrior king and great devil from legend. Hansen smiles. "Not bad, I see why they gave him the Blood Lotus." Vincent asks if it's enough. Hansen winks. "All right, you've piqued my interest. Almost enough for me to forge you a sword." Vincent is astonished. "A sword for me?" He scratched his head. But one thing is missing. Vincent quickly asked. What is it? Hansen sighed. I've been planning a sword for a long time, but it needs a rare ingredient for the sword in the sheath. Vincent offered. I'll buy it for you. He looks at him and says, it's so precious that you couldn't buy it with all the money in the world. It's Matherdon's horn. Isn't that the dragon bone they're talking about? Vincent and Julian are both wide-eyed when they hear that. They looked at each other, realizing this was a fateful encounter. He then presented Hansen with a fragment of dragon bone, half of the horn. He asked if a sword could be forged with it, and the blacksmith couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, a Matherdon horn. Vincent gestured, knowing only his father and Raelisa knew of it. Hansen gazed at him, remarking that fate must have brought them together, and agreed to craft the sword. Vincent, holding up the blood lotus, asked if he could incorporate the horn into it instead of forging a completely new blade. Hansen asked in surprise, why? You should just commission a new sword. Vincent held out his sword and said, the blade symbolizes the start of my father's career, and the blood lotus itself is already excellent. I'm quite fond of it. Hansen took the sword with a smile. You always know just what to say. Come back in 3 weeks and I'll add the horn to the blood lotus. 3 weeks later, Vincent and Sherry returned to the lamp shop as promised, but flames were erupting. Sherry asked worriedly, young master, what's going on? Before them, the smithy was ablaze, flames licking at the sky. Vincent worried the smithy was really on fire, the flames nearly engulfing everything, its heat radiating intensely. Sherry looked at the fire anxiously. What about Master Hansen? Vincent reassured her. Stay calm, Sherry. He thought to himself that Sherry's shock meant something far more serious had happened inside the shop. Vincent declared they had to rescue Master Hansen, prompting Julian to ask what he was doing and if he was planning to run into the fire. As the flames raged, Vincent told the boy, my sword can cut through anything. I'll cut through the door and rush in. He channeled his mana, ready to strike. Julian worried. You're being reckless. With little time to spare, Vincent unleashes a powerful strike towards the door of the magic lamp shop, his mana flowing jaggedly from the outside in. Vincent followed his familiar cross-shaped swordsmanship, clearing the way. He finally made it inside, and Julian pointed to the right, saying, over there. Master Hansen is slumped there, motionless, surrounded by flames. He rushes forward, calling out, stay calm, Hansen, Julian says sadly. We're too late. He's completely unconscious. As he wondered what to do, something caught Julian's eye. He asked Vincent, isn't that the blood lotus? In the center of the room, a radiant sword emitted immense energy. Julian senses mana surging through the area, and Vincent confirms that the dragon's core is stronger than Hansen anticipated. But more importantly, they had to get Master Hansen out of there first. He hoisted him onto his shoulders and walked through the surrounding flames. But suddenly he stops sensing the danger ahead. Vincent grimaces, the exit is blocked. What now? If we do nothing, we'll be engulfed in flames. What do we do? Julian circled around, reminding himself to think of a solution. The boy asked, do you know any defensive skills? Looking at the blood lotus, Julian added, I know it's dragon bone, but it won't be able to withstand this fire for long. Vincent replied, implying they could just wait. He added that he had a sword technique only for defense. Julian replies, urging him to use it for defense. Vincent closes his eyes, thinking to himself, remember, I am Vincent Adenka, also known as Davin Samian, Samian Swordsmanship. Chapter 1. Vincent raises his sword and begins to channel mana. The image of Davin in the past appears along with the chant, Gentleston Breaker Severing Wind, creating a thin layer of mana around his body. The sword's dimensions created thin lines that blocked the fire. The blade could break steel, and the mana depended on his resolve. Vincent slowly swung the sword down, feeling the approaching flow of fire. A single slash cuts through the flames. The deathly still sword. Chapter 1. Of the Gentleston Breaker. Julian watches in utter shock, exclaiming, good heavens. The boy recognized the Samian swordsmanship, and wondered, who is this old man? A moment later, the fire was extinguished, leaving only wisps of black smoke. Vincent, drenched in sweat and exhausted from overusing his mana, leaned on his sword as Julian, looking at the fallen Hansen, wondered if they had survived. Hansen coughs, finally waking up, likely from the smoke, and Vincent smiles, asking if Master Hansen is bothered by the noise. He looked at him quizzically, asking how he could use Samian swordsmanship. Vincent chuckled, thinking, if I'm hearing nonsense like this, I guess things are okay. If the master recognizes it, I guess I'm not so weak after all. Hansen stroked his beard, admitting it was impossible, and he must have been dreaming. He added that the sword was complete, with the blood lotus floating above the forge, looking incredibly sharp. Hansen continued, saying he'd never forged the azure dragon whip before, so how could he have known it would overflow with mana and spew fire? Vincent slowly approached the sword, carefully grasping its hilt with both hands as a golden aura enveloped him. Vincent draws the sword, and it shines like the morning sun. He can feel it resonating with him. An insignia now appears on the blade, resembling the mana circle from the Dwarf King's blessing. Hansen asks why he's frozen if he doesn't like it, but Vincent smiles, saying it's more than perfect. Julian thought something was strange, prompting Vincent to ask what was wrong. The boy replied that if this sword was inherited from Chief Aslan, he should have known about Longko's fate. If I were Aslan, I would have given some kind of warning. Or perhaps there was a reason he didn't say anything that day, like a training session for the next Longko. Vincent smiles and asks, Hansen, could you grant me a new sword? He replies, already want a new sword, you must not like this one. Vincent calmly replied that if he completed one, well the next would be even better. Hansen remained seated, replying that it would take a lot of time, and he still had to clean up this mess. Hansen wondered, but I can't fight Longko, so what's the point? Do you think I can survive the next Longko fight? Vincent remained calm while Julian smirked with glee as another piece of Longko appeared before Hansen. It was Ryelsa's other half, and she said, I only brought it because you need Longko. As before, Hansen was utterly astonished to see it. His reaction was the same as before, eyes wide and mouth agape, exclaiming, another Longko sword. The Grand Chamberlain, like Vincent, put his hand to his mouth, signaling that only the master knew about this item, and Hansen quickly covered his mouth with both hands. He glanced at Ryelsa, saying that another Longko sword must mean Sarvana's subordinate is a noble, to which she replied, it's not for a subordinate. This sword is only for the young master. Holding the Longko in his hands, Hansen exclaimed, you certainly know how to persuade people. Very well, I don't know how long it will take, but I will dedicate myself to forging the most perfect Longko sword possible. Ryelsa returned to the mansion, her mind in turmoil. She had given up halfway, but seeing him grow so much surprised her. Lost in thought, she was startled by a voice beside her. I'm sorry, Ryelsa, Vincent said. I was going to share this with you, but it seems I've already taken it back. How can I ever repay you? She steps forward, replying, there's no need. You were fully repaid for the Longko sword 14 years ago. Ryelsa bows her head. You were born, and you've proven your excellence as a warrior. There's no greater reward. Vincent slowly draws his sword and says, then you'll be even happier, Ryelsa. Looking at the mark on the sword, Vincent thinks I thought about it while fighting the blood demon, a way to defeat a 7-star warrior. He raised his sword, a confident smile on his face, declaring, today I will defeat you and learn your secrets. Ryelsa slowly drew her sword, replying, I've told you time and time again, I won't hold back. In the training yard, a white light flashed across the sky, accompanied by a powerful aura of ice and the sound of rushing wind. Vincent crossed his arms, struggling to defend himself, but it looked like a losing battle. Vincent slowly draws his sword and says, then you'll be even happier, Ryelsa. Looking at the mark on the sword, Vincent thinks I thought about it while fighting the blood demon, a way to defeat a 7-star warrior. Along with that came seriousness and taunts. You said you'd defeat me, but you don't stand a chance. She thrust her sword down with force, and Vincent raised his blood lotus to block the impact, causing the ground beneath him to cave in. An earth-shattering explosion rocks the training grounds, sending light and debris flying as Ryelsa's sword clashes with the blood lotus, which remains unscathed. Vincent struggled to defend himself, a hint of difficulty on his face, as Ryelsa thought in surprise he blocked it, even though I used mana equivalent to a 4-star. Along with that came seriousness and taunts. You said you'd defeat me, but you don't stand a chance. She thrust her sword down with force, and Vincent raised his blood lotus to block the impact, causing the ground beneath him to cave in. While she was lost in thought, he slashed upwards, both attacking and deflecting her blow, forcing Ryelsa to dodge. She thought it so different from his usual fighting style and power. Looking down, what kind of power does the blood lotus contain? This sword won't be destroyed. Thanks to Nguyen Than Vuong's power, it has absorbed all external force. A sword bearing all the traits of its master, the new power of the blood lotus. Ryelsa lands and says the blood lotus has been enhanced. Vincent surpasses yes. Master Hansen has been working very hard. Hearing that, she smiles, her figure dissolving into the cold air. Then I'll have to get serious. Vincent is shocked to realize she's vanished. He sensed her, and seemed to detect Ryelsa's figure behind him, moving rapidly in a circle, creating a chilling vortex. Vincent immediately closed his eyes, focusing on the mana used for movement, and pinpointed Ryelsa's location, swinging his sword and shouting. But no, she appears behind him, sword raised and ready to strike. He's wrong. Just when it seems he should be worried, Vincent laughs and says, of course he's wrong. As he spoke, he snatched Ryelsa's sword with his bare hand, and predicted she would aim for him from behind. A stream of mana arced from the blade, narrowly missing Ryelsa's throat. Astonished, she wondered how he could predict her movements with his bare hands in just 1 month. Vincent's eyes gleamed as he gripped the blood lotus, unleashing a flurry of attacks with his dual sword style. Episode 1, The Righteous King. Vincent unleashes a devastating upward strike. Having disarmed Ryelsa with his bare hand, he delivers a decisive blow with the blood lotus, with uncanny skill. That strike creates a terrifying explosion, and Ryelsa lands inside the circle created by the attack. He used both of those techniques and is still unharmed. I didn't expect that. The Grand High Priest thought, as the two faced each other in the circle, my sword has been taken. Vincent throws the sword before her, saying, pick up your sword. I don't want to win cheap against someone unarmed. His words gave Ryelsa pause. Would a level 7 warrior's pride allow her to go all out? Drawing her sword, she said, that's quite arrogant, young master. Not every swordsman or monster will show you the same mercy I have. Stronger enemies won't show mercy or consider your circumstances, she says, as a surge of mana and a mark appear behind her. Vincent smirks. Winter is coming. I understand now, that's quite the aura. Ryelsa charges, even her eyes gleaming with coldness. Beware my strike. She slams into the ice beneath her feet and lunges toward Vincent. Ryelsa's speed is incredible, but something is happening that startles her. Ryelsa's eyes widened as she froze, unable to comprehend what was happening. As she charged, Vincent grabbed her shoulder, preparing to strike with his knee. And he finishes it off with a flick to the High Priest's forehead. He smirks. You've only got 4 months left before you have to go to Blood City. Ryelsa sank to the ground in disbelief. How could this be? Vincent added. Even with River Dividing Sword, you couldn't cut through her, but I can cut through the mana around her. Combined with the power of the fallen monarch, it can be done. He used both of those techniques and is still unharmed. I didn't expect that. The Grand High Priest thought, as the two faced each other in the circle, my sword has been taken. And he finishes it off with a flick to the High Priest's forehead. He smirks. You've only got 4 months left before you have to go to Blood City. And so Vincent began to practice with the patterned mana flow that resembled clouds meditating under Ryelsa's guidance. She's astonished that he grasped it in 2 days, instructing him to let the mana flow through his meridians and begin materialization. Ryelsa was puzzled. He cut through my mana to stop my attack. Is that even possible? She looked at Vincent and said, You always exceed my expectations. Don't forget the reward the Grand Divine promised at the beginning. Julian worried, hoping he wouldn't blast a hole through the floor. A blue light like an entire galaxy appeared, drawing the boy's attention. An ethereal girl appears, her long icy blue hair radiating a galaxy-like aura. Sometime later in Hue City, a fortress built atop a high mountain, surrounded by a vast forest. Winter has arrived, and snow has fallen. Vincent remained focused, following Ryelsa's instructions, and his mana flow began to change. That man is Vago Pagoda, the Blood City's High Commissioner, he added. And please no more nonsense. Continue inspecting those entering the city. The red-haired girl was unexpectedly the city lord of Blood City. She sighed, holding the paper. I'll do it right away. She was startled to see the name Vincent Adenka on the paper. Wasn't he from the main family? Vago replied. That's right, he's the 7th son of the main branch. She sighed. Another troublemaker has arrived. Vago thought to himself, that failed 7th son. If he's as useless as the rumors say, he'll tarnish the reputation of Blood City. He pondered before he registers. We'll deal with him first. The snow girl's figure blew a breath like the mana Vincent had just created towards him. A cold air spread like wind in a blizzard, causing Julian to panic and ask, What is that? A voice echoed from behind. The blessing of the Wanderer is only 1 step away. The wind swirled into a vortex, and Julian could only cry out, It's so cold. Inside a room, a young man asks the girl before him, Why haven't you looked over these documents? Are you spacing out again? The girl replies, But I'm a swordswoman. It's such a waste for me to keep holding a pen. Julian tells Vincent that the Blood City isn't a place for blood refinement, but more like a fortress. The boy points to a spot on the map, saying it's here in the middle of the Rocky Mountains near the Samyan border. Long ago, when zealots and countless archdemons invaded, Samyan Aslan and his warriors drove them back and vowed to protect this Blood City. Vincent smiles, saying, Then we're sure to find Aslan's scripture here, and maybe even another dragon bone. Julian interrupts, saying there won't be another dragon bone, but there's a legend of another treasure. He turns and asks what treasure, and the boy replies that it's the heavenly fruit said to cure all diseases, or even bring the dead back to life. Julian added that the heavenly fruit tree bears many fruits, and many layabouts wait in Blood City, sitting around the tree waiting for them to fall. He sighed, saying he never would have believed such a thing, but looking at the blood situation now, Julian asks Vincent if their next goal is the heavenly fruit, which is needed to heal the decaying dragon bone. The boy laments that he'll only have 9 years left after registering, but Vincent dismisses it, saying they have too much to do and even less time than that. Julian clenches his fist with a determined smile. All right, we'll uncover the secrets of the heavenly fruit tree and seize it. Vincent opens a book and calls out to Julian. Moments later, the wind dissipated and the girl vanished. Rael said, Without a trace, even on the cold white snow, it's called Ice Walk. A mana seal appeared in Vincent's hand, a large circle containing waves above and below, and a cloud-like stone in the center. Vincent wondered where they would get the money, but Julian pounded his chest, saying not to worry, he'd invested in the Magic Academy. He turns, looking puzzled. The Magic Tower. Julian explains that the Adenka and Samian families are famous for swordsmanship, while the Magic Tower trains the most formidable beast mages. We'll invest in their research and receive rewards in return. As a girl in purple robes and a familiar mage's hat, Vaneli Pagola makes a contribution, but the investment money will be lost if this co-owner dies. As Julian explains, Vanli is taking notes when someone knocks on the door, and she tells them to come in. She remains engrossed in her work, oblivious. Didn't I just explain everything I don't want to work with? A shadow behind her slowly draws a sword. A flash of steel and blood spills. Julian can't comprehend how a co-master of the Hexagon Magic Tower could be so easily assassinated. Along with the mysterious assassin, it turns out Vanley's death was reported as an explosion during research. Someone must have been involved. Julian trembled with fear, wondering how this could be happening. The boy clutched his head, lamenting his lost love. While Vin Tran complained about his lack of respect for the dead, Julian cries, asking how he could think of that now, as they're about to starve in Blood City. The announcement stated that her will was found, leaving all her assets to her younger brother. Unbelievably, her sibling is none other than Vagon Pagoda, the Vice City Lord of Blood City. Standing atop the castle, he muses, I know we're both pagodas, but I never had her genius. Am I a disgrace to the family? Why? Vagon gazes towards the distant snow-capped mountains, while Julian and Vin Tran agree to investigate this Vagon first, as there are only 4 short months left. He knew he had to gather as much information as possible to prepare for the upcoming event. 4 months later, on the rocky mountains of Blood City, the majestic snow-capped peaks and snow-covered forests below created a breathtaking scene. In the carriage, Rael Sanai says, for security reasons, we'll have to walk from here. He cheerfully replies, okay, I understand. The high priest points to the castle ahead. Just follow this path, the city lord will greet you. Standing before Rael Sanai, Vin Tran said, I don't know how to thank you enough for everything. She simply bowed her head and smiled. It was nothing. I think my mother would have wanted this, he said, causing Rael Sanai to pause slightly. She thought to herself, I'm glad you've grown up. Then bowing her head she said, please take care of yourself. The carriage turned back towards the mansion, leaving the 3 of them and their belongings to head towards Blood City, their footprints and the carriage tracks etched in the snow. Vagon arrives to announce that young master Vin Tran is on his way, causing Hoka to sigh in annoyance. She's not used to formal appearances and greeting guests. As Vagon insisted, it was her duty. A communication device on the desk crackled to life, announcing that monsters had been encroaching on the lands of nearby residents. Seizing the opportunity, she declared that as a city lord, it was her duty to protect the commoners. Despite Vagon's claim that the monsters were weak, she leaped out the window, telling him she'd leave the young master Vin Tran to him. Ignoring the Vice City Lord's cries, she leaps from the tower with a smile. Behind her, Lin asks, what about Vin Tran, high official? Frustrated, Vagon says he'll welcome him in the City Lord's stead. Moments later, Vagon appears on the city wall and gently descends, recognized by 2 guards. They immediately place their hands on their chests, bowing in reverence. He replied, Glory be, then asked, where is young master Vin Tran? The guard handed Vagon a telescope, saying they were over there. He raised it to his eye, peering into the distant forest. He recognized the great divine, Raelsa, smiling before the young master. The soldiers seemed to know her name. Yes, it was Raelsa, the wanderer of the world. He thought he heard that Master Vin Tran was useless, but is he so useless that he needs such an authority to guide him? The guard on the right asked, what about the exam? Can't you just lower it? He asked. No, just do it like last year. I'll test him myself. He conjures mana, creating 2 circles around his hands, determined to nip this in the bud before he can even register. He forms a magic circle and declares, the first trial, subdue the void beasts, will now begin. In the forest, the 3 struggled through the snow-covered path toward the Blood Citadel, surrounded by woods and mountains. Wilson noticed something and called out, Sari, look, isn't that the Blood Citadel? Before them stood a massive fortress of white and red, built atop a towering sheer cliff face, exuding immense power. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the fortress, piquing their curiosity and wonder. A roar echoes from the nearby forest, causing the 3 to halt and look around warily. The heavy footsteps of a beast crunch on the white snow. Vincent smirks. So, the test has begun. He slowly draws his blood sword, thinking it's time to test the results of his training with Raelsa these past few months. He rests the sword on his shoulder, his aura soaring, as he declares, I'm pleased to be welcomed by you. Blood Citadel. From the shadows of the forest, a pair of bright snow-white eyes emerged, moving toward Vincent. A massive paw, black and white, stepped out, revealing the Snow Mountain's apex predator, the blue-eyed silver tiger. Vincent and Siri Jun shivered both from the cold and the monster before them, the very reason they didn't want to come here. Vincent instructed his retainers. When I go, run as fast as you can to Blood City. He kicked off to the right, taunting, over here, kitty. The silver tiger followed his movements. If it were the blue-eyed silver tiger, he knew it would react faster to moving objects. And sure enough, its eyes followed Vincent's every move. It immediately gives chase, and Vincent turns back with a smile. Perfect, right where I want it. But wait, something's not right. Vincent thought to himself that even though it looked like a blue-eyed silver tiger, it didn't feel like one. It didn't feel like a living monster. Now that they were at a safe distance, Vincent stopped and turned to face the silver tiger, thinking he would defeat it no matter what. A mana stream extends from the blade to the silver tiger, but before he can strike another, leaps out to attack Vincent. Surprised, he grimaces, thinking, another one. Vincent quickly uses body enhancement on his legs, then leaps high into the air to avoid the 2 silver tigers. He leaps to a high branch nearby, as Julian calls out, pointing. Before them stand a staggering 18 blue-eyed silver tigers. Julian notes they can't defeat them all, with just 2 absolute blades, while Vincent is concerned, sensing something strange. He adds that silver mane tigers don't move in packs. They're apex predators, and don't need to, plus they're carnivores with no scent of blood. The The silver tigers stir, and Julian wonders if they could be created by magic. Meanwhile, in Blood City, Vice City, Lord Vagon continues to test Vincent with magic. He raised an eyebrow slightly so the boy noticed. He thought it wouldn't change anything. This was high-level illusion monsters summoning magic. They were only subtly different from real tigers, and they were even smarter because they were controlled by humans. What will you do? Useless. Seventh young Master Vincent is still observing the situation from the tree. Vincent turns and says we can wait a little longer. If they're using high-level magic like this, they'll run out of mana soon. Julian dismisses it, saying, no way, they're definitely using composite elements. The boy explained that composite magic is a method of using multiple spells of the same type at once. Instead of casting multiple spells, one can designate a composite element and expand the spell by copying it, making it more effective, and using less mana. Vincent smirks, figuring if he finds the designated one, the others will vanish, but Julian worries how he'll manage it. With confidence, he says he can find it, because they're controlled by a human, and in these situations the real monsters stand in front. And if a human is controlling them, they'll try to protect the aggregate element. The one standing still on the mountaintop is it. Vincent smirked and leaped down towards the silver tiger pack, using the Wanderer's blessing to target the tigers below. The icy aura paralyzes the silver tigers, and Vincent uses Ice Walk to move like a swift gust of wind. Vagon recognizes the ability as Ryelsa's Ice Walk, and he can't believe his eyes. In a flash, Vincent reaches the summit where the three largest silver tigers stand, one of them a composite elemental. He stared at the one in the middle, confirming it was the target, a dire silver tiger with fiery eyes instead of blue. Meanwhile, Vagon summons a large head, declaring he won't leave an opening for Vincent to attack, and commands the two remaining saber tigers to charge and intercept him. In his hands, the Blood Lotus, enhanced with dragon bones, absorbs his mana, poised to strike with the blessing of the Heavenly Wanderer. Using the Wanderer of the World's second move, a stream of purple mana weaves past the two saber tigers, aiming straight for the combined elemental tiger, a full-force strike, cutting the tiger in two. The magic on Vagon's hand shatters, causing him to cough. Vincent skillfully uses the Wanderer of the World, blowing away obstacles and aiming for his final target. The fake silver tigers are fading as the elemental is defeated. Meanwhile, Ma-Fap soared into the air from the forest, and Vagon realized he hadn't actually struck the illusions but severed the mana flow, creating them. He raised an eyebrow, wondering just who Vincent Adenka really was, with such an understanding of Ma-Fap. Vincent hoisted the Blood Lotus onto his shoulder, smiling towards the city, as he wondered if the Blood City's master was satisfied. He orders the gates to open, and they welcome the young master. Blood City is a hub for martial artists. Are mages of that caliber easy to find? Julian and Vincent arrived at the city gates, where Ciri and Vincent were waiting, happy to see them. The gates slowly opened, and light streamed out from within the Blood City. Julian believes they've done their research. Vanelli's brother is the mage who handles everything in this city. Vagon leads his neatly lined-up soldiers who raise their hands in unison, respectfully greeting their honored guest. Vagon Pagoda smiled, welcoming Vincent into Blood City, while Vincent replied that he must be Vagon, and it was a pleasure to meet him. Julian whispered that they couldn't bring family money to Blood City, but it has a sponsorship system, and talented cadets will be sponsored by the city. The boy smiled ominously, saying they now have to score as many points as possible with this guy, and recoup all the money invested in the Magic Tower. The carriage carrying the Vice City Lord and Vincent travels through the streets of the Blood City, somewhat deserted, but home to many trainers, students, soldiers, and children of various families, a considerable number, including servants. Vagon warns Vincent that he'll be sharing a dorm, which might be uncomfortable, but Vincent doesn't mind. The Vice Lord adds sternly that upon arrival, he will become a cadet of the fortress and must relinquish all previous status and identity. Vincent smiled, understanding that he would only be considered a young master inside this carriage. Sherry gazed out the window, impressed by the students in their Blood City uniforms. The girl asked Vincent if he recognized the uniform, adding that he would look very cool in it. Vagon then informed him that his uniform would be delivered tomorrow. Vincent asked about his current rank, and the Vice City Lord explained that all military students start at rank 9, and take promotion exams every 6 months. Ranks range from 9 to 1, and passing the promotion exam after rank 1 means you've taken your first step as a martial artist, but you're only a true martial artist upon graduating from the fortress. Vagon realizes Vincent's goal is the White Tiger's Eye to use it as his magical core. Vagon clenches his fist in excitement. So I was right, but how does he know magic when he comes from a family of martial artists? Julian meant to master martial arts and then magic, but Vincent smiled, saying, knowledge is power, so there's no distinction. Vagon wondered how a child with such confidence, talent, and deep knowledge could be labeled useless. To him, Vincent Adenka was now a very interesting boy, who looked up and said he wanted to ask a few more questions. The question of how to obtain the celestial fruit suddenly stumped Vagon. He sighed, thinking kids will be kids, and this one actually believes in such myths. Vagon vaguely explains that the celestial fruit chooses its own master, and who knows, maybe he'll be the lucky one. Julian figures. The Grand Duke also thinks it's just a myth, and Vincent muses that gathering information might be difficult. A moment later the carriage stopped before the ninth-rank cadet dormitory, a tall building with many floors and rooms. The dormitory doors slowly opened, and they entered. Standing in the room, Vagon announces that his servant will be on the first floor, while he will be on the third floor, room number 5. He hands him a badge, the academy badge for a 9th-class cadet. Vincent pinned the shimmering badge to his left breast, when suddenly Vagon spoke, "I humbly respect your glorious position, sir." While Vincent was still stunned, he added, "This is the greeting of 9th-class bloodline cadet Vincent." He also raised his hand in return, saying, "I humbly respect your glory, your excellency." Room 5's sign hangs on the door, and Vincent gently opens it with his bag. Before him, 2 rows of members stand frozen as if fearing something. They didn't dare move, and the atmosphere in the room became more tense than ever. Vincent grimaced and asked Julian, "What's going on? Did I do something wrong?" Suddenly, a voice from behind asks who it is, startling Vincent. It's Mulan Adelka, the 6th son of the Adelka family, leaning against the door asking, "Isn't that our useless Vincent?" He wondered who this idiot was, and why he suddenly felt so nauseous. Julian recoiled slightly, and replied that it was their scumbag of an older brother. "That's Mulan, the 6th son. He used to bully me relentlessly, even forcing me to eat dirt." Julian's face contorted with rage as he spoke of him. The mere mention of eating dirt triggered a subconscious memory, and Vincent gagged. The memories of the past are real. This bastard used his power to bully the weak. He notices the expressions of the others in the room. It seems he's doing it here too. Vincent sat there asking Julian if it was okay to curse out his good-for-nothing brother, who was tarnishing the Adenka family name, and Julian said he could even kill him. Just waiting for that, Vincent stood up, grabbed Mulan's hand and said, "Long time no see, brother." Putting on a show of affection in front of everyone, Vincent feigns delight at seeing his brother, a performance Mulan clearly isn't used to. Mulan quickly retracts his hand, telling his younger brother that he didn't think they were close enough to speak like that. Vincent lowered his head, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "I didn't realize you were a family head now." He looked up at him with a mocking gaze and a scornful laugh. "And you're still only at company 9. Mulan was incredibly bitter. No one could stand being bullied like that by their younger brother, and the veins popping on his face made that clear. He turned to the young man beside him and called out, "Hey Saizen, come here," and the young man obediently complied. Before he could react, Mulan slapped his roommate across the face, leaving him stunned. He threatened with a murderous gaze, asking how he was training the new recruits, daring to act that way in his presence. Mulan added that if it happened again, he'd be expelled. Understood. The subordinate unfairly slapped could only hold his cheek and obey. Vin Tran observed from behind this dropout was actually a direct descendant of Aslan, and suddenly he felt a little uneasy looking at Mulan. Vin Tran saw a reflection of Kagan in him, a bully who preyed on him and those weaker than himself, and he hesitated, unsure of what to say. He approaches, grabbing Mulan's shoulder, irritating Han, who asks what he wants. Before he can finish, Vin Tran punches him, square in the face. He glared at Han with a look of both hatred and resentment, a sight that shocked Siren. Everyone in the room was shocked, but even after taking a punch, Mulan smirked. "What's up, Vin Tran?" Han advances ready to throw a punch, saying, "Looks like you've never received a loving fist before." Vin Tran thinks to himself, "I've learned a few things from this place." He casually dodges the punch and counters by grabbing Mulan's collar, declaring that strength is all that matters here. Then he lifted the man high with both hands and prepared to slam him down. With a thud, he landed in pain and helplessness. Vin Tran dusted off his hands, ignoring his enraged brother on the ground. He addressed the crowd. "Listen up, the only fear you should have as fighters is respect. So overcome your fears, it's the only way to become a top martial artist," he said, making the kids realize many things. Behind him, Mulan was furious, gritting his teeth and glaring at him, yelling, "You bastard!" He casually dodges the punch and counters by grabbing Mulan's collar, declaring that strength is all that matters here. With a slight smile, Rong Chen simply leaped forward to dodge the blow, then turned to face him. Thu Min stares ahead while Julian is caught off guard. But seeing his brother, the boy thinks they might turn this into an opportunity. Standing before them is their enraged brother, radiating fury. Meanwhile, in a small village near Yila City, piles of green monsters lay defeated. The village chief thanked the city lord for dealing with the beasts. "The villagers can finally rest easy tonight," the city lord said with a dismissive wave. The old man spoke up, "Since you're here, why not stay and have a drink?" The city lord hesitated, saying she shouldn't drink while on a mission, but refusing his hospitality would be impolite. Before she could finish, the vice city lord appeared behind her saying, "Let me drink with you." He gave her a death stare, adding, "I need a drink too, with my superiors constantly driving me crazy." The city lord turned to look startled. Vagon speaks, and soon the table is filled with meat and wine, looking quite delicious. The female city lord raised her hand thoughtfully. That direct descendant, Vincent Adelka, only defeated a composite elemental Vagon sitting in the tavern, said, "You don't understand anything I'm saying, do you?" She retorted, "Of course. Not do you think I'm a mage or something?" At this moment, Tai Wai begins to explain that Vincent knows and has destroyed something that even a star-level martial artist like her has never heard of. Doesn't she realize how incredible that is? Taking a sip of her drink, she retorts, no, haven't other direct descendants destroyed entire snow mountains or something? After all, he still seems more cowardly. She begins to mock. Oh right, Vagan, you must be thrilled to have found someone just as cowardly as you. Suddenly a call came through the contact stone. Lady Thays, could you two please return to the city? Vagan clutched his head, asking, what's going on? The voice on the other end replied, Ninth rank, Malon and Vinchin are requesting a mediator for their duel. This greatly surprised Vagan, who couldn't quite believe what he'd just heard. Standing in the teleportation circle back to the city, Vagan's face was tense. The kid had only just arrived. A week later, facing off in the arena, were the Adenka brothers Vinchin and Molan, with soldiers and Tai Y Vagan watching from afar. Dormitory supervisor Braun announced Tai Y, as this is a sparring match between direct descendants, I have accepted Cadet Vinchen's request. Vagan walks past Braun, saying he did well, and to keep him informed of everything regarding Cadet Vinchin, adding that they'll overlook Melon's discipline due to Vinchin's report. Mylon gritted his teeth, calling him a sly fox, but Vinchin simply smiled. I'll take that as a compliment. Vagan stepped forward and announced, then, by my authority as Grand Duke, I permit these two cadets to duel. Let both of you uphold your honor. Vinchin slowly draws his blood sword from his coat. Molan also draws his sword, but upon seeing Vinchin's he wonders what it is. Could it be a blood relic? Then he pointed at him, questioning, are you trying to imitate your father with a fake? Vinchin calmly replied, how is it a fake? He confidently answered, of course it is. I'd bet my right arm that it's a fake. Waiting for this moment, Vinchin smiles with deadly eyes, telling him to remember those words. Meanwhile, Mylon gathers mana in his hand, laughing, promising to make him surrender soon, with the blessing of the Daughter of Fear. He attacks Vinchin's spirit with coercion, an ability so potent it affects everyone around him, causing a stir. Sherry is no exception, trembling with worry for her young master. Julian asked Han if he was alright, as this ability was supposed to instill extreme fear in opponents. Seeing his composure, Julian wondered how he could be unaffected. It's simply because in his mind a swordsman cannot fear another swordsman. Julian asks, you mean that nonsense from before? The only fear a warrior is allowed to feel is respect. Vinchin affirmed that it all came down to mental state and resolve, as Merlon began to worry why his opponent was unaffected. The spectators wondered the same thing, as Merlon roared, he's cheating, isn't he, Vinchin? But Vinchin ignored him. Channeling mana, he creates a purple aura around his body. Sword in hand, he charges, screaming that he will cut him to pieces with his sword and mana. He barely finishes speaking before unleashing a devastating blow at Vinchin's previous location, then smirks confidently, how's that? But to his shock, the ground where his sword struck was empty, and he cried out, what? Where did he go? While Merlon was still trying to understand, Vinchin appeared behind him. He frantically turned around, shocked and wondered, since when, because even though he raised his hand to block, he was still pushed back. The powerful kick made the spot where Merlon blocked the attack ache, and before he could get his bearings, a surge of sword-like mana appeared before him. Vinchin unleashes a sword attack combined with ice magic, forcing Merlon to raise his sword in defense. The blow is amplified by body enhancement, and as the two blades collide, a blinding light erupts, leaving Merlon struggling to hold his ground. The slash forced him back and sent him crashing to the ground, the impact causing Merlon a great deal of pain. Before everyone's eyes, Vinchin leaps back, while Merlon lies defeated on the floor, thinking, everyone knows, Merlon is trash. However, the reason he's maintained his position as a representative is due to his overwhelming strength compared to the other trainees. But now, Vinchin threatens that position. As Shigen worries, a voice calls out from behind. A purple-haired girl leaned on his shoulder asking what was going on, and why the dorm was empty. What was everyone doing here? That girl was Sabira, and she asked if the guy sprawled out on the ground was Merlon and the substitute was there too. Shigen explained that it was Vinchin, a recent addition, and that he was incredible, saying the only fear a warrior should feel is respect. He wondered if he could ever be like him. Sabira steps forward, arms crossed, asking if he's that eager, adding that he knows it's not over yet. Right. Merlon still lay there, but his hand was glowing. Forcing a dimension was one thing, but receiving its blessings was another matter entirely. Julian was still excited, urging him to beat him to a pulp, but Vinchin sensed something was wrong. He glanced over, wondering if he'd pushed him too far, but the referee hadn't announced a winner yet. Suddenly, Merlon's eyes and body glowed gold, and a massive pillar of light erupted in the arena. This is one of the most powerful gods, one who possesses the power to control lightning. Merlon roars, blessing of the giant king. Seeing this, Vinchin was also extremely surprised as the letters swirled around him, creating immense pressure. Vinchin grimaces, bracing himself against the attack. The lightning strike has left his right hand charred black. In the distance, Merlon is enveloped in golden lightning, laughing as he says, enjoy this noon. The blessing of the giant king has amplified my lightning. Julian worried. This is impossible. His only blessing was the fear of the bully, who tormented me as a child. I've never seen him use this. As he wondered, Merlon spoke. Of course you wouldn't know. With lightning in hand, he says that even though Singza has this lightning ability, he only grasped its essence after arriving at the fortress. Vincent wonders how long he's been hiding it, and Merlin says bluntly that he wasn't trying to hide anything. He smirks confidently, saying it simply wasn't necessary, which shocks Vincent, who blurts out, "What?" He added that since no one his age could withstand his basic abilities, he didn't think it was necessary to endure the pain of training with lightning. Since there was no other way to graduate from the fortress, and because he was a direct descendant, he spent time practicing it. "Unlike the others, I don't need to work like those stupid bastards. That's how I get stronger, and it helps a lot when I'm tormenting the lower ranks." Vincent shouts angrily, "Stop talking nonsense." Memories flood back as he continues. "Your power is only developing, and with that personality, you'll never achieve mastery. You not only deny the responsibilities of the family, but you also deny the efforts of others by trampling and oppressing them." Vincent, eyes red, stared at him, his body enveloped in a purple aura, and questioned, "What do you think Adenka's justice is?" He retracted his hands, lightning crackling, and said with a laugh, "You talk nonsense. Reason always applies to the strong. Defeat me, then you can talk big." As he spoke, he unleashed another wave of lightning toward Vincent, who dodged and retorted. "You said you'd bet your arm that this pure azure lotus was fake. Right, I'll show you your arm will be crippled just as you wished." Vincent thought to himself, "2 more moves, and I'll use one of the mystic realms, and end this with the new Ren Wang's absolute sword severance." Adenka roared at Vincent in midair. "You think I'll let that happen?" Another lightning strike cuts across Vincent's path, forcing him to dodge. Elon's relentless attacks fuel his rage, causing him to lose control. Repeatedly shouting for him to die, countless lightning strikes rained down, but Vincent dodged them all. Gon, watching from the sidelines, realized that the guy had lost control of his lightning power, a power he couldn't fully grasp. Lightning strikes with incredible destructive force, each impact on the ceiling causing a massive explosion. Siri could only stand there in horror as she watched the ceiling collapse. A massive hole opens up and debris rains down on the maid. Vincent glances over and shouts in alarm, "Siri." The girl could only raise her hands to protect her head, as debris rained down, but luckily nothing happened. Siri cautiously looked up. Beside her, the instructor and Gon use magic to create a shield above her head, as he turns to ask if she's alright. Siri stammers that she's okay, and he orders Braun to evacuate all the cadets. He then tells Siri that he'll use magic to teleport her to safety, though she's worried about the young master. And it seems Hyung and Gon have noticed the change in Siri as well. He looks at her and says, "Wait," her whole body is overflowing with magical energy, surprising her. Below, Molon continues, his taunting laughter stooping even lower. Vincent dodges around the arena, knowing the attack is powerful, but leaves too many openings. He just needs to find a weakness and use Ice Blink to close the distance. He was so focused that he ran out of mana and faltered. Vincent realized it, but perhaps it was too late. Lightning strikes, sending him reeling. Lying on the ground, Vincent realizes the mana cost to maintain Ice Walk is too great. He can't sustain it like Ray Elsa, a short burst is his limit. As Gon was leaving, he saw Vincent lying there, along with Molon's mocking laughter. He realized that even though this was a duel between cadets, the destruction was too great, and he should have done this from the start. A mana barrier now covers the entire arena. Vincent worries, damn, this means there's even less space to dodge his attacks. Emboldened, Molon gloats, believing fate is on his side. Vincent worries now it's harder to use. Swordplay approaching him is too difficult. He's bursting with power. While I'm recovering and nearing my ice limit, what to do? Julian has an idea. They can use the magic barrier to create an explosion that Molon will take the brunt of. Molon stomps the ground, sending lightning bolts towards Vincent. Having regained his composure, Vincent trusts Julian's strategy, leaping into the air to evade the lightning strike. Then using the barrier as leverage, he kicks downward, rendering the buff completely useless. Julian reassured him, trusting in his strategy. Molon raised his hands, a massive lightning orb crackling above, taunting him, wondering how he could possibly dodge this lightning from above, a perfect trap for a bug like him. Vincent redirects the blade with his blood lotus, ensuring his opponent's defeat. He pierces the magic barrier with his sword, creating a sharp cut. Then he continues to swing his sword from back to front, left to right, tearing through the barrier, and Gon instinctively notices the anomaly in his magic shield. Lightning pierces the barrier, striking the building's foundation with immense force, followed by a cascade of bricks and stones. Molon realizes it's too late. He was buried by the very thing he had just destroyed, able only to scream in pain. Lying there, face contorted, his body pinned under the rubble. Vincent then stepped forward, placing his foot on the brick, pinning Molon's chest, and said, "A knight's oath is stronger than anything." He leaned down looking at him, and added with the sword, "My father entrusted to me, I will punish your sins." Molon cried out in fear, "Wait, stop." With a sinister smirk and fierce eyes, Vincent declared that he couldn't let his brother become a deceiver, and with that, he swung his sword, severing Molon's right arm. His arm flies off in a spray of blood, severed cleanly. Vagan is stunned. The barrier he created was, on a completely different level, crafted with countless layers of spells. It was a completely sealed space, cut off from the outside world, but destroyed with a single strike. Vincent stood over Molon, his eyes still burning red. The blood lotus's sharpness delayed Molon's pain and he screamed, "My arm!" Thay stepped forward, declaring, "We'll stop here, Vincent Adenka." He turned back and asked why Vagon hadn't stopped him, to which Vagon calmly replied that Molon had said it himself during the fight, so he couldn't interfere. A voice calling him young master made him turn around. It was Vincent who had brought the priest as requested, the non-permanent level 5 blood church priest, Chevin. She held up the emblem, demanding to know who was carrying a level 2 cleric's badge. Vincent stepped forward, admitting it was him. Chevin asks if the person on the ground is 9th grade military cadet Molon Sao and if he defeated him and how he came to possess such a valuable item. Questions kept pouring in for Vincent. He smirked. How strange, I was told. It was an item that allowed me to be treated like its original owner. At that moment, the priest realized she had overstepped her bounds. A mere level 5 priest shouldn't ask such questions. She bowed her head and asked, "Would you like me to heal your wounds?" Vincent humbly replies, "Please." And so Vincent's arm, blackened from battle, is slowly healed back to normal. Molon, lying there, coughed a few times, spitting out curses, realizing it was all a setup and demanding to be healed. Vincent turns back, his sinister smile unwavering as he watches his brother hesitate, asking, "About that, is healing your arm really the best thing?" "That's what I'm thinking." While Molon was still trying to understand, Vincent added, "You wagered your right arm in an official match, brother." They both thought alike. If he healed his arm, wouldn't that destroy his honor? Molon was furious, thinking the nerve of him making me choose between my honor and my right arm. Julian gloats about the sweet revenge, while Vincent, slightly wary, thinks it's best to stay on his side. The instructor and other military students return, asking what happened and if Vincent won. Vincent pressed choose now, because even a miracle won't reattach a dead arm, and so Molon painfully chose to heal his arm. Julian repeats, "What? I can't hear you. Speak up so the other cadets can hear you." At this point he screams, "Don't pretend you can't hear me. Heal it. I have no honor, nothing, okay?" Satisfied, the boy turns to Vincent and says, "Then please, father, I request that you heal my brother as well." While the priest heals Molon's arm, Vagon uses magic to clean up the rubble. The priest warned him to avoid overexertion and strenuous training as healing wasn't a perfect power. Sezen then remarked that it was hard to believe he beat Molon, and Sabira smiled, agreeing that he wasn't bad looking up. Close. Sezen, gathering his courage, asked Vincent, "Do you think I could become like you?" He turned back gently and replied, "If you can overcome your fears, I'm sure you can go far beyond your current potential." A timely word of encouragement overcomes the boy's weakness, moving him deeply. Molon is still bitter, thinking that just because he won once, he shouldn't be so cocky, and Season and the other bastards are already sucking up to him. Clutching the stone, he thought, "Don't forget who really holds the power here." Molon glared at Vincent, thinking it wasn't over yet. He thinks about imbuing the stone with energy and throwing it at him, but a foot immediately stops him. Vagon steps in, saying the only reason he tolerates Molon's tyranny is so his hand can fully recover and wield a sword again in a month. He glared, and added, "Thanks to a superior who didn't fulfill his duty, I've been very busy, so don't bother me any further." Molon understood the situation and bowed his head. "I understand." A week later, in Grand Duke Vagon Pagola's chambers, a familiar figure rests his left hand on his sword, his right hand over the emblem on his chest. It's Julian, teaching Vincent how to express condolences in this era. Vagon sat there, arms crossed, telling him, "You're my sister's guest, but if you've come to offer condolences, you're about 4 months too late." He closed his eyes sadly, adding, "And this isn't comfortable. You'll return as a direct descendant, bringing the 7th son. But I'm just a Grand Duke, once a lowly mercenary. I'd say our relationship is rather odd." Before Vincent could speak, Vagon continued, "Come to think of it, you knew my name from the start." He raised an eyebrow. "You investigated me and my sister, then deliberately approached me. What is your purpose?" Vincent then reveals that he's actually investing in Vanli Pagola, Vagon's sister. Vagon understands, so he wants the heir to return his investment. Vincent confessed honestly, "At first, that's what I wanted, but after investing in you as well, and hearing the whole story, I re-evaluated myself." This surprises Vagon, and Vincent continues, describing a child oppressed by their environment. "After hearing his story, I just wanted to talk to you." Vagon remained stoic, saying, "I know your situation, but I don't think you'll hear what you want from me. I fled my home and the magic tower under the Samyain family, those forces that abandoned me, and made a living as a mercenary. After a very long time, I now work here on the Adenka front lines." He bowed slightly with a smile, unlike himself, no longer attached to his sister or family. Vincent wondered if that's the case, why hasn't he abandoned the name Pagoda? A question that truly made Vagon think. The two lock eyes and the room falls silent for a moment. Do they truly understand each other? Back in the dorm, Molon watches the other members chatting happily. His mentor and the others only glanced at him without a word, then cheerfully resumed their interrupted conversation, as if nothing had happened. Helpless Molon returned to his bed and collapsed onto it, clenching his fists and running a hand over his forehead in thought. His position was completely lost after just one fight. Of course he's upset. Behind that arm is a furious, red-eyed Molon, thinking to himself, "I will kill you, Vincent." Just then, a strange black substance emerged from the foot of the bed. a black shadow with two red eyes appeared before Mulan, and asked, "Do you want to kill him?" As Mulan worried, the shadow asked if he wanted help. Back in Vagon's room, Vincent explained that Bagoida was a prestigious family that had led the magic tower for generations. "If you were a mercenary, that history must be holding you back quite a bit," he wondered. "Could it be that you're a lord?" Before he could finish, Vagon cut him off. "Shut your mouth." He glared at him, saying, "You're just a kid who hasn't even reached a star. How dare you act like you know everything?" Vagon gritted his teeth. "You don't know what I've been through, and you don't understand how I felt when I left the magic tower." He stood up face to face with Vincent and declared that if war broke out between the Samian and Adelka clans, he would first destroy the people of the magic tower who ruined his life. Vincent bowed his head in sympathy. "I know." Vagon, startled, asked what. Vincent remained firm. "I was like that too, but in the end what I wanted wasn't revenge, but to be accepted and loved." He added, "The reason you haven't abandoned the name Pagoda is because you still long for your family, isn't it?" The question startles Vagon, bringing him to a sudden realization. The air thickens with tension and silence, as Vagon slumps back into his chair, lost in thought. "Looking back, my sister was so talented and radiant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I endured all the bullying out of respect and admiration for her, but at the time, her brilliance caused me even more pain. Everywhere I went I had to hear things like, 'Why can't you be half as good as Vanelli?' Unable to bear the pressure and abuse, I ran away, abandoning my family." Vincent replies that he can be honest with himself because human emotions aren't always simple. He chuckles, saying he's actually getting advice from him. Vincent remained firm. "I was like that too, but in the end what I wanted wasn't revenge, but to be accepted and loved." He added, "The reason you haven't abandoned the name Pagoda is because you still long for your family, isn't it? I'll be your sponsor so you won't have to worry about living expenses in the city." Vincent was overjoyed and thanked Vagon, while Julian could only think that his luck had returned. "Unable to bear the pressure and abuse, I ran away, abandoning my family." He stood up, looked at him and continued, "Sorry for your loss, and although my sister is dead, I can finally be honest with myself." Vagon smiled and asked, "If you've invested in the magic tower, you probably haven't changed much, have you?" Vincent insists that he meant everything he said, but Julian retorts that, of course a 500-year-old shop would be amazing. Vincent pauses, hearing a noise ahead, and is shocked. Vincent readily shakes her hand, saying, "This is the first time he's heard of a representative for the junior military students." The girl replies, asking if he thinks her brother is completing his mission properly, as she's responsible for reporting to the professors. Vincent is startled as he realizes something. A pair of large eyes appears behind the girl, and he thinks though the level isn't comparable, her special ability feels like his mother's. Sabira thought to herself, "My special trait is discernment. I can check an opponent's strength and potential. Let's see how he took down that megaloon." She looked at him quizzically. "He doesn't have a symbol, and the color is red, like this color, which means I can't assess his potential." Vincent withdrew his hand, saying he didn't appreciate her probing with her special ability, to which she quickly apologized, saying she was sorry if she made him uncomfortable. How did he know? Even professors couldn't sense it. On the first try. Sabira was perplexed while Vincent tilted his head asking what they were doing there. Sabira retorted, "What about you? A cadet isn't allowed to wander around alone at night. It's dangerous to catch a cold. You should always be with friends. Or you might run into Darwin's evil spirit," Sabira teases. Hearing his name, he rushes over and grabs her shoulders, asking Darwin's evil spirit, "Tell me everything." Sabira blushed slightly as Shigen asked if she knew about the great demon from 500 years ago, whose soul scattered across time after losing to the Hero King. However, remnants still linger, forming contracts with martial artists, and granting them immense power, using their lives as collateral to achieve their own goals. Vincent wondered if the great demon Darwin truly existed, or if it was all just a legend to blame him. Sabira, now less shy, chimed in saying that contract users are occasionally reported, but she doesn't really believe in them. Vincent listened intently. An evil spirit from 500 years ago. Surely such a thing couldn't exist, right? Meanwhile, Mulan was facing just such a spirit. It arrives and makes a request. "Make a pact with me, and I will help you achieve anything you desire." He sweats, furrowing his brow and asks, "Are you the evil spirit of Darwin?" Is it true? The evil spirit flutters around Mulan, asking if that really matters now. "What matters is that I can help you achieve your goals," and it seems he's wavering. "The evil spirit tempts, aren't you the king of this place?" Vincent listened intently. An evil spirit from 500 years ago. Surely such a thing couldn't exist, right? Meanwhile, Mulan was facing just such a spirit. Vincent and Cezanne returned to their dorm room late in the night with everyone fast asleep. Cezanne waved goodbye, explaining he had night duty and was heading out, to which Vincent smiled and thanked him for coming. But something ahead startles him. Mulan's bed is empty. Where is he? In the dark of night outside the dorm, a figure with a lamp braves the frigid wind and snow. It's Cezanne on night duty, walking with a cabinet and wearing it around his neck. The deserted path, the pitch-black nighttime, is truly terrifying. Suddenly, he noticed something black and red mixed together in front of him. Cezanne called out, asking who was there, and raised his lantern to see. Before he could make out the figure, his left arm was severed and blood spurted out. Cezanne was horrified by the monstrous figure before him. A voice echoed from the dark red mass. Damn it, I was aiming for his throat, but I missed. Cezanne stammered in fear. You're a Merlon. It was him possessed by an evil spirit and shrouded in a foul aura. He laughs wickedly and asks, where is that bastard Vincent? Cezanne clutches his broken arm, facing a massive and corrupted dreamer. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed his sword and questioned him. Your appearance. Did you make a soul contract with an evil spirit? The Merlon looked at him with disdain. To point your sword at me. You've got some nerve. Cezanne cries out and charges. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Denka, but almost immediately, he's seized by the throat. Molon forced him to the ground, declaring that anyone who pointed a sword at the king would be punished, and raised his blade ready to strike. The boy, almost paralyzed, closed his eyes awaiting the blow. But just then, a surge of blue sword energy slashed across Molon, narrowly saving Cezanne. Barely escaping death, he looked to see who had saved him. Standing before him was Warden Braun, sword in hand. He looked at Molon, saying that by making a pact with an evil spirit, Molon had forsaken his honor as a warrior. Words were useless now. He grinned wickedly at Braun, saying that slicing him into 100 pieces would be more fun than slicing Cezanne. The warden realizes his attack did nothing, and orders Cezanne to ring the emergency bell. While back in Vincent's dorm room, he stares at Melon's dragon cane. Sensing something amiss, he wondered why Cezanne hadn't returned while Julian remained indifferent. The bell's ringing jolted Vincent awake, though he hadn't yet slept. Everyone in the room scrambled to their feet, wondering what the alarm was for. It was the emergency bell, they explained, meaning something serious must have happened to someone on patrol. Vincent's face fell, remembering Cezanne mentioning his patrol duty earlier that day. Along with the others, he rushes to see what's happening coatless, but with his blood ties in hand. Outside in the hallway he met Sabira, who was also rushing down, and she noticed him. Vincent asked what was going on, but she didn't know either. Like everyone else, she just rushed down when she heard the bell. He smelled blood, and with the experience of someone who lived 500 years ago, Vincent recognized the distinct scent. He immediately turned to Sabira, telling her to use her communication stone to inform the Grand Master that this was an emergency. Along with the others, he rushes to see what's happening coatless, but with his blood ties in hand. Hearing this all, military cadets immediately follow Vincent out of the dormitory. They realize the emergency bell has stopped, and Vincent senses the fluctuating mana flow has ceased as well, wondering if the battle is already over. As Sabira urged everyone to hurry, Vincent telepathically asked her if they could create a barrier, telling her to just listen to him. She wondered what he meant, and Vincent replied that the initial battle was over, and their inability to connect meant the enemy had won. Outside in the hallway he met Sabira, who was also rushing down, and she noticed him. Vincent asked what was going on, but she didn't know either. Like everyone else, she just rushed down when she heard the bell. The problem is that the Tamzak requires a level 5 or higher warrior to create the barrier, otherwise it will lose balance and collapse. If we can find Professor Brand New, we can do it. Vincent realizes just as everyone heads downstairs to push the door open. The door slowly creaks open, revealing fresh bloodstains, and everyone is shocked as a body is suddenly thrown before them. Lying there was Warden Braun, eyes closed, and motionless, blood gushing from his abdomen, as a dark, sinister figure flew towards Vincent, declaring that he'd been found. The problem is that the Tamzak requires a level 5 or higher warrior to create the barrier, otherwise it will lose balance and collapse. If we can find Professor Brand New, we can do it. Vincent realizes just as everyone heads downstairs to push the door open. The sword with its evil aura is pushed back, and since the attacker is still hidden, he asks, "Who are you?" Merlon's head emerges, and he declares that all who oppose him are gathered. Vincent, enraged, demands to know what Merlon has done. After a moment, Sabira replied, "I learned a type of barrier, one of the 7 basic Adenka barriers, the Tamzak barrier." But something unspoken made her hesitate, as everyone continued to move quickly outside. She adds that these traits are identical to those of martial artists possessed by Darwin's evil spirits. Vincent is taken aback, wondering if he's fighting himself while standing right here. Merlon raises his hand, gathering the dark aura into his palm, declaring he will show them who their true king is. He then unleashes a forced skill, empowered by the evil spirit. Sabira looks on in shock. That dark, sinister aura, is it real? The cadets behind her are also horrified. Vincent reassured everyone, telling them not to panic. He raised his Blood Lotus sword and focused his mana, urging them to remember they were warriors and to draw their swords without fear. As if by magic, all the fear from the compulsion was pushed back. The worried dream demon thought, "That bastard Vincent is freeing them from my compulsion." Overcome by the aura, the children coughed and raised their hands in defense. Some couldn't bear it, trembling and covering their ears, as the power was even greater than before. "I need to stall for time with these inexperienced cadets until they arrive. Sabira, can you perfectly execute that barrier you mentioned before?" The girl is startled. "I've memorized it already." "Then let everyone know we'll create the 3 trash barrier together." Sabira is shocked. "What?" Clinging to his shoulder, she insisted. "Have you forgotten what I said? We need a level 5 warrior or higher to be the center of the barrier." Vincent's offer surprises her, as he once again unleashes his mana, creating a purple aura around himself, and reiterates his resolve to be the center of the barrier. Hearing Vincent's intention to be the core, Sobira panicked, saying it was impossible, as he wasn't even a level 5 martial artist yet, and that he would be crushed as soon as they started forming the array. Vincent turned back, telling her that he was now an official cadet, and that she should prioritize making a decision that would protect everyone. Hearing this, she could only comply, ordering everyone into a triangular defensive formation. Merton, seeing this, grinned wickedly. "You're planning to form a barrier. How nice of you to dig your own graves." Vincent wondered if he could defeat Mo Lan, since a level 5 martial artist instructor had been easily defeated. He couldn't do it alone. They needed the reinforcements Sobira had called for. Meanwhile, at the Vagon office, a man was writing when his communicator lit up. Julien worriedly urged Vincent to use his ice magic and escape before it was too late, but Vincent affirmed that if he wanted to run, he would have done so long ago. However, if he did, everyone behind him would die. All the 9th class cadets behind him braced themselves. Then they all raised their swords and joined the formation as one. With Vincent at its peak, a triangular defense formation created a protective barrier, and everyone stood within it. Vincent grimaces his mana draining, but he must hold the line and not let the formation waver. Mo Lan laughs, his dark eyes fixed on Vincent, and unleashes another strike, asking if Vincent is already at his limit. The sword strike hit the defensive formation and was immediately repelled, but the cadets struggled to withstand the impact. A near full power attack was blocked, and Mo Lan could hardly believe his eyes, grinding his teeth in frustration. Seeing Vincent still standing, he thought, how can that bastard withstand that attack? Now, with his holy blood boiling, Vincent taunts, "Is that all you've got, Mo Lan?" Hearing this, he flew into a rage, his dark aura surging as he charged forward, sword raised high, thinking, "You think you can take this again, Modi?" Another strike imbued with a massive amount of dark mana hurtled toward the formation. Two opposing forces emerge, Mo Lan with a confident smile and sinister aura, and Vincent struggling to withstand the attack, drawing mana from his allies and the formation. Vincent grimaces, realizing the unbelievable power of his foe, amplified by the demon spirit, making his magic-infused swordsmanship far too strong. He laughs maniacally, pouring more mana into the attack. Tremble, you ants, as the cadets struggle to hold their ground. Sparks of dark energy break through the barrier, lashing out at the members. Everyone was shocked and terrified by what appeared before them. A dark spirit with a massive aura, and two piercing red eyes staring in their direction. Vincent smirks. "On the contrary, Merton, if you fail even after making a pact with a demon while trapped in our formation, that would be quite shameful." Merton replies with a confident grin, "Enough talk. I'll attack and grant you all a swift death. Go ahead and form your little formation, you fools. A vice master's only fear is losing respect. Don't fear the wretch who abandoned his honor and surrendered to demons. Is he really only 14? Seeing this, she no longer has time to dwell on it. Rallying the others, Sobira calls on the Class 9 cadets to channel their mana into the formation on his command. The cadets' faces harden with resolve, as they cast aside their fear, their mana surging with each of Sobira's counts. As the countdown ends, the surge of mana unleashes a devastating counterattack, blasting Mo Lan and his dark aura out of the formation, sending him skidding backward, forced to plunge his sword into the ground to stop. Having been pushed back twice, he growled with rage. "You damned insects," Vin Tran retorted. "Give it up, you bastard. The professors will be here soon. Time is on our side now." He added that if Mo Lan stopped now and repented, he might avoid certain death. Hearing this, Mo Lan lowered his head, seemingly wavering. A dark spirit immediately appeared and manipulated him, reminding him that his purpose was to kill them all. And once again, Mo Lan was completely consumed by the dark world rising up, with a large amount of dark mana supplied by the evil spirit. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Replace Vincent and roar everyone, don't be afraid. Just as I thought, the dark energy is amplified, flowing into his hands and sword. Mo Lan swings his sword upward, aiming for Vin Tran, shouting, "Die." The attack is so powerful, the formation falters, the ground shifts, and the members are pushed back by the combined lightning and darkness. Sobira struggles to warn everyone to watch out for the flying debris. As he spoke, debris exploded upwards, and a cadet was struck in the neck, collapsing. But Vin Tran stood firm, blood lotus in hand, determined to protect everyone, even as the formation showed signs of cracking and collapse. He roared, "You will all die in terror. That is my purpose. Life and death mean nothing to me now." Vin Tran was shocked. His dark magic has increased again. He's planning a fatal move. Though worried, his face remains firm, determined not to back down with the blood lotus. Can the fracturing formation withstand the full force of his terrifying lightning and darkness-infused power? Just when all seemed lost, the formation, though weakened, still stood firm as the sinister aura dissipated. Even Vin Tran couldn't believe that he and the formation were still standing. Looking down, he sees Shizen lying there with his sword in hand. Everyone is shocked. Shizen used his last bit of strength to crawl over and replenish the mana in the formation, just as Mo Lan struck. Even he couldn't understand how Shizen was still there after being defeated. With unwavering resolve, Shizen declared that he would never again cower before his dark power. Annoyed Mulan's anger rises and his mind is further consumed by the demonic spirit as he continues to call everyone trash. He roars, his eyes filled with death. Don't look at me like that. If you dare defy me. He notices the defensive formation is weakening as members fall. Taking advantage, Mu Yulong leaps into the air, striking down. Is this the end for Vintran? Vintran's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something, a distorted flow of mana appearing even before he initiated a sword technique. He wondered how he could see the sword technique's lines of pure light. Thoughts raced through Vintran's mind. A sword path following the starlight through Mu Yulong's right hand. His priority was to wait for reinforcements, but the defense was already near its limit. He's torn between attacking and waiting a risky strike versus a shaky defense, and the cracks in the barrier grow wider, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Vintran reassured everyone to hold the line, understanding that the formation was on the verge of collapse, and Shizun couldn't hold out much longer. Vintran brandishes his sword, creating mana patterns on the Blood Lotus to transform it into a flying sword. Raindragon laughs excitedly. Alright, let's really fight. Taking a cold breath, he prepares to unleash the second form. The wandering swordsman Vintran breaks free of the formation, using his sword to attack Rainlon directly, leaving cuts and drawing blood. The technique took a toll on his mana and strength. He glanced back at him and clicked his tongue. But before he could recover, dark lightning struck again, accompanied by a chilling voice. Is that all you've got? He conjures a ball of dark lightning, sneering. You think I'll just sit here and let you do as you please? I'll incinerate you, Vintran, to dust. A surge of dark mana hurtles toward Vintran, who barely manages to raise his hands in defense. He's staggering. That last attack blew away his shirt. Thankfully his pants remain. His left ear is ringing from the blast, and even holding his sword is difficult now. With almost no other choice, he calls out to Sabira, telling her the spell is about to break and to prepare to leave. The girl asks back, slightly confused, wait, what? But before his sword could reach him, Mo Long seized it with a sinister grin, thanking him. Vintran coughed his face, showing exhaustion and struggle. He sneered, asking if he looked like a fool who'd take a hit from a cripple. He then channeled lightning into Vintran's left hand, causing him unbearable pain and forcing him to drop the Blood Lotus. But with a protector spirit, he couldn't back down now. And with that thought, he charged toward Mo Long, determined to end it all, summoning his remaining strength to swing his sword, screaming with resolve to strike down that Mo Vong. Bastard Mo Long. With his uninjured right hand, he snatched the Blood Lotus as it fell within reach, continuing to strike with the visions in his mind, unleashing the absolute severance sword. With a technique called Happing Hand, he slices off Mo Long's right arm once more. The strike was followed by a massive explosion, where Mo Long stood, sending debris flying. Exhaustion was evident on Vintran's face as he asked the fallen foe. His shadow slowly emerges from the dust, staring intently at him, the bastard. He roars, "You dare cut off my arm twice." Vintran realizes the dark power within him is gone. Was that mysterious black sword able to sever the connection between Mo Long and that evil spirit? He roared, vowing never to forgive him, promising to chop him to pieces and feed him to the beasts. The lightning orb in his hand is fully charged, aimed at Vintran, and with a shout he yells, "Die, you bastard." Vin Yen, still calm, thinks, it's not over yet. If I want to stop him, I need to wield the sword again. But as he channeled his mana, his body froze, drained of strength, and he couldn't move. He watched the crazed man charge toward him, worried. Damn it, move. Everyone has gathered their strength to support me this far. How can I? He couldn't give up now. He needed to know what happened 500 years ago. But as he struggled, a voice echoed, "Enough, Moren Adenka." His arm blackened from the attack, and as the Blood Lotus fell, Mo Long taunted that Vintran would be roasted alive. A thought flashed through his mind. If this were his past life, he wouldn't have this chance. This arm wasn't crippled by that bastard. Vagon's image slowly emerges from the formation behind him. He recognizes him, but Vagon retorts, "Don't act like you know me." With that, Vagon used magic to create a circular formation and erected blocks of ice to lock Mo Long's feet, gradually freezing his entire body. He panicked. "What is this? Stop!" As the city lord arrived, she spoke, "Give up, Mo Long. You can't escape once we're done here." Standing beside Vagon, she continued, "This magic binds you to the illusion of your own fail prison." Hosa frowns, recalling that its only drawback is the preparation time, but anyone with magic power is trapped once bound. With only his head free from the ice, he curses in helpless rage. "Damn it, Vintran." He desperately cries out before freezing completely. "Don't think this is the end." The spell complete, she locks Mo Long within it. The city lord turned to him, asking, "Are you Vintran Adenka?" She added, the very man Vagon praised so highly, but Vintran remained still. Seeing his suffering, Hika teased, "Oh my, is the injury so severe that you can't even open your mouth?" Hika looked at the boy kneeling before him and sighed, "Truly extraordinary endurance. You saved so many people today." Strands of blue light then ensnare him, suspending him in front of Vintran as he struggles and screams to be released. The kids ran up to him, asking if he was okay, as Vintran suddenly appeared in a white space, surrounded by images. He wondered, where am I? Then Julian's familiar voice suddenly rang out, brother. The boy appeared and asked, what have you done? Why is my body so exhausted? He looked at the boy in surprise. You're Julian. After a night of cleaning up, Hyoga stands awkwardly in the Lord's mansion. She bows before him, saying, I humbly honor your glorious position, Lord Adelka. The head of the household, sensing her discomfort, told her to relax and speak freely. He put his hands together in front of him and asked, so what happened? She prepared herself and reported, it's not a pleasant story. Standing before the head of the household, she recounted the events of that night, then moved on to the matter of casualties. About 15 level 9 disciples were injured, none fatally, but one instructor, Braun, a 5-star martial artist, had died, and the trainee Shizen survived the battle with Mulan. The head of the family pondered, we are ready to share the pain of this loss with the deceased and his family, and for those who were injured provide them with ample support until they fully recover. Khan was an understanding patriarch, and with so many variables surrounding spirit packs, his swift decision to stop him was wise. But he paused, looking at her with a skeptical raised brow. He asked if Mulan was still alive after becoming a contractor with an evil spirit, adding that, as far as he knew, those contractors were granted immense power in exchange for their lives, and once that power was depleted, they would die. The city lord reports that the fortress's mages have analyzed the situation and found no specific cause except for one thing. According to the disciples who participated in the battle, Mulan became enraged after Vintran severed his arm. Furthermore, his severed arm couldn't be reattached, a fact that greatly surprised Lord Khan, who recalled the strange swordsmanship the boy had used in the True Sword tournament. Khan ordered Mulan to be punished for breaking the rules of a warrior by dealing with evil spirits. He is imprisoned and awaits sentencing, where he will be confined to the dungeon for the rest of his life. His image and news will be suppressed and his limbs severed to prevent future problems. Mulan suffers as his sentence is read, knowing he'll never wield a sword again. Khan continues, saying Vincent deserves a reward, but the speaker hesitates. They took him to the main house after treatment, but he hasn't woken up in days. Vincent and Julian find themselves in a blank white space, surrounded by images. When Vincent wonders where they are, Julian replies, I don't know, I was brought here after you lost consciousness. But looking closely, I think we're inside Mulan's memories. We're trapped in Mulan's memories, but why? Julian responds that he wishes he knew and wonders if the dark sword technique used to defeat Mulan is related. He thinks to himself that this never happened in his past life. We've entered the memories of the man I struck down. Mulan made a deal with Ackling, and when I used the dark flash sword, this connection is strange. A sound from a frame behind him catches his attention. I told you I didn't want to go. Inside, Mulan is talking to Vagon, saying, I'm the strongest of the 9th class, why do I have to train to control the Thunder Force Protector? It seems he was talking to Grand Preceptor Vagon before we arrived. The Grand Preceptor says that Mulan is one of Adelka's most esteemed sons, and asks if he intends to make a fool of himself in the preliminaries, adding that, if he doesn't want to end his life there, he should immediately demonstrate the Thunder Force avatar. Vincent realizes that's why Vice Principal Ba Khan released Mulan, and reluctantly agrees to comply. But looking closely, I think we're inside Mulan's memories. We're trapped in Mulan's memories, but why? Mulan's every move was being watched from within the frame, but suddenly, a black aura appeared behind him. Vincent turned around and asked, What now, Julian? But the boy isn't there. The white is gone, replaced by a black void, and an arm embraces him as a familiar voice booms, Why won't you die, my son? It's the image of his mother from his past life, and Vincent clutches his head in pain, realizing these are his memories. Among them, familiar faces began to appear, Nidia, Falcon, and even Aslan, but they were all drifting away from him, and Vincent wondered what happened after my death 500 years ago. Before he could get an answer, a sword pierced his chest. Vincent realized, yes, there was one more person here. It was Karine, and that sword thrust was his doing, his body now imprisoned by bone chains in a dungeon. This is the Samian family prison, the life behind stone walls he once knew. Outside the iron bars, a voice says, You did nothing wrong, power cannot hide the truth. This makes him wonder who is that person. It's Aslan, with tears in his eyes, and a promise I will fight for you even if it takes a while. Vincent recognizes him, softly speaks his name, and stares in disbelief as Aslan walks across the stone floor. And before him stood a mature Aslan, elegant yet sorrowful. Vincent still wondered who was this. Is that Aslan? Come to think of it, the last time I saw him was in prison, and I've never seen Aslan as an adult like this. The figure spoke. Aslan is Julian. Hearing this, he frantically asked, What? What did you say, Aslan? Say it again. Despite Vincent's desperate questioning, all he received was one sentence, Let's meet again. 500 years later, no matter what happens, an Aslan wielding a sword along with Vincent bound and kneeling, a centuries-old promise, and the dawn breaks. Still dazed and full of doubt, with the sun shining brighter than ever, Vincent shot up, shouting and reaching forward. Back to reality, he awakens from a long coma. Vincent sits in a spacious room, sunlight streaming in as thoughts of Aslan swirl in his mind. he heard someone mutter. What did he do to me? Julian, seeing Vincent awake, asked, Are you all right? I was so worried when you suddenly disappeared. He raised his hand examining it, and replied, I'm fine. It seems my body has been healed. But many questions lingered in his mind about the memories that had just surfaced. He wondered if the adult Aslan had visited him before his death. Lost in thought, he was startled by the sound of a dropped towel. Sari and Vincent, his loyal servants, look on in astonishment as their young master awakens after days. Overcome with emotion, tears well up in their eyes, though the scene is somewhat comical. They both rush to embrace their young master, overjoyed at his awakening. Vincent wept, saying he feared he'd never wake again. Sari, on the other hand, was more gentle, smiling as she embraced his six-pack abs. Vincent was stunned by their over-the-top reaction, but he smiled. Thank you for your concern. Their tender moment was interrupted by a voice. Oh dear, did I come at a bad time? The female city lord stood there watching and remarking, Am I interrupting a touching moment? She then formally introduced herself. I am City Lord Heka Kibel. It's a pleasure to meet you. Vincent humbly acknowledges her high position, but the straightforward woman dismisses the formalities, saying, Just call me sister. Vincent wondered why she was there, and what about the city, to which Heka smiled, saying she was there to report an incident. She added that Vagon could handle the city better than her, so not to worry, and that she should stay away from paperwork. She continued saying they planned to work with him on some business ventures in the central region, and would return in about 3 days. Heoga then smiled mischievously. Vincent, your sister wants to ask you for a small favor. With a serious expression, she asks if he's willing to fight the young master of the Samian family. Vincent is shocked. She wants him to fight the Samian family's young master. She explained that she wanted him to compete in the Jiao Hiao gathering, and he wondered what that was. It's where the Samian and Adenka families meet for martial arts competitions, an event so grand that both patriarchs attend. And this year's exchange meeting will be held in Hue City, meaning the young master and patriarch of the Samian family will appear in our city. He's stunned to hear about the current head of the Samian family, wondering why they're only mentioning this now. Heoga explained that Mao Long was originally scheduled to participate in the match, but things have changed. You are the only direct descendant close enough in age and skill level to qualify. He wondered if the stage Vagan mentioned was this exchange meeting. Heoga added that his opponent was the 6th child of the Samian family, a genius with the potential to become the next patriarch. Everyone, even Maroon, doubts they can win. Besides, Diaha's second-place finish, no one has ever won at the exchange meeting, so don't feel pressured. Just see it as a chance to gain experience. Hearing this, Vincent smiled and retorted, If I step into the arena intending to lose to the Samian family, then I'd be going against the will of the Adenka house. Hearing the confidence in the boy's voice, Hika looked at him with new eyes. She approached and ruffled his hair, saying he would strive to win, and that she liked his way of thinking. Patriarch Khan, having overheard, stepped in to ask if he would take responsibility for his words. Seeing the head of the family, his own father standing there with a stern look, he answered honestly, I believe I've already shown you how I take responsibility through the True Sword tournament. Khan approached the pressure between the two events incomparable. Vincent smiled confidently, promising his father he would return victorious. He chuckled softly, his stern gaze fixed on his son. Well, said I await your news. Khan and Heosa departed, leaving Vincent exhausted from the battle and nursing his wounds. Now we must be going. Get some rest. As the door slammed shut behind them and they walked down the hall, the patriarch turned and asked, Come to think of it, we haven't rewarded Vincent yet, have we? Hoka was startled. Oh, right. Have you decided on the reward? Khan replied that he would accompany her back to Blood City, then turned to Hoka, saying that they would inscribe Vincent's name on the monument there and that he would do it himself. Hearing this, Hika was shocked. Engrave a name. Really, in Blood City, there's a massive monument where the names of Adenka's heroes are carved. Those with great achievements have their names etched upon it. I know Vincent has accomplished a great feat, but recall no one has ever had their name engraved at level 9. Except for Dia. Am I right? Brother Khan offered no further explanation, saying he would see her in 9 days. Vincent lay in bed lost in thought about America and the upcoming inter-school meet where he would face the heirs of the Samian family. For 500 years, the Adenka family has dreamed of surpassing the Samian family, and now we'll see how their strength measures up. He sits up and calls for Julian, realizing he knows nothing about his opponent. He asks, Do you know anything about the 6th son of the Samian family? Julian pondered, unsure, as he never imagined Mulan's transformation, and paid no attention to the exchange meeting. Vincent wondered if their power levels were not significantly different. What were their chances of defeating him? We haven't fully grasped our swordsmanship yet, so it's nearly impossible, but I think there's still a small chance. Ideally, you'd reach 3 stars, but your opponent was trained to Samian standards, so he'll be at least 3 stars. Vincent thinks to himself that the difference in power is definitely huge. Then suddenly throws off his blanket and shouts out of nowhere. Vincent stood there, beginning to warm up his body, stretching his joints. Julian worried. Didn't father say your injuries are still severe, and you need to rest? He turned back and smiled. My body is completely healed. I just can't use magic during training, right? Julian sulked. honestly, take care of my body, you ugly fake. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by faint blue wisps. With nimble footwork and staff in hand, Vincent trained with unwavering diligence and resolve. He thought to himself to reach the level of the Samuel family. In this era, the emotions I have for this battle, even the emotions for my past life. Lost in thought in the training yard, a familiar figure approached and spoke. This really brings back memories. The first time we met with a sword in your hand was right here. Vincent turned towards the voice he recognized. It was Rayvon with a bright smile. Long time no see, Lord Vincent. After a long time apart, the two share tea, and Rayvon asks Han Vincent about his grave injuries, saying he's glad to see him well. Vincent replies with thanks, surprised by the visit. Rayvon then reports on his search, adding that he's found some things regarding what Vincent asked him about. Hearing this, Vincent slams his hand on the table and asks, "Really? You found out what happened 500 years ago? Really?" Rayvon smiles and replies, "Yes, of course. I've discovered a few things, though. I'm not entirely sure about them." Vincent wonders, "What do you mean?" Rayvon continued saying he was curious about his family, noting that no one else had any martial arts talent and that their family's size, wealth, and resources were far better than other influential families. Rayvon continued, but he couldn't surpass Vincent in a sparring match, he thought to himself. Then he asked Vincent if he didn't find it odd that his father had no martial arts talent or anything special. And he's been a key, consistent member of the True Sword tournament for years. Rayvon continued. After pressing him, my father finally gave me an answer. He said, "All right, one day you'll be the successor. Follow me, Rayvon." Rayvon's father led him to a bookshelf, prompting Rayvon's curious question. "Where are we going, father?" His father used magic to touch the bookshelf, and it immediately began to move. Behind the bookshelf was a passageway, and he told Rayvon that even the Adenka clan leader couldn't enter without his permission. Rayvon asked in astonishment what this place was, and his father explained that it was the underground library containing Adenka's history unknown to the world. He continued, "All records of Adenka from its origins, the history of its light and shadow are stored here. Our family's high status in the clan is thanks to maintaining this precious archive through generations. For 500 years this archive has been a closely guarded secret. If this knowledge were to be leaked, only our family would suffer the consequences, because we maintain this knowledge as our business." Rayvon seems surprised by something. "Ah, it's a thick purple book also named Heisley. So these are the Heisley family records that have been preserved, a fact that delights Vincent. He thought if that's the case, there might be records in there to prove his innocence. But Rayvon cut short Vincent's expectations, saying he must first succeed his father as head of the family before he could show them to him. "That won't be for a while," Vincent replies, "but it's still helpful." He asks worriedly, "But are you okay? This is confidential information about your family's business." Rayvon smirks, saying he bet his life on that day, so there's no need to think about it. Vincent smiles, thanking Rayvon. Rayvon suddenly turned around as if to grab something. "Oh, right, I almost forgot this important thing," as Vincent glared at him. He took out a blue crystal, a magic crystal. Rayvon explained that he went to fix the broken sword, and the craftsman asked him to give this to Vincent. Suddenly the stone glowed, revealing a bearded man who said, "Well, I don't know if this thing still works. It's been a while." Vincent was overjoyed to see him. "Mr. Hudson, how have you been?" But as soon as he asked, Hudson disappeared. Rayvon explained that it was just a pre-recorded message stored in the crystal. He doesn't know it's an expensive astronomical crystal. Vincent, caught off guard, stammered, "Of course I knew that. Just kidding." Hudson reappeared. "I'm leaving this message to tell you some things I've discovered. Oh, and keep this magic crystal. It has the basic function of storing image messages." Then smiling, he recounted what he now knew about the dragon bone after his research and recollection. "Frankly, it's not that sinister, but I discovered I couldn't forge a perfect dragon bone." Hudson continued, "Do you remember the fruit incident I found the cause? When I started mixing the blood lotus and dragon bone to forge the sword, I used an eternal flame to forge it. As you know, dragon bones absorb the spiritual energy of their user, and a great god gave that flame the name Steadfast Flame. It seems the dragon bone absorbed a part of that flame and caused the explosion. In truth, it's impossible to forge the dragon bone normally. It's beyond my abilities right now. The materials and the fire in the forge are unstable. But I can make a hammer out of the dragon bone you gave me. After testing a small piece of the azure dragon bone, I found that the power it absorbed was completely stable, with no signs of a burst, which surprised me quite a bit. But if we do that, we won't have anything left to use as material for your sword. With that special hammer, I think there's a chance we can forge a sword for you. That's what I wanted to tell you. That's all for now. If you need anything, send a message through that kid, Revan." And with that, he vanished. Bintran pondered if he had more dragon bones he could forge the perfect dragon bone sword. Revan stood up, saying he was returning to the workshop having forgotten his sword there, and offered to relay any messages. Bintran stood up. "Tell him to forge a hammer with that dragon bone, and I'll find more to make a perfect sword." Revan smirked. "I knew you'd say that." The two shake hands. Revan bids farewell, telling him to take care before the scene shifts to a mansion. Julian trailed behind Bintran, muttering, "Revan Hassan, all useless information." But Bintran countered, "Not so, Julian. That's everything we need to know right now. The rest is up to me. I need to get stronger for the upcoming competition. Bin Tran ponders, and the beginning of my rise is to defeat the sixth son of the Samian family. He resolves, Julian, we must defeat the sixth son of the Samian family. Can't you think of any way to make me stronger? Julian sighed. You always do this, face a superior opponent and expect me to come up with a solution. Bin Chen retorted. Will you help me or not? Julian pointed out. There's no way right now. We're barely on par with Milan and can hardly overwhelm him. How can you expect to defeat someone even stronger? Bin Tran pondered, then spoke. You're right. Molan's lightning attribute is extremely difficult to deal with. Its wide and powerful attack range is enough to penetrate my defenses. Julian smirks. It's a start. We've seen the technique, even if only for a moment. Bin Chen frowns. Seeing it and being able to replicate it are two different things, Julian replied. That's just a human's memory, like yours. Bin Tran looked at Julian in surprise, behind whom was a large butterfly spirit, surrounded by smaller butterflies. Julian chuckled. But what if it's the memory of a god? Do you think it might be possible? Upon hearing this, Bin was overjoyed, asking if Julian truly had memories of the giant brain's mana flow. Julian chuckled, confirming he was absolutely certain. Bin immediately suggested they stop wasting time and go receive the blessing. Julian's face darkens. This is exactly why I'm standing here. That body is hardly blessed. He explains, mana from that brain is the most destructive of all elements, and the giant brain is the strongest of all the god brains. If we tried, now your body would be destroyed, not blessed. So before returning to the city, we must try to restore as much mana to you as possible. Julian laid down the rules for Vin Tran. No exercise, no training grounds, and absolutely no training methods from 500 years ago, or he wouldn't teach him the giant brain's mana flow. Vin Chen reluctantly agreed, promising to do nothing. Cut to 3 days later, in Blood City. Carriages are headed to Blood City, and someone inside one of them is saying it looks like they've finally arrived. Weren't they supposed to walk into the city for security reasons? Oh, that was a lie. It wouldn't hide this massive fortress anyway. It turns out Hoka and Vin Tran are talking, and Hoka explains the rules are just a formality for the welcoming holidays. You know you're an exception. Vin Tran replies. Understood. He looks out the window, noticing there seem to be more carriages than they started with. Hoega is surprised. Oops, did I forget to mention the engraving ceremony? Vin Tran is shocked. What cut to the Great Hall of Blood City, where a massive monument stands. It's erected in the center as a procession enters 2 flag bearers looking very solemn. Leading the group was a girl, and as she called roll, she announced, representing the first-year cadets, Hana Adelka, and 4 others assemble. Hana is the third daughter of the direct lineage, Hana Adelka. The blue, brown, and red flags were raised high, as voices echoed. All Class 2 cadets assemble. All Class 3 cadets assemble. All Class 4 cadets assemble. A brown-haired figure announced, representing Class 5, Abel Adelka, and 15 other cadets assemble. Abel Adelka is the 4th direct descendant son. Rows of people entered, and then the call went out. All cadets of Class 6 assemble. All cadets of Class 7 assemble. Another voice introduced Damien Adelka, representative of Class 8, and 15 other cadets. Damien Adelka being the 5th direct descendant. Vin Tran stood frozen, thinking, this is the first time I've seen the other direct descendants besides Mualan. They're all formidable. Especially Hannah, the representative for Cadet Class 1. She's so sharp she gives me goosebumps. Just then, footsteps approached, and a voice announced, representative of Cadet Class 9 Sabira and 19 others assemble. It was a purple-haired girl followed by someone carrying a yellow flag. Vin Tran thought to himself that everyone else was fine. Everyone began to whisper, Koma Night Eye was inscribed. Rumor has it the head of the family decided it himself. No way the head of the family would come here, would he? Suddenly, someone recognized the footsteps and turned around in admiration. Behind them, the head of the family appeared, and upon seeing him, someone shouted, It's the head of the Adenka family. Is it really him? The head of the family is here. He stepped onto the platform and commanded Vin Tran. Vin Tran Adenka stepped forward. Vin Tran approached Adenka, placing his hand over his heart, and said, I humbly accept this honor. In his heart he thought I never imagined I would receive such a wonderful gift. Meanwhile, Adenka thought, this isn't a gift, but something earned fairly. He then said, Give me the sword. Vin Tran handed him the sword, which he accepted with both hands. He drew his sword and declared that he would now carve with Vin Tran's sword, making a swift stroke as he glared ahead. He swung the sword channeling mana towards the monument, unleashing an incredible surge of power. Vin Tran was astonished. He had simply channeled mana into the blade. Those below struggled against the immense power, a gale threatening to blow them away. A shocking display that left them sweating, realizing this was his father's strength. Meanwhile, Hannah remained stoic, with her hands behind her back, an Adenka of high rank. Then the power subsided, and the tip of the sword emitted a brilliant blue light. Etched upon the memorial the name Vin Tran Adenka. And all present paid their respects to his glorious title. He told Vin Tran never to forget the name Vin Tran Adenka. With a determined look, Vin Tran replied, I will never forget it. My name is Vin Tran Adenka. Later in the lounge, a discussion unfolds. That was amazing. A group of cadets sit in a circle taking turns to exclaim, "The Lord was so cool, he's definitely a true Adenka, thank goodness Vin Tran is okay." Suddenly Sabira popped her head in and asked if anyone had seen Vin Tran. Shizen replied that he hadn't come by, and wasn't he talking to her on the second floor. Sabira, both defiant and responsive, said she was planning a celebration but couldn't find him anywhere. Shizen then wondered if he might be at the training grounds. No way, Sabira denies he just got back. Elsewhere, Vin Tran is drenched in sweat. Vin Tran sits focused on controlling his mana, while Julian stands behind him, guiding him open all the meridians in that direction. You must feel 3 points. And from here, times sniff times, this is important, times sniff times, hearing the sniffles. Vin Tran turns to see Julian. It turns out Julian is crying loudly from emotion. I can't do it, even someone like me who's always called useless, has their name engraved. Vin Tran sighs. He turned to Julian and asked if it wasn't something to celebrate. Julian, with tears streaming down his face, replied that of course it was his father, had finally acknowledged him as his son, and Vin Tran wasn't affected at all. Vin Tran stares off into the distance, slapping his thigh. Didn't I tell you? We have so much more to achieve. We can't cry or laugh over such trivial matters. He returns to his focused stance, encouraging Julian. Stop sniffling. We need the blessing of the giant brain to meet your father's expectations. Tears streaming down his face, Julian agrees that they must work hard, and after regaining his composure, he continues to guide Vin Tran, telling him to focus on connecting the 3 points into a triangle, which Vin Tran then attempts. After a moment, a golden triangle forms and a massive lightning bolt strikes Vin Tran's room. The light is blinding. Has he succeeded? A massive golden figure appears before Vin Tran and Julian, who asks, the brain giant overjoyed. Julian exclaims, "We did it, my friend, we've received the blessing." Tears streaming down his face, Julian agrees that they must work hard, and after regaining his composure, he continues to guide Vin Tran, telling him to focus on connecting the 3 points into a triangle, which Vin Tran then attempts. The power grows stronger, causing Vin Tran even more pain. His eyes burn with fire, his face drenched in sweat, and he screams in agony. Julian is stunned, asking what's wrong, terrified and confused by what's happening. With his last bit of awareness, Vin Tran manages to speak. The lightning energy, it's overflowing. The brain giant slowly approaches. How interesting. A human seeking divine power on his own. Every era has its fools. The brain giant, imposing and powerful, clenches his fists as he stares at Vin Tran. Julian is furious, asking what is happening to him. The brain giant replies that Julian summoned him by activating the blessing, and he gave him what he wanted, nothing more, spirit. Julian angrily questions how a blessing could cause this, especially since they had full control over that power beforehand. The giant brain explained that his current body absorbs mana like a sponge, capable of taking in far more power than normal. Like a god, but this also causes overload. As Vin Tran continues to painfully absorb power, Julian anxiously asks the giant brain what they should do, saying, Vin Tran will die. The giant brain replies that they can simply stop the flow of mana, and the lightning will stop too. Julian hopeful agrees, but the giant brain cuts him off, saying that if they stop now, he won't bestow any blessings on him. He either dies or endures and receives the blessing, choose one. Vin Tran, though faltering, struggles to stand. Julian looks at him wondering how things came to this. This is absurd, Julian points at the giant brain saying, this makes no sense. The giant brain angrily asks, absurd, you summoned me and triggered the blessing. Does it make sense that you receive power you don't deserve? Know your place. This is the price you pay. And that stubborn fool hasn't stopped the flow of mana into his body. He knew this was both an opportunity and a challenge. He wouldn't receive any blessings if he stopped the mana flow now. Control the energy within you and balance it. You must do it before receiving my blessing. Julien, sweating profusely, thought, I can't just sit here while he's on the verge of death. My holy power may be weak, but I'll protect his heart and core as best I can. With that thought, Julien casts his spell. Immediately, Julien's energy transformed into butterflies covering Vincent's body, forming a shield around him. Julien rejoices that his energy has covered him, but the Tearset's mana immediately shatters Julien's energy shield. Julien grits his teeth, realizing he can't maintain this level of mana absorption for long, as lightning energy floods Vincent's body. He desperately tries to protect Vincent's heart, pleading for him to hold on, because if his heart explodes, they're both doomed. Suddenly, Julien's hand became translucent and blurry. He panicked, realizing he'd used too much holy energy and his body was dissolving. I don't want to die, but if I let go now, he will. Julien's power can't hold on any longer. The protective barrier has shattered completely. Vincent's heart seemed to explode, and he collapsed before Julien's horrified eyes. Someone please save us. Just then, the door creaked open and someone entered to find Vincent collapsed on the floor. Julien, tears streaming down his face, realized Cheven, the priestess who healed Harlone, sent by the fortress, was the one who opened the door. His voice could be heard by those with the power of the temple. Chevin, seeing Vincent lying motionless, asks young Master Vincent what happened. Julian sees that, even though Vincent is exhausted, the blessing triangle is still being maintained. He hasn't given up. Julian steels himself, resolving not to give up, declaring it's all or nothing with Vincent. Chevin asked in astonishment, "Were you the one who called me? Who are you?" Julian calmly instructed, "I am a god, acquainted with Vincent. Heal him quickly." But Chevin was struggling, "And I can't reach him with all this lightning surrounding him." Julian asked, "So, I just need to block the lightning, right? I'll block the lightning so it doesn't hit you. Meanwhile, heal Vincent." Chevin responds, "Understood." After discussing the plan, Julian continues to cast magic, and butterflies fly towards Vincent. Julian thinks, if the priest can heal him even a little, so I need to block these lightning bolts, keep them from attacking the priest. Hang in there, even if it's just a little strength, you have to endure it, Julian cries out now. Chevin, receiving the signal, immediately casts holy magic, chanting, "O light of Mother Earth, Gale." Vincent seems to feel the restoration, his lifeless eyes regaining their light. Cut to another room in Blood City Vagan's room where he senses someone approaching. "So you've come. Are you ready?" he asks. Ciri, her eyes filled with determination, bowed and replied, "Yes, please teach me magic, Lord Vagan." Vagan then asked if she remembered the duel between Vincent and Mulan. "When I saved you from those falling rocks, I sensed an incredibly powerful mana within you, Ciri. Like young Master Vincent, the mana you possess is beyond our current understanding of magic." Vagan stepped closer to Ciri, telling her that learning magic wouldn't be easy, and he's never been lenient with anyone. Ciri cautiously replied that she was still determined to learn. Young Master Vincent continues to grow, following a path where I can no longer heal him. All I can do is care for him when he returns riddled with injuries. With determination in her eyes, Ciri says, "I don't want things to be like this anymore. I want to help him, no matter how small the contribution. I just want to." Vagan, hearing Ciri's resolve, is pleased. "I understand. Young Master Vincent truly has a good servant. But as a servant, she needs Vincent's permission to learn." Suddenly, a golden light fills the room, followed by a loud crash, stunning Vagan and Ciri. Vagan shouts, asking what in the world is going on, as Ciri stammers in shock, Master Vincent." He had fallen from the upper floor to where Vagan and Ciri were talking, kneeling in the middle of the room, the impact creating a large hole and filling the room with dust. Vagan, seeing Vincent, confusedly asked, "Chevin, priest, Chevin, what is happening?" Chevin, drenched in sweat, chuckled, "Don't worry, Master Vincent is fine." Chevin continued, "I'm not entirely sure, but Master Vincent, having received a great opportunity, Vincent no longer appears to be in pain, and before him flows the new lightning mana he received from the giant's brain." A voice then asks Ciri if she wishes to learn magic. It was then that Vincent asked, waking up and looking well. Ciri knelt beside him, replying humbly, "Yes, if you agree, I can begin learning immediately." Julian whispered to Vincent that it was unheard of for a servant to be taught by such an outstanding mage, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he should allow it immediately. Vincent turned to Julian, sensing something was off, and Julian reassured him that he just needed some rest. Vincent asked Ciri if she would be all right, as learning magic wouldn't be easy. Ciri firmly replied that she would do anything to help him. Vincent agrees, telling Ciri to train hard, to which she excitedly thanks him. He then asks Vagan to take good care of Ciri, and Vagan assures him that he will teach her strictly. Vagan thinks to himself that after watching Mulan grow, he can confirm that what Vincent now possesses is great lightning, an extremely powerful lightning energy. He looks at Vincent, thinking that he's gotten stronger again, even Dodd, though Vagan only looked away for a moment. Vagan looks at Ciri and says, "Now that Vincent is safe, shall we plan your lessons?" Ciri agrees, and Vincent thinks to himself that he doesn't have a teacher, but now even Ciri does. "I haven't learned any of the swordsmanship that Aslan left to the Adenka family." Vagan turns to leave, but Vincent calls out, and Vagan turns back. Vincent steps forward, explaining that with the peace talks fast approaching, he needs to focus on training, and that a mentor will be assigned to him within the city. Vagan questions Vincent, asking what he means, what he's talking about. Doesn't he know he has to find a teacher himself? Vincent looks surprised, asking what he means. But this is an organization specifically for training members of the Adenka family. Vagan explains that it's just a learning environment and facilities. This place is first and foremost a city, Vincent. Elders from each family invest in a potential heir with a teacher. Sometimes a vice-elder will volunteer to take in direct descendants, and the elders in the family will personally come to teach. Don't tell me you're this old and still haven't found an elder to invest in you. Vagan sighed in frustration, wondering if he'd made the wrong choice, as Vincent turned to Julian. Julian asks just in case, but Julian bluntly says that no elder has favored them, so there's no hope. He fears saying it, but who would invest in a useless Vincent? It's something he truly can't do anything about. Vincent secretly wishes someone could help them. Meanwhile, Rai Elsa holds a letter, knowing there's only one place to turn. She examines the letter, wondering what Wilson wants, as he stammers nervously. It's a letter from young Master Vincent to the Lord. Rai Elsa stares at Wilson, saying that since he delivered it, it must be important, so why didn't he bring it directly to the Lord instead of going through her? Wilson trembled, stammering, "No, I don't have the courage to face the head of the family." Elsa sighed. "All right, I'll deliver the letter." Soon after, the letter was delivered to the head of the family. Elsa explained why she had brought the letter, as the head stood by the door reading. Elsa hesitantly approached the head of the family and asked, "Could you tell me what the letter says?" He replied, "It's a request to teach." Elsa worried, realizing she should have read the letter first, having been distracted by registering him in the tower. He interrupted her thoughts, saying he had obtained the Great Thunder Blessing Seal of Mo Long. "Do you understand why he sent me this letter? Isn't your son asking for your help? Because this is the only place he can ask for help now." The elder pondered this, then asked Elsa, "I heard you used to guide Vincent. Would you like to go?" But she shook her head. "No, I can't. I use the sword techniques of a ruined family, not a Denka's. If I teach him for too long, he'll only develop bad habits." After hearing Elsa's refusal, he asked, "Then what can I do to help Vincent?" Elsa smiles, and replies that there is a suitable person that the head of the family knows, a powerful Adenka swordsman, the former master of the Great Lightning, once known as the Lightning Lord. With your authority, if you could grant him access to the city, he could become young Master Vincent's teacher. Elsa confidently states that she can persuade him as he is her friend. The person she's referring to, White Sword Unit Vice Captain Merlin, is currently strolling through the training grounds. After walking a bit, he noticed something, a figure in the corner of the training grounds. It reminded him of his meeting with Vincent. It had already been months. Merlin closed his eyes, smiling as he wondered what the young master was up to. Suddenly, Elsa appeared, interrupting his thoughts, and asked if he was taking a stroll. Merlin wondered why Elsa was here as she greeted him. Later, the two entered a room, and Merlin, after hanging up his coat, inquired, "You're not just here to ask what I'm doing, are you? You want to offer me a job. Where?" Elsa replies that he's a coach in the Yellow Dragon team. Merlin sighs, sitting down, saying the team name doesn't even have the word sword anymore, and apologizes, refusing the offer. Elsa quickly added, "There's someone I really want you to teach." Merlin asked, puzzled, "Who?" Elsa replied that it was the incompetent young master Vincent, and asked if he knew him, to which he looked surprised. Elsa added that the elders ignored him, but he was too young, and because he had little potential to become the head of the family, no one wanted to teach him. Merlin crossed his arms, bowed slightly, and said thank you for the offer, but no. Before he could answer, Elsa interrupted, revealing that Vincent had received the Great Lightning Blessing, leaving Merlin in shock. After a moment of hesitation, he admitted he was intrigued. "But there are too many reasons I can't take this job. The elders dislike me, and push me around, and you want me to teach someone. The elders haven't even chosen." Elsa smirks, suggesting why don't we try something. Young Master Vincent is about to duel young Master Samian. If he wins, he'll become his teacher. Cut to a few days later at the D7 training session, where Vincent is still determinedly training despite his exhaustion. He thought to himself that it wasn't enough. He had to make the great lightning power completely his own. Then he raised his sword again, to gather power into the blade. He quickly realized the problem: there wasn't enough lightning energy to cover the entire sword. He needed to break it down into smaller bolts like rain needles. He had to intensify it even more. With that thought, Vincent amplified the power of the great lightning, but he still couldn't control it, and it erupted even more violently. A bolt of lightning struck towards him, but luckily he dodged it in time. Julian sighed beside him. He still couldn't control it, and Julian crossed his arms, observing the massive room that Vincent had wrecked in his chaotic days. Vincent gazed at the lightning crackling on his arm. "I can feel the thunderous energy coursing through every fiber of my being, but controlling it is still too difficult." Julian wondered, how can that idiot control such volatile lightning? Julian continues, "This intensity isn't even considered amplified electricity, it's just electricity. The results aren't what we hoped for considering all the effort we've put in." But Vincent smiles. "That's right, even though you've practiced so hard, sacrificing so much." Julian blushed. "Auntie, you heard all that." Flustered, Julian waved his hands. Forget it all." Vincent smiled, closing his eyes. "Don't be embarrassed, I exist for you, remember." Vincent turned to Julian and asked if he remembered Elsar's response, which was, "My apologies, young master. Given the current situation, it seems we won't be able to find a teacher before the coming-of-age ceremony, first, because of the invitees' personal reasons, and second, because of the elders' influence. They don't want you interfering with the ranks they've arranged. The Council of Elders exists to curb the family head's power, so even the head can't control this. I'd love to help, but I can't leave my position as chief for so long." At this year's exchange meeting, Vincent, looking displeased, decides they'll have to rely on their own strength. No, their combined strength, making the most of their swordsmanship and other skills. Julian seems to remember something, realizing they still have another option. Vincent asked in surprise, "Another way? What way?" Julian suggested, "The Samian swordsmanship. You used to be a Samian, right? You used it at the Hassan meeting." Vincent hesitated, arms crossed. "I can use it, but what about the consequences? If they see I'm proficient with Samian swordsmanship, we'll be dragged back to where my mother is." Julian considered it and agreed. "That's true. It's a difficult situation." Vincent sighs, using a past life swordsmanship is impossible. Suddenly, he realizes something, a skill from his past life. He ponders, what if it's his skill? Can he even use it at his current level? Cut to the Samian territory, the main arena of the Samian family, where a white tiger is bound by chains. It growls with sharp teeth at a young blonde man in a red robe standing before it. Is that the five-eyed white tiger, the monster of the frozen wastes that the Adenkas must defeat to enter Blood Castle? The young man spoke, his voice quite raised. There you are. A bald man with a long beard entered, and his opponent for the exchange meeting had been chosen. You've been chosen, Vincent Adenka, the seventh son, also known as the Inept One, a direct descendant who suddenly rose to prominence, his talent and reputation within the clan growing rapidly. For the Samian family, this exchange meeting is more harm than good. If you win, nothing changes, but if you lose, we'll suffer utter humiliation. What people want to see is the underdog's touching moment of rising up and winning. What are you planning? While they were talking, the blue-eyed white tiger broke free. Breaking free, it lunged towards the blonde youth as a magic circle, with a sword appeared, radiating green energy. I must completely overwhelm him. At the same time, his sword strikes tore the blue-eyed white tiger to shreds, blood splattering everywhere. He was confident, I will make the entire kingdom know. That touching story never existed. He is the sixth child, a direct descendant of the great Samian. Scene change, Sabira clutches a blue gem, tripping as she runs. Her cheeks flushed, she wonders if Vincent will like her gift. Opening the door, she cheerfully asks if Vincent is there, but something shocks Sabira, her eyes widening. An immense power overwhelms her for a moment. Then a deafening sound erupts, and the ground trembles. Scene change, Sabira clutches a blue gem, tripping as she runs. Her cheeks flushed, she wonders if Vincent will like her gift. Vincent appears, wielding a massive sword, crackling with power, plunged into the ground, its energy intensifying as he grips it tighter. Sabira wondered about the power radiating from Vincent. What skill was that? It was as if he wielded a different sword entirely, not the Blood Lotus. Vincent, seeing the crystal, asked if the next reward was an enchanted crystal, to which Sabira replied that what was on it was the important thing. Samyin's sixth son, Kagan's practice match was recorded in this crystal. Hearing this, Vincent excitedly grabbed Sabira's hand, thanking her profusely, a gesture that made her blush. It was nothing. Still flustered, she cautioned him, but be careful at the end. Vincent asked why. Sabira explains that it's a bit brutal as the crystal illuminates, replaying Kagan's fight in vivid detail, captivating everyone. Vincent remarked that no matter how many times he saw it, the technology of this era was still admirable. Julian teased Vincent, who was acting like an old man. Suddenly, Vincent's eyes widened, and Julian anxiously asked if something was wrong. Vincent was staring at Kagan. He explains that Kagan will place his left foot there and attack the lower body, but it's just a feint. With a swift move, he forces his opponent into a defensive position, and hidden within his rapid strikes is a devastating blow. He shattered his opponent's sword, forcing him to surrender, but even after his opponent yielded, he didn't stop. Suddenly, Vincent's eyes widened, and Julian anxiously asked if something was wrong. Vincent was staring at Kagan. Vincent wondered why Sabira shielded her eyes from the brutality. What a heartless bastard. Vincent frowned, recalling everything. Why did he act exactly like Karen? Kagan arrogantly declares that surrender is not enough, as he brutally impales his opponent, coldly stating that this is the price for challenging a Samian. Vincent is determined to meet Kagan Samian, as the scene shifts to a hall where people in black robes are gathering. The murmurs below prompt the woman at the head to bang on the table, demanding order. She begins, "We are honored to welcome the mages who have gathered here for the exchange meeting." She is the captain of the Anbekto Mage Association, and as everyone knows, the exchange meeting consists of 3 stages. A treasure hunt to seek out treasures within a magically sealed dungeon, a conquest to fight against pre-captured monsters, and finally, a mock battle, considered the highlight of the exchange meeting. We will take charge of the first stage, the treasure hunt. Now I will decide what kind of magical beasts we will create. Suddenly, Vagon raised his hand. May I speak? Anbekto replied, yes, on behalf of Blood City. Vagon picked up the paper and read, in our Blood City, considering the level of the 2 young masters, we would like to nominate a level 8 reptile or demon. Vagon thought to himself that this type of monster would be challenging enough for the 3-star martial artists to punish, and they would be just right for the first stage. Another person raised their hand, and Anbekto said, yes, you may speak. He proposed members of the 6 Laws platform we nominate the level 8 fractal giant beast. Vagon exclaimed in shock. What fractal? Vagon points. Are you kidding me? Colossal beasts are for 4- and 5-star martial artists. The other man sneers. Why so angry? It's the first social gathering in millennia. We need some excitement. Isn't that both our responsibilities? Vagon retorts furiously. You already have the advantage, yet you dare speak of responsibility. Using a giant beast is just for you to show off your young master. The other man challenges him. If you keep making excuses, I suggest you just give up Blood Citadel. Vagon, clenching his fist and unleashing his power, realizes the Samyan family has found themselves a loyal dog. Not backing down, the other man begins to cast magic, retorting, "How dare you insult the magic sanctum while bearing the pagoda name? You wound me, Vagon Pagoda." Ambedo, enraged, declares that the young master will participate in the mock battle, not them, and that they will settle the matter by vote. "Those who wish to use the fractal, raise your hands." Hearing this, Vagon turned around to see half the people there raising their hands. He gritted his teeth, thinking, these bastards are all in on it. Ambedo claps, declaring that the competition will be decided by majority vote. She smirks, thinking they're all dogs of the Samyan family, and announces that they will proceed with preparing the fractal giant beast. Meanwhile, Herkar seethes with inner turmoil as she sits buried in paperwork at the D1 faculty meeting room. Herkar asked Vagon about the Samyan family's guest list, and Vagon, buried in documents, said it was right there. Looking at the documents, Herkar sighed wearily. This is such exploitation. I wouldn't have become a city lord if I knew it would be this hard. She collapsed on the table, defeated. Vagon, still working diligently, said to Herkar, "If you keep pushing me, aren't I helping you?" Herkar suddenly realized something, and asked about the preparations for the first trial, asking if he was still planning to use illusions. Vagon sighed wearily, telling her not to remind him. He recounts Anbekto's words, all mages not from Blood City, including the Mage Guild's president, have been bribed by the Samyan family. Herkar, hearing this, rests her chin on her hand, saying, "So that's why they look so gloomy." Vagon pondered, saying it's one thing that the 6th magic tower is in their territory, but to manipulate the entire mage association. Herkar stretched and approached Vagon, saying those backstabbers might as well be great demons. Vagon hesitates, saying that as long as Vin Chen wins all the remaining challenges, things will be set right. Herkar is startled, asking what he just said. "Vagon, have you really been swayed? Do you truly believe Vin Chen can win?" Vagon hesitates, replying, "Well, if the Adenka family wins, wouldn't that be more beneficial for us?" Herkar's eyes light up. The Aiden family's young master had less than a 10% chance of winning. "I remember you saying that when Aiden was just a candidate." Vagon turns away, avoiding her gaze. "Did I really say that?" Herkar playfully chokes Vagon. "Looks like our strategist is charmed by Vin Tran. Why not just offer him sponsorship? Are you trying to seduce me, or just make your sister jealous?" Vagon gritted his teeth. "What sister are you talking about?" Vagon uses his power to teleport in front of the door, telling her to finish her work before flirting. Tomorrow is the Star Hyo meeting, and he slams the door, leaving Herkar speechless. With flushed cheeks, Herkar stood still and whispered, "But I'm serious." The next day was the clan meeting, and all three, Vin Tran, Vagon, and Herkar, were present. Those nearby whispered, "Is that Vin Tran Adenka?" "It must be. Clearly he's just here to fill in for Mulan Adenka, who couldn't attend today." The Adenka family was already at a disadvantage, but now their situation is even more dire. Vin Tran thought to himself, Kagan Samian, his attitude and demeanor are almost 100% like Karin. Are we imagining things, or has the young master of Samian arrived, opening the gate, which immediately swings open? Kagan strides confidently into the hall. He smugly says it's a pleasure to meet a citizen of Blood City. He walks up to face Vin Tran, saying, "And you, Vin Tran, I am Kagan, the 6th son of the Samian family." He extends his hand, and Vin Tran returns the gesture. Vin Tran, a cadet of the Blood Castle, and Kagan shake hands. Those around them commented on how well the two got along, surprised that Vin Tran didn't look down on him. Kagan smiles, saying it's always great to be friends with a fellow recruit. Vin Tran smiles back, agreeing. Vin Tran smiled outwardly, but inwardly thought, this is annoying. There's nothing particularly strange about him, so why do I feel so uneasy? Kagan expresses his hope that Vin Tran can prove his strength. Meanwhile, Vin Tran calmly replies that he agrees with him, shocking Kagan. What? Vin Tran smirks, eager to see Kagan Samian demonstrate his abilities. Vagan, standing behind, marvels at Vin Tran's audacity in provoking Kagan. Thinking of victory, the crowd is excited. Even though the battle hasn't begun, the exchange between the two has already started. The battle begins, and cheers erupt from within the arena, as people chant Samian's name, professing their love for Master Kagan. Herka held the crystal in her hand and shouted, "Begin." Herka approached Vin Tran and Kagan, announcing the official start of the engagement ceremony. The first challenge is a treasure hunt. Each contestant will enter a magical space and recover chests like this one. The battle begins, and cheers erupt from within the arena, as people chant Samian's name, professing their love for Master Kagan. Herka elaborated on the rules. Each contestant would take turns choosing 2 9th-rank cadets to assist them during the challenge. Herka placed her hand on Vin Tran's shoulder. The loser of the previous inter-school meet, the Adenka family, will choose cadets first. She approaches Vin Tran and whispers, "You were going to pick the representative Sealbira first, right? Just so you know, the second strongest cadet is..." Vin Tran cuts in with a smile. "I choose the 2 cadets, Sezen and Haman, for my team." Herka cries out in shock. What? What did you just say?" Her scream echoes throughout the arena. Seeing the awkwardness, she quickly apologized for her outburst. Nearby, 2 people wondered aloud who Sezen and Haman were, as another checked the roster, saying, "I'll check the cadet list." These 2 are the bottom 2 recruits from Class 9, Sezen and Haman, who step forward timidly. They look so weak. No, if they were chosen, there must be something more to them than meets the eye. Herka, bewildered, placed a hand on Vin Tran's shoulder. Cadet Vin Tran, are you sure about choosing those two? With a smile, Vin Tran replied confidently. Herka whispered closely, I hope you're not planning to use them as an excuse for failure or I'll be disappointed. With a sly look, Vin Tran replied, that's not all. The first reason I chose them is because I don't want Master Kagan to have any excuses for his failure. Kagan stammered. Huh. Vin Tran continued, the second reason is that although they are distant, they both carry the blood of the Adenka family. But the important thing is to defeat Sambila's people with the blood of the first family head Aslan. Sambila replies, this might be a little, but because I thought you would choose me, I was a little sad. Sambila reveals her sadness. Vin Tran stands up and looks at Sambila, saying, I completely trust and respect you, and thanks to your guidance, I was able to defeat Mulan. So do your best at the gathering. Sambila wonders what he means as he thought Vin Tran wouldn't choose him. Vin Tran confidently replies that it was just to provoke Kagan, so he could turn that provocation into complacency, and he would defeat him with that complacency. In that case, he's certain. Back in the present, Kagan is praising Vin Tran, saying, well done. Then I'll choose these two cadets, he arrogantly declares, and I'll teach you the consequences of arrogance, Vin Tran. Vin Tran smirks. Excellent choice, Kagan. Kagan watches Vin Tran thinking that the stage is set for the Samian family's victory, wondering what Vin Tran is trying to prove. He decides to trust Vin Tran and his efforts in this round. The guy who initially argued about Samian's monster selection looks worried. What's wrong? Why did he give up his right to choose his representative? Kagan placed his hand on his shoulder, telling him to be ready. And Gon glanced at him, noticing his worry, asking if he was eager to begin the first round. He stammered in reply, yes, and then men in black robes began to cast spells. A magic gate opened, and Hosier excitedly shouted, it begins now. We begin the first round of the Interguild meeting a perilous hunt. Vin Tran leads Shizan and Haman into a cave. As Haman nervously exclaims his fear, Shizan asks Vin Tran if she should use the glowing crystal, and Vin Tran says that he needs it, and thanks her. Under the crystal's light, the three continued their journey, while on the other side, Kagan had also begun his. He's accompanied by Sapira and another cadet. Sapira approaches him and asks Master Kagan, do you need light? He curtly replied, it's fine, Cadet Representative Sapira. He turned and added, also, could you two please keep your distance from me? Sapira was disgruntled, thinking, does he think he can handle everything himself? He's underestimating us. Outside the arena, the audience was bored watching the two teams. Are they still searching? I guess so. How boring. If a giant monster appeared, things would get a lot more interesting. Heka and Vagon observe the two teams, Heka noting their completely different approaches. Vincent sees his teammates as companions, unlike Kagan Sambian. Meanwhile, on Vincent's team, Heyman suddenly asks Vincent if they can really help him, considering how far they've come. Vincent smiles gently, reassuring them that they are excellent cadets who have overcome their fears. Just then, something ambushes Vincent's team from above, creating a massive explosion that sends all three of them flying. Heyman and Saizen fell to the ground, stunned. Saizen struggled to sit up, clutching his head and asking what happened, his eyes wide with shock. A massive beast with 2 fangs and a huge horn stood before them, and Saizen asked in fear, what is that? As the beast roared, Saizen realized it was the giant monster, panicking and wondering if everything was still going according to plan, while Haman looked around in fear, asking where Vincent was. Could he be buried under all that rubble? They both cried out Vincent's name, and he suddenly appeared saying, I'm here. He charges at the giant beast, his eyes burning with determination, and slashes his sword across its shoulder, causing it to roar in pain. It collapses backward in pain, and Saizen and Haman run towards him shouting, Vincent! Vincent immediately yells back, Saizen, Haman now. They understood the signal and agreed to proceed with the plan, telling him to go find the treasure and leave the monster to them as they held their drums. They began beating the drums to lure the monster, taunting, over here you big oaf. Saizen beat the drum thinking Fraster is a giant monster with poor eyesight. It will automatically react to loud noises from the drum. Saizen and Haman beat the drums and ran for their lives to attract the monster. Saizen told Haman, lead him back to where we came from, Haman. Vincent watches them with pride, saying they were brave enough, and now it's time to find the treasure, as he quickly flies away from the monster. Herkar, sweating, cries out, no, Vincent, you can't do that. Vagan adds worriedly that it's called a treasure hunt, but the most important thing is to show off their fighting skills. Seeing this, the Samyern family's representative smirked, guessing that he had completely misunderstood the true meaning behind this round. Vincent is flying quickly to find the treasure when he suddenly notices something. It's a chest, he exclaims. There's the treasure. Suddenly something massive slams into him. Herkar, sweating, cries out, no, Vincent, you can't do that. Vagan adds worriedly that it's called a treasure hunt, but the most important thing is to show off their fighting skills. Another giant monster, this one with 2 horns and only 1 eye, immediately charged, unleashing a powerful strike that created an explosion of earth and stone. A blinding halo of light erupts, carrying immense healing power from within the explosion, and Vincent must run to evade its attack. Nguyen Giang realizes that with 2 giants saving a strike of absolute sword for the plan, will be much more difficult as the monster has already detected Vincent's path. With lightning speed, the monster reaches out and grabs Vincent, who realizes it's even faster than the one he faced before keeping up with the speed of ice movement. The giant's hand slams into the rock, creating a massive explosion. Outside, Vagan watches with growing concern. What's going on? Why is there another fractal? Vagan glances at the Samian family representative who smirks arrogantly. Oh dear, I think we made a mistake from the start. Enraged, Vagan grabs him by the collar, asking why he, a green tower, would resort to such dirty tactics. A hand lands on Vagan's shoulder, urging him to stop. That arm belongs to Herka, and she reminds Vagan that there are too many eyes here. If they cause a scene now, they'll be at a disadvantage. She understands his anger, but it won't change anything. Vagan suppresses his anger, replying softly, I understand. The representative Samian raises his voice, not like the rumors say you're quite calm. Fitting for the title of Blood City Manager. Herka gives him a cold stare. She frowned, annoyed, wondering when this would end, and reminding that bastard to stay behind. Sabira, wide-eyed with shock, exclaimed in surprise, Oh my god. A massive green beast, freshly wounded, was all she could see, blood gushing from its arm, where Kagan had struck, soaring through the air, sword in hand, unleashing a torrent of power. That power unbalances the monster, nearly toppling it over. The giant beast's face is bruised black and blue, and Kagan scoffs. What the hell is that it? Kagan smirks, hoping for something more interesting, saying it's too easy for a giant, when suddenly another giant appears behind him. Sabira cried out in alarm. There are two giants. What's happening? Be careful, Master Kagan. But Kagan stood still, drawing his sword, ready to unleash his swordsmanship. First form, he smirks confidently. Ripping winds, he flies up, unleashing a flurry of slashes at the monster. His slashes tore into the monster's hand, shattering it into hundreds of pieces as he charged towards the second beast, leaping up its arm. His feet pound through the air each step, bringing him closer to the monster's face. He's confident. Let's see how long it can last. Kagan slashes the monster across the face. A cloud of dust erupts as the beast falls, stunning his companions. Sabira thought to herself, even though it's infuriating to hear he really is strong. No one else here could change Kagan's outcome. Kagan smirks, taunting the beast. Don't overreact. Get up. I have plenty more moves to show you. Sabira hopes Vincent is alright. Meanwhile, the monster relentlessly pursues Vincent, its earth-shaking footsteps causing the ground to tremble. Julian, right beside Vincent, scratches his head in frustration. Damn it, why? Why isn't anything going according to plan? Vincent reassures him. Stay calm, we need to figure something out, Julian. Julian wondered if they could somehow group the monsters together and strike them both at once with the Absolute Sword's powerful slash, but Vincent hesitated, doubting it would be that easy. Vincent explained that they were too big, and if they targeted one, they wouldn't see the next sword strike. Julian scoffed, calling it a useless skill, but Vincent retorted, You're the one who said it was incredibly powerful. The two continued to sulk in silence, as Vincent pondered how to defeat both in one strike if there was only one target. Wait, Vincent looked ahead, then over to Julian, a target. Season and Haman are exhausted from fighting, their bodies trembling, but the monster relentlessly pursues them. Season, teary-eyed, despairs that they have nowhere left to run, while Haman worries that Vincent is nowhere to be seen. Aren't we in big trouble? Suddenly blue lights appear. Vincent appears before Season, and Season cries out his name, but Haman is still scared. He brought the Yang, but can they escape now? Vincent looks at them and shouts, The plan has changed, it's coming soon. Season panics, asking what he means, as the three stand frozen watching the monsters approach. One by one, the massive beasts emerged, and the group cried out. Season covered his face, sobbing, another one, and Haman was also a mess of tears. The two crazed monsters roared as they charged toward the three of them. Season burst into tears, wailing that they were doomed, while Haman stammered for help. Vincent shouts for Julian to get into position. Julian hovers above them, looking terrified. He's afraid, questioning if they really have to do this, not wanting to be a target. The monster drew closer, roaring as it lunged toward Vincent, who realized its size prevented him from using Absolute Sword to strike them both. If that's the case, I just need to find something that can cut through both of these monsters. Vincent stomps his foot on the ground and leaps up. Vincent's eyes burn red as he focuses on the monster. He sees it. No, he feels it, the other half of his soul. Sensing Julian's presence, Vincent raises his sword, creating a blade of wind aimed directly at him. The monster drew closer, roaring as it lunged toward Vincent, who realized its size prevented him from using Absolute Sword to strike them both. The monster's massive hands slam down like mountains, but Vincent raises his sword and slashes forward. His sword didn't stop there, cleaving straight through the second monster. Suddenly, Herka's face darkens. Why is a neutral figure, like the head mage of the Magic Association, so angry, as if this were their own affair? Sijin and Haman rush to Herka, asking if Vincent has won. Two monsters are sliced apart, scattering dust everywhere. Ambedo, watching from outside, is stunned, recalling the day Vincent defeated two giants. With a single stroke, the Samian representative was shocked, and Herka couldn't believe his eyes. Vagan laughs. Yes, this is Vincent's deadly move, Absolute Sword. After defeating 2 monsters at once, Vincent smiles in satisfaction, as even absolute sword can't defeat the great god, and Julian is still terrified, trembling with tears. Julian in tears grabs Vincent's collar demanding what he's saying, and if he's unsure, Vincent smiles, dodging the question saying he can't defeat a god. Julian, still angry, asks if he knows how scared he was. Vincent suddenly realizes he was just thinking to himself, so, how could Julian hear him? Sazin and Hamon, seeing Vincent acting strange, ask with a mix of surprise and fear, "Vincent, is there someone else here?" Vincent and Julian were startled by this. Julian quickly hid behind Vincent, who denied it, saying it was nothing, and that they should prepare to leave. As the three prepared to enter the gate, Vincent smirked, saying he'd saved his ultimate sword for this. The final thing, the ultimate sword needed to destroy his ultimate sword, pierced the light. Vincent raises his sword and slashes, cleaving through the magic-concealed space itself, leaving Sazin and Hamon in stunned disbelief. The space was cleaved in two, and Vincent raised his sword to the sky, the three of them appearing in the middle of the arena. Samian's face twisted in disbelief as Vincent declared, "The magic dungeon has been destroyed." The Samian representative frantically orders his men to check the spell, saying something must be wrong. Vagon, seeing his fear, approaches and puts a hand on his shoulder saying it's not necessary, then asks him what's wrong. Vagon says proudly that Vincent's sword can cut through magic itself, though he's surprised he could destroy the entire dungeon. Besides his swordsmanship, I'm impressed by his creative solutions. Suddenly Anbeto shouts, "Impossible. Few could destroy a dungeon on their own. We underestimated young Lord Vincent." Herka reaches out to Vincent, arguing that there's no rule against it, and besides, no one else has ever tried. Besides his swordsmanship, I'm impressed by his creative solutions. Suddenly Anbeto shouts, "Impossible." Herka reaches out to Vincent, arguing that there's no rule against it, and besides, no one else has ever tried. The Samian representative spoke up, "No, not yet," Han angrily retorted. "The first phase is just to show your strength. Completing it first doesn't matter, Han." Vincent slowly approaches the Samian representative, saying that Kagan will finish this stage quickly. The startled representative asks what he means by finishing the stage. Vincent turns to Vagon asking if the dungeon he entered wasn't created using synthesized elements. With a sickening thud, the monster before Julian was cleaved in two, and Julian, staring in disbelief, cried out in terror, "Why won't it stop?" A desperate plea for help, then a cataclysmic explosion of fire and smoke. Vincent grinned. "So, Mana creates the dungeon." Julian behind him wondered. "Where did he go?" Vincent hypothesized. "If a stream flows in two directions and we block one." We see Kagan staring at a pipe, confused as a torrent of water rushes down. The water will flow fiercely on the other side. Kagan now stands before a giant monster, seemingly much stronger. Kagan wonders what the heck that giant is. This one-eyed monster stares intently at Kagan, one hand reaching to grab him, the other raising a fist high above. Kagan wasn't worried. Even if the monster was stronger, its intelligence remained the same. With that simple attack, it was sure to lose an arm to him. Kagan uses his vanquishing wind technique to counter the giant's attack, confident in his abilities, but it seems his technique is no longer effective. With a single punch, the giant easily shattered Kagan's technique, leaving him in disbelief at its newfound strength. While Kagan questioned everything, the giant relentlessly struck him, determined to end him in this battle. It relentlessly pounded him with both fists, each blow carrying immense force. Kagan, who once scorned it, was now taking a brutal beating. He refused to accept it. Something must have influenced the giant. Otherwise, how could a dying monster suddenly become so strong? Kagan lay motionless in the rubble, as the giant prepared to deliver another blow. He cursed inwardly, realizing he didn't even have time to adjust his position. Suddenly, the sound of clanging metal drew the giant's attention, causing it to halt its attack on Kagan. It was Silbira drawing the giant's gaze, while ordering Saizen to find the box. She continued to strike the chimes, moving to draw the giant's gaze. As she hoped, she succeeded, not only capturing its attention, but also provoking a chase. As Silbira dodged the giant, she thought about how lucky Kagan was. If Vintran hadn't told her to do her best, she wouldn't have bothered helping such an arrogant jerk. Lost in thought, a giant body closed in on Silbira, and without a word, it threw a devastating punch that sent her flying dozens of meters. Silbira shielded her face from the debris, forcing her eyes open to see what new monster had appeared. It was another giant, this one, with a single horn in the center of its head, the original giant somehow still alive. The two giants attacked Silbira at once, leaving her with nowhere to run, and they simultaneously threw their fists at her. Silbira's eyes widened in terror, sensing something was terribly wrong. But thankfully Kagan appeared, striking the giant from behind, enraged by Silbira's treatment of him. He moved like a killing machine, vowing revenge on Silbira for ruining his performance, and without hesitation, Kagan unleashed the final form, Crimson Requiem, to defeat the giant. Crimson Moon Flash, he moved like lightning toward the giant, a terrifying strike that pierced both of their bodies at once. Kagan ends his attack with a magnificent pose. Silbira can't believe her eyes, he defeated both giants with a single strike. Kagan had been exceptional from the start, not only letting the giant live to heighten the drama of his performance, but also to conserve his strength. He wondered how Silbira dared to do such a thing. She ruined his plans and he'll never forgive her. He tries to calm down and think even though he's revealed his unbecoming behavior. But he still succeeded in completing the treasure chest challenge, even leaving a good impression. Even if he messed up, his performance would definitely be better than Vincent's, he thought. But contrary to his expectations, Vincent was ahead of him, even telling Kagan that he hoped he liked his gift. Kagan couldn't believe Vincent had finished first, and he didn't understand what the gift was. Vincent smugly reveals that he has a friend skilled in magic, who helped him overload the mana in Kagan's dungeon. Kagan realizes Vincent's plan all along was to make a fool of him. He was filled with resentment, but tried to control his emotions, smiling as he conceded defeat, admitting he had underestimated Vincent. Then he gives a sinister smile, but from now on things will be different, because he's starting to see Vincent as a true friend. Vincent, not to be outdone, replies that he's really looking forward to it. Kagan, his friend. The head instructor glared at them, wondering what the point of judges was if they were just going to decide the winner themselves. Nevertheless, she announced Vincent as the victor. The next challenge will be held in 3 days. Silbira finally breathes a sigh of relief, glad that Vincent won. But just as the celebration began, Kagan appeared seemingly looking for Silbira. He smiled politely thanking her, saying he wouldn't have made it without her, or he'd have looked like a fool. Silbira hesitated, as he reached out his hand and stammered a reply, unsure why. She didn't return, his handshake lost in thought. She didn't know why, but instinct told her not to shake his hand. Seeing her hesitation, Kagan remarked that his hand was getting tired. Silbira apologized and hesitantly shook his hand, then he bid her farewell with a disturbingly friendly smile. Silbira still found it hard to believe that Kagan had come to thank her, but then he turned back to her, flashed a revolting smile, and bid farewell to Cadet Representative Silbira. The black sky is beautiful. From now on, when you look up, you'll see a star named G97. Regardless of the time, Carrie continues to work tirelessly to improve her abilities. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Carrie, breaking her concentration. It's Wilson, struggling to catch his breath under a mountain of gear. Wilson approached, dropping the heavy bag filled with food and clothes for her. Carrie immediately asked about Vincent's performance at the exchange meet. Hearing this, Wilson was pleased. With his help, Vincent had of course won, and his opponent even surrendered voluntarily. Finally, Carrie can breathe a sigh of relief, and Wilson finally has a chance to ask her about training here. Carrie can't contain her joy. She couldn't concentrate in the city because Vincent kept bothering her. Therefore, training here will be better for her as she can communicate with the Snow Mountain spirits. Carrie is suited to be a spirit mage, so she must find a spirit to contract with soon. At this level, she can only control one spirit, but she loves them all. But suddenly, a cry for help echoes, startling Carrie and changing her expression. Finally, Carrie can breathe a sigh of relief, and Wilson finally has a chance to ask her about training here. Carrie can't contain her joy. She couldn't concentrate in the city because Vincent kept bothering her. She suspiciously asked if Wilson had said something, but he hadn't said anything at all. Yet the cries for help continued to echo, and it seemed only Carrie could hear them. Silbira raises her glass to Vincent's victory, urging everyone to drink up, even if it's just juice. Everyone raises their glasses and cheers, except for Vincent, who couldn't care less. She couldn't help but wonder where this voice was coming from, and who it belonged to, in stark contrast to the celebration of Vincent's victory. He says he's only 1 point ahead of Kagan, so is all this really necessary? Silbira disagrees, saying that 1 point is a huge achievement in Adenka's history. So, Vincent explained further, he and Kagan may be of equal martial arts level, but Silbira played a vital role in Kagan's victory. So even if he doesn't accept the result, Vincent will still have the advantage after the assessment. Hearing this, Silbira praises Vincent's planning and offers her help in the future as a 9th-level cadet representative. Vincent reached out as well, accepting Silbira's offer because he trusted her, and they bumped fists, agreeing to help each other next time. But this fist bump made Vincent realize something was wrong. He gripped Silbira's hand, scrutinizing it as a cold sweat broke out, while Silbira blushed at his sudden action. Vincent is now terrified, unable to believe this is happening. Where and when did it occur? Silbira's hand now bears the seal of the Samian family. Vincent panics, wondering if physical contact triggers the Samian curse. Silbira hesitates, recalling the question. She finally admits to shaking hands with Kagan, who wanted to thank her for her help. Vincent is shocked that Kagan would stoop so low, daring to use a curse on Silbira. The red seal slowly drains the opponent's F mana, leading to a slow death. Is Kagan really this despicable? Vincent holds Silbira's hand tightly, knowing that to break the seal, he must first identify its type, as each requires a different solution. So he called out her name and asked her to train with him at dawn every day, leaving Silbira flustered by his sudden, inexplicable actions. Embarrassed, she couldn't believe she'd be training with Kagan every day, but after a moment of confusion she agreed. The next morning, Vincent was there, waiting to train with Silbira, as promised. While waiting, he spoke with Julian, saying that if Kagan directly placed the vow on Silbira, he must have been confident that no one would notice. Julian didn't know about it either, so this seal must have been erased from history, like the absolute sword of heavenly demon body. Julian was confused, telling Vincent to keep it a secret, even from Sabira. Vincent vowed not to forgive Kagan for using dark magic on an innocent. Lost in thought about Kagan and the Dark Seal, Sabira arrives looking quite different today. She's late because she took a while to get ready, and she shyly asks Vincent how she looks, if she looks okay. Both Vincent and Julian are taken aback by Sabira's new appearance. Vincent is surprised she's dressed like that for training, and Julian wonders if Vincent is some kind of monk. Doesn't he even realize Sabira likes him? It's only now that Vincent understands why Sabira dressed up. But she's so young. 500 years ago he was already 29. How could he understand the feelings of a 4-year-old? To break the awkwardness, Sabira speaks up, asking if Vincent called her here, because he has a plan. To begin today's training, the two start with meditation, circulating mana through the body's energy points, and Sabira is to tell him if anything feels strange. Sabira wondered what could be strange about just meditating, but while Vincent told her nothing was wrong, he continued to observe her. Sabira can't feel the mana flow very well, and seems to have lost a lot of sensation or imagination during training. Julian worriedly asks Vincent what he's thinking, and if he has a way to undo this seal. Yet the chain seal remains on Sabira's hand, and Vincent is completely unable to break it. This seal is stronger than he thought. He can't undo it alone. Julian is shocked, asking what Vincent plans to do next, as a heart from an animal spirit, or even a living person, is usually needed to create a sealing chain like this. Karga is almost certainly hiding the sacrifice somewhere in the snowy mountains. If they can find and release it, the seal will be broken. But if they can't, Sabira will die within 3 days, a painful and terrible death. Julian can't believe how little time they have, only 3 days. He knows it sounds callous, but the meeting will show Julian what his priorities are. In 3 days the second phase begins, and they must prepare. Hearing this, Vincent lectured Julian, hoping he would realize what was more important. Those who stubbornly pursue their goals will gradually lose their people. For example, if he still had the comrades who were destroyed by the Samians, he wouldn't have had to rot in prison. Sabira finally speaks up, asking if they can stop for now, as she's feeling tired, and suggests ending today's training. As the two leave, Julian wonders how Vincent knows so much about the curse, asking if he used to be a spellcaster. Vincent denies it, saying he's just been through similar things. When he was imprisoned, they sealed his mana, and he heard they used the heart of a death row inmate. Julian is taken aback, not realizing Vincent's past life was so terrible. Vincent was imprisoned for 10 years due to the battle with Kajin. Lost in their conversation, they didn't notice Sabira collapse behind them, until she was lying unconscious on the ground. Vincent, alarmed frantically, called Sabira's name and rushed to her side, quickly carrying her back to the treatment room where she needed to rest. Chavin examined her, but having never seen symptoms like this before, he believes there's nothing they can do and suggests Vincent send Sabira to the Gaia temple in the capital. Vincent wondered if the priests in the capital could undo the Crimson Seal, now lost to history. Probably not, and it was spreading too fast. Sabira might not even make it there. So he climbed out the window, telling Chevin to take good care of Sabira before he left. Chevin was taken aback by Vincent's actions, not understanding what he was doing. But Vincent had his own plan to find the sacrifice used to create the Crimson Seal in the snowy mountains. Suddenly Chavin cried out, shocked and disbelieving of Vincent's actions. He jumped from the window, a long way from the ground. Sliding across the snow, Vincent made a vow to Salmon. He wouldn't let Han's dirty games claim another victim. Meanwhile, Sari stood frozen in the snowy mountains, staring at the source of the cries. Someone is calling for help. It sounds like a spirit, but it's so far away. Then, a sudden gust of wind rushes past her, and she doesn't know where it came from. That gust of wind was Vincent moving too fast across the snow. Sari called out, stopping him in his tracks, and he turned back to ask what she was doing. After some explaining, Sari understands that Vincent is looking for a sacrifice which is sealed somewhere on this snowy mountain. She wonders what they use for sacrifices, and Vincent, while observing the surroundings, explains that it's usually something small to easily hide, like a small animal or a spirit. Hearing about small objects or souls, Sari suddenly stops. Vincent apologizes, saying he was just talking nonsense because he was in a hurry. But Sari disagrees, making a determined gesture and saying that she can help Vincent, while Selbira is in a much worse state, bound by the priest's seal. To quickly save Selbira from this critical situation, Vincent picked up Sari to move faster. Sari could hear the spirit's voice, so she looked around to guide Vincent. Finally, she pinpointed the exact location of the cries for help. Sari heard the spirit's voice coming from the middle of the crevice, and Vincent rushed forward without hesitation. They quickly entered the crevice, and Sari began calling out to the spirit, telling it she was there to help. Suddenly, Vincent stopped. It wasn't that he didn't trust Sari, but Selbira was running out of time, and he couldn't just stay there. So he touched the sword, time was running out, and if it was here, he'd destroy the whole area to break the seal. But then, Vincent had to stop himself because Sari had found it. She felt a connection to the spirit in her hand, a spirit sealed away just like Selbira. Sari teared up. Was there any way to save it? But there was no way. Once it became a sacrifice, there was no chance of survival. A peaceful death was the best option. Sari stared intently at the pitiful soul flickering in her hand. Refusing to give up, she tells Vincent she knows another way and begins chanting an incantation to save the soul. Vincent didn't know what she'd done, but Julian explained it was a soul contract, a higher-level pact that would break the chains of sealing. And with that, the seal was broken from the corrupted soul. Sari rejoiced, tears welling in her eyes. Her wish had been granted. Vincent thanked her profusely, showering her with praise, and Sari was overjoyed that she could help him. Just as they celebrated, a sudden light attacked them, and Vincent's eyes narrowed, leaped in front of Sari. He stood in front of her, blocking the devastating attack, cleaving it in two, its power capable of shattering stone. Had that attack landed on Vincent and Sari, the consequences would have been devastating. Vincent's eyes flashed red as he demanded to know who his attacker was and what he was doing there. The attacker recognized Vincent's voice and questioned his actions, slowly approaching him. Kargan angrily asks Vincent why he dares interfere with the Samyain's traditional ceremony, staring him down and warning him to have a good reason. Vincent is filled with hatred for Kagan, who dares to appear before him alone. He orders Sari to drop whatever she's holding and leave, and in exchange, he'll forgive Vincent this once. The attacker recognized Vincent's voice and questioned his actions, slowly approaching him. Kargan angrily asks Vincent why he dares interfere with the Samyain's traditional ceremony, staring him down and warning him to have a good reason. Vincent shouts, asking how he dares call it a trade when he's trying to kill Selbira. Kagan unfazed sighs and asks if Vincent knows. We are different from them, and woe to anyone who dares cross that line. And Selbira is the one Kagan believes has crossed it. She ruined his entire plan, and he would never forgive her, which is why he believed punishing Selbira was the obvious thing to do. Kargan assumed someone of Vincent's stature would understand their power, but Vincent's response was to hold a sword to Kargan's neck. He glared at him full of hatred. He hadn't changed at all in 500 years. Seeing Kagan's surprise, Vincent told him to stop pretending he didn't know. He defiantly declares that his laws are completely wrong, at least for him. Undaunted, Kerrigan smiles, praising Vincent's extraordinary vision. Because Vincent had such incredible eyes, Kagan didn't think they could ever be friends. So let's see who's right in the end. And so they stared each other down, each with the will to win, and finally the seal on Selbira's body was broken. After a long daze, she slowly opened her eyes, weak and frail. Shevin was overjoyed to see her awake and asked if she was all right. Meanwhile, Vincent returned, kicking open the doors and demanding to know how Selbira was. Shevin happily told him that she had just woken up. Hearing this, Vincent rushes to Selbira, taking her hand in his, leaving her confused as he notices the chain of sealing luck is gone. Finally, he can breathe a sigh of relief. Things are better, he can rest easy. Shevin asks Vincent if he shouldn't be preparing for the second round in 2 days. Vincent is confident he's prepared, and he can't lose to someone like Kagan. In the second round, they'll face a real monster, the conquest battle. Meanwhile, the main city of Adenka was still brightly lit, and the news of Vincent's victory at the recent exchange meeting was on the front page, Adenka's first victory in 5 years. Adenka's 4 great elders Jia Gond held the newspaper in disbelief. Finn Daniel, one of the 4 great elders, replied, "Indeed, even Samian's sabotage couldn't help Kagan win." The Adenka elders thought Vincent was better than nothing, but he's grown up now. Hearing this, Delbach slams the table, startling Jia Gond, and asks if this is the time for jokes. Finn Daniel then asked him what was wrong. Delbach said that the elders represented power holding the authority of the Adenka family for 500 years, except for the last 25 years when Khan Adenka took over as head of the family. He hadn't even bothered to hide his dislike for the elders, since he was young, and now he was steadily holding onto the seat of the family head. Finn Daniel explains that this is precisely why they're pushing the eldest son and illegitimate daughter as heirs. Delbach hesitated, asking if they had considered what would happen if Vincent defeated the Samian family. The 7th child, especially that troublesome Sarvana Heisley, they have no family to influence her, meaning they can't control her. Not long ago, Khan himself inscribed Vincent's name, and the sword he carries now is the blood lotus used when Khan was young. Jia Cole, still clueless, doesn't understand Delbach's point. Delbach continued worriedly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, stating that Khan was using Vincent as a sword against the 4 elders. The others fell silent, waiting for Delbach to continue, who knew they couldn't let Vincent win any more victories. But how can they stop him? Does Delbach have an idea? After minutes of silence, Tilo Van finally speaks up, and Khan has an idea. They'll send a letter to the Samian family. The letter stated that the Adenka family would overlook Samian's rule-breaking in round 1, leaving Delbach in disbelief, wondering what Tilo Van was up to. Delbach smirks, continuing. However, the second round will be held in Adenka's territory. Those 4 elders really value their power. 2 days later, the second Geohu match finally begins, a competition between the Adenka and Samian families. This second round is a conquest match, with only one rule: defeat the monster before you, in the shortest time to win. This monster is a Tis Eckhart, and it wields a long spear made from animal bones. A single powerful blow from it can destroy anything. The monster's blow leaves a massive crater in the ground, and finding no target it grinds its teeth in fury. Vagon watched from afar, thinking Kagan had vanished, but he was wrong. He had ascended, and was now diving toward the monster. He smirks, having only used the basics of cicada, yet Kagan was already able to land a fatal blow on the monster. The monster was simply sliced in two without any resistance, and his time was 14.86 seconds. Even Herka was surprised by his speed. This is a new record, even surpassing the ladies by 20 seconds. The stands erupt in cheers. Good heavens, not even 20 seconds. The Samian family is truly top tier. Kagan smiled with pride, looking at Vincent with a challenge in his eyes, hinting that things would be different now that he was serious. Kagan points his sword at Vincent, declaring he'll be next. Julian worries about breaking the record. But Vincent reassured him not to worry. When it comes to speed, he won't lose. He'll obliterate this monster from the very start of the match. Ho-Ka announces that Vincent of the Adenka family will be next, asking if he's ready. Vincent gets into position, his fighting spirit ablaze, and replies, "Of course." Herka announces that round 2 for the Adenka family is officially beginning, as Vincent stares at the monster, sensing something is amiss. Something seems off about this artificial mutant. Meanwhile, the 4 elders calmly enjoy their tea. Finn Daniel questions Tylovan about his involvement, but he denies any interference. She doesn't believe him, knowing he tampered with the second round. Tylovan denies it, claiming he did nothing to the monster Vincent faces. No magic, no drugs, it's the same kind of monster Kagan fought. It's just that the homunculus Vincent has to face was starved for 2 days. An ordinary swordsman wouldn't notice, but a starved monster becomes much more violent. That's enough to keep Vincent from defeating it quickly. Vincent also notices the monster's strange state. Its bloodshot eyes reveal a ravenous hunger driving it mad. Tylovan denies it, claiming he did nothing to the monster Vincent faces. No magic, no drugs, it's the same kind of monster Kagan fought. Vincent needs to keep his distance, but if he only evades, he won't break Kagan's record, so he decides to stand still, arms crossed, waiting for the monster. That's enough to keep Vincent from defeating it quickly. Vincent also notices the monster's strange state. Its bloodshot eyes reveal a ravenous hunger driving it mad. It thrust its spear straight toward Vincent, and Harka couldn't believe Vincent was just standing there, letting himself be attacked. Julian advises Vincent to postpone the challenge, but the starting signal has already sounded, and the aberration is released from its cage. Vincent thanks the monster for shortening his preparation time. While the monster remains confused, it has stabbed too deeply into Vincent's body, which is exactly what he wanted. Because he no longer needs to waste energy on control skills, let it receive his lightning. The monster receives Vincent's lightning strike, writhing in agony. Vincent, enduring the pain from his wound, swiftly impales the monster with his sword. Vincent's lightning strikes true, obliterating the monster into dust. Vagan, bewildered, orders the summon of the prosecutor. She remembers Vincent saying that if he entered the competition, intending to lose to the Samyun family, it would go against Adelka's wishes, even if he did say that Herkar didn't think he'd try this hard. Vincent doesn't let up, using the Great Lightning's blessing to amplify his lightning strikes, causing the monster to writhe in agony. Without a doubt, Vincent wins the second round based on performance. The healing squad arrives just in time, but Vincent's injuries are severe. Chevin orders everyone to pull out the spear on his signal, and simultaneously heal the wound. He begins the count of 1, 2, 3, to remove the spear as Kagan watches from afar. Kagan couldn't understand why Vincent would choose such a brutal, life-risking method. The healers are doing their best to treat Vincent. Vincent was ready to die to defeat the Samyun family, and his time to kill the monster was 5.39 seconds. Immediately, they have to move the injured. Oh, and almost forgot, the third round of the exchange will continue in 3 days. Vankia, overhearing everything in the carriage, wondered if Vincent was Saravana's son. The carriage rumbled away, leaving Vankia anticipating her meeting with Vincent. Meanwhile, after healing Vincent Che, Vin laments his decision, saying he joined Blood City for an easy job, and it used to be. Until Vincent arrived. Vincent agreed with Che Vin and awkwardly laughed it off, thanking him for miraculously healing the hole in his chest. But Che Vin denied what Vincent said, surprising him. Che Vin held the wooden symbol, explaining that he wasn't its master, and what Vincent described was impossible at his level, but not for the card's true owner. Vincent looks at Che Vin with suspicion, wondering what this all means. Che Vin explains that he believes Vincent experienced something akin to a miracle, as the healing abilities of a level 2 cultivator are quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, after healing Vincent Che, Vin laments his decision, saying he joined Blood City for an easy job, and it used to be. Therefore, whoever understands this symbol will also gain a miraculous healing ability. But as a level 5 cleric, his healing ability is limited to stitching and bandaging wounds. Suddenly Herka bursts through the door, impatiently urging Vincent to come eat now that he's finished healing. Vincent is confused, asking what Herka means. She announces loudly that he, the Adenka family head and the Samian family's wife have arrived, and that the Samian family has invited him and Khan for a meal. Vincent finally understands Herka, and he and his father head to the dining hall. As he walked, he wondered about the Samian family's dinner invitation. What were they plotting? They arrived, and the head of the Samian family greeted Khan first. That was Lady Vankia, the Samian family's matriarch, who approached them cheerfully, followed by Kagan, and greeted Vincent, expressing her pleasure at meeting him. The two families sat down to a table laden with tempting dishes. Vankia, noticing Vincent hadn't started, invited him to eat, saying the dishes were Samian specialties. Hearing this, Vincent finally began to eat, thanking her. As he ate, he glanced at the lady, thinking, so that's Vankia Samian. Like his father, she bore the distinct features of the Samian family, resolute and formidable, like one of the continent's rulers. Vankia spoke to Khan, remarking that he had become rather petty in his old age. Khan didn't understand then. She pointed her knife at Vincent, asking where he had been hiding such a cute thing. She spoke so lightly, but the killing intent around her was palpable, making Vincent's hair stand on end. He stood up abruptly, knocking his chair over. Vincent gripped his sword tightly, sweat pouring down as he eyed Vankia warily. She thought to herself, Vincent was actually able to react to the aura she secretly emitted. Vincent gritted his teeth, now certain that Vankia was immensely powerful, a deadly intent that made him believe he would die, an aura sharp enough to cut him to pieces. Vankia was a truly terrifying swordmaster, and Vincent needed to be wary. Finally, Vankia spoke, complimenting Vincent on his keen senses. Vincent thanked him outwardly, but inwardly longed to fight someone like her. Khan didn't understand why he was smiling, but Vincent simply replied that it was because the Samian family was strong. Vincent finally sits down, and Khan asks if he sensed the aura, then glares at Kagan with ill intent. Meanwhile, Kagan remained still staring at Khan, who was perplexed. Then Khan mirrored Vankia's earlier gesture towards Vincent. However, Kagan couldn't sense the aura and questioned if something was wrong with Khan. Khan wiped his mouth, noting Kagan's politeness, as he refrained from drawing his sword at the table. Vankia tells Kagan not to worry and to enjoy his meal, but Vincent senses something is wrong and asks Julian, who agrees. It was a silent battle of strength between the two family heads vying for dominance. As night fell, only Vankia and Khan remained discussing Vincent's growth and Khan's assessment that her prodigy had been overwhelmed. Hearing this, Vankia laughs, knowing Khan has figured her out, then falls silent, lost in thought before finally speaking. Someone has ill intentions. How dare they interfere with the coming-of-age ceremony, with the heads of the two families and their wives watching? Khan glared at Vankia, asking if the Samian elders were involved. But Khan was only half right. Vankia believes the Samian elders interfered in the first round, while the Adenka elders interfered in the second, and she suspects the four great Adenka elders are plotting something, and their target is Vincent. While there may be other options, they want to eliminate a variable like him as soon as possible. Vankia asks Khan what he thinks of the situation, and whether he believes his son Vincent will continue to win in the third round. Khan paused, lost in thought, before stating that the Adenka family would surely surpass the Samian family. Vankia laughed, asking if Khan was referring to a wish, advising him to give up on what hadn't been achieved in 500 years. But what about interference from the elders? How will he stop them? Khan replies coldly that no one on this continent survives after cheating in front of him. Nothing can stop Vincent from winning the third round. Vankia remained unmoved, staring intently at Khan. He spoke with certainty that Vincent would win against Kagan, barring any unforeseen circumstances, remembering Vincent's promise to return victorious. So he simply replied to Vankia that Vincent had promised him he would return victorious. Soon the third round of the exchange began, and the audience buzzed about Vincent's victory in the second round, as well as the battle in the third round today. Today's sparring match is made even more special by the presence of Vankia, the Samian family's lady, and beside her Lakain head of the Adelka family, two masters representing this era. The two swords met in an X, and Hoka announced the final round of the gathering, the long-awaited match, ready to begin with Vincent and Kagan both radiating fighting spirit. The audience roared with excitement, the arena practically bursting at the seams as Julian asked Vincent if he remembered their current predicament. His wounded heart can only withstand one strike, so Vincent must find Kagan's weakness and win with a single blow. Vincent grips his sword, deciding to start with a grand lightning strike to test Kagan, a beautiful flash unleashed. However, Kagan calmly faced the attack, arrogantly asking if that was all there was to it. Effortlessly, Kagan simply held out his hand. He conjured a fearsome lightning bolt, easily blocking Vincent's great thunder. Vincent couldn't believe his eyes. Kagan's lightning was incredibly powerful. He's pleased with Vincent's expression, arrogantly asking if that's all the challenge he has to offer. Kagan smirks, saying he might have to burn Vincent to ash to be satisfied. Vincent strikes out in alarm. Could that burning red mana be what he once experienced? Even after all this time, he can't forget the Samian family's secret mana technique that defeated him. Mana that uses its master's life force to steal light using blood to intimidate. Kagan believes Vincent knows what this is. There's no way he wouldn't. He doesn't hesitate to attack Vincent, testing if he knows how to nullify it. Vincent raises his sword, using reinforcement magic with the Blood Lotus to block the blow. But things weren't as he thought. A sword sliced straight through his shoulder. Vincent couldn't believe his eyes. Had he really been cut? Vincent was slashed without resistance, Kagan leaving no trace. Vincent wondered how he gained such incredible speed. What kind of blood art could produce such an effect? Kagan's power has already surpassed Kajan's in his youth. He wastes no time pressing his attack on Vincent, who's clearly overthinking things. Fortunately, Vincent manages to block the attack just in time, but Kagan continues his assault. Has Vincent's arrogance from the first 2 rounds vanished? Why don't you act like you can defeat him? He won't let Vincent swing another sword. Vincent strains, using all his inner strength and energy to defend against the attack. Neither side yields, each fighting with all their might for victory. The 2 attacks collide, creating a shocking explosion, and Khan anxiously wonders if Vincent is alright. In contrast, Vanya looked expectant, believing Kagan would be victorious, though the smoke obscured the outcome. Vincent knew the Blood Emperor's might would wane if the battle dragged on, so he had to time his victory perfectly. Kagan continues his relentless assault, giving Vincent no chance to recover his bloodlust, driving him forward. With that powerful strike, he'll make Vincent taste defeat, but Vincent stands motionless, trying to figure out how to win. Meanwhile, Kagan slashed at him, triggering a massive explosion that carved a long trench in the ground. Kagan stood there, gazing at the destruction he had wrought, convinced of his victory, and broke into a self-satisfied laugh. A maniacal grin spreads across his face, reveling in the outcome for daring to challenge the Samyon family. But Vincent's voice cuts through his glee. Is that all Kagan's got? Now, the real battle begins. Vincent uses the 3rd Amalun sword form, his body radiating a dense aura. Clutching his sword, he stares intently at Kagan, unleashing the Great Sword Flash, a technique drawn from Vincent's past life. Kazan effortlessly defeats his opponent, disarming him with a single move before delivering a brutal kick to the face. His taunts are tiresome as he faces his fallen opponent. Why have 2 hands if you're worse than a cripple? You might as well give up swordsmanship. Vincent watched everything unfold from above, pondering Kazan's actions and words. Then a figure appeared, asking why Kagan continued to strike them even after the victor was decided. Vincent didn't answer, simply gesturing to Amalun, saying he did well. Falcon tells him to stop being so formal and just call him Falcon. How many times does he have to say it? Vincent met Falcon in the Samian family's arena. They were just puppets used to highlight Kazan's abilities. Falcon suddenly asks Vincent about something he said before, if he really meant it, that he would defeat that thing. Defeating a young master whose very existence is a cheat, Vincent sighed. Yeah, it was a stupid dream, wasn't it? Falcon disagreed, saying Vincent was the only one who truly tried to defeat Kazan, the only one who could. Falcon, a martial arts prodigy and loyal friend, never dismissed Vincent's dream but supported him to the very end. But Falcon grew too strong too quickly, and this led to tragedy. The Samian claws struck when Falcon became too powerful, and he fell into a trap set by the Samian elders, losing his life. But fortunately, Falcon left Vincent this swordsmanship, the 3rd form of the Amalun sword, a skill that completely opposes the Samian family's moves, consuming very little mana. This is the Amalun sword style, prioritizing speed and swift victory. It's the first time Kagan has seen this unique swordsmanship. But Falcon grew too strong too quickly, and this led to tragedy. The Samian claws struck when Falcon became too powerful, and he fell into a trap set by the Samian elders, losing his life. But fortunately, Falcon left Vincent this swordsmanship, the 3rd form of the Amalun sword, a skill that completely opposes the Samian family's moves, consuming very little mana. But Vincent's will shines through, answering with a resounding no, as he uses the Amalun sword technique to block Kagan's attack. Kagan stands on Vincent's sword, unable to harm him, yet boasts he'll easily break this cheap trick. Kagan uses the Flowing Rain sword to break Vincent's stance, its immense pressure, reminding him of facing a young Karen. But this time he would defeat him completely. Kagan laughed maniacally, his next blow would send Vincent to hell. And just like that, he vanished without a trace, before Vincent's very eyes. The audience was stunned. Would Kagan emerge from nothingness like he did in the 2nd round? Vincent realized something, and smiled. That's right. And then, he simply dodged the attack that Kagan had painstakingly prepared. Kagan was also taken by surprise, unable to believe Vincent could predict his sword's path. Vincent coldly retorts that Kagan will step with his right foot first. And now, he'll retreat into the empty space behind him. Vincent reads him like a book. Just as Vincent predicted, Kagan was forced to retreat. Enraged, he raised his sword, demanding to know what trick Vincent had used. Vincent coldly retorted that it was due to Kagan's arrogance. He wanted to impale him. With that, Vincent thrust his sword horizontally at Kagan, who ducked and dodged it. But Vincent just smiled, and said that made it easy to counter. Now he was sure Kagan was using the exact same strategy as Kajin, which usually meant he would be incredibly strong, but for him it meant something else entirely. After all, no one in this world understands Kajin's swordsmanship better than Vincent. Enraged, Kagan screams, cursing Vincent and demanding his death. Vincent mused that Kajin was a genius, who could control any situation with power, but if something unexpected happened, he'd lose his mind, and attack wildly. And Kagan was exactly the same. Vincent calmly uses the 1st form of the Amalun sword technique, the Great Sword Dimension. Kagan continues to attack relentlessly, but this time Vincent will show him what's what. With a determined look, Vincent thought, "Wait for me, Kagan, I'm coming." With just one move, his energy engulfed everything. Amalun's 1st sword form easily shattered Kagan's blade, and Kagan couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes widened in disbelief. It couldn't be happening. He was being toyed with. The stands erupted in cheers as the Adenka family was poised to win all 3 rounds. Vincent was exhausted. Fortunate the match ended quickly, as the sword's absolute strike wasn't the only thing affecting his heart. But Kagan hasn't given up yet. Don't make him laugh. This round isn't over. Vincent doesn't understand what's happening to his mana. It's becoming more and more concentrated. Kagan laughs, admitting it's dangerous since he's just learning, but he couldn't hide it from Vincent. Kagan uses a technique to restore the sword in his hand, the blessed attribute of the Kisak sword, a spirit sword. The audience is stunned by this technique, but none more so than Lady Vankia, who is shocked that Kagan possesses such a blessing. He possesses a swordsman's talent, but reaching its peak grants a unique blessing, and that blessing transforms his sword. Kagan is at the highest level of the 4-star rank. Vincent was stunned, asking what blessing he possessed. He had truly unleashed the full power of the Blood Emperor's might, a dangerous move considering the immense force he was wielding. He glanced at Vincent coldly, moving to attack him, and thanked him for his concern. Vincent couldn't believe that Kagan still had so much strength left after all that. Vincent tries to block the attack, but it possesses an incredible power, a power so immense the wind pressure reaches the stands. Vincent is struggling to defend himself, but the situation looks grim. His Amalun sword style is showing cracks on the verge of breaking. Kagan smirks with satisfaction as Vincent risks his life, something he wouldn't do in their previous matches. Even if his body shatters from the edge, he'll defeat Vincent, who like Kazan will never yield. Even if it costs him his life. The two clash fiercely, swords flashing relentlessly. Both sides poured all their strength into this decisive battle, and with just a few moves, the Amalun swordsmanship was completely shattered. Kagan gloats, finally shattering his swordsmanship. But with his swordsmanship broken, Vincent resorts to his fists, throwing a punch. But he saw it coming, and managed to block in time. However, Vincent's immense strength still sent him flying. They stand far apart, eyes locked both at their physical limits, ready to pour everything into this final blow. Kagan uses the final form of his Blood Crimson Requiem swordsmanship, Absolute Sword, while Vincent shifts to his third form, as if another body has appeared behind him. Kagan counters with the Butterfly Blood Moon, striking at Vincent, who retaliates with Ancient Lightning. Absolute Sword plus the power of the former lightning. This will cut through the target and cause it to explode. Kagan can't see anything in front of him anymore. His vision is blocked. Then Kagan plummeted from above with incredible speed, finally realizing Vincent's ultimate move was just a smokescreen. Burning with intensity, Vincent warns the Samian family to watch out for, they will all become challengers. With that final blow, Vincent defeats Kagan, ending the match. Vincent stares down at his fallen opponent. And the result is clear. The winner of the third match is Cadet Vincent. The crowd erupts in cheers. Finally, after all these years, a prodigy has emerged from the Adenka family. The crowd roared in unison, chanting Vincent's name over and over. Vincent gazed at the stands where his name echoed incessantly. Finally the day has come, when he defeated Kagan, defeated the Samian family. Both the Vincent of the past and the Vincent of the present have done it. He's finally achieved the wish he spoke of in his past life. The announcement rings out, interviews will be conducted after treatment. Priests hurry. Before the announcement could finish, a sword sliced through it, and Dao Bak, enraged, struck a blow that even cracked the table. Xiao Wen wasn't doing much better, speechless with rage. At the arena, after witnessing everything and Vincent's victory, Rai Elsa remarked to Merlin, "Young Master Vincent has grown up, hasn't he?" Merlin had to admit he'd lost this round. Outside the arena, talk of this year's exchange match buzzed. Both sides were strong. Raven asks Sogun if he thinks he can defeat those two, and Sogun confidently says yes, because the Vatican family is as renowned for their swordsmanship as the Adelka and Samian families. Sun thinks to himself he really wants to fight Vincent. Is there any way? After a moment's thought, he comes up with a brilliant idea. He's sure Vincent will be in the city being a cadet, so contact Raven's father. He wants to join Blood City too. Vincent opens his eyes, still dazed, unsure of his surroundings. He remembers defeating Kagan and then resting, but where is he now? Could this be a world within his memories? Suddenly, countless hands appear, reaching for Vincent. The hands belong to bizarre monsters, surrounded by an aura of death. Despite Vincent's questions, they offered no answers, only rushing towards him faster. Vincent now realizes these monsters intend to attack him. He draws his sword and easily slays them one by one. He felt a strange sensation, an ominous feeling, like the demonic energy of the great demon David. Then an image appeared before him, shocking Vincent even more. It was Kazan, his entire body shrouded in a terrifying red aura. He opened his eyes, staring intently at Vincent, and said with a smile, "Here you are, David." Vincent shouted, "Kazan, what the hell are you doing?" Ignoring everything else, he suddenly attacks Vincent, a bloodthirsty aura, driving him forward relentlessly. This mana is overwhelming, Vincent paralyzing him completely. But then a light suddenly appeared, slashing across Kazan's abdomen. Where did this light come from? Vincent couldn't help but be wary. Then a familiar figure fell from the sky, shocking Vincent. It was Aslan, who had just attacked Kazan. Seeing Aslan, Vincent asks what all this means, but before Aslan can answer, a terrifying monster appears beside them. Vincent, still in disbelief, asks what Aslan and this monster are. It's the great demon, the one responsible for all this chaos. Aslan shouts at Vincent, telling him there's no time, that the fiend has noticed him, and he must recover quickly, overcome the Samian house, and face the truth. Aslan left behind, but Vincent doesn't understand and wants to ask more. But Aslan cut him off, saying everything now depended on Vincent, and despite Vincent's cries, Aslan didn't answer but bravely advanced towards the great demon. Vincent's name is repeated over and over, along with concerns for his well-being. Finally, Vincent awakens from his dream, and Sabira anxiously asks if he's feeling unwell. Vincent racked his brain. He'd passed the Samian estate, but why couldn't he see the truth? Was something still missing for him to become Aiden Casal? As Vincent was lost in thought, a knock echoed through the room. It was his father asking if he could have a word. Khan's appearance surprised Vincent and bewildered the other cadets. He told them to relax, as he would only be staying for a short while. Sabira shyly asks Khan when the Aiden Casal family will arrive. Khan praises Vincent, saying he has kept his promise once again, therefore he must repay Vincent somehow. He wondered if there was anything Vincent desired. Vincent thought to himself that what he lacked was the most basic thing of all. So he tells Khan that he is not yet a true Aiden Casal, and that he still needs a master to teach him the Aiden Casal swordsmanship. Khan listens in silence, then asks if he knows that the elders of Aiden Casal don't like him. Vincent knew, but today he defeated the Samuels, taking a step closer to becoming a true Aiden Casal. However, if they still object to finding him a teacher, he will have to disrespect the elders. Hearing this, Khan smiled contentedly, stroking his beard, and told Vincent to follow him. And then the father and son walked out together, where Rai Elsa and Merlin were already waiting. Vincent happily greeted Rai Elsa, but hesitated when he turned to Merlin, ultimately recognizing him much to Merlin's surprise. He remembers Vincent saying he would remember his name, and he actually does. Rai Elsa introduces Merlin as an 8-star martial artist and wielder of lightning, which is why she suggested him as Vincent's teacher. Merlin politely introduces himself as the vice commander of the White Sword Squad, currently working under the Yellow Dragon Society, Merlin Fanker. Hearing the name Fanker, Vincent was visibly surprised and questioned Merlin. Fanker was Aslan's old family name. Meanwhile, at the Samian family's main residence, seated on her throne, Vankia asks Kagan if he knows why he lost, because Vincent saw through him, and he abandoned his composure, becoming overly agitated. Kagan has already brought shame upon himself, and all he can do is apologize. Vankia places her hand on his head, reminding him that failure is the mother of success. But if he dares to repeat that mistake, Vankia will personally tear him apart. Kagan smiles brightly, promising he understands. But then suddenly a red light flashed from his eyes. He was comforting someone, knowing they were angry about having to concede, but they were in front of his mother, so they had to calm down. And the one he was comforting was actually his ancestor. Kagan's ancestor had arrived as well. He had seen David with one hand. Meanwhile, seeing the bewildered look on Vincent's face, Merlin asked, confused, "Yes, that's my family name. Is there a problem?" He didn't hide anything. As he explained, "Oh no, I just mean, are you even more important than I imagined, Merlin?" Ryelsa explained that the Fanker family was one of the oldest martial arts families to serve the Adenka since its founding, a mid-tier family Vincent imagined. But something was bothering him. How could the Fanker family change their name to Adenka, yet the Fanker name still exist? Ryelsa continued, saying that he had completed the registration at the city hall, so he could start teaching the full young master from tomorrow. Merlin added that next time they meet, they'll be teacher and student, and apologized in advance if he was ever disrespectful to Vincent. He smiles brightly, replying, "I will humbly learn from you, Merlin." Khan, standing behind him, gives some advice. "Push yourself further, Vincent." He turns to his father, replying, "Yes, father." His father stared at him with trust, urging him to try his best because there's no telling what the Tylovan board will do. Back in the room, Daybok slams the table in anger, exclaiming that their worst fear has come to pass. Vincent has become the hero who defeated the Simons, and now they have no chance to interfere with Watt's growth. "How do you intend to take responsibility for this situation?" Elder Tylovan Han said grimly. "I have nothing left to defend. Vincent has grown beyond our wildest expectations." Fidaneo frowned, annoyed by Tylovan's response, and retorted, "Wasn't this your idea alone, Elder Tylovan?" Han was silent but filled with fear, thinking, "She dares to speak to me like that. Were they planning to use this as an excuse to get rid of me?" Han then said, "Let's think of a solution together." Meanwhile, elsewhere, blood splatters before an elder's eyes. He trembles in fear, asking the figure before him, "Why would you do this?" With a fierce aura, Vankia approached, asking, "I should be asking you, why did you hire these mages? Tell the truth, Elder Holymoon." As he spoke, he wiped the blood from his beautiful sword with a white cloth. The sight of Vankia's bloodlust terrified him. I only wanted to embellish the Salmon family's victory." Without hesitation, he kicked the wall next to him. "Is that so? So the Salmons wanted you to embellish their victory. I despise politics and schemes. They don't suit a warrior." Vankia reflected on his own frustrations, realizing they'd kept him from a proper one-on-one fight with that bastard. He continued saying that they had never been involved with the Six Laws platform or any other organization, and that their rise was solely for the benefit of the Salmon family. He turned away, his eyes filled with sadness, lamenting that he was still powerless against the Salmon family elder, despite all his efforts. Then he glares and threatens, "Why don't you just step aside and retire, grow a beard, raise fish, or something to relax?" Hearing this, the elder knows what to do. "I will." And so Vankia spared Elder Salmon, slamming the door shut and leaving him alone in the room. He approached the magic stone, touching it lightly, and a voice crackled from the other end. "I'm listening." Elder Salmon, enraged, ranted, "What kind of farce is this? I thought you'd intervened by Act 2 or 3, you good for nothing." He awkwardly paused, searching for an excuse before finally speaking. "Thanks to Khan and Vankia's appearance, we couldn't make any moves. And Vincennes' abilities have surpassed our expectations." He ranted on the other end. "How dare you use that as an excuse? At this rate, we won't be able to avoid being blamed for trying to stop Vincennes. And those elders aren't the problem. The problem is we'll become a thorn in their side. The elders propose we quickly devise a plan to escape from that Wat Vincent as soon as possible." In Vincent's room, he's fast asleep when a sense of danger jolts him awake. A stranger beside him thrusts a sword aiming for his neck, but he narrowly dodges the attack. He then drew his sword defensively, asking who it was and how they got in. The figure quickly drew a sword from under the pillow, replying that he thought Vincent would be asleep. Impressive reflexes. It turns out, the one who attacked him in his sleep was his teacher, Merlin, who said, with a mix of warmth and coldness, "It's past midnight from now on, you must call me teacher, Vincent. Though your reflexes are sharp, your observation skills are still lacking. You didn't even notice where you were." He panicked and looked around, observing his surroundings. Merlin explained that it was a magic dungeon used for the first stage created by the department head. "If you pass my training, I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't even dream of leaving." Confused, Vincent asks what they're going to do here. Merlin replies sternly that they're going to break his great lightning and reshape it, because his direction is all wrong. Sweating, Vincent doesn't understand Merlin. "What are you talking about?" Merlin reaches into his coat about to pull something out and calmly explains, "You don't understand its potential. This is a foundation that needs to be firmly established before learning the Adenka swordsmanship." The necklace Merlin presents makes him wonder. This is... He puts it on and tells him it's a special necklace made of magic that only the power of the Great Thunder can destroy. Your mission is to destroy this necklace before even thinking about learning the Adenka sword technique. Suddenly, Vincent stands up straight, replying seriously, "I must become strong, a true Adenka to face the truth. I will destroy that pendant at any cost, and then master the Adenka swordsmanship." He imbued his sword with magic and lunged at Merlin, aiming to destroy the pendant. Merlin retaliates, unleashing his immense power, sending Vincent flying. He digs his hands and feet in, struggling to keep from being thrown too far. With wide eyes, he questioned the terrifying power he'd just witnessed. "This is..." His gaze pierced through him. Merlin declared, "Behold, Vincent, this is true lightning." Just then, Julian's spirit form appeared, and he and Vincent stared wide-eyed at the massive figure before them. Julian exclaimed in surprise, "It's completely different from what we've seen." Merlin raised an eyebrow as lightning flashed across his eyes, ordering the Thunder God to attack. The Thunder God slammed his hammer where Vincent stood. Vincent shielded his eyes from the debris and leaped back, but the unexpected force sent him crashing to the ground. Struck by the lightning, Vincent wondered what that blue lightning was so different from his and Merlin's. Merlin approached him, saying he was never cut out to be a teacher. "So I'm not confident I can teach you in a detailed, systematic, or scientific way. For now, I'll just use the method I think is best, until you truly understand the Great Thunder. My Great Lightning will be your opponent, Vincent." As time slowly passes, the Phantom Rat moved through every nook and cranny, probing each spot, while in the servant quarters, Vincent tirelessly washed his master's dirty clothes. And back in Blood City, everyone was struggling with piles of paperwork. It passed by a troop of soldiers, and a familiar figure appeared in an alleyway, Theolovan Adenka, seemingly plotting something. And so the surveillance chip continued its journey to another room, the familiar blue glow of the gate, appearing before it, its gaze fixed upon the gate within. It then moves to a snowy place, wriggling and reaching out its little hands. A slender hand picked it up to listen, and she replied, "Oh really, I guess everyone's doing their job well then. Hard work, Peel Peel, so that's it. You're worried about the young master too, so the user of this little critter is Vincent's servant series." Worried, she looks up at the sky, thinking it's been a week since the young master started training, and he's still not done. I hope he's getting enough rest and not pushing himself too hard. Inside the cave, only Vincent and Mullen remain locked in intense training. He throws himself into battle with his master. Looking into his eyes, he analyzes his potential and strength, just as he thought. Every time he's cornered, he uses the same trick, melting lightning energy with a strange swordsmanship. Still green and far too naive. There it is again. Mullen speaks as if he can foresee the future. Vincent uses the electric gate technique, and Mullen counters with his own ultimate move. The two clash, one attacking head-on, the other creating a tight defense. Vincent is truly surprised, furrowing his brow as he considers the attack's wide range. He didn't expect the defense to expand, overwhelming the area. Vincent struggled, its power not as strong as his golden lightning, but how could it create such terrifying pressure over such a wide area? Mullen appeared behind Vincent, lecturing him about the futility of admiration, before slashing with his sword. Luckily, Vincent dodged it. Seeing Mullen's necklace, he quickly regroups and lunges forward to snatch it. He reaches out, but it's not that easy. Mullen anticipates this and ducks. Vincent raged inwardly, realizing Mullen deliberately gave him a chance to grab the pendant, only to impale him with the sword's hilt. Vincent, in agony, finally lay motionless like a corpse. Mullen stared at him, thinking the kid's movements have improved, but his grand lightning still hasn't improved at all. Well, that's enough for now. Time for a rest. After waking up from this throbbing pain, he sat on the rock, gulping down water as Julian worriedly told him that he didn't know when Mullen would give them another break, so he should drink as much water as possible. Vincent wiped his mouth and muttered, "I know." He struggled with a question. No matter how much light he emitted or how much he expanded his attack range, he still couldn't overcome that blue lightning. "What's the fundamental difference between me and the Great Thunder?" Julian asks Vincent. "Why the bottle is so empty?" And Vincent replies in his head, "Don't complain, you're lucky to have any." Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind. What if there were no water droplets at all? Vincent imagines a wave of water in his mind. It seems he's discovered something new, shouting, "I found it," and drawing everyone's attention. Vincent grins as he says, "At first I thought I had to compress the dark energy before releasing it, like saving water in this jar. But it turns out he didn't need to do that at all. He could just let it flow naturally through his veins and into his sword. Then he released the Zom energy in his body." Mullen laughs wildly, thinking, the kid finally gets it. He tells him the lesson isn't over yet. "That doesn't mean you're exempt from destroying this. Can you do it?" Looking at the amulet before him, he confidently replies, "Yes, let me try." But it turns out he didn't need to do that at all. He could just let it flow naturally through his veins and into his sword. Then he released the Zom energy in his body. He put all his strength into a palm strike against his master, who swiftly blocked the blow with his sword, creating a thunderous explosion. Mullen takes a few steps back, carefully observing his surroundings, as Vincent creates a vortex of death around him. Recognizing the footwork as Rael Soral's skill, Vincent decides he's had enough running, and charges straight in. He swung his greatsword, cleaving towards his opponent, and sparks flew as the two blades collided. Mullen is unfazed, telling him that he and Rael Soral have been friends for years and know each other's moves well, so Vincent is out of luck. Mullen overpowers him, sending his sword and body flying. Vincent struggles to comprehend his greatsword attack has been shattered. This is dangerous. But then his eyes caught something, a scar running along his master's eye. An old, deep scar from when his master was overwhelmed by an opponent who didn't even give him a chance to heal. The pain, the fear, the humiliation, and the crushing defeat for a martial artist. That must be a fatal weakness. Mullen lunged at him without hesitation, but Vincent quickly struck at Mullen's scar, forcing him to instinctively dodge. Then seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the necklace, pulling hard and fast, the amulet gradually cracking into pieces. Finally, it shattered, and Vincent collapsed to the ground, clutching the string. Mullen instinctively touched the scar on his face, sensing Vincent was more mature than he appeared. He couldn't stop thinking. Then Mullen made a decision. "You've passed. I will teach you the sword techniques of Adelka." Vincent struggled to his feet, sword in hand, and grinned. "Are you serious, master?" With a knowing smile, the master says, "Just wait, there's far more pain to come than this battle." A day later, Vincent returns home. Everyone followed curiously, and the purple-haired girl asked him if he had been fighting in that closed space for the entire week. Siazana admired him, saying he was amazing, but Vincent replied that it was nothing, though Dulian's spirit disagreed, saying that young martial artists weren't usually like that. At that moment, Ciri ran over to her master, and Vincent looked at her puzzled, asking, "What is it, Ciri?" She replied sternly, "This was just sent to you, master." Looking at the mission request, Siazane peeked over his left shoulder, curious. The target is a 9-star cadet, and it was sent directly to Vincent. He stared intently, saying, "This is a bit unusual, isn't it?" Ciri replied. "Usually only rank 7 and above receive these missions." Dulian, hovering nearby, asked curiously, "Look at that, brother. What's up?" Vincent looked up and replied, "What is it, Dulian?" The note read, "The ones who requested this mission are the elders of Adenka." Sabira, seeing his expression, asked confidently if Vincent needed help, and Siazane chimed in, saying they'd gotten stronger training with him and could lend a hand. His eyes fell, and he remained silent. Arriving at his master's side, Merlin studied him intently, asking, "You intend to go alone. Why?" Vangon, sitting nearby with his hands clasped, said, "This is your first mission, and I think it's quite dangerous for you to act alone." Vincent stood firm and replied resolutely, "That's precisely why I'll go alone. The elders have thrown a mission at me after suffering a defeat. This must be a test, or perhaps Merlin already understands a trap. They're likely trying to eliminate him because he's in their way." Vangon adds that he agrees with Merlin. Sending him alone in this situation is far too dangerous. Vincent salutes, replying seriously, "This is my battle, and escaping this trap unscathed will be my victory. The only truth is that I must become stronger." This declaration surprises his teacher. He continued saying that even if he were to become a victim in this power struggle, he would accept it, for he too was an Adenka. He clenched his fist as if victory was already his. Vion sighed, unable to dissuade him, so he was truly determined. "I accept your challenge. Don't disgrace the Blood City cadets." Vincent smiles, promising on his honor that Vincent Adenka, 9th rank cadet, will take responsibility for this mission, as Hoaka lazes on the Bloodwind Citadel's roof. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, causing her to pout. Was she slacking off again? Hioke replied, "Oh come on, I was just resting for a bit. Just a bit." She looked up at Vangon, and asked if Vincent had just received a mission as the cadet beside her answered, "I thought you weren't interested in managing the cadets." Hoke replies cheerfully, "What do you mean? I am the city lord after all. So who's the mastermind?" She gets straight to the point. Vangon tells her, they call themselves the Elder Council, but I'm sure it's that old fox, Tu Lao Van. Hoke pondered that cunning old fox, Xiao Lu Wan, must have had ulterior motives for tasking Vincent with this. An underling urgently called out, "Lord City Lord, it's an emergency. An unidentified martial artist is causing trouble outside the city, contacting you through a magic stone. He insists on seeing Vincent, but we had to engage him because he refused to comply with regulations." The soldiers warned the man not to approach and demanded his identity or else. His subordinate nervously whispered that they should follow the rules and return later, but the orange-haired man retorted, asking why when he only wanted to talk. Holding his weapon tight, he declared, "Don't make me say it again." He then channeled divine power into his weapon. He then demanded to see Vincent at all costs, while the soldiers were ordered to stop him from entering the city. He then used the first form of the piercing spear flying skill Chapter 1, launching it at the Blood faction underlings, but something unexpectedly blocked his spear. The orange-haired man frantically turned around, exclaiming, "What the hell? A whip!" Then the whip continued to wrap around him, immobilizing him. The figure leaps down, saying, "I've confirmed your identity with that spear technique, young master of the falling star. Why don't you stop here? If things get out of control, it'll be inconvenient for both of us." His subordinate frantically calls out to their young master from behind, as another figure threatens, "If you move, I'll sever your head and that of the dark magic Zan subordinate behind you." The subordinate spoke up, a 5th circle mage and a woman with a customizable drill. "You must be the manager of this fortress." Hoka, perched atop the fortress, replied, "I guess you know quite a bit, manager." "Yes, I am the city lord here. Hoka is my name." "Why would someone from the personal guard come here?" Raven, having escaped her binding, spoke up. "You're really the city lord." Heoga was shocked to see Raven escape her restraints. Suddenly, Raven excitedly proposed, "I have a request. Please accept me as a cadet for Blood City." This caused Heoga to exclaim in astonishment, "What?" At the gates of Tunicol, Julian remarks on the weather. "How long has it been since I've seen a snow-covered forest like this?" Vincent agrees. "Yes, it's truly refreshing." The boy then asks Vincent, "Isn't the mission a little too easy?" "I don't see why the elders would interfere with everything," he said, looking at the paper. "But it seems that way. The mission objective given to us by the elders is to take down a specific goblin." Julian, unnerved, wondered if the goblin was bait for a larger trap, but Vincent warned him not to let his guard down. Goblins are pack animals weak on their own, but they use their numbers and hunt intelligently. So why is this one alone? Julian wondered. Vincent didn't know. Perhaps it was abandoned by its pack, or it had become strong enough to no longer need their protection, and devoured them all. Hearing this, the boy got goosebumps all over. Julian said worriedly, "All right, let's plan for the worst-case scenario then. Yes, I am the city lord here. Hoka is my name. Why would someone from the personal guard come here?" Raven, having escaped her binding, spoke up. "You're really the city lord." Vincent hopped onto the roof of the carriage, tossing a bag of coins to the driver, saying, "That's our fare." Vincent smiled, thanking the boy for his kindness, then dove off the carriage, declaring, "According to the report, it should be somewhere around here." The driver was confused, saying they were still far from Tunicolk, but Vincent replied, "That was fine, he'd get off here." He asked panicked what I was talking about, that it was dangerous, and I should get down immediately, but then he realized I was already gone without a trace. Vincent hopped onto the roof of the carriage, tossing a bag of coins to the driver, saying, "That's our fare, the true form of the Great Thunder Blessing." Vincent intends to display the power he's learned from his beloved Rain Spirit teacher. He had also summoned the Thunder Giant, but though lacking in power, it would spread far and fast. It can cover the entire area with a small amount of lightning, detecting any movement. He closes his eyes, focuses, and discovers something strange. Within the circle of silence he sensed movement. Was it the goblin? It was now growling, claiming its scent, the true form of the Great Thunder Blessing. Vincent intends to display the power he's learned from his beloved Rain Spirit teacher. He ventured deep into the forest, stopping in the center as if Vincent had something planned. Feeling far enough away, he summoned his sword and excitedly said, "Shall we go find that goblin?" Hiding behind a tree, pale with shock, he realizes this goblin is too large to be normal. And what are those strange markings on its body? Vincent thought grimly, a chimera. Its combat abilities are impossible to gauge with its incomplete form. I must approach with extreme caution. Suddenly, his instincts warned him that something strange was entering his lightning trap. It's getting closer. Is it an assassin sent by the elders? Vincent prepares for a fight, when suddenly a beam of light shoots toward him, but he narrowly dodges it. A thorny vine, his footsteps drawing ever closer as he spoke. I almost missed you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Vincent. This is our first time meeting, isn't it? Julian's spirit appeared above, saying, could it be a chimera, created with dark magic? He wondered, a chimera? It's a level 9 cadet badge, who is that? There's no way I could overlook a level 9. At the same time, the goblin alerted by the noise has discovered his hiding spot. Vincent sweats nervously, cursing inwardly as the goblin pulverizes a tree with a single blow, forcing him to leap away from the devastating attack. I'm here to challenge you and see who will claim the glory. It turns out the one who attacked Vincent was a fellow cadet. Vincent was confused. You want to challenge me? He looked at the badge on the cadet's chest, lost in thought. If you attack it without a plan. The goblin turns its gaze towards him, a man radiating only bloodlust. It then lunged at Raven with all its might. Vincent gritted his teeth, realizing it had switched targets. He yelled, warning him it was dangerous and to run, but Raven calmly raised his hand. Suddenly his spear flew from behind, striking the monster in the head. Raven reached out to grab his weapon. Raven, startled, asked, what is that? A goblin, Vincent shouted in alarm. Watch out, it might be a chimera. Meanwhile, back at Blood City, Herkar stretched and sighed in relief, saying, finally, those nuisances have left the fortress. Vagan, standing beside him, exclaimed, she did that on purpose, didn't she? She accelerated the enrollment process, and had Raven chase after Vincent, a risky move involving the Vatican's descendant from the third most powerful clan, even for the Adenka elders. Vagan was pleased and excited knowing her brilliant plan, and Raven's interest in Vincent would become a guarantee and reinforcement. Stunned, the goblin collapses and Raven declares, I may not know the details, but I know bastards like him need to be beaten to a pulp. With a darkened face, she addressed Vagon. I'm still on leave, aren't I? Meanwhile, Vincent's monster focused all its power into its fist. She actually used her brain, Herkar said, feigning ignorance. Who knows? I have no idea what you're talking about. The goblin's face paled, but Raven wasn't about to stop there. He leaped into the air with his spear aiming to strike, but the monster narrowly dodged the blow. It then gathers energy in its hand, again, aiming to strike him as the spear, that was previously plunged into the ground, rises up. Raven grinned, anticipating this, and struck the monster across the shoulder. It staggered, lost its balance, and fell to the ground nearby. He couldn't help but wonder, who is this kid, and there's no room for me to interfere. He's beyond any swordsman his age. No, he's on par with me and the captain. Seeing Raven's eager face, the goblin begins to feel fear. He followed up with another attack, imbued with the spear's blessing of invincibility, sending the goblin into a terrified frenzy. Raven weaves through the goblin's massive form, landing another blow on its ribs as Vincent watches from a nearby branch. Vincent and Julien were astonished, but he defeated it. Suddenly, the goblin's arm regenerated. Raven turns in horror to see the severed limb growing back, an unholy fusion of goblin and dragon. Finally, the orange-haired guy's javelin pierces its shoulder, and the spear's destructive power obliterates the monster's arm. Its feet dig into the earth as it unleashes a savage attack. Raven's eyes widen. Could he be mesmerized by its scales and physical prowess? Vincent breaks out in a cold sweat, yelling, "What are you doing? Move your body!" Suddenly beams of light engulf the area. It wraps around the goblin's muscular arm with brute force. Raven recognizes the technique. That familiar energy. Seeing its form shocks Raven scales. Vincent up in the tree sees it too, realizing something's wrong and yelling for him to dodge. Turns out that's Raven's butler, who asks him solicitously, "Are you all right, Vincent?" Raven is overjoyed to see his subordinate and calls out the butler's name. "Thank you, you saved me," Vincent asked, his hair standing on end. "That uniform, is he a butler?" A man with a long ponytail controlling the string wrapped around the monster's arm speaks. "I've finally found you. It would be troublesome if you kept running around without telling me, master." Vincent exclaimed in alarm that the restraints were broken, and the butler was covered in sweat. This wasn't a normal goblin. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath the goblin's feet. Raven cried out in alarm, "A magic seal! This goblin knows magic." It glared at them, veins bulging, then vanished with the circle before their eyes. A mage's hand appears, and the stranger atop the rock surveys the forest coldly, stating, "There's a problem, elder." After the monster vanished before everyone's eyes, Julian wondered what had happened. Vincent knew its mana was receding, but there was something else to address first. The monster thrashed wildly, breaking free and lunging toward them. Hearing the family name, Julian was surprised, and Vincent asked if he knew of them. He began to explain, "The Vatican are one of the three famous vice-sorcery families, along with the Ardenkas and Samyains. He's the son of the Vatican family, famous for their spear techniques." He looked at the two people in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" The long-haired man behind him replied, "Ah, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. Vincent unfazed replies, "Of course that's why he has the power," Julian adds. But not only that, their head Pontianus is known to only have one child, meaning he's the only heir to the Vatican family and the future head. Vincent wondered, what was the sole heir of the Vatican family doing in the Ardenka's blood city? Julian excitedly chimed in. It seemed they were about to join forces, which left him curious. Julian surmises that the Vatican's only heir can't be harmed, so joining Raven before the elders' intentions are clear would make him a shield for them, and if they're strong, they'll protect him. He stepped forward, extending his hand towards the orange-haired boy, who was grinning, saying, "This is Raven Vatican, the young master of the Vatican family, and I am his butler Sue." The boy stepped forward to introduce himself. "My name is Raven. Today I became a cadet in the city, and came to find you under the principal's orders." He added, questioning that suspicious monster, and why a direct descendant would be on a mission alone. His eyes sharpened, realizing this was no ordinary monster-slaying mission. Vincent's words were both probing and a warning he couldn't let his young master get caught up in the Ardenka family's internal strife. He added that being a cadet in Blood City was just a formality, and their decision to stay would depend on Vincent's explanation. Before Vincent could answer, Raven stepped forward, blocking the child, and said, "Who cares? I have more important things to do." He pointed directly at Vincent and said, "I challenge you to a duel." This surprises him, and he asks, "A duel?" Julian then remembers that Raven mentioned wanting to fight him earlier. Raven closes his eyes, recalling, "I saw your exhibition match. Your battle with Kagan excited me." He grins menacingly. "My original plan was to defeat Kagan, but I've changed my mind." He points at Vincent. Vincent smirks, thinking he should thank the headmaster, as So suddenly speaks up, saying they also require an explanation from Vincent. He smiled, seemingly excited, saying they would get along great. However, he still refused, causing Raven to widen his eyes in surprise, and ask why. Vincent smirks, thinking he should thank the headmaster, as So suddenly speaks up, saying they also require an explanation from Vincent. Vincent's answer remained unchanged. He needed to prepare, first prompting the boy to whine like a child, calling him a coward, but Vincent paid no mind. He turns and says that no matter what, he won't agree. Vincent turns back with a smile, saying he'll repeat himself one more time. "We can't cook with him until we defeat the monster," he said, with a sly smile. So Khan's eyes flickered, as if he sensed something amiss in the statement. But before he could react, Raven excitedly piped up, "So if we beat it, will you run away with me?" Vincent replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? If I have time, maybe I'll fight." Raven pumps his fist and shouts, "All right, let's kill the monster. This is so fun," but the priest can't stop him. Watching his young master follow Vincent around, Sogon thought to himself, "Vincent, you've won this time." Later in the city of Tornikon on the main street, stood tall, imposing buildings with familiar box-like architecture. The waitresses in pink dresses and red bows cheerfully served as Vincent's group decided to rest here for the night, rest and recovery being crucial. So Yun said, "About the Adenka elders, I think we're in trouble." Raven innocently asked, "Really?" while munching on his food. Vincent recalled that the monster seemed to be a fusion created by someone. So-kun crossed her arms and replied, "I agree. Its scales and horns were very strange." As they discussed, investigating further, footsteps echoed from the staircase behind them. Vincent's eyes widened, sensing a dark red aura, and hearing a disturbing gulp. He slams his hand on the table and stands up, his face contorted in disgust, as Vincent recognizes a familiar scent. The stench of the Samian family dungeon. Why would he smell it here? Vincent sensed the presence of the cloaked figure descending the stairs beside him. He was the source of that smell, and his face was wild with saliva dripping from his mouth. He stepped forward, looked up the stairs, and asked, "Are you busy?" Upon seeing him, the man's face showed a hint of fear, and he shouted his name, "Vincent Adenka." "He knows my name," Vincent thought, arching an eyebrow as he stared at the man. Suddenly, the cloaked figure slipped on the stairs. He fell from above, and Vincent dodged, causing him to fall head first. He approached and grabbed his collar, asking, "Who are you?" He roared, demanding to know who sent him, but before he got an answer, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the man. The stench of the dungeon and his mana emanate from his heart, accompanied by growls. His face contorts in pain as cracks appear, and his eyes roll back. His eyes flashed, and he clutched his face as mana poured out of him uncontrollably. Vincent grimaced, recognizing the Blood King's power. His mana was spiraling out of control, and he quickly drew his blood sword. Raven and the child approach, asking, "What's wrong, Master Vincent?" He turns back in alarm, his face etched with worry, and says, "He's about to undergo a mana outburst. He'll explode soon." Raven was stunned, while Seokun frowned, wondering why she felt nothing. It seemed Vincent was the only one who could sense the man's mana, his face now etched with worry and discomfort. Mana blazes from his eyes and mouth, his body cracking as he screams in agony, and boom, a mana explosion of blinding deadly light is imminent. Vincent, standing closest to the blast, could only shout a warning. Before he could draw his sword, he faced the explosion head-on. Behind him, the nun rushed forward to shield the young master, while Raven frantically called out Vincent's name. Mana blazes from his eyes and mouth, his body cracking as he screams in agony, and boom, a mana explosion of blinding deadly light is imminent. The crowd panics, murmuring in fear, an explosion with a young woman holding her baby caught in the chaos. Sun Khan's worries, wondering why he didn't sense the explosion. Casting the threads in his hands, he vowed to protect Raven from whoever was responsible. He wove the threads into a web, placing it before his master, and channeling mana into it for defense. Ahead, Vincent stood defiant against the dangerous explosion as Raven cried out, begging Seogun to save him. Seogun turned back saying, "Young master, please stay behind me." Seogun frowned, thinking that they had to save Vincent quickly, as the shield was quite safe. The massive explosion had blown everything away, and Vincent's fate was unknown. From the heart of the explosion, a purple light shone like a star. Vincent stood there, sword raised, his strike seemingly having contained the blast. Embers fell before Vincent, his face etched with exhaustion, sweat beading on his brow, but his eyes remained resolute. Sura and Raven were astonished to see him still standing, but in the blink of an eye, Vincent's body began to fall. He collapsed in the aftermath of the explosion, and Raven rushed to his side asking if he was all right. He fell unconscious despite Raven's urgent calls, as Sister thought to herself, "How unexpected. I saw Vincent pulled into the explosion with my own eyes." He wondered if that strange sword technique could destroy even an explosion. Raven quickly helped Vincent up the stairs, with the novice following behind a rope tied to the bomber. Vincent awoke, still weak, wincing in pain. "That was close. Too close." Julian worried. "You used your sword's power 3 times. Lucky, our hearts still beat, but your mana channels are a mess." But in the blink of an eye, Vincent's body began to fall. He collapsed in the aftermath of the explosion, and Raven rushed to his side asking if he was all right. He wondered if that strange sword technique could destroy even an explosion. Raven quickly helped Vincent up the stairs, with the novice following behind a rope tied to the bomber. He quickly sat cross-legged, held his hands out and said, "I need to meditate quickly. Please protect me." "Sister, why do you trust us today? What if we have bad intentions?" His words gave him pause, and Vincent retreated into his cocoon to meditate, watched over by Raven and Seokun. With eyes closed, he regulates the mana within his body, encased in a seemingly impenetrable cocoon of countless threads, as Raven wonders how Vincent remains alive. He replied that he wasn't sure, adding that it seemed he had cut the explosion itself. Raven is astonished. "He can do that. Could you do it, master?" The master replies, "I'm not sure. Even he couldn't guarantee he could do it." Looking at the corpse, the boy thought to himself that the cause of the explosion was that man. Even though he was dead, his body was relatively normal, as if no explosion had occurred. Cracks began to appear on the corpse, and it gradually dissolved, releasing a dark red mist. Even so, Eon is amazed, wondering how so many inexplicable things could happen. Raven rises, smiles, and says he understands as So Eon takes a sniff. The boy crossed his arms, gazing at the cocoon, thinking Vincent was indeed formidable, and he longed to face him soon. Night fell, the crescent moon casting a brilliant light. Inside the room, Vincent emerges from his cocoon, breathing a sigh of relief. He stretches his limbs after the long process, realizing night has fallen, and more time has passed than he thought. As he massaged his shoulders, he noticed Raven's presence. Julian wondered how he could sleep so soundly with everything that had happened, and Vincent affirmed that he was indeed a carefree noble. Julian then turned and asked if what Vincent said was true, that the man was emitting mana. Vincent nodded, confirming it was unmistakable, adding that it was a crimson allure, discernible through senses others lacked. Julian notes that he also holds mana in his heart, but he's no warrior. Vincent replies that, based on the scent from Samian's prison, he's a prisoner born after being injected with mana and brought to them. This made him a little worried. Were Samian and the elders acting randomly, or was there something they didn't know? Lost in thought, a voice from his right startled him. "I want to ask you something." From the shadows where the path is shrouded in mystery, he retracts his threads and asks, "Young master, you knew that man would explode, and you knew how to escape quickly. Then why didn't you run?" It's a question that feels like a test of character. Vincent replied that they weren't the only ones in the dining hall. There were many innocent people, including a woman holding her child. Sokon then asks if that's more important than one's own safety or purpose. Vincent answers with a question. What would Raven do? He would pretend not to know them. He smiled and shook his head. Definitely not. It seems he understands his young master's integrity very well. He raised his hand to his chest and bowed slightly, saying that Vincent was the most righteous sword he had ever met. He returned the smile, thanking Butler. Seokon then added, "Also, out of respect for the young master, I won't be participating in this subjugation mission," she said, with a knowing smile, leaving Vincent to wonder why. Outside the forest, the monster's familiar verdant footsteps echoed. It roared only to be silenced by the man in the cloak, who tugged its chains and said, "Quiet, behave and follow me. Soon you'll feast on Vincent Adenka." Slowly, he removes his hood, revealing a face stitched together from different patches of skin. He grins wickedly, "And you will feast on the only son of the Vatican, none other than Caval." The next morning, in the forest, a less than melodious voice sang, "Demon hunting time." It was Raven, and his husband cheerfully replied, "Let's make it quick." Julian asked if he really wasn't coming, calling the exorcist savage, to which Vincent replied that he'd made his intentions clear the night before. Recalling the moment Vincent asked the exorcist, while Raven slept, what he meant by not participating, he replied that Raven's safety was his only objective, and if he were in better shape, he would have killed the monster sooner, but that would have affected Vincent's achievements. He smiled, wanting to see what Vincent could do with his sword of justice without the family's interference. The priest affirmed that he wouldn't lay a finger on the succubus. Julian turned back, surprised to see that he hadn't come along, but Vincent just smiled. Isn't this interesting, having such a powerful martial artist supporting me? Julian added. If I'd known things would turn out like this, I would have healed my mana internal injuries first, then come back a few days later. But Vincent reconsidered. If someone was truly behind this, giving them more time would be even more dangerous. As the two were talking, Raven turned back and asked, Hey Vincent, where are we going? Vincent froze, realizing Raven had no idea where they were going, but volunteered to lead the way anyway. Vincent raised his hand, creating small mana circles, and added, I went to the ferry area, but I haven't seen any monsters. If that's the case, its lair isn't around here. It's probably much further away. It likely appeared here in the same way it disappeared. Raven wondered what to do, but Vincent rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, saying they needed to change their search method, and that a traditional approach might work. He then walked to a bush, rummaging around for something. Raven felt uneasy. Hold on, I can't track it down unless you have special abilities. Vincent glanced back. I don't need them. It's bigger than this forest's ecosystem. It's bound to leave traces like footprints and waste. It's not hard to find those scattered signs. This is the tracking method he learned from years of monster hunting in his past life. Nothing special. He stood up and gestured to Raven. We'll follow the bloodstains ahead. And so the two of them journeyed together through the forest, the signs slowly revealing themselves, claw marks etched into the ancient trees. Then the colors of the forest beasts devoured. Giant footprints marked the earth, and following the trail they arrived at a reed field. Raven remained skeptical, finding it hard to believe that he could track the monster without special abilities. Suddenly, Vincent stopped realizing something wasn't right. He said, It can't be this easy, which surprised Raven. Vincent analyzes that the traces were too obvious, like they were staged. That's why we haven't gotten lost or anything. He adds that tracking monsters is never this easy unless someone is leading us by the nose. No sooner had he spoken than a red mana circle appeared beneath their feet, and they both realized the danger. A massive explosion erupts in the field, a magical mine, a preset trap, but thankfully, they both managed to back away in time. Julian, deep in thought, remarks that the entire field is strange. The boy analyzes that reeds usually grow in hot, humid places, but this is different. Vincent agrees, noting too many anomalies in this reed field. A pillar of intense mana erupts where Vincent is standing. He unleashes a chill chain thunderstorm, a massive storm charging straight ahead. Cavill, hidden in the field, is forced to reveal himself. He raises his hand, creating red mana circles, and spell incantations, unleashing an attack. A magical shield rises, deflecting the storm to either side. The blue and white orb collided and detonated, creating a blinding explosion that lit up the forest, obliterating the tall grass and scorching the earth. As for who that person is, Vincent replies, he's the one who lured us here. At that moment, Cavill speaks up. So you realized, this is a trap. These kids are pretty smart. He smirks. Thanks for fulfilling my request, kid. I'm Cavill. You ask him, did the Adenka elders send you? He didn't deny it, saying they offered him 100 million to take his life. Vincent gritted his teeth, saying if he was going to be so honest. He points at him laughing, saying, of course I don't intend to let you survive. Behind them, a familiar figure appears with heterochromatic eyes and intertwined auras. Vincent wields his sword using the Amalun sword technique, while Raven follows closely behind, unleashing mana-infused spear techniques. A gold and purple combination attack, causing explosions all over the demon. But it seems to have little effect, as the demon roars, deflecting all of their attacks. They're both shocked. How can this be? It's reflecting all of our attacks. Immediately, Cavill rushes in with 2 magic orbs, creating a pincer attack, saying, I hope you haven't forgotten about me. He finishes with a sinister smile and a deadly glare, unleashing his attack. From Cavo's hand, a series of sparks erupts, forcing the 2 boys to leap away. They land at a distance, barely escaping the blast radius, looking shaken. Vincent clutched his chest in pain, still feeling the after effects of the ultimate sword technique. Perhaps a night of meditation wasn't enough to recover. Cavo stood atop the monster, saying, my special chimera and I, do you think you can defeat us both at once? He laughs, saying, there's no way that they'll be buried here. In response, Vincent smirks. He turned his gaze and said, you have to leave that monster for me. Cavo was startled, his smile fading as familiar threads appeared enveloping his body. Sister's figure appears behind him, the threads tightening, and he cries out in horror, trying to grasp them. But it's no use. The fine threads cut into his flesh, drawing blood. Sharp cuts are made, blood splatters everywhere, and Cavo's body is torn to pieces. Raven is overjoyed and calls out his butler's name. He lands with a smile, saying he hid his tracks well, but Vincent is sharp. Vincent replies that he couldn't believe the cocoon would just let Raven go. He happily says, "Please forgive me, young master, for I only struck down the one who threatened you, Raven." As they spoke, Raven panicked. Wait, where's his body? Only tattered clothes remained on the ground. The body was gone. Kavo slowly materialized beside the monster. Clinging to the monster, he gasped. Now I remember that name, So-Yun, the infamous name in the Vatican, an assassin who uses her real name. He cried out in terror, "It's you, the king of assassins, the murder king, So-Yun." Upon hearing Kavo's words, the progenitor froze, a serious expression washing over his face. Even Raven was shocked to hear the title King of Assassins, and he smiled, remarking that his name still carried weight. Seo-Gun immediately stretched the threads with both hands, giving him a killer look, and said, "So what? You still haven't run away?" Kavo smiled sinisterly. "No, my plan has changed. I'll take your corpses and make a perfect chimera," he roared as the monster behind him echoed with a deafening bellow. Bing Chen laughed. "Leave it to the mage over there." So-Yun accepted the challenge, and Raven watched with excitement. Meanwhile, the two young men charged the leaping monster, while So-Kan went straight for Kavo below. A familiar mana surged through the pressure points, and with a flash of purple, an absolute sword technique struck the monster from the left. The monster immediately raised its arm to block the blow. Although the attack was powerful, its defense was equally strong, causing almost no damage. Raven wonders how it blocked the absolute sword, as Vin Tran clutches his reversed face in pain, saying it's strange, like it resists all magic. Meanwhile, the two mages clash fiercely, Kavo's red attacks and So-Kan's blue mana threads colliding intensely. Han laughs, a ball of electricity crackling on his fingertip. "Don't bother, Shadow Monarch. Your strength lies in assassination, not direct combat, right?" Bolts of energy fire from the sphere assaulting Seo-Gun, who struggles to defend himself. "And you don't seem to have the knack for taming either." Han laughs, asking if they thought he could tame a spirit like that. It's all thanks to the collar's properties, forcing the beast to obey and allowing him to control its movements. It roars, ignoring the other two targets, and turns to slam its joined hands down on Seo-Gun. He's startled realizing this, but his hands are busy defending against Kavo's magic. A massive explosion erupts in a powerful violet-pink hue. Thankfully, So-Kan manages to dodge it, but the two boys look on with concern. His clothes were torn, but he turned and said he was fine. He stood and said that the young master's guess was right, and the boy nodded, confirming that it was indeed a dragonkin scale. Vincent is shocked. A dragonkin. Dragonkin are extinct, and their appearance is no different from humans. But when they use their abilities, their entire body is covered in scales with high magic resistance, just like a real dragon. Everyone was taken aback by Kavo's plea to the monster. Han stomped on its head, scolding, "You idiot, what if you attacked us? You need to adjust, you stupid elf." Beaten and berated, the goblin felt humiliated and resentful, its eyes revealing as much. It roared, glaring at Han, which only intensified Kavo's unease. Han struck the monster's head, asking how it dared to resist. He sneered, saying it couldn't escape his control, and if it dared to defy him, he would extract its dragonkin blood and destroy it. Hearing this, the goblin had no choice but to endure, as it was controlled by the collar in Han's hand. Upon hearing about the attribute, Rong Chen was slightly surprised, and Soer explained that Han was subduing the goblin. With the collar's special attribute, Rong Chen's eyes flashed. If it's an attribute, there's a way. Watching the struggle, Rong Chen told the two behind him, "I have a plan." Distracted by his easy-to-control pet, Han looks up in surprise. The three have vanished from sight. Have they escaped? Han muttered that this was going to be difficult, as thin threads appeared around him. Seo-Gun launched a surprise attack, and Kavo leaned back to dodge, landing safely, and raising a hand to shield his face as he looked at Seo-Gun. From behind, Raven raised his spear using his family's martial art, preparing to strike, the spearhead flashing. Kavo was also extremely quick, using timely teleportation to dodge. Raven didn't stop, his whole body enveloped in golden mana, laughing, "My spear can pierce anything." Kavo's face fills with worry, realizing he can't block it. But against the scales of the dragon visage, everything is useless, and with that Han summons a goblin to his front, using it as a shield. Using the dragon incarnate's arm, he firmly grips Raven's spearhead without taking any damage. The unexpected block causes Raven some concern, his face contorting. With that, he sliced the spear, sending Raven's entire body flying into the air, but as Kavo smugly remarks that it's all useless, a mana circle appears next to Han. That's absolute swordsmanship transformation. Vincent's second sword technique aimed at the goblin and Kavo. Exhausted from the attack, Vincent, sweat-drenched but resolute, immediately unleashed the devastating world-cleaving slash towards Kavo, the blade slicing past the elf. The sword leaves a gash on Han's hip, blood spurting as he gasps. Kavo laughs, saying the attack was good, but their disadvantage remains unchanged. With one hand clutching his hip, Han pointed forward, ordering the chimera to kill them, but the goblin stood still, wide-eyed, as if sensing it was no longer bound. It roars with rage, its bloodlust and dual mana swirling before Kavo, as Vin Chen reveals to a stunned Han, "I was never after you to begin with." He smirks, revealing that the chains binding the goblin were meant to break the dragonkin's traits. "Now I hope you treated him well." As he finishes, the goblin raises his fist with the dragonkin's arm ready to strike Kavo. Sensing the danger, Cavo immediately casts a protective spell, conjuring a shield before him. The elf's hand collides with the barrier, shattering it and sending shards of magic and crimson energy scattering. He struggled to hold on, his eyes wide with terror and worry as danger closed in. He suddenly remembered the dragonkin whistle, but the arm shattered his magical defense, and blood splattered where Cavo stood. The ogre roared, blood splattering everywhere as its head flew off its shoulders. It could only raise its hand before collapsing before the monster. Julian trembled, sensing the strained relationship with the dragonkin. He clarified, "That's not a true dragonkin, he's just using the horn to control the beast." He added, "True dragonkin share a bond with their monsters, fighting alongside them, no matter what. He's just exploiting that connection." After Cavo was defeated, the dragon's scales on the monster began to melt like candle wax. Seeing this, the lion cub supported Raven, saying, "I'm glad I put so much thought into this. The dragonkin's power is hard to fuse with a chimera. He probably used magic to force the fusion." Then holding the blood lotus, Bin Tran stood before it and said, "Let's do our job. I came all this way to eliminate him." He confidently points his sword forward. "Now, just relax." A month later, the forest returns to its tranquil state, the absence of the dragonkin, making the monster weaker and easier to deal with. With his spoils slung over his shoulder, Ping Chen strides forward as Raven leads the way, laughing with glee. First mission accomplished, Su Kan follows close behind, asking, "Do you have a plan?" Bin Tran replied that the elders assigned him this mission directly, then added with a smirk that if anything happened, he'd just deal with the elders and his family. Bin Tran tells him that he already has a witness, and when the disciple asks who it is, he points right at him. He turned to the two bags on his shoulders, saying with a smile, "Doesn't Caval's head clearly show the talent of Sun Kuang the teacher? Thanks to you, everything went smoothly." Sun Kuang sighed. "Looks like I've been dragged into something complicated again." As they moved, a sudden clap and a woman's voice echoed, "Not bad." She stood on a branch looking down and continued, "The manager got played." Vin Tran's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized her. It was none other than He Ga, the city, lord of Blood City. She looked at him and said, "Taking a break and we still run into each other." Vin Tran. Ho Ka leaps down in front of the three, saying, "Vin Tran, you've had a rough time, but the mission was a success, wasn't it?" She points to the two bags on his shoulder and asks, "Can I take a look?" Looking at the two heads, Ho Ka hummed. Vin Tran wondered if she knew him. She waved her hand, saying it was the first time she'd seen him, but she agreed with him. She mysteriously holds up the bag, saying this can be used to settle things in the family, with its strong fishy smell, which confuses Rong Chen. Ho Ka explained that an elder who supported Vagon during the exchange was none other than Holy Man Samian, responsible for Samian's atrocities, and the one who assigned the mission, Elder Tuo Lao Bung. She patted his shoulder and whispered, "Those two are old friends. What a coincidence, right?" Later in his office, Vagon pondered, "I was too tired, so I approved Vin Tran's mission completion." Vin Tran had business, and returned to his family. That's a good enough reason, right? He felt like he was on fire. City Lord Ho Ka, who always worked hard, was on vacation. He clutched his head and screamed, "How can the City Lord solve this if he's on vacation?" Vagon sighs, not wanting to work overtime, but a soldier calls out to him. Enraged, Vagon slams his fists on the table, yelling, "Can't you see I'm busy?" The soldier nervously offered the next file, saying it was just Vin Tran's daily report. Holding the thick stack of papers, he asked Vin Tran's report. Skimming through it, Vagon couldn't believe what he was reading. He even smiled. The main issue had been neatly resolved, so now he could comfortably review the City Lord's report. This document was already taken care of. He examines it intently, noting the chimera, the mage's staff, and the horn from the mission. Vagon wonders. This event is a punishment for level 9. What exactly happened within Adenka? The detailed mission report is in Khan's hands, and he reads it meticulously before asking with a sharp gaze, "What is your meaning?" Before him stood Vin Tran, who raised his left hand to present two main hypotheses. He continued, "First, this mission was a trap for me." Khan retorts that he would be disappointed if Vin Tran found this challenge difficult. Vin Tran remains calm, stating that he doesn't, as he succeeded in the mission, and now stands before the head of the family. "But during the mission, I sensed the power of Samyun," a response that slightly startled Khan. Not stopping there, he spread his arms and continued, "It's a good thing that the Adenka elders are evaluating the successor with the power of an Adenka. However, it's unacceptable to judge me by using Samyung's power." He smiles, adding that Elder Tailaban and Elder Holyman are closer than he thought. Khan wondered, was this Herka's hint? He asked Vin Tran, "What's the second assumption?" With a serious expression, he replied that the family's useless council of elders was involved in this case, and they were completely unaware. The head of the family stroked his chin, pondering that, if he admitted his suspicions, he would be seen as cowardly, but if he denied them, he would be called incompetent. He looked at him intently, asking which he leaned towards. He explained that logically he'd rather be seen as useless than be suspected of malicious intent and cowardice. Before he could express his regret, hurried footsteps approached and Vesa burst through the door exclaiming that something terrible had happened. This made both Khan and Vin Tran slightly worried, as he asked Madam what's wrong. Vesa, her face etched with horror, replied that Tilaban Adelka had committed suicide. A sword plunged into his left breast, blood gushing from his mouth. The family's chief elder died mysteriously, with his eyes still open. And when Vesa appeared, she screamed, announcing that something terrible had happened. At that moment, Vin Tran saw his mother, and was stunned. Seeing this, Khan was bewildered, and immediately asked his wife what was wrong. Vesa, still in shock, could only stammer Tilaban Adelka's name, repeating that he had taken his own life. Upon hearing this, Khan's face grew stern as he questioned whether Tilaban had truly taken his own life. Vesa, in a panic, confirmed that he had stabbed himself in the heart and died in his room. Vesa then presented a letter claiming it was his suicide note, and that she was responsible for everything related to Vin Tran's mission. Hearing this, Vin Tran spoke up, causing confusion and drawing everyone's gaze. Calmly, he declared that the suicide was a fake. Khan, bewildered, asks if it's all a lie, while Vesa breaks out in a sweat at the mention of suicide. At that moment, Julien's spirit, standing behind Vin Tran, whispered that the one responsible was still lurking in the shadows, but Vin Tran refused to make accusations without proof. Julien's spirit added that a hidden force was surely behind the setup, disguising it as a suicide, a possibility Vin Tran had already considered. He continued, "This is the heart of Adenka territory, and the thought of a force capable of assassinating an elder here is something he doesn't want to consider." Vin Tran concludes that this suicide was nothing more than a staged act. With a stern look, he concludes that Vincent sees what she cannot. She then turned to the Khan family head and asked if she could speak with Vincent alone. The family head replied that Vetsa was free to do as she wished. She turned and asked Vincent to follow her, saying she wanted to borrow his eyes to see through this situation. The door opens and light floods the room as the two enter, revealing Tilaban's corpse with a sword still piercing his chest. The corpse's eyes are open in death, and as Vincent approaches, Vetsa says not to be too frightened if this is the first time he's seen a suicide. Vincent leaned in close, scrutinizing Tilaban's face, his eyes missing no detail, prompting Vetsa to wonder if something was amiss. She found it strange, and seemed confused. Vincent examined Tilaban's body, and said the sword strike was clean, a single blow. Vetsa replies that it's not strange, since he was a swordsman, and that's his heart only needing a little force. Vincent responds that that's exactly the problem. He continued saying that when people die, they feel regret and pain unrelated to their strength, and they show fear of death. He added that Tilaban's death was completely different. There was no trace of fear in the sword wound. He firmly asserts that this suicide was indeed staged. Vetsa, hearing this, is utterly bewildered, asking where Tilaban truly is. Vincent stammered, then paused, turning to the head, and asked Julian's spirit where Tilaban was. Julian's spirit says, "Don't you already know everything?" This confuses Vincent, who replies, "Not at all, that's all I know." Vincent then asks Julian if he wouldn't correct him if he were wrong, and if Julian has no thoughts on the case. The spirit pondered this, admitting that Vincent's words were unsettling, and added that there was indeed a type of dark magic that could restore a corpse. Hearing that Vincent was smug, saying he knew Julian would have input. Then, turning to Vetsa, he said there was a type of dark magic that could restore corpses. Vetsa is surprised, questioning him about the dark magic, and asking if he has any proof. Then he asks if she saw nothing in Tilaban's eyes. Vetsa explains that her skills only discern truth from lies through a person's soul, unable to fully clarify events or see through someone's true nature, as she places a hand on Vincent's shoulder, preparing to do something. Then she looked him in the eye and asked where he learned about dark magic, a question that froze both Julian and Vincent to their cores. She continued, saying that, whether the fake assassin committed suicide or not, was none of her concern. Just then, Vincent saw Lord Khan enter and stammered, asking why he was there. Lord Khan walked further into the room, coldly greeting everyone, then picked up the teapot and suggested they all have some tea. He then raised the cup and took a sip as everyone in the room watched him in bewilderment. After drinking, Master Khan praised the tea's fragrant flavor, adding that it was Elder Tilaban's favorite. That statement silenced Fidel Doctordman, and a heavy atmosphere fell over the entire room. Fidel chuckled, mentioning the elders, then questioned how that assassination could possibly involve their council. Hearing this, Khan thought to himself, does she think she can just wash her hands of this? Then Fidel set her teacup down and told Khan to speak his mind. With a sly look, she continued, "Could it be that you're dissatisfied with Vincent's performance at the assembly?" Khan admitted that he was. Fidel then says, "Lord Adelka, to come directly to the Elder Council. To complain, you must truly care for him." She continues, "Is it only because he's Saravana's son that you treat him this way?" These words silenced Khan. Gia Gol added, "Wouldn't Lady Vasar be jealous, and would Khan protect his wife's Helm family?" Fidel remarked that she seemed a bit resentful, then looked at Khan, and asked what good it did to care for Saravana's son now. She continued, saying that the one who gained immense power in the family thanks to her life was none other than Khan Adelka himself. Khan then flashed back to a time when he and Saravana were in a room and they could hear his own sorrowful voice from outside the window. Khan clutches Saravana's weakening hand in anguish, saying that if she used it, she would live, but he doesn't understand why she's being so stubborn. Saravana sadly asks Khan to understand her decision, as it's all for their son. Khan bit his lip, fighting back tears, remembering Saravana's wish that he not suffer, his heart shattering as he struggled to maintain control. Back in reality, Khan is haunted by Saravana's request to take care of their son. Then Lord Khan rises, and a tense atmosphere descends. His eyes burned with fury, every movement radiating an undeniable dignity and resentment. Seeing this, Fidelnio sneered, saying she didn't understand why Master Khan was overreacting, as if he thought no one knew. She continued saying that after Saravana's death, Master Khan suddenly grew stronger and received the title of Adelka, adding that Saravana's death was related to Master Khan's opportunity, which anyone could figure out, reminding him of the past when Saravana died. She then stood and told Khan that Saravana Heisley was a kind and pure girl, and the entire family was saddened by her death, before sneering and mocking Khan for being sad about ending Saravana's life himself. Instantly, Khan unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Fidelnio, shocking her, then swung it, unleashing a blinding light. Spreading throughout the building, the light reflected off the gold walls, tearing through the silence as the sounds of battle echoed, swords and weapons clashing, filling the air with tension. Inside, a fierce battle unfolds, with both sides launching relentless attacks, escalating the tension. Fidelnio struggles to her feet, drenched in sweat, her body barely able to stand. Inside the room, Khan pointed his cold blade at Fidelnio, his eyes full of power, stunning everyone around him. She immediately fell to her knees, a sense of bewilderment washing over her, wondering what that was just now, while her body was still overwhelmed with fear. She wondered how she could feel such a powerful aura from a mere unsheathing of a sword, questioning if she was hallucinating. This, she thought, must be the pinnacle of human achievement, a power far beyond her comprehension. What emanates from Khan is the light of the 9 stars, brilliant and overwhelming. Khan coldly tells Fidelnio to remember well. Sarvana's name is Sarvana Adelka. Back in reality, Vesa stares intently at Vincent, her eyes sharp and cold. She demands he explain what he sensed of the dark magic's trace. Julian's soul lingered behind, lost and unsure of what to do, while Vincent felt suffocated, unable to speak. In the end, he could only say that he could see it. Vesa sensed the anomaly in his answer. She seemed agitated, her eyes growing sharper. She repeated the question, doubting Vincent's abilities and disbelieving what he had just said, while Julian's spirit worried that things were going wrong. Vesa, unable to suppress her suspicion, pressed him for the name of the black magic, doubting Vincent could know it. Vincent explained it was merely a hunch that he couldn't know everything. In his mind, a thought flashed. The only way to counter that power was with the truth. He looked Vesa in the eye and affirmed that God had granted him revelation. Vesa grew suspicious, wondering if Vincent was lying. She pressed him for details about the revelation, asking if he meant the God had revealed everything during the recent inter-school competition. Vincent calmly confirms that the God bestowed the revelation upon him, and that the name of the black magic was also information he learned through it. Vesa wonders to herself, Vincent's eyes unwavering, betraying no reaction. Could he truly be telling the truth? Vesa turned and warned Vincent to keep the ancient god a secret, as revealing such power would only bring trouble. Vincent, respectfully acknowledged as Julian's spirit, wondered if that was all it took. Vesa then asked what else the god had revealed, and if he knew Tiloban's location. Vincent signaled Julian's spirit, asking for a divine revelation to guide him, catching Julian off guard. Julian explains that if Vesa can't sense Tiloban's presence, he must be using advanced dark magic to conceal himself, meaning he's sacrificed a great deal of his life force. Vincent confirms this to Vesa, who wonders if a third party is involved, but Julian interjects, saying Tiloban has likely been abandoned after taking the fall, and is no longer of use, making it unlikely anyone would help him. Julian's spirit said Tiloban was physically exhausted, and had no one to help him, pointing to the floor and confirming that Tiloban was still hiding in the room. Vesa bewildered questions how Tiloban could still be present, while Vincent asks for her assistance. He firmly states his intention to strike Tiloban directly, and Vesa calmly replies that, as a criminal, Tiloban can be judged on the spot. She doesn't care who strikes him down. But she wondered if Vincent, with his current strength, was capable of fighting him, especially since Tiloban was an elder of Adenka. Hearing this, Vincent didn't hesitate to draw his sword and state that he needed Vesa's help. He explained that he would force Tiloban out of hiding, but that he would unleash an extremely powerful attack. He pleaded with Vesa to help block the attack so he could finish him off. Hearing this, Vesa immediately agrees, calmly telling him to leave it to her, as Vincent wields his sword with overwhelming power, its energy radiating a dazzling, ominous blue light. He plunges his sword into the ground and shouts, unleashing a surge of blue light that engulfs the entire space, quickly consuming Tiloban's motionless body. Tiloban, hidden in the shadows, watched everything unfold with growing unease, then angrily charged at Vincent, demanding to know why he dared do this. As he swung his sword at Vincent, Vesa effortlessly intercepted the attack with her bare hand. Her calm, sharp gaze met his as her arm devoured Tiloban's blade in an instant. This leaves him flustered and confused, realizing she can crush him with her bare hands, his eyes betraying his rage, but he's powerless. Vesa then unexpectedly used her strength to break Tiloban's sword in an instant, an act that revealed his true form, forcing him to kneel on the floor, unable to resist. Vesa coldly stared at him, declaring that Tiloban had become Salmon's obedient dog. Tiloban suppressed his anger, glaring at Vesa as he loudly proclaimed this was the perfect opportunity. He retorted angrily that he would have escaped long ago if not for Vesa's interference. Vesa simply scoffed, her face filled with disdain at his excuse that he wanted to run away. She calmly regained her strength, declaring that Tiloban couldn't escape as he pleased. Vesa cast a cold gaze upon the terrified Tiloban, stating that, in the name of her family, he would face due punishment. Immediately Vincent charged forward his sword, striking Tiloban with decisive force, silencing his screams of agony and ending all resistance. After his declaration, his crimson eyes burned with fiery resentment, but his body suddenly collapsed, leaving Vesa in utter shock and worry. She turned to the fallen Vincent, her face filled with horror, and cried out his name in desperation. Vincent writhes in agony, his tormented screams echoing through the silence, and Vesa, witnessing his collapse, is overcome with fear, desperately crying out his name. Both Julian's spirit and Vesa rush to Vincent, asking what's wrong. Julian's spirit asks what happened, and Vincent painfully replies that his body suddenly began to ache terribly after using his sword ability. Then his eyes widened as his fingernails began to change. Julian's soul noticed and gasped, realizing they were dissolving. Vincent thought to himself that he never imagined it would start so soon, gritting his teeth as he looked at his arm corrupted by the heavenly bones. Vesa, horrified, rushes off to get a priest, telling Vincent to hang in there, while Vincent thinks to himself that he wasn't supposed to face the decay for many years. Julian says it's not strange that the decay has begun, explaining that they achieved their wish and unimaginable power with Vincent's weak body. Again and again they faced stronger opponents, and Julian often pushed his power beyond its limits. Julian's spirit tensed, realizing the inevitable consequences were likely at hand. Vincent's face contorted in pain as he stammered Julian's name, struggling to ask if he was still failing even in this life. Julian's soul remained silent, then firmly declared that would not happen, causing Vincent to glance at him with a bewildered expression. Then, Julian's soul ascended, emitting a pink light that spread throughout the space, and he said that although Vincent's method was reckless and absurd, he didn't think it was wrong. Julian solemnly states that without Vincent, his parents might not have recognized his talent, and that, like when he received the protection of the giant's brain power, he will use his divine power to maintain Vincent's heavenly bones. Suddenly, Vincent shouts for Julian to stop, realizing he's still harming himself. Julian calmly confirms that continuing will make him disappear. Before Julian faded away completely, he urged Vincent to find a cure for his divine bones, but Vincent could only scream in despair. Julian faded away, leaving Vincent alone with his faith, as Vincent cried out his name in despair. He reached out to catch the last butterfly, as Julian faded away, clutching it in his hand. Vincent thought with determination that Julian should leave everything to him. He vowed to find a cure for the heavenly bone dissolution, but then the door opened, and a voice called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. A man entered, asking Vincent if he was all right, while Vincent, still in shock, didn't recognize him. The man introduced himself as none other than Julian. Cut to a courtroom where men sit with grave expressions, and Seo-kun watches with solemnity. The other men sat with grim expressions, while Herkar, Keeble, and Raven waited outside. Herkar Quibel, arms crossed in anger, asks if the notarization had to be done so thoroughly, while Raven slumps over, overcome with sleepiness. Just then Merlin arrived, calling out to Lord Herkar, who was surprised to see her. As he approached, Herkar asked if he had traveled from Blood City so late at night. Merlin replied that he was worried about Vincent after reading the report. Then Merlin inquired about Vincent's condition, to which Herkar promptly replied that everything was fine, so Merlin needn't worry too much. Raven stammered that he was probably with Khan, then trailed off as if cut off. Just then the deacon arrived, apologizing for the delay, to which Herkar responded, with a smile, thanking the deacon for his hard work. The priest's eyes narrowed as he told Herkar it was fine, as he had to deal with him anyway. And Merlin's eyes burned with rage as he glared at the priest. Seeing the animosity between them, Merlin stammered, asking if they knew each other. The acolyte coldly confirmed their acquaintance, adding that this must be awkward for Herkar. Seo-gun stares at the enraged Merlin, revealing that he was the one who gave Merlin those scars. Unable to contain himself any longer, Merlin draws his sword, ready to fight. The scarred monk glares at Merlin, preparing to strike as Herkar and Raven desperately try to prevent the impending clash. The scene shifts to a room where Vincent and Dulan are, and Vincent says it shouldn't have gotten this bad. He hesitates, and Dulan continues, saying that if he hadn't heard about Elder Tilaban and come here, things would have been much worse, as he heals Vincent's wounds. Dulan explains that healing isn't all-powerful, restoring the outside, but not everything within, prompting Vincent to stammer an apology, thinking of Chevin, and how they're both in similar messes. He then wondered if Dulan as a priest would know how to heal him, and asked if he knew of the 1,000 bones. Dulan seems surprised to hear about the heavenly bone, and a heavy silence falls between them. Dulon, resting his chin on his hand, asks if Vincent's patron god claimed to be protecting and empowering him, and Vincent, short on time, asks if Dulon has a cure. Dulon apologizes, saying it's the first he's heard of it. Vincent despairs, wondering if there's truly no solution, and if he and Julien were wrong all along. But as Vincent pondered, Dulon spoke up, saying he knew a way to protect Vincent's patron god without using Vincent's frostbones. Dulon says that if Vincent directly nurtured divine power, he could protect him. Vincent, stunned, asks if he means for him to become a god. Dulon says it's a way, but not an easy one, especially without time. As Vincent wonders how Dulon mentions the dungeon of the Holy King near the Gaia Temple. The Holy King was the legendary priest who built the Gaia Temple, and legend says a Holy Grail remains there, a powerful artifact that grants immense divine power to its wielder. Hearing this, Vincent asks if they have to find a legendary artifact, but Dulon assures him it's not just a myth, as the one who received divine power through the chalice truly existed. Vincent eagerly asks who it is, wanting to meet them right away, but Dulon says only one person in history has ever wielded the holy chalice. And that man was Aslan Adelka, the Solar Sword and Vincent's ancestor. Meanwhile, the battle between Sokon and Merlin rages on. Merlin remarks that it seems they haven't crossed swords since the Battle of the Chavadan Highlands. Sister says he was a mercenary of the Night Watch, and Merlin was a warrior of Adelka. They clashed many times as enemies. Sword in hand, Merlin angrily says that they're no different from enemies now. Sokon replies that he's being impolite, and lunges at Merlin. Witnessing this, Raven urged Sokon to stop, but it was too late. Sokon attacked, descending upon Merlin with explosive fury. Merlin was caught off guard, and before he could react, Heka grabbed them both by the hair and slammed their heads together angrily, ordering them to stop. Heka then reminds them of their roles as Blood Oath instructors, warning that their antics are making things difficult for her, and that they can settle things after Vincent and Raven leave the city, or face her wrath. Suddenly, a conversation draws everyone's attention. It's Dolan trying to stop Vincent from going somewhere. Dolan insists it's too dangerous, but Vincent retorts that Dolan himself revealed he was a priest. Then Vincent turned to Dolan and said that they would go to the Holy King's tomb together, leaving everyone bewildered, wondering if Vincent intended to recreate that event. Sokon then bowed to Merlin, saying they could settle the score later, to which Merlin agreed. He then watched as the young disciple and Raven disappeared into the distance, and Merlin turned in surprise, as Herkar called out his last name. Herkar stammers in surprise, asking if Merlin's last name is Fanker. Cut to the Gaia Temple, where Dolan and Vincent have arrived, and Dolan anxiously asks if Vincent really intends to go inside. Vincent coldly retorts, what else would he be here for? He thinks to himself that Julien doesn't have much time left, and if Aslan has placed the Holy Grail here, he can't delay any longer. Dolan asks if Vincent has forgotten everything he said, that those who enter lose their lives and can never return. He continues saying no one knows the depth or structure of this tomb, or what lies within. Vincent's gaze remained firm and unwavering. Outside, the guards were lax, but without a level 2 priest entry was impossible. Vincent pressed Dolan for answers, but Dolan remained silent, then asked if Vincent knew of the Holy King lingo. Vincent said he knew a little, and Dolan explained that anyone familiar with Julien and its history would have heard of Lingo, the Holy King, the hero who founded the Gaiar faction. He pioneered the subjugation of the demon Davenport, and sacrificed himself with most information about him, destroyed by the enemy. Then Dolan placed his hand on his chest, and said that he was the priest who inherited the power of the Holy King. Vincent was confused by the mention of the Holy King's power, and Dolan revealed a prophecy passed down to those who inherit it. He says that only those who have experienced death and are foreseen by the gods can find the Holy Grail, leaving Vincent in shock. Dolan admits he doesn't know if the prophecy is true, or what experiencing death means, but he feels the Saint King's power within is calling to Vincent, and if he's the one from the prophecy, this is his chance. Despite his worries as Vincent entered the tomb, Vincent reassured Dolan that he had no need to fear, declaring that he was the one chosen by the Holy King. With that, Vincent entered the tomb alone, leaving Dolan worried that he couldn't stop him. Dolan anxiously prays for Vincent's safety as he ventures deeper into the tomb. The seemingly endless steps descend into an abyss of shadows, and as he walks, time loses all meaning in the darkness. Vincent wondered what Dolan knew, sighing as he pondered how Julien could hear him. He mused that humans were indeed cunning, for one trapped in darkness for 10 years, would wish it only a day so time might pass more quickly. This path was strange indeed without end. Had Vincent missed something important obscured by the darkness? Determined to confirm his suspicions, Vincent is startled by a voice warning him not to turn back. It says that if he does, he will immediately become disoriented and trapped in this tomb forever. Vincent drew his sword, demanding the person reveal themselves, but what happened next startled him, putting him on guard. He was confused to realize it was an illusion. A man bowed to Vincent and introduced them as the Phantom Clan warriors, and himself as Melanong. He looked at and thought of the Adelka sword, the swordsmanship he had learned from his master. Adelka swordsmanship. He struck a blow, the first being the crescent strike. Vincent confidently smiles, declaring himself Vincent Adelka, heir to Aslan Fanker, the one who orchestrated everything. Milano's eyes widen as proof and failure collide, and the tomb echoes with the rumble of the earth and the din of battle as the phantom horde descends upon Vincen with terrifying speed. Seokun then bowed to Merlin, saying they could settle the score later, to which Merlin agreed. The phantoms were astonished, their arms growing longer and longer. Vincen watched in stunned horror, realizing the phantoms were too strong, but even if he fell, he would keep fighting back. He mused that humans were indeed cunning, for one trapped in darkness for 10 years, would wish it only a day so time might pass more quickly. This path was strange indeed without end. Had Vincen missed something important obscured by the darkness? Seokun then bowed to Merlin, saying they could settle the score later, to which Merlin agreed. They said he wasn't Vincen, that he had proven his failure. Then he gritted his teeth, raised his sword and invoked the giant's brainpower. Vincen soared, creating a blinding blue light. He couldn't help but think that if Julian were here, he would know something to help Vincen, but alone, he was powerless. Vincen is surrounded by illusions, his eyes fixed on them as if contemplating something. Outside, Dolan silently prayed for Vincen when voices drew his attention. He turned to see 2 people being blocked by guards forbidden from entering, and they wondered how Dolan had gotten in. Dolan looked on wondering who they were, while inside, Vincen seemed to be running out of strength. Melanon says they are the guardians of the Holy King's prophecy and the Solar Sword. They vow to protect it with their power, and warns him that if he dares to obstruct them, he will face consequences, stating their invincibility means he's an intruder, not the one foretold in the prophecy. They say the seeker of truth experiences death and anticipates divinity. At that moment, Vincen heard Melanon say, "The prophecy has 2 parts. He said that Vincent didn't fit any part of the prophecy and told him to die peacefully. They were about to end his life. It seemed like it was all over, but suddenly Vincent's power exploded. The red light of that power spread throughout the space, as Vincent broke free from the giant illusion's grasp. Seeing this, they realize the crimson mana is Samon's, and they panic, recognizing the crimson devil. He said that Vincent didn't fit any part of the prophecy and told him to die peacefully. Vincent realizes he's been using the wrong name all along, not Vincent but Davin Saman, the one who overcame death. He glares at his enemies, declaring he is Davin Saman, the one who has transcended death and arrived. The red light of that power spread throughout the space, as Vincent broke free from the giant illusion's grasp, and warns him that if he dares to obstruct them, he will face consequences, stating their invincibility means he's an intruder, not the one foretold in the prophecy. Before Vincent was a massive door, an invitation beckoning him forward. He slowly pushed it open, light spilling onto his face. Vincent opens the door and steps inside, revealing a vast and untouched space, the tomb of the king. Suddenly, the coffin lid shifted and slowly opened, revealing a massive figure before Vincent. He looked up in awe, realizing this was the Azure King, wondering if it was the legendary Lingo. The Celestial King confirmed this calling, Vincent, the successor to the Aslan bloodline, stating that Aslan's arrangement seemed to be unfolding as predicted. The Blue King raises a hand brimming with immense power, as Vincent watches a mixture of confusion and curiosity on his face. The shining object in the Azure King's hand is the legendary Azure Chalice. He hands it to Vincent, saying his role is complete, and that he should move towards the next arrangement. He said the Holy Grail would lead Vincent to paradise, and thanks to Vincent, he could keep his promise to his comrades and depart. He thanked Vincent and vanished before his eyes, leaving Vincent to gaze after him, eyes wide with wonder. He bowed, speaking with all the respect and honor he could muster, as the ground began to shake, creating fissures and causing rocks to fall. Everything was on the verge of collapse, startling Vincent, who couldn't react in time. He wondered if the upheaval meant the tomb was collapsing. He wondered if this was all part of some preordained plan, when a man appeared drawing Vincent's attention. It was none other than Merlin, who now addressed Vincent with reverence, calling him Fawn's successor. Meanwhile, Duran anxiously waited outside, wondering what Merlin and Vincent were doing inside, and turned to Herka to ask her something that had been on his mind. He asks Herka about the prophecy of the Holy King's tomb bestowed upon Merlin's Fanco clan, and the city lord's Quibel family, which she confirms without hesitation. She says that the truth of Adelka, leading to the Holy King's tomb, also involves the descendants of the Quibel family. Hoka says she doesn't know what to do, but the prophecies have already been fulfilled. Herta falls silent, lost in thought, and worry for Merlin, unsure if he'll be alright with Vincent pursuing the truth. She realizes that if that's true, Merlin won't survive, while Vincent wonders if Fanco is actually the family name of the founder Aslan. It's strange that his family still exists after changing their name to Adelka. Merlin wondered to herself before asking Vincent what exactly happened to the Fawn family. Merlin tells some of Adelka's warriors about a prophecy passed down through generations, leaving Vincent curious. He says that the arrangement left by the founder Aslan is their mission. Merlin places his hand on his chest and says that the descendants of Fanco must fight to the death in the tomb of the Holy King, for Adelka, who has remembered her name. Hearing the words fight to the death, Vincent was speechless. Then an earthquake sent debris flying, shaking the tomb and startling him. Merlin was ready for battle, his eyes blazing with power, and the ground around Vincent began to tremble, triggering a massive earthquake. Vincent, holding the cup, carefully dodges Merlin's attacks as Merlin stops and says that this place has tried its best to hold on for 500 years, but now it's collapsing and can't go back to the way it was. Then, raising a finger, he declared there was only one way out of here, and that was to destroy this mechanism. He points to the massive pillar, declaring it the core that maintains the Saint King's tomb. Its destruction will accelerate the collapse, creating a small opening to the surface. Vincent, holding the cup, carefully dodges Merlin's attacks as Merlin stops and says that this place has tried its best to hold on for 500 years, but now it's collapsing and can't go back to the way it was. He points to the massive pillar, declaring it the core that maintains the Saint King's tomb. Its destruction will accelerate the collapse, creating a small opening to the surface. Vincent is bewildered to hear that Merlin wants to destroy the massive pillar, but Merlin cuts him off, saying he doesn't need his interference. With his eyes closed, Merlin reflects on their first encounter. The two powers collided, creating a blinding light that spread throughout the space. As Merlin looked on in shock, his eyes wide, as he saw Vincent block his sword. Witnessing this, he realizes this is the prophecy. Vincent angrily asks if the name Fankar means so little to Merlin. Vincent raged that neither Aslan nor Fankar would ever sacrifice anyone to achieve their goals. Aslan was a pure child, he said, one who wept at his own misfortune, and would never abandon his descendants as mere tools. The clash of swords filled the air with blinding sparks and deafening echoes as the two fought fiercely. Merlin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. He then roared, asking if Vincent intended to continue like this, as they would both die. Vincent firmly stated that they could both get out. Merlin was shocked, hardly believing what he was hearing. Vincent turned away, asking if Merlin had used all his strength to stay behind and pave the way for him. Vincent tied the Holy Grail with his coat, saying that even if Merlin had some power left to escape, what if he became faster and stronger enough for both of them to escape? Then he put his hand on the ground, creating a light that surprised Merlin. Vincent closed his eyes and channeled all of his power into one final leap, calling upon the blessings of the Cause King, the Wanderer, and the Giant's intellect. Merlin wondered what Vincent was doing as Vincent prepared to sacrifice himself for everyone. Before they had almost reached the hole on the outside, Vincent gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, as he saw the light and realized the ground was right in front of him. They struggled so close to escaping, but Vincent knew he was too weak after using the Crimson Magic Chain. He feared falling back into that dark abyss, but as panic set in, he looked down to see Merlin supporting him with a sincere smile. And so Merlin placed all his hopes and dreams on Vincent, hoping he would uncover the truth, gathering all his strength into his palm and using it to push Vincent out into the light. Vincent couldn't bear to see Merlin sacrifice himself and cried out in despair, knowing Merlin was trapped inside forever. Meanwhile, Herkar, armed with a rope, plunged into the depths of the tomb, sensing the dire situation and bravely diving in. With unwavering resolve, she grabbed a long rope and descended Herkar, clinging to the line, calling out Merlin's name. Meanwhile, inside the dark tomb, Merlin remained as Herkar strained the rope tied outside. Herkar breathed a sigh of relief as she finally grabbed Merlin, who replied that he now understood everything. Herkar smiles confidently, stating that the Mother Tree was destined to save him as Merlin looks at Herkar with gratitude. Vincent, still dazed, worried about Merlin, unsure of what had happened. Then realization struck, and his eyes fell to the ground. Seeing Merlin safe, he breathed a sigh of relief that he was all right. Dulan told Vincent that he had woken up, while Herkar quipped that he could still sleep soundly after causing trouble. Curious about what Vincent is holding, Dulan confirms that it is indeed the Holy Grail. Vincent offers it to Dulan, asking if he wants to examine it. Dulan was astonished, never expecting to see the Holy Grail with his own eyes. He slowly reached out, a sense of awe and reverence washing over him. Suddenly, the Holy Grail glowed, its radiant light shocking Dulan as he realized his divine power was being drawn into it. Inside, a layer of clear water had appeared, leaving Dulan astonished. Vincent observed the strange scene, wondering if this was the Holy Grail's special power, and if drinking the water would grant him the strength he desired. Herkar scoffed, questioning if Vincent would truly drink from the Holy Grail buried for 500 years. But Vincent didn't hesitate, raising the cup to his lips. The moment the water touched his lips, he felt an overwhelming power surge through him, and in that instant, Vincent saw Julian's spirit. The soul, eyes closed, floated in the hazy space, a scene both mysterious and heartbreaking. A wave of sadness washed over Vincent, who silently wished for Julian to awaken and return. Julian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze full of disbelief at what he was seeing. He happily ran to Vincent, grateful that he thought Vincent had found a way to restore him. But Vincent calmly explained that he couldn't restore everything, only supplement Julian's divine power so he could continue to exist. But he seemed to notice something was wrong, looking around in confusion, questioning the ruined scenery around him. Vincent replied that this was the Holy King's tomb, and the entire site had collapsed. Upon hearing this, Julian was shocked and enraged, questioning Vincent's actions, while news of the Holy King's tomb's destruction spread like wildfire. News spread that it was a desolate place, long forgotten, but what stirred public opinion was that the one who destroyed the tomb was the young master of Adelka. Meanwhile, Vexa read the news and was stunned, recalling Vincent's words about not feeling well. But now Vincent explains that, thanks to Guanjulan, he has recovered somewhat. Hearing this, Vexa's anger flares. Clutching the newspaper, she lamented that he'd barely recovered before causing such a catastrophe. While at the Gaia temple, Guanjulan insisted that the truth needed to be carefully examined, as there was no reason for Aden von Leonhardt to intentionally destroy the Holy King's tomb. However, High Priest Nellius countered, saying Gaia's thinking was too simplistic, stressing that the reason didn't matter. The fact remained that Aiden's master Vincent had destroyed the Holy King's tomb. Guanjulan continued to defend his position, but Nellius cut him off, slamming his hand on the table in anger. He declared they had every right to demand proper compensation from Adenka, as they had maintained the protection of ancient relics, including the Gaia relic, for the past 500 years. Nellius stated that whatever damage Vincent had caused, it wouldn't be a problem even if he asked Adenka to donate to restore the relics and maintain others. The temple members chimed in, agreeing that this was an opportunity to expand their church's power. Guanjulan thought to himself that even if they called it a donation, the money would only end up in their pockets. Suddenly, Guanjulan turned as a voice echoed from behind. Daybak stepped in, saying he had expressed his deep regret at the elders' meeting regarding Vincent's departure. He believed that to properly atone for the tarnished honor of the Holy King, appropriate responsibility must be demanded. Drawing his sword, he looked at everyone and asked how to offer Vincent's arm as a sacrifice. Seriously, did Vincent realize the gravity of what he'd done? Vexa demanded, her voice laced with reproach, as she reminded him of the 500-year-old Gaia ruins he destroyed. She explained that the Gaia and Adelka temples had been allies since the Great Akma War, and the destruction of the Gaia temple had severe political consequences. Vexa warned that if this relationship crumbled, the repercussions would be unimaginable. She adds that the temple has sent a delegation to protest, and they will make unfounded demands to maintain this friendly relationship. Vincent calmly replies that if Vexa already knows, then he doesn't need to report such trivial matters. Vexa was puzzled, unsure what ordinary matter Vincent was referring to, when suddenly Vincent ordered Jayusha to push a cart into the room. He placed his hand on the cloth covering the object on the cart, then pulled it away, revealing the Holy Grail. Vincent tells Vexa that he found it in the Holy King's tomb, and she realizes it's the Holy Grail. Lady Tuk Din says its value is irrelevant, as those people only care about their own interests. Vexa adds that Vincent can't avoid blame from the family, and asks how he'll take responsibility. Vincent calmly replies that it's not necessary, leaving Vexa stunned and surprised. Vincent confidently states that they should be thanking him, to which Vexa retorts that he should try it and see. Vincent declared the Saint King's tomb was of no interest to them, abandoned and unmanaged, hardly the important relic it was made out to be. He went on to say that there were only 2 guards, and although a priest was required to enter, anyone could enter if they knew one. Vincent said that those people were no longer investigating the tomb. He argued that if they truly valued the relic, they would have excavated it regardless of the threats or sacrifices involved, claiming the Saint King's tomb was a relic in name only, not worth protecting. He asks Vexa if that's enough to absolve him of responsibility, but she says she's deeply disappointed in him. She despaired, saying he knew what kind of person she was, yet still dared to do this. She angrily screamed at Vincent for daring to lie. This is the terrifying result of lying to Madame Vexa. She points at Vincent and says he can't talk his way out of this. He should reveal everything he's hiding. Vincent calmly states that nothing escapes Vexa's notice, and then offers to show her something. As Vexa gazed at the light, she wondered what it was and if it could be a forgery. Ryusha confirms its structure is impossible to fake. Vincent says it can turn the tables, and asks if Vexa is satisfied. Days later, the Gaia envoy arrives, and if Vincent's slanderous behavior is exposed, Gaia cannot avoid responsibility either. Neliuk says that the power of the Holy King will see how Vincent's family answers for that destruction. Dulan says Neliuk is making a mistake, but he replies that he's only doing what's right. Neliuk thinks to himself that even if Vincent has the support of those old geezers, he can still become a great minister through this. Dolan was speechless as Delbecq questioned Vexa's sincerity. Vexa confirms it's true, saying that after raising Vincent to such a position, this is nothing. If he can't prove his innocence, she'll deal with him. Julian is terrified, but Vincent remains unfazed, and Delbecq agrees as the lady has spoken. But in his mind, he knew this was a pointless battle. They couldn't touch Vincent, even if it did happen. Vexa approached the Gaia delegation and welcomed them. Vexa announced that due to the length of the matter, she would begin by introducing the meeting place, and everyone took their seats at a table in a prepared room. Neliuk, head of the delegation, expressed his displeasure at having to come to the Adenka family because of an unfortunate incident, stating he wouldn't summarize, and invited the Adenka elders to speak. Vexa announced that due to the length of the matter, she would begin by introducing the meeting place, and everyone took their seats at a table in a prepared room. He smirks confidently, a hint of sarcasm in his expression, while Delbecq fumes, reminding him that this meeting is a result of his recklessness, but Vincent remains unconcerned. He slams his hand on the table, retorting with sarcasm, comparing Nellie Oak's actions to eliminating the Adenka family head words that shock everyone in the room, while Julian smirks with amusement. Nellie Oak, unable to contain her anger, threatened Vincent, demanding an explanation, but Vincent remained calm, introducing himself as the seventh son of Adenka and a level 9 student of Blood City. As he spoke, he raised 2 fingers, creating a brilliant light that projected an image of the Holy King within a halo, an image that shocked the room. In the Holy King's voice, he thanked Vincent, for it was because of him that he could keep his promise and leave this place. This sight astonished everyone in the room, especially Nellie Oak, leaving them bewildered. Vincent, seeing their shock, confidently declared that the meeting could now begin. In a small village, Millie meticulously arranged weapons and racks, the swords and spears gleaming in the dim light, when a voice suddenly stopped her in her tracks. A disheveled man bursts in breathlessly, asking if this is Hanson's smithy. Millie stops what she's doing, turns and coldly asks what he wants, if he needs a sword forged. The man, taken aback by her attitude, shook his head, quickly introducing himself as a reporter before eagerly asking if the Crimson Lotus sword used by Vincent to defeat Simon was forged by Hanson. The man was still eager, clearly wanting more information, but Millie suddenly flared up, yelling at him not to show his face here again, always talking about some famous sword, and if not, she'd just write the report herself. She angrily asks if he realizes he's interfering with their business, which he vehemently denies. Just then, Hanson appeared and asked Millie if she was arguing with customers again. He crossed his arms, reminding her to be polite, and asking if she was trying to drive them all away. Millie quickly tried to explain, but the man was eager to see Hanson, rushing over to ask for a moment of his time. Meanwhile, Hanson could only sigh weary, and thinking to himself, another reporter. He loathed Vincent because of situations like this, and now trouble was brewing again. Just then, a voice called out, causing Hanson to turn around. Millie was still trying to stop the reporter, shooing him away, but he insisted he only needed a moment. Hanson watches the scene, thinking that, at least thanks to Vincent, he's being called a master craftsman. It's been a long time since Vincent last came around. He suspected Vincent had taken the image recording crystal and all the shop's money. Cut to another location, where Vincent is in a meeting with everyone. He stood and addressed the group, announcing that they could now begin the real meeting. Nellie Ook questioned whether what they had just seen was truly the Holy King, and if it was, so has the tomb fulfilled its purpose, freeing the Holy King? Vincent wondered, holding the mana crystal, never imagining he'd use his master's gift this way. Nellie Ook, enraged, gritted his teeth, his face flushed, and screamed that it was all a fabrication, memories fabricated by Vincent to conceal his crimes. The others in the room stared at the mana crystal image, finding it hard to deny what they saw. Meanwhile, Nellie Ook could only think that they were all useless. Unwilling to back down, Vincent challenged him, asking if he wanted to test something right then and there, before producing the Holy Grail, emphasizing it was a relic left to him by the Holy King. Seeing this, Deobach was astonished, realizing it was indeed the true Holy Grail, while Nellie Ook angrily accused Vincent of tarnishing the Saint King's reputation with an item of unknown origin. Vincent calmly explains that after recent events, Merlin, a royal magician, sacrificed his life to prove its authenticity. At that moment, Duran stepped forward, declaring that he would vouch for it, affirming with the holy power flowing through him and his very life that the Holy Grail was genuine. So has the tomb fulfilled its purpose, freeing the Holy King? Vincent wondered, holding the mana crystal, never imagining he'd use his master's gift this way. With unwavering resolve, Mercer declared she'd wager her right arm to guarantee the truth of Vincent's words, leaving Deobach utterly astonished. Mercer continued welcoming Deobach and offering his left arm as collateral, leaving him wondering what was going on, and refusing to be outdone by their confidence. Thinking this, he agreed, wagering his left arm, believing Vincent was lying. Vincent confidently stated that, from the moment he entered, he had wagered his life, leaving Deobach bewildered. With unwavering resolve, Mercer declared she'd wager her right arm to guarantee the truth of Vincent's words, leaving Deobach utterly astonished. Mercer then spoke, asking Deobach if they needed any further assurances, saying that Vincent had gone to such lengths they couldn't let his efforts be in vain. He tried to keep his composure, wondering if everyone here would really go all in, and then decided to bet his life. Nellie Oak's words terrified everyone in the room. A moment later, he boldly declared that he too would place a bet, and Vincent signaled to Dulan, who immediately understood. He approached and touched the Holy Grail, and immediately a surge of power radiated throughout the room, astonishing everyone present. Merlin demands Nellie Oak wager something equivalent to his life, the priest, Dulan, and his mother's right arm, terrifying him. Nellie Oak tries to reassure himself, thinking it couldn't possibly be the real Holy Grail, just a replica. Everyone in the room was bewildered by what they had just witnessed, and Vincent confidently asked Nellie Oak what he would do now. The question terrifies Nellie Oak, leaving him stammering and speechless as someone in the crowd cries out, refusing to believe what's happening, claiming it's just a little water. He claimed it was nothing special, just a trick. Nellie Oak was utterly bewildered by these words. Before he could react, the man was struck down, sending Nellie Oak into further panic, adding to his confusion and anxiety. Vexa advanced, cutting down anyone who dared to oppose her, while Dale, bewildered, demanded to know what she was doing. But then his left arm is severed by Mesa, sending him into agonizing pain. Vexa, standing firm amidst the tension, declares herself the matriarch of the Adenka family, and vows to honor Vinchen's son. This statement left everyone in the room bewildered, unable to believe what they had just heard. The Holy Grail was now full of water. Dulan lifted it, his voice confident, as he declared that it was the Grail's power having absorbed his magic to create holy water. In the heavy silence, Vincent spoke up, asking if he could say something. Bertha, without hesitation, asked what he wanted to say. He replied, hoping the person would live, then explained that this was the Holy Grail of the Holy King, and if they acted now, everyone present could survive. Bertha asked seriously why he had decided this. Vincent simply but profoundly states that he doesn't want to be a child borrowing his mother's hands, but to protect his own honor with his own hands. With unwavering resolve, Vincent commands Dulan to act swiftly, who in turn orders everyone to mobilize immediately. He called for everyone to gather all the priests, uniting their divine power into the Holy Grail. Those in the room then realized the gravity of the situation, and rushed to place their hands on the Grail, hoping for the miraculous power it held. Vincent stood watching, sensing everything unfolding according to his plan, while Julian couldn't hide his anticipation, feeling something momentous about to occur. Meanwhile, Nellie Ook suddenly awoke, disoriented and confused, for he was sure he'd been beheaded, yet here he was in this room. Believing he was still alive, he reassured himself, but confusion lingered. Julian, noticing Nellie Ook was awake, addressed him no longer as a senior, but as Divine Lord Nellie Ook. Hearing this, Nellie Ook felt a surge of anger, unable to accept this change in address. Ignoring his emotions, Julian continued to command Delbecq to come closer so he could reattach his arm before it was too late. Just then, Vincent interrupted with a mocking laugh, declaring he would never allow Delbecq to reattach his arm, shocking everyone in the room. Delbecq was shocked and enraged by these words, as Vincent picked up his arm, a proud look in his eyes, declaring it not the arm of a mere priest, but the symbol of an honorable Adenka knight. He went on to explain that if Delbecq reattached his arm, it would be the same as throwing away his honor, looking at Delbecq with contempt, infuriating him. Vincent continued, saying Delbecq's arm was proof of his integrity, embodying the spirit and honor he had long upheld, an honor that would forever be etched in his heart. Though angered, Delbecq could only remain silent, replying that it was for the best, to which Vesa responded that everything had been arranged. She turned to Nellie Ook to inquire about the situation, as Delbecq had compensated for the Thorn Shrine. He announced his departure, thinking that while it was humiliating if it ended here, he wouldn't lose anything. The plan to withdraw Adenka family funds and increase his own power could still be carried out later. But then Vincent unexpectedly stopped him, saying he hadn't received what he needed yet. Vincent held the radiant crystal shard before Nellie Ook, thanking him for helping him keep his promise to his comrades, and asked him to leave. Vincent continued, explaining that the Holy Crest was placed there by the Sun Sword Emperor and the Holy King. The Thorn Godland couldn't decipher this arrangement, and abandoned the Holy King's tomb. Through trials, Vincent found the Holy Crest and received thanks from the Holy King, declaring all those present as the Holy King's descendants. Then he doesn't forget to ask Nellie Ook if he doesn't have something to do, causing him to raise his eyebrows in anger, and everyone bows their heads in silence before Vincent's dignity. Nellie Ook, left with no choice, reluctantly thanked Vincent for fulfilling the Holy King's last wish, bowing his head in reverence and wishing the blessings of the Thorn Temple upon him and his family. Everyone in the room bowed their heads, and Julian Linal observed that this was the most sacred ritual of the Thorn Temple, kneeling so low as to kiss the floor. Vincent felt the solemnity of the actions, thinking the image wasn't bad, while Nellie Ook seethed, vowing to avenge this humiliation. Vincent opened the door to find Nellie Ook, facing a crowd of reporters who buzzed about the kneeling officials, and speculated that this was the trial of the seventh son. They scrambled to take photos, calling it breaking news, and wondered if anyone could explain what was happening. Nellie Ook tried to stop them, but Delbecq ordered the reporters to be removed. In Delbecq's heart his anger grew, and he vowed not to forgive Vincent and Vexa for what had transpired. Enraged, he ordered that the contents of the elders' meeting be kept secret by any means necessary. He wondered if Vincent was trying to break the Adenka family's rules unless it benefited the family's interests and honor. Vincent stood there smiling, and replied sarcastically, "The latter part still applies, doesn't it?" Delbecq. He retorted that everyone was saying it benefited the Adenka family, a statement that enraged Delbecq. A few days after the incident, the clash between Vincent and the Gaia Temple became a hot topic, quickly spreading across the continent. The powerful hermits of Gaia, even a first-class priest, bowed before the young master of Adenka, causing the temple's prestige to plummet. The temple's plan to dominate the Adenka family had completely fallen apart, and Dulan was shocked. "You're entrusting the Holy Grail to me, are you serious?" Vincent sat with his arms crossed. "Aren't you the one who received the power of Saint King A? There's no one more suitable than you." Dulan hesitated. "But..." Vincent continued. Besides, I'll need to use divine power often in the future, so it's better to entrust it to someone I know. Knowing he couldn't refuse, Dulan reluctantly agreed. If that's the case, then I have no choice. He trailed off, lost in thought. He clenches Dulan's hand, saying, as you can see, the temple is decaying, and I could live there and use the Holy Grail for personal gain, selling holy water at high prices for bribes. Or, Dulan looks at Vincent, asking if he can still trust him. Vincent happily replied with a smile, I trust you. Dulan was stunned. Huh? Are you serious? Of course I trust you. But then Vincent remembered something. It was Priest Dulan who gave him the divine stone that day. Hearing this, Dulan looked stricken with fear. Vincent continued, I believe you'll use the Holy Grail for good, as he pointed to it. Dulan happily holds the Holy Grail, offering to refill it with holy water whenever needed, but Vincent gently declines. Suddenly, Raelsa burst in, asking if the young master was there. Vincent was surprised, while Julian was puzzled, realizing someone had been calling them during the meeting. Raelsa frantically urges Vincent to prepare at once, while Lady Vexa invites him to dinner, Raelsa's eyes wide with fear. What dinner? Julian and Vincent were both shocked to hear that. The dinner began, and Lady Vexa asked Vincent if he was returning to the Blood City tomorrow. He replied that he was still a Taoist, so he had to return quickly after his mission was over. Julian was so nervous that he bit his nails, while Vincent thought to himself that his parents had never dined with anyone before. Vexa suddenly stares intently at him, and Julian, terrified, hides behind Vincent, trembling. Vincent asks Julian if he's still afraid of his mother, and Julian replies that she always has a way of knowing the truth. Afraid of making mistakes, I'm always wary of her gaze. Vincent concedes that it's a chronic phobia, incurable. He smiled at Vexa, then told Julian, but you don't have to be so tense. We found the sacred relic and you eliminated the 2 heads of the Elder Council. Vincent continued, wondering why she had called them here, but before he could finish, Vexa interjected. The reason I called you here is to give you a gift, she said with a smile. You exposed Elder Adenka's treachery and seized control of the relationship between Gaia and the temple. What reward do you desire? Vincent asked for time to consider, and Vexa agreed, as Vincent thought to himself that this was also punishment for her failure as head of the family. After a moment's thought, Vincent spoke up. I've decided. Vexa asked, what is it that you want? He smiled and replied, as a disciple of Bloodcastle, I want the opportunity to participate in the advancement exam. Vexa was surprised by his request, an advancement exam. She chuckled. Haha, Vincent, it seems you underestimate your mother's influence. I am the head of Adenka. Whatever rank you desire, it's yours. Is that all you want? Vexa asked. Vincent smiles and agrees, and Vexa asks why, to which he replies that it's what he needs, his eyes full of determination. Vexa warned him that it would be a fierce competition, and Vincent agreed, adding that if he advanced with his mother's help, he would be stealing someone else's rightful place, and that wasn't what he wanted. Vincent smiles confidently, stating that he wants to earn it through his own strength, to which Vexa hesitantly agrees, saying that it's the right thing to do. I sense your conviction, Vincent, however foolish. But conviction can take you far. There was a time when I pursued something like you do, but I'm too old for that now. I have more responsibilities now, and I must adapt, abandoning my old dreams. If you return to Blood City, a mission will come, your rank 8 promotion test. Vincent and Julian were stunned. They stand and face each other. Vexa smiles gently. I will support your righteousness, Vincent. He bows deeply. Thank you, mother. I have more responsibilities now, and I must adapt, abandoning my old dreams. In the mansion, a figure watches him from above. Vexa observes her son preparing to depart. She instructed Raelsa to prepare to leave, saying she would write Vincent's mission. Raelsa asked if she might inquire as to what that mission was. That's right. Militium. She smiled. He's going to Militium, Raelsa asked. Are you referring to the southern coastal city of Militium governed by the Fiona family? It's a poor place, with no special products, and I hear the people there are suffering from exploitation, so the master ordered him to go there. Raelsa added that the mistress wants to use Vincent to attack the place. Vexa replied, I know Vincent is exceptional, but that mission will be very difficult. He will protect the envoy of Gaia being sent there. Raelsa was surprised by Vexa's words, and confused she asked about Gaia, whom Prince Vincent had humiliated just days before. The woman ordered him to protect them, but the Fiona family are cunning, and if Gaia bribed them to harm young Master Vincent, Vexa simply replied that it would indeed be dangerous, as they have many ways to disguise assassination as an accident. Hearing this, Raelsa gasped. My Lady Vexa thought to herself, indeed, Vincent, danger lies ahead, because you are on the right path. Meanwhile, Vincent and Julien have set off chatting happily in the carriage. But this is what makes it a test, Vexa thinks, with an expectant and amused smile. Cut to Blood City, where Herka greets him with a bright smile, laughing. Welcome back, Vincent. You must be exhausted. You've accomplished so much. I'm so moved. She opens her arms to welcome him. Vincent replies that she seems to be in a good mood. She continues to express her joy, saying that she heard he dealt with that scoundrel Tu Lao, and of course she's happy that he took care of such a jerk. Vincent asks if she dislikes him, to which Herka angrily replies that he asked her to be his concubine with a horrifying expression. Vincent, seemingly imagining the scene, says he understands. Vagon cleared his throat, reminding Herka, who snapped back to attention and said to Vincent, "Ah, right, that's not why I brought you back." Herka produced a secret letter telling him, "This is your next mission. I know you're tired after the long journey, but this time you only need to travel for 3 days." He asked again, with a very serious attitude. "Where is the location, my lord?" Vagon replied. "The southernmost city of the continent, Melitium." Vincent thought to himself, if Melitium has kept its name for 500 years, then it must be. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Melitium, causing the three of them to turn around in surprise. It was Sabira, her face full of excitement, asking, "You're going to Melitium? Really? When?" Then Sabira shouted excitedly, "Vincent, take me to Melitium with you." Sabira tells Vincent about his upcoming mission now managed by the Fion family. Melitium is famous for its borders. Despite bordering the Helm family, they've never clashed, and with no records of tribute between them, many theories surround this peace. Vincent thought to himself, Helm. Yes, in his memories the Helm family was closely tied to Morentum. Helm, his mother, Vexa, Helm's family. This mission must be for her purposes. Sabira continued to talk about the ruins of a naval battle from 200 years ago, prompting Vincent to ask if she was interested in history, a question that made her face flush red as she flusteredly tried to explain. Blushing, she admits that her dream isn't to be a fighter, but a historian. Vincent's skeptical look provokes her. "What's with that face? My dream isn't that weird." Vincent awkwardly replies that it's a wonderful dream, he just doesn't understand why she came to Blood City with such an aspiration. Sabira closes her book, sighing, explaining that historians don't make much money, and exploration is dangerous, so she needs to learn about martial arts. Casually, she places her hand near Vincent, offering her help on the mission, leaving him surprised and her eyes sparkling. With a blush, she insists she'll accompany and assist him this time. Suddenly, Saizen and Hamon burst in asking if Vincent had taken on a new mission. Saizen eagerly asked to join him, and Hamon chimed in, promising to be diligent and follow orders. Vincent crosses his arms and smiles. "All right, let's all go together." Saizen and Hamon cheer, while Sabira remains shy with a hint of regret on her face. Julian smirks, looking at Vincent. "I think you have enough companions." Vincent replies, "What are you talking about? They'll all be useful." Julian, surprised, asks, "Why do you really think those friends will be useful to you?" Vincent replies, "Look at their trusting eyes. Their willingness will surely help me a lot." And another joins the ranks. Vincent thought to himself as Raven, eyes sparkling with excitement, asked, "Really?" Vincent replied happily, "Yes, if you help me with this mission, I'll train with you seriously. I swear to you as a vice squad leader." They shake hands, and Raven grins. "Great idea, my friend." Vincent smirks, knowing Raven's involvement will automatically implicate the heir. Julian replied that Melitium was known to be a dangerous place. He glanced at Vincent with a grin, noting how much more haggard his brother looked. Vincent nonchalantly crosses his arms, saying, "It must be from someone's influence," prompting Raven to suddenly recall something. The priest has something to say, and a thin thread immediately appears before Vincent's eyes. More and more threads appear, and Vincent is now surrounded by dense spider silk, his expression one of discomfort. He wondered what this meant then, added, "Apologize." Just then, footsteps approached. The spider child appears slowly approaching Vincent with a sinister smile. "I didn't mean to startle you." Vincent grips his sword hilt, staring intently at the spider child. "Why don't you draw your sword?" Sokon asks. Vincent replies, "Because you haven't truly shown any intent to kill me." The acolyte's eyes gleamed with amusement as he thought. This doesn't faze him at all, he smiled. "You're quite interesting, young master." Vincent asked what the skill was, and Sohyun replied that it was a type of barrier, sealing everything inside and out. Julian was shocked, saying that in the King Killer's territory only a handful of people could survive it. Vincent eyed Seo Gun with suspicion, wondering if many could survive the Death King's domain. Seo Gun replied that it was a perfect assassination method and also effective for discussing secrets. Vincent wondered what secrets he was talking about, and the priest stroked his chin, lost in thought, unsure where to begin. It seems Sogon remembers, something. He smiles. "That's right, since you brought it up, you said not many people could survive this skill, right? Well, there's only one person who can completely evade this skill. That person's name is Merlin Fanker, a name that startles Vincent, reminding him of his master." The priest continues, saying that Merlin was a young genius, still quite young but incredibly powerful, and he completely destroyed the King of Massacre's territory. "I suffered a complete defeat." As he spoke, the butler recalled the devastating battle he lost against Merlin. "After that, to face Merlin Fanker's magic, I began to learn how to wield mana, and finally, the scene shifts to a long scar on Merlin's face, inflicted by none other than the deacon. He continues, "I was able to leave a scar on his face at least. However, 15 years ago, when I became the Vatican's butler, I lost all contact with him." Vincent was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. "With my master 15 years ago." Julian was shocked, wondering how old this butler really was. The father smiled, a blue light shimmering across his face. "Strange, isn't it? I should be about your father's age. But doesn't my face look too young?" The real face is revealed from behind the mask, revealing a large scar from the forehead to the eye, and wrinkles of age. Julian is shocked. Could this be the reversal art? Rumor has it the Murder King used the reversal art to change his appearance and deceive his enemies. Vincent stammers in shock. Reversal art. Sun answered. So you know about it too. Do you know why I'm performing it in front of you? Vincent replied. No, I don't know what message you're trying to convey through this dialogue. Smiling slightly, the first son replied. Firstly, I did it because you protected us from the explosion. He recalled the explosion, adding, you deserve to accompany Raven in fulfilling his dream. Hearing this, Vincent asked what he meant, and Sokon closed his eyes, remembering when Raven trained like a madman. Seogun tried to advise Raven, telling him he couldn't ignore the cold reality of Blood City, reminding him that today was enough. But Raven's eyes were filled with sadness, remembering how he had lost twice in a row, and how Vincent had saved them all from the explosion. Only Vincent had the courage to rush out and save everyone, Raven continued, and he was also the one who devised the plan to eliminate Chimera. Whenever we face a difficult situation, I almost always just stand by and watch. Raven's ears twitched, causing the priest concern, but he could only call him Master Raven. Raven turned his eyes, no longer filled with despair, but shining with a newfound light. Isn't it wonderful having a rival stronger than ourselves? Raven exclaimed, raising his hands with passion. All right, starting now with Vincent as my goal, I must constantly grow stronger. Seeing that the butler was speechless, thinking, please just stay like this, master, you'll reach the top with him. Coming out of his thoughts, Sirkin vows that Vincent must become stronger and lead his young master to his goal, but if he loses his edge, he will be cut into a million pieces, a threat that startles Vincent. Julian was incredibly annoyed, wondering what was going on, while Vincent simply said it was a terrifying threat. But what does his reverse engineering technique have to do with their conversation? He wondered. The butler rolled up his sleeves and explained, the reason I developed the reverse engineering technique was to create a body that could withstand Merlin Fanker's lightning strikes. Suddenly, blue mana flowed from his arm as the priest continued. Besides changing my outward appearance, this technique allows me to freely swap the position of mana flow and regenerate bones and muscles in the body. Right now, you seem to be trying to stop your body from exploding using some kind of power, aren't you, Vincent? You look cornered as you reply. That's right. Sister is stern, saying that if his body is destroyed and he dies, it won't benefit her either. But what if she taught him reversal? Intrigued by the offer, Vincent asks if she's serious. The nun then asked if he wanted to learn, and without hesitation he agreed, saying there was no reason to refuse. Julian is also excited, saying if they master reversal magic, they can further stabilize the holy relic. Vincent smiles, agreeing that besides using divine power, he needs another way to protect his body. So the priest told Vincent that he had to promise her one thing, and after a moment's thought, Vincent replied, I can't guarantee that I can always be Raven's goal to help him grow. Uncle Meaning said, I didn't deserve to be someone else's goal. He clenched his fist, however. One day I'll surpass Samuel's at any cost, that's the only promise I can make. Sogon was pleased. That's enough. I'll teach you reversal. Vincent sat on the ground as the young master used reversal magic, a powerful stream of blue energy radiating outwards. Vincent was serious and focused, suddenly opening his eyes as if sensing something. 3 days have passed, and Vegan closes his book. Vegan sits across from Vincent. I'll skip the report. Behind Vincent stand the other Blood City students. Vegan clasped his hands together sternly. This competition is being held at the request of the god Quandolin and approved by the esteemed Lady Vesa Helen of the Erdens family. It will serve as an advancement exam. Hearing this day, Van smiled with excitement. Vagon continued, hoping to avoid trouble for both sides, and urged him to do his best for the sake of the advancement exam. Vagon worried inwardly. The city lord would be the judge, but ultimately it would fall to him. He sighed, resigned, and dismissed everyone, promising further announcements soon. Everyone cheerfully bid farewell to Vagon, bowing in reverence except for two who sighed, wondering why they had to do this. The carriages set off, and Julian explained to Vincent that they would be using warp gates, but it would still take a few days to reach Melidium, to which Vincent questioned warp gates. A few days. In my time, it would take years to travel by land. Julian sighs. Oh, I forgot, you're an old man. Day 4, since departure, the 5th teleport gate. Vincent is furious. But what is this? A girl in a blue witch's hat and turquoise hair smirks as Vincent fumes at her. Why is the price so high? Do you even know who you're extorting? She replies that this is the original price, and if they can't afford it, they shouldn't use the warp gate. Vincent angrily shouts that the Blood City cadet officers are on a mission, and Siri quickly stops him, telling him to calm down. The witch girl asked in surprise, Blood City, what's that? Wilson was taken aback. You've never heard of Blood City? Then arrogantly, how about this? Do you know who's in that carriage? It's the young master of the Adenka and Vatican families. The witch remained unfazed. So what? If they're so great, they should be willing to pay a higher price. Enraged, Wilson says he knows she's trying to rip them off, asking if she wants to taste the wrath of Wilson from Black Earth. Vincent, watching from the carriage, tells him that's enough. If you continue, you'll ruin our reputation. If something this small upsets you, you should just go back to Blood City. Wilson immediately shut up. Vincent thought they don't even know what Blood City is anymore. The further we get from the Adenka central continent, the worse the treatment gets. Julian explained that it was no one's fault, their influence simply waned in remote areas, to which Vincent replied that this journey would be difficult. On the 6th day since their departure, they were crossing the sea. Inside the carriage everyone was laughing and talking happily. Suddenly, Sambira pointed. Vincent, look! The two burly gatekeepers declared this was Vion family property, and no unauthorized personnel were allowed. Vincent introduced himself. We're officer cadets from Blood City, may we enter? Julian explained that it was no one's fault, their influence simply waned in remote areas, to which Vincent replied that this journey would be difficult. On the 6th day since their departure, they were crossing the sea. He tells Julian that they need to investigate this barrier thoroughly. Julian replies that he understands, and flies off. The image of Melitium appears a port city protected by a barrier for 200 years, yet its citizens are constantly threatened by pirate attacks, and with the recent famine, the suffering of the residents only intensifies. Vincent's group enters the city, the streets lined with people collapsed from hunger. Raven spoke up saying he'd heard rumors of famine, and Sio added that she didn't realize it was this bad. Siri wondered where they should go now. The image of Melitium appears a port city protected by a barrier for 200 years, yet its citizens are constantly threatened by pirate attacks. She replies that this is the original price, and if they can't afford it, they shouldn't use the warp gate. Vincent angrily shouts that the Blood City cadet officers are on a mission, and Siri quickly stops him, telling him to calm down. He told everyone that they needed to gather more information, so they should go to the cathedral and ask the priests there about their guiding mission. They arrived at the Gaia Cathedral in Melitium. I think I've heard a little about it, the third-class priest, Lucen said, resting his chin in his hand as he addressed Vincent's group. Vincent presented the paper. This is the mission guide and, but before he could finish, Lucen raised a hand to interrupt and turned away. I don't really need to see it. Vincent asks what he means, and Lucen enters the cathedral with a sly grin, telling them to waste time and leave quickly. So isn't that a win-win? I don't need guards because this place is so peaceful. Raven is angry. Hey, it took us days to get here and now you're telling us to leave. Sparrow tries to dissuade Raven. Young master. Lucen asks those inside the cathedral what the next step is, and the other replies that they'll head to the Wojaku gathering place tomorrow. Ignoring Vincent's group outside, he slams the door shut, infuriating Raven, who asks how he dares ignore them, while Sabira wonders what's wrong with him. Vincent gazes at Melitium's barrier, asking if Julian has arrived yet. He's almost there, struggling to climb closer. He says, it seems my powers fluctuate depending on the distance between us. Vincent then asks how things are, and what the status of the barrier is. Julian looks down and replies, just as we predicted. Not a drop of water, and no protective or defensive magic was used. All the rumors of pirate attacks were just a ruse. Vincent muses everything is suspiciously staged, the attitude of the people, and, suddenly, an explosion erupts on the other side of the wall. Sizen panics. An explosion. Are the pirates attacking? Raven reassures him. Stay calm, Sizen. The people are terrified, shouting about pirates and explosions, urging each other to flee. Vincent contacted Julian, asking if it was a pirate attack, but Julian replied that it was all a serious act. Julian looked out to sea, but there wasn't a single sail in sight, let alone a pirate ship. Suddenly, the doors to the temple opened, and Lucen gestured dismissively. Come now, everyone, wouldn't you like to take refuge inside? The people rushed over, crying, it's the priest we're saved. Vincent couldn't help but feel strange. He was far too relaxed even amidst such a massive explosion. Vincent recalls Lucen's words that he needn't protect them, because this place is peaceful words he spoke even as attacks occurred. This man knows the attacks are fake. Vincent recalls his conversation. What's the next plan? We'll head to the Wojaku gathering place tomorrow. He smirks. The Wojaku gathering place, huh? Merlin awakens, gazing pensively into the distance, a deep sadness in his eyes. Then a voice breaks the silence. What are you thinking about? Vagon notes that Merlin seems to have recovered significantly, to which Merlin replies that he has no complaints. Merlin recalls the events in the Sacred King's tomb. I intended to fulfill my mission there, believing it was my destiny, but Master Vincent changed everything. Merlin smiles sadly, saying he never considered life after his mission, and wonders what to do next, to which Vagan sympathizes, having been in a similar position due to his family. Julian looked out to sea, but there wasn't a single sail in sight, let alone a pirate ship. Suddenly, the doors to the temple opened, and Lucen gestured dismissively. Come now, everyone, wouldn't you like to take refuge inside? Merlin recalls the events in the Sacred King's tomb. I intended to fulfill my mission there, believing it was my destiny, but Master Vincent changed everything. Vincent recalls Lucen's words that he needn't protect them, because this place is peaceful words he spoke even as attacks occurred. This man knows the attacks are fake. Vagon recalls meeting Vincent ashamed to be entrusted to a child with no breakthroughs and more honest with his own intentions. That child was... Merlin asks, and Vagon replies, yes, it was young Master Vincent. Merlin recalls the events in the Sacred King's tomb. I intended to fulfill my mission there, believing it was my destiny, but Master Vincent changed everything. Suddenly Raven's hand is grabbed by a large, fat, bald man, his face contorted with rage. Don't touch that. Lucen is furious, saying he doesn't need any protection. Vincent calmly replies that they are simply following orders. Lucen flies into a rage, ordering them to stop the nonsense and get out, calling them animalistic bastards. Vincent thinks to himself that he's quite stubborn, and he really doesn't want to provoke him, but he presents his identification card, proof of his rank, as a second-class priest, stating that he must inspect the premises, addressing Lucen as third-class priest. Lucen immediately knocks the card to the ground. He's still so headstrong. "Are you deaf?" I said. "Get out." Vincent remained calm, thinking that if he dared to insult a superior, there must be something else here. Lucen flies into a rage, ordering them to stop the nonsense and get out, calling them animalistic bastards. Vincent thinks to himself that he's quite stubborn, and he really doesn't want to provoke him, but he presents his identification card, proof of his rank, as a second-class priest, stating that he must inspect the premises, addressing Lucen as third-class priest. Lucen immediately knocks the card to the ground. Suddenly Raven's hand is grabbed by a large, fat, bald man, his face contorted with rage. "Don't touch that." The two burly gatekeepers declared this was Vion family property, and no unauthorized personnel were allowed. Vincent introduced himself. "We're officer cadets from Blood City, may we enter?" The two burly gatekeepers declared this was Vion family property, and no unauthorized personnel were allowed. Vincent introduced himself. "We're officer cadets from Blood City, may we enter?" The two burly gatekeepers declared this was Vion family property, and no unauthorized personnel were allowed. Vincent introduced himself. "We're officer cadets from Blood City, may we enter?" He put his arm around Raven's shoulder, saying that if there were any complaints, his friend would report any dangers in Vion to Blood City. The bald man was horrified and speechless. The two guards were confused, wondering when he'd arrived, but the other replied that they'd been blocking the entrance the whole time. Raven approached a box, curious, wondering what was inside. He was immediately released, and Vincent said to him, "As the guard of the priests, we're only here to confirm if there are any dangerous obstructions in the area they're visiting." Suddenly Raven's hand is grabbed by a large, fat, bald man, his face contorted with rage. "Don't touch that." Lucen flies into a rage, ordering them to stop the nonsense and get out, calling them animalistic bastards. Vincent thinks to himself that he's quite stubborn, and he really doesn't want to provoke him, but he was immediately released, and Vincent said to him, "As the guard of the priests, we're only here to confirm if there are any dangerous obstructions in the area they're visiting." Lucen replies that it's all mana stones. "Mana stones?" Raven asks again. "So these materials absorb magic, and the homeless help us refine them in exchange for food and shelter." Lucen boasts that his priests also heal them, as the work is difficult and injuries are frequent. Sabira cries out in disbelief, saying that such work should only be done by mages, so how could the homeless do it? He put his arm around Raven's shoulder, saying that if there were any complaints, his friend would report any dangers in Vion to Blood City. The bald man was horrified and speechless. Suddenly Raven's hand is grabbed by a large, fat, bald man, his face contorted with rage. "Don't touch that." Lucen flies into a rage, ordering them to stop the nonsense and get out, calling them animalistic bastards. Vincent thinks to himself that he's quite stubborn, and he really doesn't want to provoke him, but Lucen flies into a rage, ordering them to stop the nonsense and get out, calling them animalistic bastards. Vincent thinks to himself that he's quite stubborn, and he really doesn't want to provoke him, but Lucen replies that it's all mana stones. "Mana stones?" He put his arm around Raven's shoulder, saying that if there were any complaints, his friend would report any dangers in Vion to Blood City. The bald man was horrified and speechless. He was immediately released, and Vincent said to him, "As the guard of the priests, we're only here to confirm if there are any dangerous obstructions in the area they're visiting." Lucen replies that it's all mana stones. "Mana stones?" He smirked, and suddenly 3 lights appeared in the forest as a group of people were escorted through the trees, guarded by torch-bearing men. One of the escorts asked. He put his arm around Raven's shoulder, saying that if there were any complaints, his friend would report any dangers in Vion to Blood City. The bald man was horrified and speechless. Edmund explains that magic stones sell for a high price everywhere, as the sound of tapping on them echoes through the magic stone mine. Lucen flies into a rage, ordering them to stop the nonsense and get out, calling them animalistic bastards. Vincent thinks to himself that he's quite stubborn, and he really doesn't want to provoke him, but night has fallen, and everyone is fast asleep. Dae Vung's sleeping posture is unsightly as he kicks Shizun in the face. Vincent has gone outside, gazing at the shining moonlight. Subal cried out in pain as he fell, terrifying the others, and the vicious warrior demanded, "Where is your home? Tell me." Raven asks again. "So these materials absorb magic, and the homeless help us refine them in exchange for food and shelter." He put his arm around Raven's shoulder, saying that if there were any complaints, his friend would report any dangers in Vion to Blood City. The bald man was horrified and speechless. These people are not only handcuffed, but also shackled like prisoners. How could they ever escape this mountain in that state? Move faster, or we'll be up all night. Up above, Lucen reads the Bible, saying that through God's grace, they've become one family. Lucen smiles with obvious delight, thinking to himself that they're all useless, and barking up the wrong tree. That's Subal begging and pleading. I'm not Vosaku, the priests brought me here, my child is still young at home. Enraged, the warrior kicks him hard in the stomach. Here's your home. He grabs Subal by the head, asking if he wants to get beat up, instead of going inside. He asks the gatekeeper how many there are, and the gatekeeper replies that there are 10 regular Marines. I'll bring your child here too. How about that? Do you still want to go home? Subal could only grit his teeth, tears welling up. The warrior sneered. Suddenly, don't miss your child anymore. He questioned them. You said there were 10, but there are only 9. The guard replied. There were definitely 10. Enraged, he yelled. You fools. One of them escaped. Find him now. Suddenly, a voice calls out sorry. The voice leaves the men confused. A figure emerges from the dark path. I got separated and lost my way. Finally, this person gives a sinister smile. He's caught up with everyone. It's Vincent, using transformation magic to change his appearance. Who knows, maybe your families and friends will be the next ones chosen to take your place. A stocky, brown-haired man with a mournful face says, I want to go home. He smirked, and suddenly 3 lights appeared in the forest as a group of people were escorted through the trees, guarded by torch-bearing men. One of the escorts asked, 2 hours prior to Vincent's infiltration of the warehouse, it was Sepala who slammed her hand down in frustration, unable to believe they could mine magic stones with national resources. The lead fighter spoke up, We're here. They stood beneath what Edmonds had called a warehouse for storing magic stones, but this was their true workplace. He grabs Subal by the head, asking if he wants to get beat up, instead of going inside. He asks the gatekeeper how many there are, and the gatekeeper replies that there are 10 regular Marines. Vosaku is definitely hiding something, Sepila speculates. Zigen is puzzled. A secret. Hamon is also confused, but the facilities are excellent and there don't seem to be any problems. Who knows, maybe your families and friends will be the next ones chosen to take your place. A stocky, brown-haired man with a mournful face says, I want to go home. Up above, Lucen reads the Bible, saying that through God's grace, they've become one family. Lucen smiles with obvious delight, thinking to himself that they're all useless, and barking up the wrong tree. Raven asks softly, Are you all right, Sukan? I mean Vincent? He replies, Oh, I'm fine, Raven. Sabira chimes in. Butler, Vincent said he's older, so he means, Don't worry, I'm fine. The young priest thinks to himself, Master Vincent, you've tricked me again. Cut to the real Vincent now in a dark space. He's violently thrown into a prison-like place by the fighter who kicks him and says, Get in here. Vincent collapses in pain, helpless as his body is restrained. The warrior scoffs annoyed. Damn, you scared me. Thought one got away. The prison door slams shut, and the warrior threatens stay put, and don't even think about leaving. Julian, terrified, laments being imprisoned, but Vincent calmly replies, You get used to it. He began to count, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0, but he stopped short, realizing the 10th man was missing. Suddenly a scream echoes, Is anyone there? The man also imprisoned cries out, I'm not Vosaku, please release me. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the bushes beside him, pulling him in before he could react. All that was left was his shoes falling behind the moving group unnoticed. Suddenly the fighter entered Vincent's cell, ordering him to get up. He held out a round pill with a sly grin, saying it was time to eat. The young priest thinks to himself, Master Vincent, you've tricked me again. Cut to the real Vincent now in a dark space. He's violently thrown into a prison-like place by the fighter who kicks him and says, Get in here. Julian panicked, urging him to resist, but Vincent retorted that it was the fastest way to analyze its composition. He had no choice but to swallow the pill, thinking he'd figure it out later. It was Suban crying in despair. Melithium Bigway 3 to 12, the house with the green tiles. My child is there. Please someone bring my child food. Julian was frantic. What are you doing, you idiot? Outside, the fighter ordered force those guys to take the pills. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted, shocking Julian. The energy emanated from Vincent, who confidently declared, Reverse flow has stopped my body from absorbing the pill. He stood tall, breaking free from his restraints. Suddenly the fighter entered Vincent's cell, ordering him to get up. He held out a round pill with a sly grin, saying it was time to eat. Vincent collapses in pain, helpless as his body is restrained. The warrior scoffs annoyed. Damn, you scared me. Thought one got away. Julian was also surprised. If ordinary people drink mana instead of martial artists, the mana will rush into their hearts and rupture their veins if it reaches the limit. It's dangerous for homeless people who haven't practiced martial arts. Vincent frowned, wondering what they were trying to do by forcing innocent people to drink this. But if someone with existing mana drinks it, it's like a supplement. Vincent clenched the mana in his palm and smiled. Julian was frantic. What are you doing, you idiot? Outside, the fighter ordered force those guys to take the pills. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted, shocking Julian. The energy emanated from Vincent, who confidently declared, Reverse flow has stopped my body from absorbing the pill. He stood tall, breaking free from his restraints. Immediately, Subal collapsed, screaming like the monster, his body radiating the same eerie red energy as the gate. Seeing this, the fighter grinned with satisfaction, laughing gleefully. Ha ha ha, good, at least one of them appeared. Subal continued to scream violently, his eyes still bloodshot, the bizarre energy still flowing. Vincent was bewildered, thinking how could an ordinary person make a pact with an evil spirit? Vincent thought to himself it was certain, remembering the evil spirits he had encountered before. Vincent's eyes filled with rage. Darwin's evil spirit, the evil spirit contract, and that thing. He ordered, begin, one at a time, step through that gate. The first man entered, terrified, and the others followed. The fighter grew annoyed. Next is that Subal, he said, frustrated that the man stood trembling at the door, afraid to enter. Subal was now controlled by something, his eyes wide and bloodshot, a terrifying sight as black and red energy poured from his mouth. He rasped Melithium Micway numbers 3 through 12. I'll be back. Vincent and Julian were horrified by what they were witnessing. 2 guards holding chains connected to the iron gate escorted Subal, while the fighter looked pleased, thinking that at least they caught one, and General Edmund would be pleased. Another urged Vincent to enter, telling him not to stand there, it's his turn. He remembered the pill the fighter had forced him to take. It was that pill pushing the mana in his body to its limit that had caused this. Subal was restrained by a massive, ancient iron gate, his hands shackled. Vincent stepped through the doorway into the building, and immediately strange red energies swirled around him, filling him with dread. The fighter looked at him, wondering if his luck would continue, and shoved Vincent inside, urging him to hurry. Suddenly, images of Vincent's parents when he was Darwin appear, his father scolding him, saying a monster has been born, while his mother curses him, asking why he didn't die. Vincent hesitantly calls out to his parents. Remembering the moment he lay dying in agony, unaccepted by anyone, even in death, Vincent uses his magic, saying he won't be controlled so easily, and the illusions of his parents fade away. Darwin, he shouts, returning to reality, and stands motionless after escaping the illusion. What's wrong with this fighter? Why isn't he moving? Is he even forming a demon? Suddenly, a turquoise energy erupts, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire mountain. Vincent stepped through the doorway into the building, and immediately strange red energies swirled around him, filling him with dread. Suddenly, Vincent was surrounded by darkness, unsure of his location. This, he realized, was his most dreaded memory, the one that allows evil spirits to invade the mind and consume their host. He worried young Master Vincent after the explosion. More than half of the building had collapsed. The fighter was getting up from the smoke, and he found this suspicious. He barely manages to block Vincent's blade, gritting his teeth. So it is you. A worthless nobody dares. His sword was sliced in 2 by Vincent, who then swung his blade, severing the warrior's arm in an instant. As the swordsman's 2 henchmen rushed Vincent from behind, he scoffed, "Helk, you arrogant fool." A jade-green energy flared, and in an instant, Vincent vanished, leaving one henchman to exclaim in surprise. He disappeared. He barely manages to block Vincent's blade, gritting his teeth. So it is you. A worthless nobody dares. Vincent descended, walking through the wreckage he had created, thinking that there seemed to be no more martial arts guards, but the amount of mana he used was a little higher than expected. Vincent plunged his sword into the ground, inches from the man's face, a sword imbued with psychic power. He commanded, "Call the priests here, or you'll be crippled forever." The terrified warrior immediately made an urgent call. "We need assistance. Someone is injured. We need priests to help." Vincent smirked, thinking, if the priests come, their protectors will have to appear as well. He turned and headed toward the ruined building, calling out to Julianne. "Let's crush their little scheme," Julianne replied, gleefully clenching his fists. "You got it." Inside the multi-storied building, Vincent plunged his sword into the ground, inches from the man's face, a sword imbued with psychic power. He commanded, "Call the priests here, or you'll be crippled forever." The guards inside panicked, yelling about an intruder, a nobody, named Vincent, who landed on the floor with his sword. The guards roared, weapons raised, charging toward him, shouting, "Kill him, don't let him escape." Vincent unleashes his power, Digni sword strike, as golden energy erupts. His confident gaze meets the guards, taunts what? His immense power triggers another explosion, terrifying those on the lower floors. It's the intruder. Vincent then unleashes his next technique, Little Tyrant. The blue energy stuns the guards as a giant figure with immense blue energy appears behind Vincent. Vincent unleashes another skill, Ancient Thunder, swinging his sword to create a massive pillar of blue energy. It hurtles downward, obliterating everything in its path. Vincent descended, walking through the wreckage he had created, thinking that there seemed to be no more martial arts guards, but the amount of mana he used was a little higher than expected. I need to investigate this place quickly, and find evidence of their crimes, but suddenly, a sword falls from the sky. Vincent turns to look, having dodged the blade. A grunt echoes as a dark figure watches him intently from above. A clownish figure who smirks and taunts Vincent, saying he seems quite ambitious. Vincent uses his magic, saying he won't be controlled so easily, and the illusions of his parents fade away. "Darwin," he shouts, returning to reality, and stands motionless after escaping the illusion. The blue energy stuns the guards as a giant figure with immense blue energy appears behind Vincent. Lancerton responds, "Indeed, do you now recognize the difference in power between us?" Vincent frowns, thinking, he truly is different. Even though Ryelsa and Sir Serkan are also 7-star martial artists, this guy is nothing compared to them. He stares intently at Vincent, then crosses his arms, hands full of knives, saying, "Let's see if you can still talk like that after your body is riddled with holes." He throws a barrage of knives at Vincent. A massive explosion erupts, shattering the surrounding stone, and a cloud of dust engulfs Vincent, sending Lancerton into a fit of gleeful laughter. Even though Ryelsa and Sir Serkan are also 7-star martial artists, this guy is nothing compared to them. Han suddenly turns around in surprise. What? Something's wrong. Wait. Another Vincent remained below. Han thought in surprise, so who took my blow? The Vincent below was using the reverse flow technique, surrounded by spider silk. Didn't I just say that? He roars, the difference in level is absolute. No matter how gifted you are, no one can overcome the difference in level with a martial arts master. Vincent has somehow appeared behind him, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face, saying that up close, his mask is uglier than he thought. Vincent launches his threads, blood splattering Lancerton's face, who curses in anger. His head is then severed from his neck, blood spraying everywhere. Vincent watches the scene unfold, his face betraying no emotion, as a voice echoes. Was this all part of his plan? You're far weaker than the 7-star martial artist I know. All the knives Lancerton threw were blocked by the threads. Lancerton was still in shock, thinking, how can there be two of them? Vincent chuckled, replying, "Ever since you showed your skills at the light camp, I predicted these guys were planning something. Besides, where did the vines suddenly come from?" Vincent adds that he believes the threads won't stand idly by in the face of injustice, as Raven frantically looks around, asking where the dirty bastards have gone. So the one who used the wire to kill Lancerton was the imposter disguised as Vincent, he says. My appearance and even the clown's presence, it's all too convenient to be a coincidence. Certain sighs, rubbing his head, realizing he's been played again. Vincent jumps down, approaching Raven and Certain, suggesting they take a look around. Vincent replies that they're not here, prompting Raven to ask what they're waiting for, and to move out. Let's see what they're up to in the shadows of Meliteum. The guards have been taken out. Raven looks around. It seems no one's left. The old man and the other homeless people replied that they were kidnapped by Priest Luxon and forced to create magic stones, using a black gate, to force dark pacts upon those with mana sensitivity. Though most of us were too weak and died after being possessed by evil spirits, a lucky few like us were used to make magic stones. So many people have died like that. Hearing this, Vincent's face darkened. To think that the temple and the mage family, who were supposed to protect the weak, were behind all of this. Vincent's eyes filled with resentment, as he wondered where justice was in this era. So, Vincent asks what the process is for making magic stones. They point to a blue sphere on the table, explaining that everything goes through that device, inside of which is a version. The Wajasas explain that it's a black magic tool that allows mana stones to absorb mana. Vincent stares intently, and Raven calls out Vincent. He suddenly grabs the orb. Immediately, a surge of purple energy erupts. Julian panics, wondering what Vincent is trying to do. Vincent replies that he took mana enhancement pills and passed through the black gate like them, so he should do what they did. And purple veins appear on Vincent's face. To think that the temple and the mage family, who were supposed to protect the weak, were behind all of this. Vincent's eyes filled with resentment, as he wondered where justice was in this era. Julian eagerly agreed, saying it could be done and would be irrefutable proof. Vincent held the stone aloft to gather data about the area, shifting the scene to the outside world. The priests are healing the wounded, and Lucien is healing the warrior's severed arm. How disappointing, to be defeated by a child. The warrior admits his fault, saying it was his mistake. The Wajasas explain that it's a black magic tool that allows mana stones to absorb mana. Vincent stares intently, and Raven calls out Vincent. He suddenly grabs the orb. The stone inside separated and turned emerald green, causing Vincent to breathe a sigh of relief as he turned to Julian, asking if he could record information about this place through it. Before he could finish, a slap sent his face flying. Vincent struck him for exploiting innocent lives as his personal piggy bank. How pathetic. The purple substance forces Sokhan and Raven to cover their noses, the air thick with a putrid stench. Edmund laughs, declaring his plan has only just begun. Vincent fearlessly stared him down as two hands emerged from Edmund's mouth, tearing his body in two. Vincent couldn't believe his eyes. Edmund's body split in two, revealing another person with long white hair. Vincent seemed wary as he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Edmund the Nightmare's top strategist, and a thick purple aura now surrounds us. Vincent wondered to himself, a nightmare. He asked Julian if he knew anything about nightmares. Julian was confused, saying it was the first time he'd heard of it, and that it seemed to be a secret organization. Vincent thought to himself that if someone like that dared to reveal himself completely, then he must have planned to eliminate everyone here. Lucien and the fighter cried out for help. Edmund Nightmare, save us. Edmund grinned wickedly, unleashing his power. A massive serpent lunges toward Lucien and the others. Lucien cries out in terror as the snake devours them both. Edmund Nightmare laughs. Thank you for everything, Lucien. Vincent, enraged, pointed his sword at him, wondering what Edmund and his group were plotting. Then Edmund answered with a twisted smile. We're just a group with a dream to make the world a little brighter. Then he snaps his fingers. Suddenly, spectral arms are engulfed in purple energy rising from the ground. Vincent couldn't believe his eyes. The undead were rising. More and more of them floated up, and Vincent wondered if they were the townspeople who had died here. The nightmare laughs, declaring that the Slayer King and the heirs of prestigious families will become his powerful puppets as the shades rush toward Vincent, Sircon, and Raven. With a single strike, Vincent obliterates them. Sircon and Raven are also fighting, Raven gritting his teeth. There are too many of them. Suddenly, a voice echoes, "Could I be of assistance?" It's Herkar who uses her whip to decimate the ghouls, defeating them one by one. Her power creates a massive explosion, leaving Raven in awe and Sircon speechless. This magic, Herkar declares, she came because Namshik and Gon kept pestering her to check things out. This is an emergency situation completely unrelated to the mission. Vincent calls out. Lord Herkar looks at the nightmare with a challenging smile. "How about now? All your zombie buddies are down." The nightmare grins. "Ha ha ha, how could I?" He and the giant serpent stare intently at Herkar. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. "Run!" Behind the fleeing Vosaku and guards, the tower collapses. "Escape before you're crushed." The nightmare places his hand on the ground. Have you forgotten? The scene unfolding before Vincent's group is unbelievable. The strongest life force is still here though. The nightmare screams, and it's Lenserton's life force. Vosu's undead nightmare. Lenserton rises from the ground, holding his severed head in one hand. Is that the mask of Lenserton the clown? Hoka reassured everyone, saying not to fear, as most life forms die, if the necromancer who summoned them is killed. Hoka then attacked, using her whip to bind the nightmare. But he wasn't afraid. He was still smiling. Julian, shocked, thought, "He's smiling." Then Julian pointed at him and shouted, "He's a lich." Enraged, Hela vows to tear him apart, but Vincent shouts, warning her not to. "He's a lich." Hela is stunned. A lich. Liches are undead beings who cannot die unless their magic core is destroyed. Destroying their body is useless, it only increases their range of activity. Before they could react, Lenserton was already behind them, raising his weapon. His attack was incredibly powerful, shattering the earth. Xiaojuan clung to the vines for protection, along with his young master. Vincent and Hela are struggling to withstand the attack, as Lenserton's blow cuts a swath through the land, filling the air with dust. Luckily, everyone is unharmed. Heoga asks if everyone is alright, and if anyone is hurt. The nightmare stands above, saying he has another addition for his collection. "You can thank me later," he said, caressing the serpent, "for you will all belong to my nightmare legion." The serpent dove from above towards Vincent's group, who quickly took flight to dodge the attack. Seogun was annoyed. A martial artist resurrected by a necromancer was indeed much stronger than before, as they say. Huaga dodged the snake and replied, "He said that guy was a 7-star. Right, a living 7-star assassin is too much." Seogyeon frowned as Hyoga climbed into a tree, and she called out to her, "City Lord, my main mission is to be the Vatican's butler and protect the young master. If there's a choice that guarantees young Master Sesame's safety, I'll take it." Hoka grimaced, thinking bitterly, so he'll run when things get worse. What a jerk. But she agreed, entrusting Vincent with protecting Jevignon, telling him to leave with her. Vincent refused, saying, "No, I won't run. I'll defeat him, and leave with my head held high." Herka was stunned. "You can thank me later," he said, caressing the serpent, "for you will all belong to my nightmare legion." The serpent dove from above towards Vincent's group, who quickly took flight to dodge the attack. She asked Vincent if he had a plan to defeat him, and Vincent smiled arrogantly as the nightmare taunted, saying it had been too long before controlling his serpent. She looked at Vincent and said, "From now on, you will be the second Namshik Vegan." Vincent was confused. "Huh, what does that mean?" Herka remembered Vegan's face like Namshik Vegan. He always had a plan and a sly smile. It looked strange from the outside. He charged forward to face the nightmare head-on, swinging his sword, but the nightmare didn't even flinch. "Remember this," Vincent roared, striking down with his blade. "I am Vincent Adenka, the 7th scion of Adenka. I won't run. I'll defeat him, and leave with my head held high." Herka was stunned. The serpent lunges at Vincent, but he narrowly dodges it, thinking that he's received everything he needs as a trainee from now on. The serpent lunges at Vincent, but he narrowly dodges it, thinking that he's received everything he needs as a trainee from now on. He charged forward to face the nightmare head-on, swinging his sword, but the nightmare didn't even flinch. "Remember this," Vincent roared, striking down with his blade. "I am Vincent Adenka, the 7th scion of Adenka. I won't run. I'll defeat him, and leave with my head held high." Herka was stunned. Immediately, Sokan and Ho-Ka leaped into action, tightening the ropes around the nightmare and dragging him away. The nightmare gritted his teeth in fury. "What do you think you're doing dragging me like this?" He charged forward to face the nightmare head-on, swinging his sword, but the nightmare didn't even flinch. "Remember this," Vincent roared, striking down with his blade. "I am Vincent Adenka, the 7th scion of Adenka." The nightmare scoffs, thinking, "You can stop me. You're sorely mistaken. Far too naive. This won't be enough to bring me down." He laughs wickedly, as purple energy emanates from him. Ho-Ka smiles reassuringly. "I'm not sure if we can win, but if he says we can, we have to try." Both Raven and Sister are determined, with Sister saying that if Vincent believes they can defeat him, they will. Raven agrees, saying that if Vincent says it's okay, then it will be. The nightmare responds, dashing their hopes, saying the Vincent Adenka they trust is likely already dead, while Lancerton unleashes a deadly tornado. Vincent swiftly dodges the clown's attack, asking Julian how much more time they need. Julian replied that they were on schedule but needed more time, as Lancerton's giant hand pursued Vincent. Though he dodged Vincent's arm, barely avoided Lancerton's, nearly getting caught. The impact sent Vincent crashing down in pain, blood flowing freely from his arm, as the clown's head suddenly appeared. The three landed on the ground as the nightmare rose, and the disciple looked at him. "He's not down yet, master," the nightmare scoffed. Vincent gritted his teeth in frustration. Even the clown's head had a mind of its own. From the jester's mouth, a barrage of knives shot toward him. Vincent soared, swinging his sword towards Lancerton's head, striking the mask's center with lightning speed. After the strike, Vincent seemed stunned. "No effect. I failed." Suddenly, something is shifting like an earthquake. Lancerton's body rises from the ground, knocking Vincent down. He thinks, panicked, he can't keep his balance. The clown's head lunges at Vincent, its grotesque mask twisted into a devilish grin, before striking him hard in the back of the head. A massive explosion startles Raven, who turns back, calling out to Vincent in concern. Raven thought to himself that he promised to trust Vincent, and he needs to focus on the battle. The nightmare approaches, taunting him. "Come here, you brat." Raven rushes towards him, blocking the blow, sensing a deadly aura. Meanwhile, Vincent watches as Lancerton clutches his own head. He reattaches it to his body, then rubs his head and laughs. Not bad. Dust fills the air around Vincent, who plants his sword in the ground to steady himself. Lancerton reaches out, but suddenly his arm is sliced off. A blinding golden light leaves the clown bewildered. Vincent's sword is now equipped with a chain surrounded by a dazzling golden light, and Julian rejoices. "Success. I've restored a portion of my divine power within him. This is the chain sword technique." Now filled with confidence, Vincent smiles and unleashes the chain of divine power, recalling the past, the chain sword. At that moment, Vincent was questioning Merlin, who explained that this was one of the most important sword techniques in Adenka swordsmanship, and the sword he himself used. The Adenka sword consists of 7 types: Justice Sword, Heavy Sword, Speed Sword, Circle Sword, Violence Sword, Thorn Sword, and Red Sword. The Red Sword is not as flashy or unique as the others. As Merlin explained, he drew his sword, and a powerful purplish-blue light emanated from it. Merlin added that the sword's master could directly infuse it with their own energy, making it the perfect sword for someone with diverse abilities. Back in reality, he smirks, recalling Merlin's words, that with new power comes great strength. Vincent stands tall, the crimson sword in his hand, his coat billowing, thinking to himself that this must be similar to the complete Aslan sword technique, left to him a fitting piece of the puzzle. The clown Lancerton couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "A divine warrior, impossible." Vincent raised his sword. "Consider it an honor, you are being vanquished by the power of the Holy King." Vincent recalls Merlin's swordsmanship, his master's Palika swordsmanship of transcendence, but now he uses the holy power within the chains to fight against evil. Vincent immediately unleashes a sword strike towards Lancerton, a slash, carrying immense energy. The clown was shocked, wondering where the power came from, as Lancerton began to fade away. Channeling divine power into his sword, Vincent says it's an honor to be enlightened by the power of the Holy King, then unleashes a lightning strike towards the clown. The clown across from him was powerless against such immense strength, and Vincent's sword cleanly sliced him in two. The magical light illuminated the entire area as the fearsome monster fell to the ground, defeated by his strike. Raven was in awe, noting the undead form had vanished. Even Master Guang was impressed, admitting he was starting to fear young Vincent. Herka was no exception. He was truly too powerful. Edmund, now somewhat fearful of his strength, spoke up. "Damn it all, what just happened? Is that really the power of a 7-star warrior?" After dealing with the clown, Vincent returned to his comrades, approaching and saying, "Your ambition ends here, Edmund. You'd better shut your mouth and surrender." He glared warily. "Damn you all, you foolish, arrogant Adenka. For 20 years I've been planning to wipe you all out. And now that plan is failing miserably at the hands of the Adenka I despise." He roars in anger, unforgivable. Suddenly, his body emits a strange blue light, and Edmund's terrifying power causes everything to crumble. The water surged violently, and the city's levee was on the verge of collapse. Vincent looked towards the city, contemplating the shifting situation in Methion as Edmund lost control. "This city is mine, and I won't let my plans fail. I will destroy you and everything else." Edmund then unleashes his power like a Super Saiyan. Suddenly a man's voice cut in. How foolish. This voice filled him with terror. Who was this person? Just as his plan fails, he resorts to cheap tricks. A young man sits amidst the rubble saying, "Looks like strategy is beyond you." Edmund stammered, terrified. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The red-haired woman wondered. "What? When did he get here?" The butler looked at the man and exclaimed, "Who is that?" Julian, standing beside him, pointed at the man's hand and said, "Look at his hand. That's a lich's magic core, isn't it?" "Is that?" Edmund, terrified, rushed forward begging, "Wait, hold on, it's not over yet. Please just give me one more chance." Ignoring Edmund's pleas, he crushed the magic core in his hand coldly, stating, "Shut up." The magic shattered before everyone's eyes. his body began to vanish, consumed by utter terror, as Edmund cried out, "No, stop, no, this is a nightmare, please have mercy, I don't want to die." Raven cries out in shock as he witnesses the scene. His body is being torn apart. Herka, trying to remain calm, asks Vincent, "Kid, what do you think is happening?" Vincent, standing behind him, replies with a slightly panicked expression, "It seems Edmund was just a pawn in their plan." The butler narrowed his eyes and asked the man, "Why are you here?" He casually replied, as if it were obvious, "Butler, Sekun, it's a pleasure to meet you." Raven curiously looked at the butler and asked, "Sekun, do you know him?" He replied, "Yes. That man is Dema Helen, the next head of the Helen family." He turns to Vincent with a strange smile, greeting his nephew. The soldiers finally arrive, surrounding them, and Vincent warily addresses his uncle, asking if so many soldiers are necessary for a simple family reunion. Julian observes the surroundings, telling him, "These are Helen's warriors. This is Vyonga territory, how could he have arrived so quickly?" Vincent remained silent, lost in memories, as the purple-haired girl spoke. Despite bordering Helen's territory, there had never been any conflict nor any record of tribute being offered. Next, his stepmother said, "I'm too old to pursue such things. I have other responsibilities. I only went there to find the fastest path." He frowned, his eyes a little sad as she said, "We support your integrity." Back in the present, he glares at his uncle, a hint of anger in his voice, and asks, "So the Helen family is behind all of this?" Daima looks down at him intently and replies, "You've figured it out." Vincent, with a determined look, begins to understand his mother's intentions. "This is what your mother wanted to bring the family's darkness to the world. My boy, if you've figured that out, you know you have to back down, right? You have to, don't you?" He stood firm, replying, "Of course I've seen it all. A 2-year-old's father driven here without accusation, nearly sacrificed. Is that how it is, uncle?" He roared in anger, but his uncle remained silent. Then, jumping down to him, he replied, "I don't want to argue right and wrong here. Erase everything that happened today from your minds, and no one has to die." Daima glared, his intent clear. The Heo Lem army prepared for battle, while Deven refused to back down. "What do you want? You want to fight?" Standing beside Vincent, facing his uncle, he didn't waver in the slightest, meeting his terror head-on. "I have fulfilled my duty as a disciple on the path of life. So now I am Vincent of Adenka." Daima, sensing something amiss, cautiously backs away. "Wait, what are you plotting?" With a triumphant look, he declares, "I didn't come alone, uncle." Suddenly, someone's piercing gaze shatters the triumphant atmosphere, replaced by sheer terror. Vexa has arrived, and Vincent happily exclaims, "Isn't that right, Mother?" Vincent says. As everyone stares at her, whispers spread, "Is that Vexa, the former Vexa?" Daima was visibly terrified, asking how his sister was in Meolithium. Vincent's mother exuded a terrifying aura, staring at her brother, before asking Vincent if he knew she would come. Vincent sneers at his uncle but softens towards his mother, knowing she'd intervene the moment Daima appeared. "Uncle Nianjiang," Nian mutters. That brat then turns to his sister, pleading, "Sister, stopping me would be a grave mistake," Mother Vincent says. As everyone stares at her, whispers spread, "Is that Vexa, the former Vexa?" Daima forces a smile, replying, "It's just a misunderstanding. That F-Mon isn't one of mine, and as for your worries..." Before he can finish, Lian's aura locks onto him. "It's been a while since I've seen your face. I see you've forgotten my nature, Jia. How dare you lie to my face, Daima," she roared. Daima forces a smile, replying, "It's just a misunderstanding. That F-Mon isn't one of mine, and as for your worries..." Before he can finish, Lian's aura locks onto him. "It's been a while since I've seen your face," she replied with an air of superiority. "Don't you know Daima magic doesn't just appear from thin air, and it will always be a coveted power in Helm. Even Helm itself is a gift from the heavens. Are you planning to seize all this new power by killing people with dark magic? It's like her eyes see right through me whenever I try to lie. She's always one step ahead, looking at me with such disdain." Vincent's father appears, his impending strike illuminating the area, its power astonishing, even piercing the castle. The great devil stood frozen in fear, admitting his mistake and begging for forgiveness. "I was wrong, sister." The powerful Khan stands in the way, his single strike clearing the darkened sky. This man is Khan Adenka, an Aslan descendant, father of Vincent, and the embodiment of the Adenka family's power. He silently seeks his wife's counsel, asking how to handle this situation. Blood streamed down her right arm as she gazed at her younger sibling, thinking, "You foolish Daima. Seeing you like this only pains me." After a moment's thought, she speaks, "I'm here to correct Helm's mistakes. Therefore, Daima Helm, you must take responsibility for the crimes you've committed here." Suddenly, another group arrives, the Black Sword Legion and priests from the Holy Fee Temple. The younger sibling was now utterly terrified, devoid of their earlier contempt. Bitterly, they cried out, claiming this had all been planned. "Sister," she turns away without a shred of mercy, "I want the Helm family to walk the path of righteousness." The younger brother watched his sister's figure fade away, shouting, "Don't you feel guilty towards father?" She gritted her teeth, defiant, but she remained eerily calm, stating that their father had far greater responsibilities. Vincent's father watched his wife calling out the name Vesa. She smiled and said, "It's all right, let's go. It's late, but I think it's time I pursued what I once stood for." Then the Dark Army captured the soldiers of the Magic Tower and apprehended all the warriors of Helm. The Gaia Temple and the Vesa family were present. In vain resistance, the Gaia Temple here will be shut down. Forget any thoughts of escape. He glanced to his left, spotting his master, and cried out in joy. Vincent has returned as well, along with Pastor Doolan. Doolan rushes to his side, asking worriedly, "My God, did you overdo it again?" He replies vaguely, "Perhaps." Then he turned to the redhead and asked about his promotion, but she avoided his gaze. Someone who plays an important role as Aiden Karma's heir is tasked with protecting the priests of Gaia. And because some pastors were injured, it's a bit difficult, Doolan says, but not to worry. Then he turns to call the man Helm the Millennium pastor's apology letter. "Are you pleased with Vincent's escort? Do you feel he has done a good job?" His face reveals a clear threat as they discuss how continuing down this path could mean imprisonment with Viagra or even their end. With no other choice, they concede, "We are very satisfied. It's not just Sir Vincent's incredible strength comparable to an 8-star warrior, no, even more so." His face changes completely as he tells his master, "It seems the priests are very pleased with young Master Vincent." She pulls something out of her pocket with a smirk, saying even a picky knight like Ba Gon would agree. Vincent Adenka, who passed the 8-star warrior test, would normally give a speech at the promotion ceremony, but let's skip the long and boring part. Congratulations to 8-star cadet Vincent, as everyone around him happily celebrates. His mother and father, seeing the scene before them, can now depart in peace. The Royal Shadow Squad escorts Daima, who grits his teeth, frustrated, thinking, was sending Vincent to Millennium her plan all along? With no other choice, they concede, "We are very satisfied. It's not just Sir Vincent's incredible strength comparable to an 8-star warrior, no, even more so." His face changes completely as he tells his master, "It seems the priests are very pleased with young Master Vincent." Unable to accept his failed plan, Daima flies into a rage, asking if they think everything will go according to their designs. He struggles and breaks free from the royal soldier's grasp. "Watch closely, Vexa, as I tear down your plans. Your brother has set his sights on your child." Then the Dark Army captured the soldiers of the Magic Tower and apprehended all the warriors of Helm. The Gaia Temple and the Vesa family were present. The clan head tries his best to intervene, realizing he's been completely caught off guard, but it's too late. Prince Vincent is in danger. Unable to accept his failed plan, Daima flies into a rage, asking if they think everything will go according to their designs. He struggles and breaks free from the royal soldier's grasp. Everyone rushes towards Vincent, shouting, but Daima's speed is too great, she's already pierced through. But that wasn't Vincent's blood, it was the uncle's. Vincent's mother had arrived just in time to finish off her own sibling. "If only Vexa had been sent to monitor, I could have hidden everything. If I had known she was coming herself, things would be different, but she sent Vincent." Vincent's back gushed blood from the vicious scratch of Din Quang. By the time he turned, it was too late. The Guang family's Hako remained silent, but inwardly he was full of judgment. He thought, she really is ruthless. She cut down her own brother without hesitation. Vincent was speechless. Even he couldn't keep up with Daima's speed. Is this the power of a giant? With one strike, the sister decapitated her brother, leaving Hako in shock, crying out, "Oh heavens!" The magic stone recorded all of their cruel deeds. The mother awkwardly took the stone and replied, "You've solved my problem, thank you. I'll sort through the evidence and return it." He gently took his mother's hand and said, "No need, this is my gift to you. Keep it, mother. You're giving it to me." Vincent reassured her, saying it couldn't make up for her loss today, but he still wanted to give it to her. Daima, decapitated and unresigned, cries out, "Sister," until the end. Her mother sadly says, "Please stop." He replies that her hands are trembling, not the reaction of a callous giant. Perhaps she's more gentle than she appears. She was overjoyed, yet a hint of sadness lingered in her eyes as she embraced the stone, feeling its warmth and expressing her gratitude. After that night, within the Viola family's mansion, a sword pierced through the soldiers. Vincent's father was the one who did it. He looked down to see his mother's hands trembling and reassured her mother. Then he handed her the magic stone, saying, "This is a magic stone, forged from my magic. The evidence is inside." Then, with a self-deprecating laugh, he removed his shirt, declaring he would only attack those who resisted. They hesitated but ultimately chose to defend their lord and charged forward. He focuses his power and charges forward, cutting down anyone in his path, each fallen soldier only fueling the terror of those who remain. He showed no mercy, preparing to strike. Viola's soldiers were cut down, their bodies mangled. His terrifying power left a trail of fallen soldiers in its wake, showing no mercy. Vincent's father advanced into the mansion, glaring at those who stood in his path. "All the evidence has been delivered to the Jeremiah Judgment Tower. Viola family head, you are sentenced to death." The old man trembled on his throne. Ka threatened him, but Vincent offered him a chance to end his own life. The old man sneered, then screamed for Vincent to be killed. An assassin lunges toward him, but he's too powerful. They can't even touch him. His body was sliced in two with ease, and he calmly wiped his blade clean as the terrified old man babbled incoherently. Vincent's murderous aura intensifies, engulfing the area. I understand his choice. The Viola family is paralyzed with fear, not daring to utter a word. Having sliced the others horizontally, Vincent bisects Viola vertically. His terror is palpable, and you can imagine what comes next. Meanwhile, Vincent's mother asked him if the path was now clear for him, and he obediently replied, "Yes, thank you, mother." With a smile, she said, "I'm sorry, you must want to be with your friends." The two held teacups facing each other. Vincent replied, "It's okay." She looked at him fondly and continued, "Because this is what needs to be done. I've learned so much watching you pursue your beliefs. Thank you. Because of you, I'm ready to face what I believe is right." He smiled back at her, saying it wasn't him but her own determination. But is she really okay? She'll be branded a traitor in the Hell-Lay family territory. The Viola soldiers cried out in fear, as their captain easily fell. He calmly spoke as he advanced, stating the Viola estate was proof of their involvement with Milithium. Saravana forces a smile and says, "You really are like your mother. This isn't much of a reward, but there's something I want to tell you. About your mother, Saravana, and the celestial fruit." He looked at her puzzled, and asked if the celestial fruit and his mother were connected. With a serious expression she replied, "Saravana was the one chosen by the celestial fruit to possess it." Julian, standing nearby, felt a sense of unease at her explanation. The stepmother continued, saying this was a long and ancient story, and decided to tell him everything. At that time, Khan was a top cadet about to undergo the transfer ritual, and Saravana and her mother accompanied him to assist. But first, another ritual had to be performed within the fortress. Near the Red Fort at Nin Falls, her mother's group had to defeat the monster living there, a truly enormous beast. Vincent's mother commented on Saravana's beauty and strength, saying her abilities rivaled Khan's, as the monster unleashed an attack from its mouth. The Viola soldiers cried out in fear, as their captain easily fell. He calmly spoke as he advanced, stating the Viola estate was proof of their involvement with Milithium. At that time, Khan was a top cadet about to undergo the transfer ritual, and Saravana and her mother accompanied him to assist. But first, another ritual had to be performed within the fortress. Near the Red Fort at Nin Falls, her mother's group had to defeat the monster living there, a truly enormous beast. Vincent's stepmother cried out in disgust. "How revolting, I knew it would be like this." Suddenly she stopped chasing and turned serious. "What a perfect team effort. Mission accomplished." Vincent's stepmother looked at her and said, "It's not over yet. We still have to get the pearl." "So this is the strongest guy all the girls are after." Vincent's stepmother lands on the ground. The father's hand pulls the pearl from the slimy muck. Vesa, watching, wrinkles her nose at the sight and asks, "Why did you have us bring back such an ugly, foul-smelling pearl?" "His waterfall pearl hunt, which we tirelessly eradicated, shouldn't be too difficult for a top-ranked military cadet about to undergo the transfer ceremony. Furthermore, why does this waterfall have a stream flowing near the Red Fortress? Where is the water source that creates the waterfall?" She continued, "Your mother was always cheerful, curious, and able to discover things that others couldn't." Vesar looked puzzled, but Vincent's mother added, "Maybe, just maybe. Do you think this mission has another purpose?" Vincent's father looked at his mother, urging him to wonder about another purpose. With tears in her eyes, she hesitantly explains that it could be a plan set in motion by the Aslan ancestors. Perhaps something is hidden within the waterfall. Vincent's stepmother crossed her arms, wondering how they could investigate inside the waterfall with such a strong current, but Sarvana just smirked, saying, "There's always a way." And so they climbed the waterfall together. Vasar grumbled, "She really doesn't take no for an answer." Hearing this, Khan replies, "Who can stop Sarvana?" Vincent's stepmother winks at them, saying, "If we stick to the cliff, we can go inside. My hunches are always right, there's definitely something there." Vasar shouts not to take back her words, but suddenly the rock Sarvana was holding onto breaks. Caught off guard, she plummets into the waterfall and Khan leaps in after her, while Vasar tries to stop him, warning of falling rocks and danger. Having no other choice, she jumps in after them, and all three plummet down the waterfall. After Sarvana awakens, she finds herself in a cave and exclaims, "This is the cave behind the waterfall. Indeed, my intuition was correct." Suddenly, Vincent's stepmother grabbed her ear and scolded her. "What exactly do you want? A beating? We almost died. You need to be more careful." It seems she doesn't hold back, but she apologizes to them both. Khan wondered about their situation, relieved Sarvana wasn't hurt after being swept away by the salty water. Vincent coldly replied that it was a miracle she was alive. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from the depths of the cave, saying it wasn't a miracle, but that it had saved her. Hearing this, Vincent wondered in surprise. "Someone's inside," his mother replied, seriously. "More precisely, it's what we call a sacred object." Its true form revealed. Sarvana's eyes widened in terror as she gazed upon the dragon, a creature that had seemingly dwelled here for millennia, unknown to all. Khan and his stepmother were paralyzed with fear. Even the inquisitive Madame Gita was speechless. The dragon then asked the three, "Which of you is the prophet of truth?" Vesa, drenched in sweat, tried to remain calm, and asked, "Does the prophet of truth have something to do with the prophecy passed down in Adelka?" The dragon exclaimed in surprise, "You found this place without knowing anything. How unlucky." It frowned in annoyance. "There's no other way." And with that decision made, they would all die. From the dragon's mouth, a fireball hurtled toward the three of them. Sarvana was the largest, and if it hit him, they were done for. Vesa shields her face, wondering why there's a dragon in the Red Fort. "No, that doesn't matter now. they need to survive first. Sarvana acted quickly, and the three fled for their lives, but the ferocious dragon had no intention of letting them escape. The dragon exclaimed in surprise, "You found this place without knowing anything, how unlucky." It frowned in annoyance, "There's no other way." And with that decision made, they would all die. From the dragon's mouth, a fireball hurtled toward the three of them. Sarvana was the largest, and if it hit him, they were done for. Seeing the waterfall before her, Sarvana hesitated, unsure of what to do. It was closing in from behind, and there was nowhere left to run. "Accept your deaths, you human children." Julian was confused, asking how she knew about the dragon bone when only his father and Ryosa knew. Vincent was speechless, replying that hiding Adelka's lover was the real feat. Vincent asked his stepmother how she survived her encounter with the dragon. Her face fell as she replied, "I don't know. Sarvana is the only one who truly knows." She mockingly replies with a laugh, "Is it really that surprising? You put dragon bones in the blood lotus, after all, a revelation that leaves them both stunned." Vesa leaps to the left, Sarvana to the right, flanking the dragon. They both lunge at a monster of immense power, one that no one can stand against, but it calmly observes them. Vincent's stepmother prepares to fight, declaring that they must fight together, and the three leap into battle against the dragon. Vincent's stepmother prepares to fight, declaring that they must fight together, and the three leap into battle against the dragon. Vesa leaps to the left, Sarvana to the right, flanking the dragon. They both lunge at a monster of immense power, one that no one can stand against, but it calmly observes them. As the two mothers struck the dragon's head, Khan attacked from below, using his divine general swordsmanship. But the dragon casually caught the blade. Sarvana couldn't breathe under the immense pressure, and Khan, seeing them collapse anxiously, called out their names. It stares at the father, thinking he's strong, and killing him would be a waste, as he has a bright future ahead. The father, enraged, vows to fight it, saying he won't let it kill them. Khan Lao challenged him to a fight to the death, but was instead afflicted by his magic, injuring his internal organs. It seems he lost consciousness from that bizarre technique, and the dragon, now in human form, says that all human mana control methods imitate dragons. No matter how strong the martial artist is, he could never pose a threat to him. He expresses his regret, saying, "What a pity. But I'll set you free," the dragon says, with an eerie smile, ready to finish them off. When suddenly the cave explodes violently, Saravana's hair fluttering in the smoke. She miraculously blocked the dragon's deadly attack. It looked surprised, saying, "What, you survived, my magic even after being injured?" "Ah, I see. The child." Saravana's face was severely damaged from that block. The dragon reached out, grabbed her, and pushed her up for a closer look, saying, "You must be Heisley." Surprised by this revelation, she asked, "How do you know?" It simply laughed and replied, "I can see it." Vincent's stepmother, overwhelmed by the dragon's pressure, was on the verge of losing consciousness, desperately calling out Saravana's name, uttering, "After all, I chose your family. And that's all I remember." Upon waking, we had already left the cave and the waterfall. Furthermore, Saravana held the celestial fruit in her hand, a fact that surprised Vincent. "It really exists. The thing Aslan left for the blood, God must be the celestial fruit," she continued, but Saravana's condition began to worsen. Years later, she weakened and struggled before passing away. She lowered her head in sorrow, continuing that Saravana never ate the fruit, leaving it for Khan. But he couldn't trade her health for it because Saravana was the only one Khan loved. Years passed and she passed away, leaving her child to Khan, who finally ate the celestial fruit as she wished. Saravana remained in Khan's heart forever, the memories now as beautiful as they once were. She smiled, but her face betrayed a growing pain. Vincent watched her, thinking I can feel her complex emotions through her expressions of envy, anticipation, and regret. Then he asked, "What do you think of my birth mother?" She gave a bitter smile, saying, "I respect her, and I envy her." In the heavy rain, the past resurfaces. Saravana embraces her, offering comfort. It's okay, Vetra." Sweat poured down her gaunt face as she finally broke down, hearing Vincent's birth mother comfort her, saying she wasn't a puppet. In the lonely darkness, Vetra embraces her, weeping uncontrollably, as Vincent's stepmother looks at him earnestly, asking if he will grant her one more request. With a serious expression, he replied, "What destroys? Let's destroy the Heolame family," he said sternly. A few days later, Vincent arrived at Blood City at the falls, where his parents met the dragon. Vincent asked, "So this is Looking Falls?" Julian looks around, confirming that this is definitely the place. Seeing Vincent draw his sword, Julian asks, "What is this?" Vincent uses his ultimate technique, sword severance of all things, and plunges straight into the waterfall. Julian, alarmed, cries out, "What are you doing? What if the cave entrance is destroyed?" Vincent replies, looking ahead, "Destroyed? You think it's that easy?" The boy exclaimed in shock. "Not a scratch. What is this waterfall?" Vincent followed up. "Looks like we can't get in this way. The dragon within must be waiting for someone to see the truth of the Adenka family. There must be a connection between this waterfall and Aslan. Vincent's mother must have used something else to enter, which is why she weakened and died after receiving the celestial fruit. So the key to opening the waterfall entrance must still be hidden somewhere else. I have to find it, the truth, on the other side of the waterfall, currently on the fortress side." Vagan's voice echoes. Daima Helene recently died, and the Fior family estate was seized by Pache Khan under Gramian's supervision. So much tragedy. Han sighs, looking at the paper in front of him. Hoka smugly adds, who knows what would have happened if I hadn't been there. Annoyed, Han chided her. Then who dragged out the mission and thought it would be a cinch? She chuckled sheepishly, changing the subject. When did I say that? In any case, it's over now, and what happened to those sisters is truly tragic. Vagon sighed, thinking yes, Han murmured as he looked at the portrait of his late sisters. Meanwhile elsewhere, a pastor's footsteps echoed. It was Dulin. He frantically looks up. Oh no, a dead end. Suddenly a man's voice comes from behind, startling Dulan. Why don't you give up, Dulan? In any case, it's over now, and what happened to those sisters is truly tragic. Vagon sighed, thinking yes, Han murmured as he looked at the portrait of his late sisters. Meanwhile elsewhere, a pastor's footsteps echoed. It was Dulin. Suddenly a sword is at Han's throat, freezing him in place. The swordsman's voice rings out, warning him to abandon his quest for the Holy Grail, unless he wants to lose his head again. The boy exclaimed in shock. Not a scratch. What is this waterfall? Vincent followed up. Looks like we can't get in this way. He frantically looks up. Oh no, a dead end. Suddenly a man's voice comes from behind, startling Dulan. Why don't you give up, Dulan? He replies, that's right, just come here to fight. The water tower will be silent soon, won't it, sister? Hannah closes her eyes and replies, yes, after all, I still have some questions about the graduation assignment. It was Merlin. His eyes narrowed with threat. From now on, I will protect the Holy Grail as a knight of the Dulin priesthood. Meanwhile, a woman's voice called out to Vincent. You called for me. Seeing the paper, she mused that she could do this task, requested in her mother's name to hear him out. Then walking to the small rock, she asked, what kind of mission is it? Vincent proposed that he first needed to reach the territory of Helm. She sat down to discuss it with him. Helm's territory. After your uncle's death, it won't be easy for you to do that. He knew that, but still wanted to. That's why he needed her. I'll be your bodyguard. In return, I'll get enough points to complete my graduation mission. She looks at him inquisitively. You wouldn't ask this without getting something out of it. So, what do you want? But unexpectedly, Vincent's request was simple. He wanted a portrait of her like the one he'd seen meticulously drawn when they were children. Their childhood closeness is gone. He asks why her portrait hasn't aged, and Hannah suddenly holds a sword to his throat, radiating murderous intent. She's annoyed. Are you kidding me? But Vincent unfazed replies, no, I'm serious. That portrait is a precious memory to me. Julian beside him clutches his sleeve. It's not that precious. What are you saying? Vincent winks, saying something that makes Julian instinctively avoid his gaze. You don't think I cast a preservation spell on it? I've changed a lot too. How about we recreate it together? She looked away shyly. Hannah sheathes her sword, replying, change your request and I'll consider it. Julian seems to realize something about his sister. Cut to the Helm estate where a man raises his glass and asks, you said Dima is dead. The butler stands at attention and replies, yes, sadly. It was Merlin. His eyes narrowed with threat. From now on, I will protect the Holy Grail as a knight of the Dulin priesthood. Meanwhile, a woman's voice called out to Vincent. You called for me. Didn't you hear my question? This man holding a glass of wine is none other than the head of the Helm family, Gafonzo Helm. The terrified butler replied, no problem. Everything has been arranged to look like Dema did it herself. Her death will hardly affect what the Helm family is doing. Gafonzo sipped his red wine and spoke of his daughter. She always questions my actions, so it's not surprising she harbors hostility towards me. But unexpectedly, Vincent's request was simple. He wanted a portrait of her like the one he'd seen meticulously drawn when they were children. It was Merlin. His eyes narrowed with threat. From now on, I will protect the Holy Grail as a knight of the Dulin priesthood. Meanwhile, a woman's voice called out to Vincent. You called for me. Didn't you hear my question? This man holding a glass of wine is none other than the head of the Helm family, Gafonzo Helm. There aren't many missions that request first-rate military cadets, yet our mission is similar to that of a ninth-rate cadet. That's why I want you to join me on this mission. Days later, at the arena, Kagan and Vincent faced off, neither willing to yield, evenly matched in strength. Julian watches from the sidelines, confused. How is this possible? How can Vincent look directly at Kagan? Han furiously attacked. You're finished, Vincent. But Vincent stood firm, daring him to try. Suddenly, someone leaps from above, landing squarely between them, and Kagan angrily curses. It turns out it was Raven saying, don't forget about me. Han angrily tells him, stay out of this, Raven. He throws his hands up, complaining that the newbie is interfering with his business. He and Vincent still have a duel to settle. Annoyed, Kagan wants to deal with him first, saying he'll take care of him instead. Raven isn't backing down either, saying he's eager to fight. Vincent shouts for them to wait, asking if they've forgotten why they're here. Julian, down in the arena, gulped. How did things turn out like this? Lord Vankia, Vincent's father, Khan Adenka, and the Vatican family head are all in attendance at this arena. Otherwise, our plan will be for naught. 2 weeks prior at the fortress, Herka steps onto the altar and says, fine, you two can go. Hannah replied, confused. What, didn't you hear me? I said, you're both going to Helm territory tomorrow. Hoka reiterated, but Hannah disagreed, saying her sword wasn't suited for protection, and that first-rate cadets were more appropriate. The redhead jumped down, placed her hand on Hannah's shoulder and said sweetly, I hate getting caught up in lies. She thinks I'd be relieved by the absence of our two most talented cadets. Herka gestures teasingly. Hannah then looks at Vincent to respond, but Herka cuts her off, declaring that, if it's the headmaster's order, no one can object. Hearing this, Hannah was a little scared, but finally decided to do as she was told. Vincent turned to her smiling and said, That's right, you're not the type to leave a debt unpaid, are you? You're about to graduate, and I'm only asking for a portrait a good deal. Right, Hannah sighed wearily, realizing this was all part of his plan. She relents, agreeing to give him one photo, to which he happily replies, Really, you promise. As her figure fades into the distance, it's now the afternoon. Everyone busily packed for the trip, and Vagon solemnly told him, I hope you don't encounter any problems. Vincent replied, Honestly, I'm not too confident about this mission, and Herka understood his feelings. Vagon, though, worried, offered his support, knowing this would be a dangerous mission. Vincent reassured him, saying, Don't worry too much, the Helm family won't directly harm me. Besides, my sister is a first-class cadet, and I have Siri, a spirit mage, so we'll be fine. Your servant behind you smiles and says, What about me, master? Vincent seemed to have forgotten about him. Oh right, there's Vincent too. Suddenly, a voice called out his name from behind. Vincent waited, and it turned out to be Sabella with Raven, and the others behind him, running up breathlessly saying they'd made it just in time. Vincent stared at them, asking what they were doing here so early, their actions leaving him speechless. Remember, I will humbly accept your glorious position. Raven vowed to give him a real fight if he returned, and Sabella smiled, thanking Vincent for making them stronger. Vincent, stunned, could only laugh, then respectfully replied, I humbly accept your glorious title, and I will return. His sister urged him from the carriage. Vincent, it's time to go. Vagon looked at her thinking, does she even understand camaraderie? Okay tells her, come on, don't you think things will be all right? You've been looking like a corpse lately. Hana replies coldly that emotions only get in the way of completing their mission. As an associate master of the Adenka family, this is what I must do. This sister's heart is just too cold. Vagon looked at her speechless as Vincent and the others set off to the sound of neighing horses. Meanwhile the others cheered, return safely and stay out of trouble. Vagon watched the carriage leave and asked Hyoka if they would be all right, noting that Hana seemed a little worried. At some point she'll become cold, ignoring her own feelings and focusing only on the mission. They call her the Stone Woman for that reason. I worry what might happen with them together for so long, but Herka sees it as normal. They're still sisters, right? I figured they'd talk about the past on the drive. But contrary to the redhead's thoughts, the older sister stabs her sibling with a sharp drawing tool, scarring her. You haven't killed anyone, have you? Vincent sensed something was wrong as he looked at the unfinished, tattered painting. The sister pulls out the sharp object, and Vincent asks confused what she thinks she's doing. Hana stares blankly at him, then makes a few strokes on his body with the sharp drawing tool. Vincent's hair fell to the floor of the carriage, and Julian exclaimed in shock, the infamous cold-blooded woman used that to cut the hair of an Adenka family member. He not only needed to focus on martial arts, but also on his appearance, remembering to trim his hair from time to time. Before long, night fell, and Hannah meticulously finished the portrait. She held it up, comparing it to Vincent before finally handing it over. Here, the painting is done, are you satisfied? He happily thanked her. Holding the painting, Vincent couldn't stop praising it. It's beautiful. He wondered, how can she paint so well despite her prickly exterior? Julian chuckled. Indeed, her artistic talent is amazing. She's been a genius since she was little. Hannah quickly puts away her tools and calmly tells him that she's fulfilled their deal and they're even. Vincent is overjoyed and promises to treasure it. Confused, he asks Julian why she would refuse when she can draw so beautifully. The boy sadly replies that perhaps she gave up on her dream long ago. Vincent, puzzled, asks why Hana would give up, and Julian explains that bearing the blood of a noble family sometimes means sacrificing one's true self, that Hana's dream of being an artist is too far out of reach. Vincent, finding this absurd objects, saying it can't be. There's no reason everyone has to become a fighter in the Adenka family when we have countless reasons to pursue our dreams. If she has to give up her dream just because of the name Adenka, I'll help her get it back. In Helm, the people demand the return of Kal-El-Helm, while the Emperor's men suppress the protesters, preventing them from entering Dursona. United in purpose they cry, we must reclaim our land from the tyrant. Then the civil war raged on once more. In a corner of the castle, Vincent looked down and exclaimed, is this really Helm's territory? Wasn't this supposed to be a prosperous land? Hannah coldly replies, only the wealthy are happy here, which is why this city is experiencing class conflict. The Helm family lost the people's trust due to the tyrant's misrule, and to overthrow him, a force called the People's Resistance Army was formed, now protesting and opposing the military here. To avoid misfortune, wealthy families have moved to the central city of Dursona. Julian stared at the scene before him in disbelief. I knew there would be protests here, but I didn't expect them to be this big. Vincent looked down and muttered that the protest hadn't been going on for long, to which his sister replied that the catalyst for the revolt was indeed the assassination of the resistance leader. he wondered. Execution. His sister avoided the question, saying, "We need to get to Dursona. Hurry if you don't want any trouble." She turned and called out to everyone, "Follow me, I know a shortcut." Vincent the servant trailed behind, lamenting that this path might be more dangerous than going through Millennium, and the young master suddenly cut his hair. "You look so different now," Siri replies, "but the good news is Hannah seems very familiar with this place. I wonder if she's been here before." A statement that startles Hannah. Before Hannah could speak, they were stopped by Helm soldiers, demanding to know who they were. Vincent realized with alarm that they were blocked by Helm's army. They charge without hesitation, a group of strangers capturing them. He dodges an attack, explaining, "Wait, we haven't done anything suspicious." The soldiers ignored him, attacking relentlessly with swords. They were rebels. Vincent realized he couldn't reason with them, so be it. He decides to let his fists do the talking, using body enhancement to knock one of them to the ground with a single punch. The remaining soldiers cried out in fear, wondering what was happening before Vincent landed a punch right on their lips. Another one bites the dust with a kick to the neck. In the blink of an eye, Helm's army falls. But one remained, leaping up and yelling, "Die, you runt." His sky-splitting strike crashed down, creating an earth-shattering explosion. His worried servants called out to him, but his sister calmed them, saying Vincent would be fine, as he leaped onto the wall, catching his opponent off guard. Vincent then leaps down, delivering a final knockout with a powerful kick. He feels exhilarated, his body is so light. The magic-enhancing pill he was forced to take in the prison tower and the space inversion technique are helping him achieve this state. Meanwhile, another Helm army approaches, shouting that there are people here. They dare attack the Helm family soldiers, call for reinforcements, and don't let them escape. Surrounded on all sides, how will Vincent deal with this? Julian panics, telling Vincent they're surrounded and he needs to figure something out fast, as they're vastly outnumbered. Meanwhile, Hannah's servant trembled in fear, wondering what to do, as Hannah sighed and pulled something from her leather pouch, saying there was no other way. Then she shouted, "Behold the blue crest of the Helm family," forcing them to stop their attack and focus on the crest in her hand, the crest of the highest-ranking warrior. This person is... The older sister introduces herself. "I am Hana Adelka from the Kim Sun Fortress, and I need to get to Duso-na." One of them cries out, "Hana Adelka, she's a direct descendant of Pacheco." She then wisely announced to the entire army, "Everyone stand down. She is a member of the Helm family." Above, they looked at her with puzzled expressions. "Why didn't you use that sooner? This could have been resolved easily." It seems she didn't want everyone to see that crest. He curiously asks his sister about the crest, but suddenly a magic-infused bomb rolls in from out of nowhere. The smoke bomb explodes, causing everyone to lose sight. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm, whispering, "This way." Meanwhile, Hana suspected the smoke bomb came from the resistance. Her eyes widened as she looked ahead, realizing her brother had vanished. The troops urged each other on in their search for Vincent. Still nothing. "We haven't heard from those on Route 7. His worried sister ordered them to find Vincent, saying he couldn't have gone far, and the troops quickly split up to search for him. Hannah's expression worsened as she muttered, "I hope they get there in time," and two people ran up from behind to reassure her. "Please calm down, my lady." "But this is no time to be calm," she shouts, urging everyone to hurry. Vincent could be in danger. She tells the young lady that rebels may have captured him, but it's hard to believe he couldn't handle a group of untrained fighters. Hannah decided to reveal the truth to Ko, explaining that they acted as soon as she spoke her name, leaving Ko stunned. Hannah continued, saying they knew Vincent was connected to her, so they assumed he was also an enemy. She didn't understand what Hannah was saying, pressing her for answers, but Hannah confessed that she was the one who captured and handed their leader over to the Helms. Meanwhile, Vincent, seemingly drugged, is taken to a strange cargo wagon. The young woman who captured him looks down on him with disdain, calling him a coward. She then boarded the carriage and ordered her comrades to leave quickly, speeding away from the castle. As the carriage rode on, the woman looked at the man with the afro and asked, "Did you get it?" He replies that they got it, having taken the military supplies from the Helm soldiers thanks to the protesters. She reminds everyone that the tunnel leads to Vatican territory and is quite dark, so they should be careful, adding that the Helm won't find them if they disguise themselves as merchants after exiting the tunnel. The afro-haired man pointed at Vincent and asked, "But who is this?" The woman replied, "Hannah Adenka's younger brother. He's the perfect hostage for negotiations." Unbeknownst to him, Vincent sleeps soundly, as the blonde man glances nervously at his comrades, asking if they're doing the right thing. She didn't understand what Hannah was saying, pressing her for answers, but Hannah confessed that she was the one who captured and handed their leader over to the Helms. The afro-haired man pointed at Vincent and asked, "But who is this?" The woman replied, "Hannah Adenka's younger brother. He's the perfect hostage for negotiations." But before he can react, Vincent lands a devastating elbow strike, sending teeth flying. I cry out his name in a panic, Khan. After dealing with the first one, he turns to the second. The blonde, unaware of what's happening, turns around to ask Kimona, "What did you say? It's too loud, I can't hear you," only to be met with the boy's blade, aimed directly at his neck. Vincent threatened, "Keep driving the carriage. I won't hurt you, just cooperate. I want to see the leader of the rebels." It turns out he was faking being unconscious all along. Terrified, the driver complied. "Understood. Please put the sword away. I'm only good at driving carriages." He recognized the face as someone he'd seen in the homeless shelter, a stranger blocking their path. Vincent panicked, shouting, "Hey, there's someone ahead," he cried out in alarm. "Why is someone in the tunnel?" He gripped the reins, trying to swerve the carriage, but the suddenness caused it to lose balance and tilt to one side. The people and cargo inside the carriage are tossed about, even the horse is sent flying. A loud crash echoes as the woman struggles to her feet, lamenting, "My head." He then checked on his companions. "Subin, are you all right?" The man who stopped the carriage spoke up. "Just as I predicted, you chose this path. I'm not surprised the Helm army didn't recognize it. After all, this road is only used by locals." Hamona looks at the armband on his arm and exclaims, "The blue Helm armband." Enraged, she cries, "Traitor, you'd sell us out to Gafon Dosao." He shrugs, replying, "Us? What do you mean? You're just rebels against the Helm kingdom." The man produces a dark pill, promising to show what a model citizen is, as A notices the object in his hand. It's a blessing. He said this as he swallowed the dark pill. His face began to change, and a surge of magical power coursed through him. Not only that, but his body grew many times larger than before, revealing a colossal demon before their eyes. He revels in the overflowing power within him, praising it endlessly. This power, with it I can capture hundreds, even thousands of rebels. He vowed to capture her, and receive even greater blessings, raising his claws to strike, but Vincente intervened, stopping the monstrous demon in its tracks. The monster, terrified and bleeding, wondered why he would do this. How could he block me with one hand? "Who are you?" His handsome face and sharp eyes replied, "You want to know my name? Then introduce yourself first." The magic-covered sword slashed relentlessly at him, but it seemed to have no effect. He smirked, "Don't make me laugh. With the power of the relic, you can't even hurt me." Before he could even react, Vincente struck him with a surprise attack, a massive boulder crashing down on him. I knew mana wouldn't hurt his half-human, half-divine body. That's why I targeted the basement's foundation from the start. Seeing this bizarre combination, he muses that the power of the dragon's visage, the final pieces, have come together. The key to suppressing these powers, the dragon visage blood Tilavan used to attack me. It all leads back to the Helm family. I guess there's still much more to uncover as Vincente bends down to pick up his sword. But then the deceitful woman suddenly attacks him. "Who are you?" the frightened father asks. "You let us get captured, then you save us. You should be on Hana and Adelka's side. All nobles are the same, never caring about us commoners." At that moment the tapping of a cane echoed from the basement as a strange man called out, "Hamona, stop. You can't defeat him." Vincente turns to the tunnel, asking the man who he is, and he introduces himself as Lauren Helm, another member of the Helm family revealed. The leader of the resistance recently captured and executed. Cut to a forest on the outskirts of the Helm territory. Outside the window, Hamona wonders if it's really Vincente Adelka, and is told that it is. He's in disguise, which is why no one recognizes him, before he blows away the priests and the Via bastards. She looks on with envy and scoffs. "He looks so ordinary. Why would the captain bring him here?" I look at her with a questioning gaze. "Do you still doubt him? He's the hero of Melody Un." Subin held his daughter close, telling them that his servant once cared for her, and without him, he recalled the terrible memories. Melody Un Mikwe, 12th Street, the house with the green roof, his daughter was there. "At least let her have something to eat." Doolin, out of options, orders Siri to go to this address, Melody Unimikwe, 12th Street. The old miser tells Hamona that he understands her suspicion, but this man is here to help them as the child silently agrees. See, even Mr. Subin thinks so. Hamona still doubts Vincent, unable to be certain. No one knows when he'll show his true colors and stab us in the back. Inside the house, Lauren sat across from him, probing. "You're the one who saved the people of Melody Un." "No," Vincent clarifies, "it was my parents' intention. I simply initiated it for her." He understands those who experienced it firsthand feel differently. Some of us are from Melody Une, and others have close ties to it. On their behalf, I express my gratitude to you. Suddenly an old man's voice cut through the air between them. "We must kill him." Lauren turned to the Baron. He cries out in alarm, "They've not only found our hideout, but they know your identity." "Lauren, it's not too late to eliminate him." He asked the Baron's intentions. Did he want to kill the martial artist who defeated the Blessed and captured everyone to sacrifice them? Lauren reassured him, "Don't worry, Baron, everything will be all right." He obeyed all right. Vincent silently observes, deducing that they're wary of outsiders. Something must have happened. He turns to Lauren and asks, "Now that I think about it, wasn't there news that the resistance leader had died? How are you still alive?" He calmly replied that it was thanks to dark magic, causing Vincent to ask in disbelief. Dark magic. He gestured to the bald old man, introducing him as Baron, who had escaped the homeless shelter. There he discovered his talent for black magic while crafting magic stones. The Baron solemnly explains, "I don't know if you've heard of body doubles, but I'm the one who created a fake Lauren. Thanks to my son, we swapped places right before the execution." It was then that Julian appeared, hearing him speak of the same dark magic Tilo Van once used. Lauren stood up, adjusted her hat, and asked Vincent if he would mind speaking with her in private. Vincent agreed to her request. The two of them went outside, and he turned to look at the Baron, who silently watched them go. In this desolate forest, Lauren leaned on her cane and said, "So my sister sent you here. Vincent responds that she wants him to overthrow the pig family. She wants to punish herself and her family. Lauren muttered somberly. So, that's how it is. He approached Vincent, wanting to ask something. Mr. Lauren, may I ask you something? Why did you gouge your own eyes out? Hearing this, Lauren is taken aback. Vincent continues, judging by the crude wounds it couldn't have been done by a skilled martial artist. But there were no signs of resistance, so I can only assume you did it yourself. He lowered his head and replied, it's because I couldn't bear to witness anything more with my own eyes. The cities, my family controlled, the humiliation the people endured, I couldn't bear to witness it any longer. Isn't there another reason besides that, he asks, curious. Lauren felt as though he could see right through him, thinking, he has more insight than an ordinary martial artist. Now I understand why she sent him here. He then answered, you saw the true nature of the boon earlier, didn't you? It's a drug that grants immense power, but is highly addictive. The Helm family used it to divide the people, bestowing positions and favors upon those who complied. My family basically treated them like mercenaries, and as the addicts left, the opposition was suppressed. Lauren was the first to stand up and start a demonstration against the Helm family. He continued, I couldn't stand the current state of the Helm territory any longer, so before the rights return to the people, I will never look upon it, Lauren declared to the people. Then, to prove his point, he drove a knife into his own eyes, a line drawn to show he had given up his sight to become a symbol for the Forsaken. Hearing this, Vincent was a little embarrassed. Your will is admirable, he happily thanked him. As the two confided in each other, the strange mutants created by the blessing actually followed them here. He and Lauren went on the defensive against the corrupted. But how had their hideout been discovered? Lauren wondered aloud. Impossible, no one, but the resistance knows the way here. They charged forward, yelling that they'd be promoted to first-class workers if they caught him. He stepped forward, urging Vincent to escape, then lunged into battle with the mutants. As expected, this attack did nothing. Vincent looked around frantically, but there was no one to call for help. How could he possibly win? His opponent sneered, clenching his fist. What are you looking at, kid? A punch sends him flying, but Vincent regains his balance. He glares at his attacker, yelling, you bastard! Julian appears, pointing, shouting, bro, over there. As Lauren faced imminent danger, the monstrous creature prepared to strike, aiming to keep his face intact. Lauren couldn't react left to await his fate, but Vincent charged in to save him. He held Lauren back, willing to take the hit himself. A massive explosion rocked the area, and a wounded Lauren struggled to speak, muttering, what just happened? After that fireball, Vincent's arm was badly burned, and as he wondered what happened, Huang Haut called out his name. The goons approached, saying, blocking, that was impressive, but can you keep protecting the blind guy? They have nothing to do with this. We'll let you go if you hand over Lauren. Vincent refuses their offer and continues to fight, knowing they're not martial artists, but almost demonic, but he can defeat them if he uses his full power. But protecting the blind, Lauren at the same time, will make fighting both of them difficult. They immediately attack without hesitation. Fine, then die with Lauren. They have nothing to do with this. We'll let you go if you hand over Lauren. Vincent refuses their offer and continues to fight, knowing they're not martial artists, but almost demonic, but he can defeat them if he uses his full power. Bodies are sliced apart like fruit in a game, blood splattering everywhere. Vincent is stunned to recognize the technique. It's his sister, Hannah. He calls out her name, sister. Seeing Lauren, Hannah's face turned to horror as she exclaimed, Lauren, you're still alive. Hearing the familiar voice, he replied, that voice, Hannah. She gritted her teeth in anger, deciding to give him a few strikes. She was furious, unable to believe he was still alive and well. Lauren wondered if Hannah was planning to finish him off, but fortunately, the attack was blocked. Had Vincent been a moment slower, Lauren would be dead. He demanded an explanation from his sister, asking why she did it. Vincent didn't recognize the sister before him. He couldn't understand what had made Hannah a person who rarely showed emotion so angry. Lauren remained silent, then asked a question that shocked Vincent. Hannah, are you still passionate about painting? Such a simple question left Hannah speechless. To Vincent's shock, Hannah collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Brother, you can't even see it, so why ask? Lauren apologized, but Harmona's voice echoed, and Ada called out to their leader, drawing Lauren and Vincent's attention. Ada rushed over with his men, asking about the explosion and Lauren's well-being. Harmona sees the mess before her, wondering how these good-for-nothings got here. Ada wonders who's sitting on the ground, the figure looking vaguely familiar. Harmona suspects could it be? Hannah, Ada says, his face radiating murderous intent. If not for Lauren's intervention, Ada would have torn Hannah apart. Calm down, everyone. He's going to be fine. Harmona looked down at Hannah, kneeling on the ground with disdain, while Ada remained silent. Hannah slowly looks up at the person before her, guessing it's Harmona from before. Without hesitation, Harmona slaps her across the face, sending Hannah reeling backward. Ada is shocked that Hannah would dare show her face after almost killing their leader. Hannah's face burns from the slap, but her eyes remain lifeless. Hannah recalls her past. A warrior needs no emotions, only obedience to orders and acceptance of praise upon completion. That is the honor and virtue of a warrior. A terrible scene unfolds with fire everywhere and houses collapsing. Harmona urgently announced that someone had infiltrated their base, and Ada told the leader to escape quickly, but it was too late. Hannah was already standing behind Ada. She slams the hilt of her sword into Harmona's waist and coldly watches her fall to the ground. The next day, having abandoned her dream, Hannah silently observed the people in the room, no longer caring about anything else. With an expressionless face, Hannah stated she wanted Lauren for questioning, as a witness to the illegal demonstration in downtown Desona. Hannah replied that they would only question Lauren as a witness and release him after a few questions. Harmona stood in defense of Lauren, not believing those blatant lies, and Ada wouldn't let Hannah take their leader anywhere. A man slowly enters, wondering how his son could lose his life. It's none other than the head of the Helium family, who only wants to ask his son a few questions. Lauren is equally surprised to see his father appear. The Helium family head speaks, asking if this rebellion has gone far enough, and if it's time to end this charade and come home. Lauren retorts, he can't do this. He insists they will never stop fighting. Everyone here is prepared to sacrifice for Helium. The Helium head looks around, realizing Lauren sacrificed his sight to sway them with his ridiculous beliefs. With a sinister smile, he grasped Lauren's shoulder, remarking that if she was so devoted, willing to sacrifice even her own niece, he couldn't believe he'd stoop so low as to threaten Lauren with her. Helium's master, still smirking, then asked if Lauren was the one who taught Hannah to draw. He threatens Lauren, saying she knows how upset her grandmother would be if her granddaughter lost her sight like she did. He knows she understands. Lauren grits her teeth at her father's threat, knowing his nature. He threatens Lauren, saying she knows how upset her grandmother would be if her granddaughter lost her sight like she did. He knows she understands. Lauren grits her teeth at her father's threat, knowing his nature. Everyone pleaded for Lauren's execution to stop. He was a hero to them. Fortunately, Baron quietly whisked Lauren away. They had managed to switch Lauren out just in time. The doppelganger technique had to be flawless. Lauren's survival was all thanks to Baron. Soon after, Lauren quietly returned with the Helium family head, and as Hannah predicted, Lauren's execution was scheduled a few days later. The Baron urged Lauren to leave quickly before they attracted unwanted attention, but a familiar voice cried out, "No!" He recognized that voice. And as he finished speaking, the blade fell, silencing the crowd in a stunned stillness, while Hannah stood frozen in place. Her desperate cries echoed through the square, reaching Lauren's ears as well. He apologized. Lauren recounted the events of the past, what his father had said before taking him away, which wasn't entirely wrong. Harmona listened silently, knowing that without that day's sacrifice, Lauren wouldn't have escaped execution. Even now, he believes himself to be a useless scarecrow, less valuable than anyone in the resistance. Because he could cover up the truth of his departure, Lauren couldn't deliver the news of safety to Hannah, who sat behind a tree listening to the situation. Regret still lingered in Hannah even after all these years. That day, Lord Heldam praised her, saying, "You've done well, Hannah." He wondered why she still looked so grim. Could it be that the mission wasn't complete? He thought that wasn't the expression of a hero who had just destroyed evil. Her face was dark, and her body was constantly trembling. But Lord Heldam approached Hannah, saying she only needed to obey orders and receive praise, for that was true honor and virtue. He gave her something. A warrior doesn't need emotions, right? He affirmed that Hannah would become a great warrior, and in her open palm lay a button covered in blood. Back in the present, Hannah still holds on to that button as Lauren asks Vincent if he truly intends to fulfill his sister's request to overthrow the Heldam family. Hearing the story, Julian is furious. The Heldam patriarch dared to exploit Hannah like that, and he won't stand for it. Vincent remembers his sister's tears, fueling his rage. Vincent agrees to join Lauren's forces. She asks if he can do her a favor. Thanks to his visit with head of family Heldam, Vincent arrived at Desona, the Heldam family's estate, but the guards stopped him. Vincent presents a letter and introduces himself as Vincent Adenka from Blood City, on a mission to see his grandfather. The guards say they'll let him in after verification, but he must wait. Enraged, Vincent glared at them, questioning how mere guards dared to make a guest of the family head wait. He threatened them, revealing that his visit, though delayed by personal matters, had been personally approved by the head of the family. Vincent sighed, wondering if a mere guard's authority now exceeded his own. Ignoring the two soldiers, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode into the mansion, declaring that he would visit his grandfather. The guards frantically tried to stop him, saying he shouldn't go inside. Ignoring their protests, Vincent threw open the doors, only to be met with a shocking sight, a fully armed legion of soldiers within the massive estate. So many soldiers, and fully equipped too. Vincent turned to the guard and asked why so many troops were gathered here, to which the terrified guard replied that it was because of the Hades festival. The soldier explains that the event is named after the Hades flower, the symbol of the Helium family, and is also a martial arts competition for newly arrived families. However, due to the increasing activity of the Revolutionary Army, soldiers must be vigilant of anyone to increase security for the festival. The soldier bowed, hoping he would understand and sympathize, but Vincent suspected his grandfather was abusing his power to control the soldiers as he pleased. The soldier couldn't believe his ears. What Vincent began to voice his doubts. Even so, why are these soldiers stationed at the head of the clan's estate, especially at the entrance to the hall, a place to welcome guests? Vincent suspected this was a test for him or a power struggle, and he questioned them. "Tell me, why are you here?" One of them said they were there to prevent unforeseen incidents. Then a crash echoed. A soldier with a large build and fierce expression glared at him, demanding he leave. The soldier, sporting a scar above his lip, threatened Vincent to leave immediately, hoping he would comply willingly. Vincent smirked, then stared him down, saying, "Do you think I, the young master of the Adenka family, a cadet of Blood City, would bring harm to the family head?" His presence, now overwhelming, the soldier lost his arrogance and meekly replied, "No. That's not what I meant." Vincent roared, demanding to know who they were protecting and obeying, and how they could call themselves soldiers of a great family when they couldn't even answer that question. He berated the soldiers present, lamenting the wasted manpower that was likely ineffective. They seemed shaken constantly, looking at each other for help. Vincent told the soldier with the large hammer that he was fired and that he would go see his grandfather himself, but the soldier had bad intentions and wanted to attack him. He swings his hammer, trying to crush Vincent flat. The soldier yells that he won't get through, but Vincent easily dodges the attack. He laughed, asking if this was the Helium family's answer. Vincent's aura intensified, and they would create the incident the family had been waiting for. The soldier sensed the overwhelming power, realizing this was no ordinary kid. The rumors of him defeating Melatium must be true. A man shouts, ordering everyone to stop. It's none other than the head of the Helium family, telling them they've caused enough chaos and to stand down. Seeing Vincent, Gafonzo said it was good to see him again, but Vincent wasn't happy to see his grandfather. He told him to come over and welcomed him to the Helium family. The two entered the room, and Gafonzo remarked that Vincent was putting on a good show. He wondered if he'd gone too far, but Vincent bluntly agreed, saying he felt uncomfortable. Gafonzo reached out, asking him to forgive his actions, explaining that he'd heard so much about him and wanted to see if the rumors of his strength were exaggerated. Vincent thought the Helium family had overestimated him, as he realized the man before him was none other than Gafonzo Helium, the head of the Helium family. He could sense an incredibly powerful aura, but upon closer inspection, it was lechery, befitting the head of a degenerate family. Gafonzo says he's wanted to meet you for a while, but thought you were the scoundrel who took his son's life. Vincent retorts that the feeling is mutual and that he's here to overthrow him, his dear old grandpa. Gafonzo wondered what mission brought him here, but Vincent said it was a secret, surprising him that he'd keep it from his own grandfather. Vincent sips his tea, adding that Gafonzo also knows he keeps business and personal matters separate. Gafonzo laughs heartily, saying Vincent is a delight, and praising his answer. However, Vincent could also tell Gafonzo who gave him the mission, which caught his attention. He smiled at his grandfather, revealing that his mother was the one who commissioned him. Gafonzo is shocked to learn the client is his daughter, wondering if Vaisha intends to recruit him. He wavers, having heard of Julian's recent impressive feats. He and Vaisha corrected his son's mistakes, didn't they? Vincent claims he was just a little lucky. Now, Gafonzo eyes him with a piercing gaze. Is he saying his son died because of luck? Vincent remained silent, and the room fell quiet. Julian sensed the conversation had taken an odd turn, but Vincent assured him not to worry, that he would never cause him any trouble. Gafonzo sighed, telling him not to be so nervous. In fact, he thanked him, saying that if he hadn't done it, he would have had to do it himself. Gafonzo noted that Vincent was a bit late, and Vincent explained he had a run-in with revolutionary soldiers on the way. Enraged, Gafonzo slammed his fist on the table, furious that they dared to lay a hand on his grandson. Vincent is confused by the sudden outburst, assuring him that he's fine aside from being a little late. But Gafonzo continues to curse, calling them damned fools. He believes that dogs who dare to bite their masters must be punished. Gafonzo tells Vincent he's captured some of their guerrillas, wondering how Vincent thinks he should deal with them as an image of two guerrilla soldiers appears in his teacup. Vincent cautiously asked what he had done to them as Gafonzo casually snapped the handle off Leech's cup. He smiled cruelly, replying gleefully that he had broken their limbs, and laughed, saying they would regret crossing him for the rest of their lives. Those filthy rats should know their place. A thinly veiled threat to Vincent. He asks if it's true that Vincent is furious with his cruel actions. Vincent rises to answer, admitting it's hard to hide things from him, then asks if Gafonzo isn't also curious about his mission. He smiles and replies that he needs to attend the Hades festival. Gafonzo is shocked. The Hades festival. You, Vincent, hands him a paper. Yes, it's a little embarrassing, but these are people we can trust. He asks if he can help him with something, revealing that Lauren's plan will coincide with the Hades festival. He knew Gafonzo was on high alert, blocking all routes to Desona, so he'd ask for his help. Vincent placed the paper on the table, pointing out those who would be attending the festival, including the city lord, the Blood City commanders, the cadet representatives, the gala pastor, Duran, and so on, and even his own parents. Vincent was sure Gafonzo would agree, as this was a tempting offer he couldn't refuse. The night before, Vincent spoke to everyone by the fire, explaining they were short on time and had to contact those he'd mentioned by tomorrow. They remained silent, watching him. Sherry and Wilson were aghast, wondering who else he was dragging into this mess, and if their young master had lost his mind. Hannah chimed in, understanding his intentions, but questioning whether those people would cooperate. Hannah voiced her concerns, saying that if things didn't go according to plan, the situation would be dire, and this was too reckless. but Vincent, unconcerned, asked if she was worried about him. This question flusters Hannah, who stammers, "No, that's not what I meant." Vincent smiles confidently in the firelight. "Don't worry, everything will be all right." He mentions the only problem is how they'll do it, needing to contact many people in different places unknown to Gafonzo. Harmona confidently points to herself, saying they can leave that to her. Lauren explains that the revolutionaries have many secret contacts for these kinds of things, and can send magical letters through them. Vincent feels relieved that his worries might be resolved. He hopes his grandfather will be pleased with the gift he's prepared. The letter has been delivered, and they open it to read its contents. After understanding the situation through the letter, Dolan couldn't believe such a shocking event could occur in Helen's territory. Merlin was suddenly behind him, asking what the letter said, and only then did Dolan realize he was there. Dolan picked up the letter and asked Merlin if he wanted to go for a walk. Elsewhere, Thay Huyet was trying to calm the city lord. Han asks Hija if she intends to destroy the entire mountain, the landscape already devastated by the city lord's rage. Hija is furious that, as city lord, she was completely unaware that their academy's students were enduring such trials, and even siding with the enemy. Han tries to calm her, saying anger won't solve anything. Exhausted, Higea sinks to the ground, wondering if they're so untrustworthy that no one asks for their help. Hoka asked Vagon, and Han wondered who was behind all of this. Vagon suspected it had something to do with Elder Tui Lo Van, and Hoka looked at Han. She wonders if that's not his end, being abandoned by others. Hoka thinks Vagon believes the person behind this is the same, and Han thinks there aren't many people who could make the Council of Elders act as they wish. Heoga mentions the Nightmare Society, and Vagan seems to understand something. Images of the past flash before her eyes, and she says that Thea Edmonds is the leader, and Lady Vessa's younger brother is also a member. Han tries to calm her, saying anger won't solve anything. Exhausted, Higea sinks to the ground, wondering if they're so untrustworthy that no one asks for their help. Vincent's mother knows what he's about to do, burn everything, and she's discussing it with the Khan family head, so all they have to do is use that to create an even bigger fire. Their task is to prepare as Khan's master sees it, but isn't that fire? He turns to look at Vincent's mother, wondering if she will ultimately be the one to burn down her own family. Heoga mentions the Nightmare Society, and Vagan seems to understand something. Images of the past flash before her eyes, and she says that Thea Edmonds is the leader, and Lady Vessa's younger brother is also a member. Vagon muttered 3 words, nightmare. Herta cautiously asked Vagon how much of an impact this would have. Han wasn't sure of anything, but one thing was certain, as they looked at the ruins before them, just as Vincent had said. Perhaps Khan truly cares for her. Is this really all right, Vessa? Vessa looks at Khan, a hint of sadness in her eyes. There was more she wanted to say, but Vessa kept it to herself, hoping to atone before Khan and Saravana. Now, back to the conversation between Vincent and the Helm family head. Vincent tells him that he should be preparing for their honored guests instead of wasting time. The head of Helm smiles, amused by his grandson's actions. Then he laughed, a booming sound that echoed through the mansion. Vincent couldn't understand what he found so amusing. With his experienced eyes, Helm probed. Is that so? Grandson Vincent remained silent as he rose. Do you think I'd be intimidated by such things? He then cautiously approached him. Helm was a territory built on trade, connecting the lands of the 3 great families, Simon, Thikang, and Adenka. Vincent tells him that he should be preparing for their honored guests instead of wasting time. The head of Helm smiles, amused by his grandson's actions. Helm's patriarch leaned down to speak with Vincent, saying his family was simply too great. What would he do now that he'd been threatened? Vincent, my boy, you hang your head in silence, then slowly smile and ask if that's all there is. Helm is taken aback, as if Vincent has found his weakness. Vincent smiles like a devil, asking, how about this? The scene shifts to another forest where Sakon frantically searches for his young master, relieved to find him sitting idly by. But Davin's current state terrifies Sakon. His young master is laughing maniacally after reading a letter. What could it have said to make him so angry and excited? At the Saman family estate, the scene is peaceful, until a massive explosion erupts. A servant barely dodged the blast, not understanding why his young master would do such a thing. Kagan received a letter as well, and perhaps angered by its contents, he lashed out. What tricks did Vincent use to anger Kagan so much? He curses him as a bastard, and Raven asks Sakon to contact his father immediately. Kagan's side was no different. He ordered the news be delivered to his mother immediately. It turned out their 2 letters were nearly identical, containing only 2 words. Come here, signed Vincent. They've become truly excited and frenzied, preparing to go to the pig territory. He still dreams of it sometimes that day. 500 years ago, a fierce battle on the arena floor, the excited audience cheering. Davin unleashes his greatsword slash, surrounded by a powerful aura, as Kajin roars and charges forward with his wind enhancement technique. The 2 clash their attacks, creating a powerful gust of wind, sending the audience scrambling for safety. On the arena floor, Davin and Kajin create more explosions, sending people scattering, run, or die. Kajin senses Davin's power, unsure of when it grew so strong. His eyes widened in disbelief that a one-handed bastard's sword could be this strong. Davin was in the sky, his aura completely overwhelming his opponent. Vincent envisioned the past, Kajin and Davin locked in endless battle. He declared, "It's over, Kajin." Then, Vincent closed his eyes into a silent space. Then a sky-rending scream echoed as Kajin punished the demon Davin, while Vincent silently left the arena and moved forward. Perhaps he knew the truth had been arranged, and the terrible relationship with Simon had never ended. Vincent headed toward the house where someone lay on the ground. Vincent looks away, wondering if she has a way to untangle this mess, as Aslan stands beside him. He stares intently, urging him to move past the Simon family and face the truth, lamenting that she left him with only these words, and wondering what she's expected of him for over 500 years. Vincent slowly opened his eyes, seeing a blurry image of Hannah calling him to wake up. Still weary from his dream, he struggled to open his eyes. When he finally realized Hannah was before him, she wouldn't stop waking him. In his bedroom, Hannah told him she was waking him up earlier than usual because it was already morning and he needed to get up and get ready quickly. Vincent obeyed his sister immediately, reminding himself that he couldn't afford dreams like that. Not today, the day before the Hades assembly. The night before the Hades assembly, the Helm family illuminated the streets in a dazzling display, marking their 200th anniversary as the people joyfully danced amidst the grand festivities throughout Helm. The crowd recognized the figures and wondered if it was really them, the Adenka family head Khan and Lady Versus. The townspeople wondered how they dared to show their faces after killing the young master, while others warned them to be quiet as Khan and Vexa approached the Helm family head. Gafonzo didn't expect her to act so boldly, while Vincent reveled in what he'd created. Hannah was also surprised, exclaiming, "Seriously, you dared to bring your parents here?" Vexa bowed her head in respect. Vexa Helm greets the family head. Gafonzo stared at his daughter, his eyes wide. Vexa, Helm can't fathom why she dares to come here, believing that if she cared for Daima, she wouldn't have shown her face at all. But Vexa isn't afraid. Daima lost her life at their hands. Gafonzo's buttons were pushed, and rage swelled within him, veins popping on his forehead. Did she come to reclaim the Helm name? Vexa immediately retorted, asking if the Helm name was worth stooping to such immoral depths to steal. An enraged Helm patriarch pointed at her, demanding she stop insulting Daima. Vexa glanced back and replied, "It seems you love your son very much, yet you're placing all the blame on that poor child." Gafonzo, though furious, couldn't retort, silently seething at how these wretches were driving him mad. Vexa tells her son Vincent that she will enter the Hades assembly as he requested, and ensure the two families maintain a close relationship. "Yes, mother," he replies. Vexa placed her hand on her daughter's shoulder and whispered, "Hana, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." As Hana remained surprised, Vexa continued, "But things are different now." She paused, glancing at her father. "Your mother will be here to end all this chaos." Julian explains to Vincent that the rules of the Hades assembly are simple, chaotic battles with dozens of participants fighting continuously, and survival means victory. But there's a catch. Hana whispers to him, warning Vincent to be careful. She knows the Hades assembly isn't just for the children of noble families. Commoners can participate too. Vincent confidently states that the environment will be harsh, making it difficult to survive alone. A familiar voice calls out, greeting Adenka. It's none other than Kagan, introducing himself as the sixth young master of the Salmon family. Kagan, followed closely by Raven and his lion, greeted Vincent's father cheerfully. Gafonzo was surprised by Vincent's move, while Vincent happily watched his friends arrive. Kagan barely recognizes Vincent with his new hairstyle, and Raven asks where he got it done. He happily thanks his two friends for responding to his letter, but Kagan tells him not to get the wrong idea. He glared at him, not wanting to help Vincent but rather seize the opportunity to crush him. Raven looked at Vincent similarly, thinking this challenge would be interesting, and impressed that he kept his promise. He could only smile, while Julian suspiciously wondered from behind if something was wrong with them. Vincent turned back to introduce his two friends, who would be joining him in the competition. Gafonzo sweats bullets, realizing the heirs of the Salmon and Vatican families have arrived. Raven remarks that Wei Vincent looks just like his father, but Kagan cuts him off, asking what he's doing in front of the family head. Khan approaches the young men, recognizing Raven, the young master of the Vatican family, noting his personality resembles that of his father. Raven asks Khan if he knows his father as well. Khan reveals that their fathers used to gather together when they were young, that they've known each other for a long time. Raven suddenly calls out to his father, and a figure descends from the moon, the Vatican patriarch landing with such force that the ground shatters. He's overjoyed, saying, "It's been far too long." Befitting of the Vatican's patriarch, his aura is truly powerful. "You've aged much since we last met, Khan." This is Pontianus Vatican, head of the Vatican family. Vincent and Julian never expected the Vatican patriarch to appear, and Khan certainly didn't expect to see his old friend in this situation. Pontianus explains his reasons for being here, as Vincent and Julian listen with bated breath. Like father, like son, he embraces his boy. How could he miss an event his son was participating in? Julian thinks Pontianus is a fool, and now Vincent understands why Raven is so unrestrained. From atop a nearby building, a familiar voice rings out. "What's this?" "A private meeting between you two traitors." They descend from the rooftop with uncanny speed and grace. It's none other than Vangya, head of the Salmon family, greeting everyone after a long absence, with Kaga standing proudly by his mother's side. Hannah and Vesa are equally surprised to see the Salmon family head here. Pontianus is pleased to see his old friend, while Khan wonders what Vangya is doing here, as he affectionately strokes his son's head, saying his son has already lost honor once. How could Vangya miss Simon reclaiming his honor? He smiles, displaying his power. Pontianus isn't intimidated. Does he think he can defeat them? He's challenging his son. Khan retorts that his honor could be trampled again. Julian is shocked, unable to close his mouth at this gathering, the rulers of the continent all meeting in one place. Like father, like son, he embraces his boy. How could he miss an event his son was participating in? Julian thinks Pontianus is a fool, and now Vincent understands why Raven is so unrestrained. Julian panicked, grabbing Vincenzo's shoulders, realizing he was in way over his head. Vincenzo knew it too, but turned to look at his grandfather. How could Vangya miss Simon reclaiming his honor? He smiles, displaying his power. Pontianus isn't intimidated. Does he think he can defeat them? He's challenging his son. Khan retorts that his honor could be trampled again. Gafonzo devised a solution he had to get them out. He approached the three powerhouses, welcoming them, explaining that the current situation in the territory made it impossible to host them properly, and that he would formally invite them once things were settled. Pontianus retorts, how dare he try to dismiss him in front of his son? Vangya is equally displeased. How dare Gafonzo speak to the Salmon family head like that? Gafonzo pales, realizing he's made a grave error. With such power and influence, Gafonzo couldn't possibly expel them. Together they'd turn this place into a diplomatic minefield. It was the same old trick. He blamed his nephew Vincent for everything. Gafonzo felt like Vincent was trying to ruin him. He slammed his fist on the chair, cursing under his breath. He angrily wondered how that brat dared interfere with his plans. All because of him, the city was overflowing with tourists, making it impossible to control. It's possible that Lauren's revolutionary army and Vesa's followers have infiltrated the city, and he has no idea how many are already here. Gafonzo knows he needs to come up with a plan, and fast. Or perhaps he should allow the people to revolt. Their operations were quite organized. Gafonzo is beside himself. Is he sure he should abandon the true leader? And why are they resisting so fiercely? The butler suspects their subordinates have been swayed by someone. Gafonzo suspects Vincent's involvement, but plans to use the rebels as pawns if they join forces. It seems to be his only option. Gafonzo orders his butler to summon Nightmare, but the butler immediately objects, saying they're too dangerous, and it's too risky. Gafonzo exudes a murderous aura, convinced that the culprit behind everything is that brat Vincent, and he intends to deal with him at the Hades assembly, all while Vincent remains blissfully unaware. He's entertaining his friends Sabira Vagon and Hoka, who are surprised by his new haircut, which Sabira thinks looks really cool, prompting Vincent to thank her. The three ask why he suddenly cut his hair, and Hannah steps in, claiming it was her handiwork. No one can believe their eyes. The scene of Hannah cutting Vincent's hair is just too absurd. They stare at her speechless, and Hannah, sensing the oddity, remains silent. Blushing, Sabira approaches him. Vincent. He asks what's wrong, and she shyly asks if he'd like to go to the festival with her. So she wanted to ask him out, but someone spoke louder. It was Raven, who cheerfully slung an arm around him, holding an ear of corn. Haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together. There are so many good things to try. Vincent thought that sounded great. He was hungry and wanted something to eat. And so the two left together. Raven said, the grilled skewers here are the best, leaving Sabira frozen in place. How unfortunate for Sabira. Her prince has been kidnapped by Raven. Hannah turns to Vagon, asking if the Red Knights are this few in number, to which he replies that the senior representatives are out on missions and may not arrive until tomorrow. As expected, the heirs of all three families will gather here, and from now on, the Hades Assembly is no longer just a traditional helium event, but a symbol of the heads of the great families. Before coming here, Vagon also met with representatives of the Gaia court, as well as reporters from other regions. Tourists flocked and rumors spread, drawing people from all walks of life. Just then, a magic circle appeared behind Vagon, and a voice said, "We've arrived as well." Vagon sensed the familiar mana, and turned to see none other than Sixth Elder Helios, pleased to see him again. He stated it might not be the right time, but he wanted to offer them the proposition again. Helios wanted Vagon to inherit the vacant elder position of his late sister, shocking him. Meanwhile, Raven was savoring the delicious grilled skewers, but noticed Vincent and Anos hadn't touched their food. He asked them why they weren't eating. Raven wondered if the food had gone cold, but he was indeed carefree, as it was impossible to eat in the face of the three continent holders, chatting happily. Vincent thought, as Raven dragged him to what he called a comfortable seat. The three scions of the great families chatted happily. How long has it been since we've gathered like this? I don't know, maybe 10 years. Anos sensed the old man was in a good mood, and suggested they play a game. Khan calmly drinks water or something else, though he's also looking forward to it, but that can wait, because today is their day, he thinks, glancing at his three sons. Vincent finds their game distasteful, while Julian feels it brings the family's joy, though he senses their friendship isn't genuine. Vincent disagrees, surprising the boy. Vincent knew ambition was a warrior's instinct, and the stronger they were, the more ambitious they became. And now one of the few strong opponents in the world was sitting right next to him. He had a bad feeling. Perhaps he shouldn't stay here long. Even Karna felt uneasy, thinking that even a small bite would make him nauseous. He calmed himself, knowing he had to be careful around these three powerful figures. Unlike his two friends, Raven innocently raises his hand, eager to ask the heads of the great families a question. Bontianas happily agrees to his son's request, encouraging him to ask away. Raven, innocent as ever, senses the immense power of everyone present and is simply curious. Who would win in a fight? A tense silence falls. Vincent is instantly petrified, probably wanting to smack his friend later. Even Carr was petrified, and Julian, despite being a spirit, couldn't escape the shock. He sensed trouble brewing. Bontianas immediately springs into action, and Vankia rises without hesitation, eager to know as well. Even the usually calm Khan can't resist this time. All three of them are excited, wondering why they can't find the answer. Herka suddenly can't believe his eyes, the sixth Tower Master. Wait a minute. Could Helios really want Vagan Pagoda to become the Tower Master? He said nothing. Vagan looked at Helios, who knew exactly how he felt about that tower. He must understand. But Helios asked if he didn't miss her, his sister, which stirred something in Vagan as Helios spoke of Vagan's sister, the outstanding Benelli, now in the tower. His sister was a prodigy, becoming a Tower Master at a young age. Helios didn't choose Vagan randomly. He admired his skill, having reached level 5 through his harsh life as a mercenary. Helios paused, speaking of the future, a new path for the tower, a path that required a talent like Vagan. Ho-Kei jumps between them, objecting, saying, "Who do you think you are to treat our Vagan like this?" Helios asks her seriously if she can make Vagan's lifelong dream come true, the dream he's always yearned for. Her words left Hoja speechless, for she knew it was Vagan's dream. Vagan hesitated, unsure how to respond to this urgent invitation. Meanwhile, Vincent is on edge, as the family heads eagerly anticipate a showdown. Seeing the ominous signs, Vincent and Kagan are tense, fearing a brawl, while Raven remains blissfully unaware. Raven, oblivious to the situation, asks what's going on. Kagan is too late to stop him. Damn it, why did that idiot have to open his mouth? Vincent remains seated, though deeply worried. What is this feeling? He senses an immense volatile power emanating from the three family heads. Suddenly Khan burst out laughing and the three old friends joined in, leaving their sons even more confused. Vincent and Kagan were frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Vankia confidently crosses her arms, saying she doesn't think she'd lose, but Khan adds that he wouldn't win either. Bontianas knows their strength is meant to protect their families, and now they all bear that responsibility. Acting on impulse would be irresponsible. Vankia scratched her head, realizing she should have eliminated Khan from the start. She turned to him, a threat in her voice, promising that one day she would fight him without holding back. Khan exuded a powerful aura, saying not to worry, because like her, he too looked forward to defeating Vankia. But for some reason Vankia wore a relieved expression on her face. What a relief. Vankia knew that one day, when their swords clashed, she would fall before her opponent's blade, and for a warrior there was no greater joy. As she gazed into the void with anticipation, Bontianas turned to his clueless son, who still looked adorably unaware. He asked Raven to look at the three of them, and decide who he thought was the weakest. Vincent tenses up, believing this is a test now that they've been given their swords. Kagan is equally tense, thinking the battle between future family heads has begun. Raven, unlike his two friends, took his time to consider, then ran into his father's arms, declaring him the strongest, much to Bontianas's delight. Ignoring the Bontianas father and son's joyful embrace, Vankia turned to her own son and asked Kagan, "What do you think?" Instead of declaring his mother the strongest, Kagan claimed the Adenka family head was the weakest, leaving Khan speechless. According to Kagan, the Balukan family head possesses penetrating power. His mother has Kisek, but as far as he remembers, the Adenka family has no special abilities. Kagan confidently assumes that a family that cannot create anything extraordinary is obviously the weakest, but Vincent retorts saying, he's wrong. He confidently declares that Vankia is the weakest, prompting Khan to ask his son why. Vincent recalls the unpleasant sensation from earlier, the image of the three family heads' auras etched in his memory. Vankia Simon's power was the weakest. Vincent stared directly at the three family heads, stating that of the three powers they had just displayed, Simon's was the weakest, a fact that seemed to surprise even those powerful men. Raven wonders if he hadn't noticed it either, but Kagan disagrees, asking what he's talking about, no matter how hard he tries. But before Kagan could finish, someone confirmed that what Vincent said was true. Vankia revealed that the other two family heads were level 9, while Simon was still only level 8. But with that, she picked up a dining knife and with a gentle motion, her aura became incredibly powerful, leading her to believe she could at least match them. Vincent witnesses the unique ability of the seductress, leaving Julian speechless, the very power that amplifies her strength. Vankia nods, explaining that this is how the three of them maintain balance. Raven, unlike his two friends, took his time to consider, then ran into his father's arms, declaring him the strongest, much to Bontianas's delight. Khan explains that reaching level 10 would be fatal. Kagan seems quite frightened by this. But before Kagan could finish, someone confirmed that what Vincent said was true. Vankia revealed that the other two family heads were level 9, while Simon was still only level 8. He also thanks his father for the compliment, while Vankia smiles, thinking that as a cadet his mana is nearly immeasurable, beyond level 8. Vankia pondered, always thinking he just had good instincts, but Adenka was raising a monster. Vincent remained silent, only smiling. Unbeknownst to Kagan, who sat beside him fuming, "Damn it, it's him again." Raven, oblivious to the fact that he seemed to be causing his friends distress, raised his hand. I have one more question, prompting both of them to turn to him in unison. Raven then wondered if the future family heads could also reach level 10 if they reached level 9, and Kagan wondered if reaching level 9 was as easy as pie for his mother. They hastily dragged Raven away, leaving the parents in stunned silence. Pontianus chuckled, remarking on their close bond, a scene that reminded him of their youthful days, before sighing. He didn't agree with Pontianus saying his son was just like him, with Vansai adding even the cluelessness, leaving him speechless. In contrast to the reunion of friends elsewhere, in a dark cave, then Kagan and Vincent worked together seamlessly, blindfolding Raven, saying, "Aren't you all tired from the journey? I'm exhausted, let's rest." Vincent quickly fled. "We'll leave you all to your business." He slowly opens the box, revealing what Vesa needs, the Eye of Etenia, which she hopes will help her overthrow Gafonzo. Vagon hesitated, carefully answering, "I." But now his eyes were clear, and he refused to become the tower's master. Helios, surprised by Vagon's refusal, asks for his reasons perhaps rooted in the magic tower's next moves. Vagon guesses the next step is to interfere with the inter-school exchange and manipulate them to promote a family right. Helios doesn't say anything tacitly, admitting it's true. Vagon felt a pang of regret. The magic he once admired had vanished completely. Vesa finds Lauren asking if he's still alive, and Lauren, holding a box, replies that, though he'd like to say he's happy to see her, he can't with the city in such a state. Though he didn't achieve his goal, he was happy to see Vagon again. Vagon bowed, telling him to enjoy the festival, master. Vagon and his friends then departed, leaving Helios and his assistant behind, who questioned why he let Vagon leave so easily. Helios sighs sadly, wondering what else he can do, admitting it's partly his fault. He explains he came to meet young Master Vincent and see the sword that can cut his magic, having heard he's a cadet from Blood City. As night fell, he told his two aides it was late, and they should leave to meet the Helium family head. The next morning, Helium was breathtaking, with clear skies and flower petals dancing in the wind. A woman speaks to her ring. "Greetings, esteemed guests. I'm Maria, chief reporter for Whispering Winds." She's live from Dasona Helium, site of the Hades Assembly, and the arena is truly colossal. Here, an unprecedented event unfolds, attended by dignitaries destined to be etched in history. Aben is astonished by the sheer number of attendees, and can scarcely believe that fool is actually standing on such a grand stage. Merlin and Dulon, like everyone else, felt the grandeur of both the arena and the city, and heard that the soil was taken from Helium's outskirts, like in the days of Melithium. The chief correspondent continues the program, and most importantly, the rulers of this continent, the heads of the three great families, along with their young masters, are now seated. The reporter behind me announces that the participants of the grand meeting have entered the arena. Vincent and Kagan with cold expressions, while Zaven alone wears a carefree smile. Bontianos gazes fondly at his son, urging his children to look into the magic crystal and see their friend, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, the Helm family head looks down from above, asking why he's here. He pondered, then replied that if that were to happen, Helios firmly stated that he would personally reunite Vagon with his sister in the afterlife. Gafonzo, knowing her true intentions, asks if she plans to monitor him, and Vaisha confirms that he understands her perfectly. Vaisha can't believe her father is still like this. The current state of Helm is beyond what she and her husband can handle, and Khan is uncomfortable sitting with his two friends. Vaisha approached her father, stating that she was also a member of the Helm family, sarcastically adding that she thought he might be lonely without company. Vaisha retorts, acknowledging her debt and stating that this is her way of atoning. Gafonzo, shaken by his daughter's confidence, dismisses her words as nonsense and abruptly departs, allowing Vaisha to proceed as she wishes. Gafonzo reminded her that everything Vaisha had was thanks to him, even her seat next to Khan, which was won by eliminating Vincent's mother. Her initial confidence vanished. The revolutionaries in the stands also heard this, and now speaking of the revolutionary forces, those who cannot accept peace and constantly disturb this land. He held a flower like the flower of Hades, hoping Helm would bloom again, through this Congress. The speech concludes, and the audience erupts in applause and cheers. Raven is eager to begin the match, and Vincent and Gagan seem to feel the same, though they remain silent. Vincent glared at his grandfather, recognizing him even from afar. He smiled, thinking, yes, Helm will bloom again, free from Gafonzo's evil. Gafonzo eyed his precious grandson. Keep smiling, boy, because the next time I see you, you'll be nothing but a corpse. He raised the magic veil, and declared the male sword from Helm, and the young masters from the continent's great families, who will be victorious today. It turns out he had planned this all along, even if Vaisha had stopped him. Vincent's death was inevitable. Gafonzo rises to give a speech marking 200 years since Helm's prosperity. One of them thinks these kids are only focused on themselves fighting for their family's honor, so the male swordsman will exploit that internal strife. Gafonzo secretly rejoiced at the ease with which he could take Vincent's life, as the entire arena was under his control, and before Vincent could react, he would be eliminated. Meanwhile, below the arena floor, a figure prepared to thrust a sword toward him, but they've underestimated the future head of the family. Their eyes are sharper than ever. With just basic moves, the three of them effortlessly take down their opponents. He begins the countdown 3, as Vincent's consciousness awakens. Gagan is filled with excitement. Raven's sweet smile vanishes, replaced by a battle-ready expression. The Hades tournament begins, and as the words are spoken, the other competitors immediately rush towards Vincent's group. This is the Eye of Atenia held by Loren. Yes, the former head of Helene Atenia created this as one of her magical tools. Vexar murmurs about Etenia, Helene, and the Dragon King Abel Tan. As the story goes, Etenia loved Abel Tan, a mighty dragon warrior pursuing him relentlessly, only to be met with disappointment and tears. Their love was doomed by their different races, a tragic love story. Lauren reveals that Etenia created many treasures and magical artifacts for Abel Tan scattered throughout Helene. Holding Etenia's tear, one of them is Etenia's eye, created to foresee any dangers that might befall Abel Tan. This is the Eye of Etenia held by Loren. Yes, the former head of Helene Atenia created this as one of her magical tools. Vexar murmurs about Etenia, Helene, and the Dragon King Abel Tan. As the story goes, Etenia loved Abel Tan, a mighty dragon warrior pursuing him relentlessly, only to be met with disappointment and tears. Their love was doomed by their different races, a tragic love story. Vaisha, noticing his presence, asked if he knew what they intended to use it for. Vincent, gazing at the Eye of Etenia in his hand, replied that they would gather evidence of Gafonzo's crimes before everyone, specifically a place like the Melidium Fail Magic Factory. Raven's charm vanishes as he warns them not to interfere, while Gagan coldly eliminates any hesitation, urging him to finish the job. Vesha agrees Gafonzo fears what he can't control, and the facility must be in Dursona, the only place large enough to hide it. Nowhere else but the Dursona Grand Arena, a place buzzing with activity. Upon entering, everyone's condition is monitored by a magical crystal. The guide explains that if deemed incapable of fighting, they'll be eliminated and magically transported outside the arena, adding that the goal is to injure as many opponents as possible and be the last one standing. Another contestant raises his hand to speak, asking if he may. Then inexplicably, he turns to Vincent, asking what happens if they accidentally kill someone in the match. Vincent senses his ulterior motive. The guide replied, well, in that case, someone dying in a duel of honor is unavoidable, isn't it? He sensed that everyone there wanted to send him to his grave. Vincent felt it clearly the trouble was just beginning. To reveal the entire arena with the eye, he'd still have to hold it and pour mana into it for a certain amount of time, which means he'd have to sit still, in the center of the arena, surrounded by Gafonzo's men who want him dead. The only way to avoid that is to win, so he can safely use the Eye of Athenia without being targeted. Vincent knew he couldn't face all of Helm's elites alone, no matter how strong he was. Then a voice broke through Vincent. What's got you so focused? It was Kagan asking if he was worried. Luckily he had his friends, and his confidence returned. That's why Vincent needed them. Vincent calls out to his two friends, Raven and Kagan, with a request. Back in the present, they know this will be a proxy war between the heads of each family. So he wants one of them to win, so why don't they focus on taking out Helm's soldiers first? The three of them surge towards Helm's soldiers like storms, until only the three of them are left on the arena. One of the soldiers felt something was off. Wait, this isn't what we agreed on. Gafonzo was also caught off guard. What's going on? Why are they helping Vincent? Vincent knew he couldn't face all of Helm's elites alone, no matter how strong he was. Then a voice broke through Vincent. What's got you so focused? His power is overwhelming, striking fear into the soldier's heart. Damn it, attack anyone. You see Vincent unleashes the Great Thunder Light Ray Chain as chains and blue lightning coil around his sword. She recalls that just last year he was considered one of the 7 most useless young masters. Yet now that pathetic image is gone. Our hero is so handsome. A bald soldier attacks from above with his sword, but things won't go as he expects. Vincent easily blocks the blow, sensing something amiss with the enemy's blade. The bald fool is arrogant, believing that no matter how much these kids linger, the difference in power is still obvious. He must quickly take his life and receive the reward from the head of the family. But before he could think, a sword pierced his body from behind. It was Kagan, acting with brutal efficiency, shocking Vincent. So he'll have to keep his hands to himself. It would be troublesome if he died at the hands of another, wouldn't it? Vincent probably didn't expect his friend to be this crazy. With incredible force, he effortlessly sends dozens of soldiers flying. The division leader witnesses this excited, and says, "What impressive martial prowess, Master Vincent of Ardenka." Suddenly a spear struck the girl's head, saving Kagan's life. She immediately collapsed unconscious, and Kagan was bewildered. Vincent realized the opponent had retrieved their dropped spear. It was none other than Raven and Kagan. Now's not the time to worry about others, with countless soldiers beneath his feet, sporting massive lumps. Bontiana shouted from the stands. Excellent, son. Raven turned and flashed 2 fingers at his father. Kagan was stunned, unable to believe he'd been saved by that idiot, but Vincent told him to calm down. They couldn't afford to be left behind. Meanwhile, Gafonzo was starting to worry, wondering what Vincent was planning by cooperating with the heir of another family. He kept thinking to himself that Vincent was indeed dangerous, and he had to be eliminated at all costs. Vincent couldn't afford to delay any longer, so he rushed towards the soldiers and dealt with them easily, but it was quite time-consuming. They can't be held back by a mere distraction any longer. They need to end this quickly. Vincent was only careless for a few seconds, and he was almost injured by that last attack. Luckily, he regained consciousness and dodged the attack. It was a familiar face, one of the soldiers who initially blocked him from entering the mansion. Vincent flew backward, and the soldier spat. "You're causing too much trouble, you brat." He's determined to eliminate Vincent here and now for the honor of Helm. Vincent recognizes him. Let's see what he can do. Kane's attacks are truly ruthless, effortlessly decapitating his 2 opponents. He turns around, arrogant and undeniably handsome, declaring that this stage is only for the strong and the weak should step aside. Raven is no less impressive. The sweet, lovable boy has vanished. He's truly worthy of being the next head of the family when his power is unleashed. He sends his weapon flying towards his opponents, telling them to take this. The soldiers stand frozen in fear, knowing it's coming. With incredible force, he effortlessly sends dozens of soldiers flying. The division leader witnesses this excited, and says, "What impressive martial prowess, Master Vincent of Ardenka." Instead of being surprised, he smiles, as if he's been waiting for him, and his weapon obeys his command, flying back to protect its master. It delivers a knockout blow to the bastard, as Raven casually watches his beloved weapon in action. He sends his weapon flying towards his opponents, telling them to take this. The soldiers stand frozen in fear, knowing it's coming. Neither of them is lacking in power. His strength is immense. Vincent has been observing this soldier, and is trying to figure out how to deal with him. Isn't he a 6-star? His strength matches his massive body, but he knows this guy is all size and no substance. Vincent faces his massive opponent. He uses linked attacks Prince Lang of the Silver Galaxy, his sword shrouded in invisible chains and beautiful snowflakes. Vincent smiles. Why do main characters always smile before they strike? But as the brute lost focus, exposing an opening, Kagan and Raven seized the chance their combined might shattering his weapon into 100 pieces. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The 3 young masters of the 3 families descended upon him like predators on their prey. But strangely, he used some kind of secret art that made his eyes incredibly strange. Instead of dodging, he stood still and let the 3 of them drive their weapons into him. Even stranger, their swords and weapons couldn't pierce his armor. Kagan noticed this oddity, wondering what was wrong with this guy who didn't even flinch. Vincent sensed something unbelievable, an impossible feeling. This soldier possessed the blessing of the Dwarf King. He grabs Vincent's hand like a toy, leaving him no time to react, and throws him away like trash, reveling in the chance to torment him. He uses linked attacks Prince Lang of the Silver Galaxy, his sword shrouded in invisible chains and beautiful snowflakes. Vincent smiles. Why do main characters always smile before they strike? He wondered if this was some kind of high-level defense, or if this guy was just crazy. Vincent was thrown away, and as he struggled to open his eyes, he saw the bastard approaching him, calling him kid. Where he fell, a large crater remained. The soldier approached, believing they were trying to destroy Helen's honor, an honor built on the sweat, blood, and toil of many. Despite his grievous wounds, Vincent struggles to his feet, knowing that someone who spills blood so readily can easily speak of honor. The soldier calls him a child too young and ignorant to understand that a warrior's honor lies in unwavering obedience. Despite his grievous wounds, Vincent struggles to his feet, knowing that someone who spills blood so readily can easily speak of honor. The soldier calls him a child too young and ignorant to understand that a warrior's honor lies in unwavering obedience. He really wants to take Vincent out, saying every mission requires some sacrifice, and this time, Vincent is it. He cracks his knuckles, declaring Vincent Adenka will atone for the honor of Helen. Vincent was enraged by his twisted ideology, telling him not to make him laugh. He couldn't understand how the honor of this era had become so distorted. A true warrior's honor was nothing like this. Vincent roared, saying a warrior's strength is meant to protect, not oppress, and to call that honor is a disgrace. He wouldn't let him tarnish the honor of knighthood any further. Even the knight wouldn't give up, ready to fight to the death, so, bring it on. The knight charged with a crazed look in his eyes, and Vincent, sword in hand, and filled with rage, met him head-on. Then a massive explosion erupts beneath the stands witnessed by Gafonzo and Vexa above. Gafonzo senses something strange. He doesn't understand why she's so obsessed with winning. He turned to his daughter Vexa, who acted as if everything would end, as if everything would collapse if Vincent won. It was then that Gafonzo realized. It couldn't be. Dragon blood. The letters beneath the earth. Below, countless ravenous demons and fiends lurk. Would they reveal themselves to the world? Gafonzo sighed, reassuring himself. How absurd. They're deep underground. How could they possibly reach the surface? Suddenly he recalled Vincent's eerie smile and crimson eyes, and something dawned on him. No, Gafonzo told himself he couldn't predict what he'd do. He couldn't let his guard down, but right now he was incredibly frustrated, damn it. Gafonzo turned to the butler, signaling him to leave for a moment, telling him to lead the way. The butler pointed, this way, but sensing something was wrong, he stopped. Wait. Gafonzo turned his attention back to his daughter Vesa, wondering why she was standing there. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. If he tried to destroy the evidence, would Vesa stop him? Was that their plan? He then turned and blasted Raven away, but thankfully, Kagan managed to dodge in time. Raven asked Kagan what was going on, wondering how they couldn't even make him flinch despite their attacks. It was then that Vesa finally spoke. What's going on? She turned to her father, eyes flashing. Didn't you have urgent business, father? Gafonzo, unnerved by Vesa's expression, curses his daughter under his breath. Vesa, using a gentle approach, asks what he's up to, leaving him speechless. Vesa smiled sweetly like a dutiful daughter, saying she could handle things so her father should leave. But in a flash her expression changed, asking if he planned to deceive her right before her eyes. Gafonzo was helpless, unable to do anything he wanted. Damn it. They were bound together by invisible chains, and he felt trapped. Vesa tells her father to watch with her, determined that the outcome will soon be clear, as she looks at her son in the arena. Vincent is struggling in the arena, exhausted from fighting this brute, a hulking soldier who's trying to crush him with his massive hands. He focuses his aura, telling Vincent not to run. His strike is incredibly powerful, but luckily, his two friends arrive just in time to help. The attack leaves behind a smoky, chaotic mess, leaving Raven and Kagan in disbelief. As the smoke clears, his eyes glow as if something's inside. This madman relentlessly charges toward him like a beast, wanting to devour Vincent. Don't interfere, you bastard. Even unarmed, his power is undeniable, sending the three flying. Kagan is annoyed that they don't even acknowledge his strength, ignoring him from the start. And he's focused solely on Vincent, who's struggling to defeat this formidable opponent. Vincent, his face covered in burn marks, realizes the only way to break through his defenses is to use his special swordsmanship to pierce the king's weakness. But he knew that, so no matter how the three attacked, they couldn't do anything. If he could defeat the first one now, he wouldn't have to worry about the others. Julian tells Vincent that their job is to create distance to use their special abilities, but Vincent knows a 6-star warrior won't give them the time. Suddenly, Vincent looked up at the sky behind Julian, sensing something in its clear blue expanse. Gafonzo was helpless, unable to do anything he wanted. Damn it. They were bound together by invisible chains, and he felt trapped. He looked for a moment, then thought, it's a beautiful day, so what? But after a closer look, Raven saw what Vincent was trying to tell him. Gafonzo was helpless, unable to do anything he wanted. Damn it. They were bound together by invisible chains, and he felt trapped. He looked for a moment, then thought, it's a beautiful day, so what? But after a closer look, Raven saw what Vincent was trying to tell him. Kagan attacks relentlessly fueled by the unmatched power of envy, giving Vincent an opening to strike from above. Vincent turned to Raven, urging him to look up at the sky, leaving Raven puzzled. It's none other than our adorable Raven, striking a magnificent pose. He plans to use a spear technique, telling his weapon, fly away. That relentless fiend curses him, wondering what he's plotting, and unleashes a powerful blow. But Kagan unexpectedly blocks the attack with his sword, even using only one hand. Despite the immense force, Vincent seemed to be in control, but unexpectedly, he used the spear's power to launch himself into the sky, astonishing everyone. The soldier gaped, he's flying. From that height, the captain looked like a hollow chocolate cake. Raven uses the soldier as a springboard and launches his spear, leaving him helpless. Vincent waits sword in hand for the spear to arrive. Even Gafonzo couldn't have predicted this impossible from that height. Not even his comrades or loved ones saw this coming. Hannah and Vagon are worried. Is he really going to use that height to strike him down? But Khan seemed to anticipate his move, watching silently, knowing he could use his swordsmanship freely at that height. And more importantly, Vincent wouldn't give his opponent a chance to escape, slicing swiftly towards stands. Vincent surveyed the scene below tense but focused on his target. What Vincent did next was incredibly dangerous, and should not be attempted by anyone. He dove down like a missile, his face like that of a ravenous beast. He remembers his mother and uncle, the only two in the Helm family, who truly knew what honor was, unlike those discarded by the family for being unable to endure its darkness. He uses piercing sword, the second form of earthly sword. In the sky, crystal-clear blue circles appeared, shooting straight down to the arena, and as expected he turned the place into ruins. Even the massive Hades arena couldn't withstand Vincent's explosive power. He unleashes the Galaxy Slash, severing the fool's hand. Truly, this is the protagonist's aura. The chief reporter is shocked, exclaiming, "Oh, the Helm's army." Her assistant is also left speechless. She declares complete defeat, and the young master is the victor. The soldier's fate is unknown, but he lost an arm. Herka joyfully embraces Igon, exclaiming Vincent's victory, oblivious to his near suffocation. Hannah, though pleased, sensed something was amiss. Yes, he'd won the battle, but Vincent was in dire straits, panting with exhaustion, dark circles under his eyes. Hannah realizes that Vincent always finds a way to turn the tables and win, especially when dealing with an enhanced Nguyen Han Vuong. Vincent had a plan all along, and he slowly turns to face the result of his efforts. But before he could rest, the emblems of two great families appeared behind him. Vincent tried to turn around, but it was too late. Luckily, his agile body dodged the two attacks. Why does everything explode when these guys fight? Vincent moved to a safe distance, enduring the powerful gusts of wind. Kagan has likely been waiting for this moment. In the end, it's just us. Raven is the same. He's excited. Shall we begin? Both of them unleashed their swords and auras, aiming to defeat Vincent with their overwhelming powers. Vincent gazed at the two who had supported him, until now, knowing that the time had come to end this event. Lauren reveals that Etenia created many treasures and magical artifacts for Abel Tan scattered throughout Helen. Holding Etenia's tear, one of them is Etenia's eye, created to foresee any dangers that might befall Abel Tan. Bessard believed it too, and now everything rested on him. Vincent, his mother, and Lauren had discussed it, his mother pointing out a flaw in the plan. That was that there was no guarantee he could defeat them all. He looked straight at Bessard, then confidently stating that he would win for the honor of Adenka. So now, Vincent's mother regrets everything. Engraved in her heart, she has placed everything on him. Therefore she has only one wish, one request, that Vincent win. The three family heads representing Adenka Salmon and Vatican watch on, exuding an aura of death, perhaps worried for Vincent. As for Garfunzo, he's worried about the delay, wondering what Vincent and the others are doing, wishing Vincent would just die already. Kagan, Raven, and Vincent, all three, were fueled by the thrill of battle, and Kagan madly lunged toward Raven, determined to take him down first. Under that fierce swordsmanship, Raven quickly countered, even taunting Kagan, asking if that was all he had, and to show him something more impressive. If Raven wants a show, Kagan will give him one, showing him everything he's got. And Raven couldn't hide his excitement. Kagan relentlessly attacked Raven from above, but Raven blocked every blow. While they fought, Vincent saw his chance and prepared to strike. Take my giant thunderclap sword technique. With this strike, Vincent sends both Kagan and Raven flying. Caught off guard, Kagan glares at Vincent with gritted teeth, while Raven is even more excited, laughing and praising Vincent's fierce fighting. If Vincent's going that far, he can't lose either. Raven attacks his spear, narrowly missing Vincent's face. Under that fierce swordsmanship, Raven quickly countered, even taunting Kagan, asking if that was all he had, and to show him something more impressive. Kagan, Raven, and Vincent, all three, were fueled by the thrill of battle, and Kagan madly lunged toward Raven, determined to take him down first. If Vincent's going that far, he can't lose either. Raven attacks his spear, narrowly missing Vincent's face. Vincent realizes that the flow of blood energy has intensified, and Kagan won't last long at this rate, which is why he's aiming for a swift victory. And because he dodged Raven's attack, Raven missed a step, and both of them fell to the ground. At this moment, Kagan used his ultimate move, the 8-moon slash, and quickly slashed at Vincent and Raven. Vincent unleashes his supernatural sword, the third form of the lightning style. The three clash like a storm, creating a terrifying battlefield. The three warriors' attacks collided in a powerful explosion, engulfing the area in dust, its force palpable even to Vincent's mother watching from above. The light from their attacks spread all around them. Khan remained serious, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. A deafening explosion erupts, its sound echoing for miles. Exhausted, Vincent stands, panting, his clothes torn to shreds. So now, Vincent's mother regrets everything. Engraved in her heart, she has placed everything on him. Therefore she has only one wish, one request, that Vincent win. Kagan, radiating murderous intent, charges forward with his sword spirit, while Raven smirks unafraid, even without his destruction art. Seeing this, Julian began to bite his nails, realizing Kagan and Javen wouldn't fall so easily. But Vincent was preoccupied with another matter. Why was everything so silent? The smoke and fire made it hard for Vincent to see them, and though he thought they were cornered, they stubbornly rose to their feet, all three of them equally battered. This startled Javen, who no longer had the strength to dodge, and Kagan wasn't faring any better, silently cursing his fate. Was this the end? But Vincent's attack wasn't aimed at them. Javen and Kagan were surprised, wondering if Vincent had missed. Then they saw something that shocked them. After a closer look, Vincent realized why it was so quiet. That's because all three of them are now trapped inside the arena, while in the stands everyone is starting to talk as the fun is only just beginning. How much longer must they wait? Are the fighters cheating? Start the match. The cries echoed. A terrifying sphere now surrounded the arena, blocking all sight and sound from both inside and out. Vesa sensed something was wrong, wondering what was happening while Garfonzo silently smirked, finally about to see Vincent die. After such a dazzling explosion, the lack of cheers made Vincent uneasy, sensing something was amiss, something impossible. He continued his swordsmanship. Therefore, the Mage Tower will take some time to maintain it, and for the safety of the audience, the arena has been temporarily sealed with a barrier. The announcement only deepened Vincent's mother's shock. This wasn't part of the investigation. She frantically rushed towards Garfonzo, demanding to know what was happening. Wasn't that exactly what he said, that the next time they met, Vincent would be a corpse? The announcement rings out a brief notice that the magic used in the match has malfunctioned. Once that barrier falls, everyone will witness Vincent, Raven, and Kagan's demise, or rather, the staged scene of their deaths. Kagan realized then that these people never intended to spare their lives. and if someone capable of such powerful magic appeared, they couldn't possibly fight him in their wounded state. He laughs, pitying Vesa, who bet everything on Saravana's child, whom she envied so much only to fail. He adds that he's helping her, and now House Adenka only has her 7 children left. Once that barrier falls, everyone will witness Vincent Raven and Kagan's demise, or rather, the staged scene of their deaths. Gasping for breath, Vagon realized the defensive magic was advanced, and the opening must have been created by Vincent. Suddenly, a guard was knocked down, and a voice said Vagon had done well. The announcement only deepened Vincent's mother's shock. This wasn't part of the investigation. She frantically rushed towards Garfonzo, demanding to know what was happening. He laughs, pitying Vesa, who bet everything on Saravana's child, whom she envied so much only to fail. He adds that he's helping her, and now House Adenka only has her 7 children left. Vankia and Pontianus were surprised, exchanging knowing glances while inside the arena. Vincent realized it was a trap, but Kagan didn't understand what he meant. And the gash Vincent inflicted on the white dragon is slowly closing. A wound from a supernatural strike, yet it's healing. Is even this futile? It seems they're trapped by a mage beyond Vincent's comprehension, layers of magic sealing the rift, and even severely wounded, their teleportation magic won't work to escape the arena. Kagan realized then that these people never intended to spare their lives, and if someone capable of such powerful magic appeared, they couldn't possibly fight him in their wounded state. Therefore staying here is too dangerous. They need to escape quickly. Thinking this, Vincent turns to Raven and Kagan, urging them to prioritize getting out of here. But then Vincent saw a strange man appear next to Raven and Kagan, using magic to tighten his grip around their necks, leaving them unable to resist. Witnessing this, Vincent was shocked and called out to Kagan and Raven. The stranger then spoke up, stating this was their first direct encounter. He then turned to Vincent, introducing himself as Helios, the master of the magic tower, leaving Vincent to wonder why such a powerful force was aiding Gafonzo. Helios admired Vincent's werewolf, calling it an interesting strike that even created a ripple on his barrier. Vincent asked why he was helping Gafonzo, but Helios coldly told him it was none of his concern, because he would be killed here. Helios began casting his spell. Vincent knew he had to dodge. Taking a direct hit from the master of the magic tower would be incredibly dangerous. Therefore staying here is too dangerous. They need to escape quickly. Thinking this, Vincent turns to Raven and Kagan, urging them to prioritize getting out of here. Of course Vincent couldn't dodge this vicious attack, and he was sent crashing down from above. He wouldn't let him off that easily. A massive hand reached out and gripped Vincent's neck. Then Helios slowly approached, intent on savoring the moment. His orders were to make it look like Vincent died by another's blade. Vincent struggled to ask who he was taking orders from, the 4 elders of Adenka or the Salmons. He plunged the sword into the ground, narrowly missing Vincent's face as a sinister smile crept across Helios's face. His orders came from someone with even greater power. Because Vincent was already wounded, Helios wouldn't hesitate to make it worse. But Vincent refused to give him the satisfaction. Both of them unleashed their swords and auras, aiming to defeat Vincent with their overwhelming powers. Vincent gazed at the 2 who had supported him, until now, knowing that the time had come to end this event. This sword technique not only pierced Helios's magic, but also severed his right arm. Helios was stunned. Vincent had easily broken through his strongest defensive magic. This strike alone is enough to make the earth explode. Helios is sent flying by Vincent, his clothes in tatters. He sat there looking at his arm engulfed in green lightning and cursed Vincent as a barbarian. Before he could finish, Vincent struck again. He flies up to dodge, but Vincent's swordsmanship is especially lethal. There's nowhere he can run to escape this attack, because he would be killed here. Helios began casting his spell. Vincent knew he had to dodge. Taking a direct hit from the master of the magic tower would be incredibly dangerous. So, despite the pain and danger, he opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on the sword. Even with that, Vincent manages to use his swordsmanship incredible. Vincent smirks. Those who interfere in their battle must pay the price. Then as quick as lightning, Raven and Kagan descend, attacking him simultaneously. They cursed in anger, calling them useless fools who didn't know their place, daring to interfere. Helios couldn't believe it, not 1 but 2 at once. Helios is caught off guard by Vincent's swordsmanship, wondering what kind of madness this is, as Vincent unleashes a devastating lightning-infused sword combo. Helios is caught off guard by Vincent's swordsmanship, wondering what kind of madness this is, as Vincent unleashes a devastating lightning-infused sword combo. Vincent is powerless against him, and Helios triumphantly yells for him to die. The situation is dire, and he can't think of another way out. His magic is about to obliterate them all, when the tear in the barrier shifts, growing larger, as if someone is trying to break through from the outside. Indeed, someone has jumped through the tear, a figure whose arrival leaves Vincent stunned. It's Lauren, who's appeared just in time to save them. Vincent tries to warn him, but Lauren's already attacking Helios without a word. Vincent is powerless against him, and Helios triumphantly yells for him to die. The situation is dire, and he can't think of another way out. Vincent is powerless against him, and Helios triumphantly yells for him to die. The situation is dire, and he can't think of another way out. He unleashes a massive lightning spell determined to obliterate them all. It's a dangerous technique, and though Vincent desperately seeks a way to stop it, even his ultimate sword strike would mean his own demise. Outside, Vagon uses his magic to get Lauren inside the barrier, finally allowing Vagon and Herkar to rest easy. Gasping for breath, Vagon realized the defensive magic was advanced, and the opening must have been created by Vincent. Suddenly, a guard was knocked down, and a voice said Vagon had done well. Khan and Vexa arrive, and thanks to Vagon, they've rescued Vincent Raven and Kagan. Vagon apologizes, explaining he could only buy enough time for one person to enter, and Herkar worries if Loren alone will be enough. Before Khan could answer, Vexa assured them that everything would be alright, explaining that with Loren there, the situation would be more stable. Inside the barrier, Loren destroys Helios's magic and moves to attack, but Vincent stops him. Loren cuts him off. Loren calmly looked at him. You should just give up on that magic. A simple look was enough to terrify Helios, as he sensed Loren's aura. Loren's words left Vincent speechless, and he could only stand by helplessly, as Helios studied Loren, wondering how he could still be alive with that scar on his face. Inside the barrier, Loren destroys Helios's magic and moves to attack, but Vincent stops him. Loren cuts him off. Loren calmly looked at him. You should just give up on that magic. A simple look was enough to terrify Helios, as he sensed Loren's aura. Loren emanates a terrifying aura, transforming into a monster, as he reaches for Helios's face with sharp claws. With hardly any effort, Loren simply pinned him to the ground, then followed up with a punch. Loren emanates a terrifying aura, transforming into a monster, as he reaches for Helios's face with sharp claws. Loren emanates a terrifying aura, transforming into a monster, as he reaches for Helios's face with sharp claws. But things in the arena weren't going, as he'd hoped. The one lying defeated was Helios, one of his own men. But standing there, looking towards Gafonzo, was Loren, his appearance shocked and enraged. Gafonzo, who thought he was dead. Seeing the events unfold in the arena, the stands erupted in confusion as everyone thought Loren was dead. Loren stood in the arena and shouted, "My name is Loren Helium, leader of the resistance and member of the Helium family." He bit into a strange round object, the very thing he wanted everyone to see. Vincente is shocked that Loren still had a chess piece. Gafonzo panicked, knowing Loren was about to unleash it, and after Loren bit down on that marble, everything began to shake. But things in the arena weren't going, as he'd hoped. The one lying defeated was Helios, one of his own men. Gafonzo in a panic lunges at Loren, attempting to bite him, but Loren draws his sword angrily, demanding he shut his mouth. He bit into a strange round object, the very thing he wanted everyone to see. Vincente is shocked that Loren still had a chess piece. He then mercilessly lunged at Loren, teeth grinding, declaring this was what Loren deserved. His body began to transform completely into a monster, and the crowd recoiled in horror, screaming that he had become a monster. Gafonzo's ambition drained the surrounding cities, turning them into labs for his lizardmen research, and he couldn't let Loren reveal any more. He slashed relentlessly, demanding silence, pointing accusingly at Loren, calling it all a baseless conspiracy to smear his name. Vincent finally speaks up, presenting the evidence for all to see, then prepares to use magic to reveal the truth. His body began to transform completely into a monster, and the crowd recoiled in horror, screaming that he had become a monster. Vincent's magic acts as an all-seeing eye, revealing countless pitiful dragonkin hanging from iron chains. His body began to transform completely into a monster, and the crowd recoiled in horror, screaming that he had become a monster. Gafonzo's ambition drained the surrounding cities, turning them into labs for his lizardmen research, and he couldn't let Loren reveal any more. Gafonzo panicked, knowing Loren was about to unleash it, and after Loren bit down on that marble, everything began to shake. Gafonzo is furious, realizing it's a trap, that all of this is a lie. He glares at Helios, wondering what's happening as their plan goes awry, ordering his men to quickly eliminate them. The people murmur that if this is true, even the Helium family won't escape punishment, and in the name of Adelka's seventh son and his mother Vaisar Helium, they will testify to this. Gafonzo is furious, realizing it's a trap, that all of this is a lie. He glares at Helios, wondering what's happening as their plan goes awry, ordering his men to quickly eliminate them. The Helios lying there is jolted by a surge of power, baring his teeth and widening his eyes. And then another Helios appears, also the master of Tower 6. Julian is stunned by this development. Two Helioses. Raven is equally surprised, wondering where this new Helios came from, as he sensed nothing. Helios explained that the inner workings of magic had become quite complex lately, and he'd heard that someone had been ordered to assist the demons. But he never expected they'd be able to corner him. Helios admitted it was his fault. The people murmur that if this is true, even the Helium family won't escape punishment, and in the name of Adelka's seventh son and his mother Vaisar Helium, they will testify to this. Kagan thinks to himself that this must be the real Helios, and they struggled that much, just fighting an imposter. Vincent agrees, thinking that the real Tower Master wouldn't have given him an opening to exploit, nor would he have lost an arm to his shadow sword technique. Julian speaks up, surprised by the boys' sudden analysis. Even with shadow sword techniques, the magic that trapped them hasn't disappeared. Vincent realized there was only one possibility. Helios of the sixth tower was also their enemy. Lost in thought, assessing the newly appeared Helios, a thud drew Vincent's attention. Lauren clutches his head in agony, for this transformation comes with a terrible price. The more she absorbs, the more dependent she becomes on blood, losing her sanity and becoming extremely violent. And Lauren has become just that, holding on to him, mouth, wide open, teeth, extremely sharp. Lauren approached Gafonzo step by step, who was terrified, sweat pouring down him. Lauren's body was now 3 to 4 times larger than Gafonzo's. Terrified, he laughs, accepting Lauren as the victor, but he won't give up easily. He summons a dark orb like Lauren's, remembering who created the bloodthirsty transformation. Lauren clutches his head in agony, for this transformation comes with a terrible price. The more she absorbs, the more dependent she becomes on blood, losing her sanity and becoming extremely violent. And Lauren has become just that, holding on to him, mouth, wide open, teeth, extremely sharp. Lauren clutches his head in agony, for this transformation comes with a terrible price. The more she absorbs, the more dependent she becomes on blood, losing her sanity and becoming extremely violent. And Lauren has become just that, holding on to him, mouth, wide open, teeth, extremely sharp. Vankia glared at Lauren, his brow furrowed in disapproval, while Pontianus chuckled, noting that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Khan declared that the three of them would handle things from now on, causing the fleeing spectators to stop and watch the three family heads join forces. The heads of the three great houses joined forces to take down the monster. Was this Lauren's plan all along? That was the end of Helium's crimes, as he was dealt with by the combined power of the family heads. Lauren had told Vincente to just watch, to see how he would protect Helium's honor. Lauren may be at peace, and it may be for the best, but Vincente cannot allow Helium's sins to be buried with him. Forgive his impudence. You can't just stand by and do nothing. From now on, you'll be Lauren's opponent. Vankia knows that Vincente cares about Lauren, which is why he's acting this way. But since he made a pact with an evil spirit, he's now just a monster, devoid of reason, so it's best to end this quickly. Pontianus agrees that if the monster escapes into the audience, a major accident will occur. Khan, who had been silent, stared intently at Vincente, clearly displeased, unable to fathom what Vincente was thinking. Vincente confidently replies that because it's a contract with an evil spirit, Lauren still has a chance. He once saved someone with a similar contract, reminding Khan of Mulan. What's more, Vincente made a promise to his late mother. He vowed to never abandon his family. Vincente then asks his father to help him keep his promise to his mother, causing Khan to frown as he contemplates Vincente's words. Just as Vincente was about to reach an agreement, Lauren's avatar suddenly flew into a rage, and he wondered if it would ever completely lose its senses. Vincente stood frozen in disbelief as the fist hurtled towards him, but Khan swiftly intervened, blocking the monster's attack. Khan asks Vankia and Pontianus if they can give Vincente a 3-round grace period. Vankia is surprised that Khan would do this for his son. Pontianus then realized Vincente held considerable influence within the family, so he was definitely Saravana's son. Perhaps he should have higher expectations for him, and with that, Pontianus happily agreed, but there would be no more leniency after 3 rounds. Vankia agrees, considering Khan in her debt, a debt he promises to repay. He poured all his power into his fist, ready to show it true strength. Then he unleashed a devastating punch, piercing right through the monster. Khan tells Vincente to leave the rest to him, and Vincente agrees, rushing towards the monster like a storm. The monster glared at Vincente, its sharp teeth looking terrifying, but Vincente wore a determined expression. He had to save Loren. Vincente had once asked how to deal with that mutated dragon, wondering if they could do it, because they had defeated the high-level enemies that attacked Loren in the forest, but how would they deal with this mutated dragon? Hannah told Vincente there were 2 ways to defeat it: overwhelm it with physical strength, or exploit the fact that its scales, despite their magic resistance, were still just the scales of a creature. Being crushed by a boulder or hit by a cannonball would surely be fatal. But Hannah defeated the dragon with only a sword. So the second method Hannah spoke of is what she used. That dragon was just a weaker version of a magic dragon, its scales not as dense as the original, with tiny gaps. If your eyes are sharp and your speed is quick enough to spot those gaps, you can pierce the scales and strike the true body. Back in the present, the dragon throws a punch, sending Vincente crashing to the ground. So 1 round ends simply with him being punched away by the dragon. Vincente thinks that speed could easily solve this. All that's left is the eye to spot the gaps between the scales. With Julian by his side, whose clear eyes could perfectly recall the magic in that instant, Vincente soared into the air, dodging the monster's attack. This is his 2nd round, and it's almost his last chance. Vincente's body suddenly trembles, causing him intense pain. His body has its limits, so using that swordsmanship technique now wouldn't be safe. Vincente asks if Julian will stop him. Julian replies, telling him not to make a scene. He's practically losing his mind with worry. But the thought of that girl kept him from making the kill. Julian didn't want to cause Hannah any more grief. The corrupted dragon relentlessly attacks Vincente, preparing to strike again. And then finally luck smiled upon him. Julian found an opening. Vincente rejoices, finally seeing an opening with the sword given to him by Mulan. He has only one chance. If he fails, Lauren cannot be saved. Vincente roars with determination, his eyes flashing red, and unleashes a powerful strike, activating his ability to amplify the blow. The monster shrieked, a horrifying grating sound, as blood gushed from the gash in its shoulder, though the wound wasn't deep enough to reach its core. Vincente gritted his teeth, realizing he'd put everything into that strike. Enraged by the attack, the monster roared and lunged at him, jaws wide. Seeing his unmoving back about to be swallowed by the monster, those behind him cried out in alarm. Vincente and Khan beside him were ready to jump in at a moment's notice. Vincente was panicked and worried about the situation. If things continued like this, Lauren would. Just as the monster seemed about to reach Vincente, its rough outer shell cracked open. The monster's shell peeled away like an insect molting, revealing a human being within. Lauren returned to human form, her eyes vacant and lost. Finally, Lauren collapsed in the arena, right in front of Vincente and everyone present. A thunderous cheer erupted as the witches looked on in admiration. The monster had been defeated. Adenka had saved them. Lost in the roaring cheers, Vincente stood dazed, bloodied, and drained, his eyes threatening to close, yet he told himself, "I did it." Though he seemed defeated, his sword suddenly plunged into the ground, becoming the support for Vincente's weakened body, as he slumped his heart, crying out, "No, I can't fall yet. This is my chance for the world to see me," he thought, hands on his knees trying to stand. Vincente's eyes regained their fire as he vowed, "Helium, I will overthrow Garfossil's helium." Vincente voiced his thoughts, declaring helium has expanded its power through cruel acts. The more Hades' flower absorbs blood and resentment, the more vibrant its petals become, nourished by human flesh. Vincente continued, his voice growing more fervent, "But not everyone easily succumbs to evil. Like Lord Loran, they never lost their honor, and like me, they pursue their own sense of justice, even if it leads to a bad end." At that moment, Vincente stood on his own 2 feet, his arms outstretched as if addressing the world. "Hear me, people of Helium," Vincente shouted. "Rise up." His face was filled with determination and defiant courage. Maria clutches the paper, breaking out in a cold sweat as she asks, What is it?" But in an instant, Maria understands the gravity of the situation, quickly turning to instruct the others. "What are you all doing? This is huge news. Get the story out now." They were just as confused as Maria, who warned that carelessness would lead to big trouble. But Maria focused only on her article, angrily demanded to know where their journalistic spirit was if they couldn't write anything in this situation. She ordered them to record everything, saying that if they didn't write now, other media outlets would steal the opportunity. Elated to have a scoop, Maria vows to spread Vincente's story across the world faster than anyone else, while the hero of the match, Vincente Adenka, remains frozen in place. The head of the family approached Vincente from behind, overjoyed for him he'd actually done it, defeating the half-dragon scale in 3 moves. He stepped forward happily, patting Vincente's shoulder, laughing in praise. "Impressive, truly, my son's rival." But he sensed something strange, his eyes widening in confusion. Vincente remained motionless, his hand still on his shoulder, his eyes open, but now lifeless. The head of the family reached out, gazing at Vincente's shadowed face as he stood there unconscious. It filled him with pride, and he laughed heartily. "This really reminds me of the old days when we used to push ourselves to the limit in battles." Vanka panicked from afar. "You're still laughing. Heal her quickly." Khan, standing beside her, coldly issued an order, "Hoka." Everyone rushed to the courtyard shouting his name. Vincente Hoka ran, thinking, not again. Hoka carried the unconscious Vincente inside. In front of the 3 family heads, another person came to escort Laurent away, stammering, "I remember the location." Before he could finish, the magic was activated, and Vincente and Laurent were taken inside. Khan, lost in thought, stared intently at the magical light. The orange-haired family head approached, taunting, "Are you going to keep treating me like a fool? You think your son is cute, don't you?" But Khan remained unresponsive. They were just as confused as Maria, who warned that carelessness would lead to big trouble. But Maria focused only on her article, angrily demanded to know where their journalistic spirit was if they couldn't write anything in this situation. After that, Helium fell into chaos, and the once bustling law district became deserted. Helium began purging all those involved, seemingly consumed by frenzy killing without restraint. Revolutionary forces hidden throughout the city poured into the streets, staging protests amidst the chaos, new flags waving. Newspapers everywhere reported on the Hyde's meeting, covering every event that transpired. Ahead, a rushing river roared. He lunged forward, thinking, "I have to take the risk." The horrific dream jolts Vincent awake, drenched in sweat as he cries out, "No bandages." Wrapped around his abdomen, Vincent finds himself in a strange bed and asks, "Where is this?" But the other person doesn't answer, only saying, "You're awake." The girl, arms crossed, spoke as if used to this. "Nightmares again. You should talk to the priest." Vincent slapped his forehead, looking helpless and fearful, wondering, nightmares. Even if it's a dream, the images of Boza and the battles feel so real. Confused, he asks the girl how long he's been unconscious, and she replies that he's been out for half a day, and everyone was worried. Then Vincent suddenly remembers something else. What about Lord Loran? Is he alright? He doesn't seem to be awake yet, still unconscious and covered in bandages. Boza approached the foot of the bed and said to the motionless Loran, "You have more scars now." Loran's eyes glazed over as he blankly asked Vexa why he hadn't died there. Vexa ignored his question and continued saying, Vincent's thoughts seemed different, and then trailed off. Meanwhile, Vincent is flustered, as a woman bows before him gratefully saying, "That was a dangerous, unnecessary and effective decision," but she continues reverently, "Thank you, Vincent, you saved Lord Loran." Meanwhile, Loran lies in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, speechless, as Vexa continues to talk Hannah too. "He's letting you blame yourself. Once again, I've hurt that child." Vexa, oblivious to Loran's expression, cheerfully says, "Please don't underestimate your life, you still have an important role to play." Helium family head Loran seems to hear something terrifying in her words, his eyes widening in horror. Meanwhile, in an underground city with canals, a hand bursts from the water, gripping the brick wall to pull itself up. The figure heaves his soaked body out of the water, gasping for breath, cursing under his breath. "You ungrateful lot, making me fall into this situation. Just wait, this isn't over." His face contorted with rage, he pulled out a black gem. "You won't leave the Helium family alive." Gafonzo, drenched in sweat, gasped for air as he clutched the black pill, his mind consumed by malice. None of them would escape Helium alive. He raised the pill to his mouth, but a familiar voice startled him. Helios approached menacingly, threatening him, saying he should just quietly leave. Gafonzo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Helios, you dare betray me." Helios approached Gafonzo, who was slumped on the floor, and said, "Edmund, because of that fool's greed, we've been exposed. It would be disastrous if they found a clue through you." He stood before Gafonzo, activating a magic circle with the intent to attack, and coldly said, "You will prevent things from becoming complicated." Helios's expression turned terrifying as he finished by our nightmare. Faced with Helios's threats and attacks, Gafonzo simply smiled calmly. His laughter grew more and more excessive, echoing through the space as he gloated. "With Edmund gone, no one can strategize anymore." Gafonzo's eyes gleamed with malice as he declared, "This is my answer." Helios looked to the sky, the shadow of a monster reflected below as Gafonzo's voice dripped with bloodlust. "Have you forgotten, Helios? I used your own hands." He transformed into a massive monster, a horn emerging from his forehead, as the menacing Demon King looked at Helios, saying, "To create something." He gazed contentedly at the sharp claws on his hands, proudly presenting his unique form. "This is an artifact created by condensing more blood than you've produced in all your time." Though the attack was swift and strong, Helios dodged even faster, creating an energy orb in his hand. He said, "Let's see if you can withstand the power of this archmage." With that, Helios unleashed a devastating blow, shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. The smoke from the explosion cleared, revealing a pair of crimson eyes filled with malice. Furthermore, the press wrote extensively about another issue. Gafonzo could no longer maintain his power and position. As the world descended into darkness and chaos, a fiery red figure appeared amidst piercing screams. It was Kajin. Kajin had stabbed Davin. Gafonzo's body transformed into a monster, his cloak falling to the ground. Each blow he struck cracked the earth, and he glared at Helios in the distance, saying, "Still trying to act calm when you're about to die." Arrogantly, he plotted his near future. After killing this one, he'd find Vexa Khan and Lauren tearing apart all who stood in his way. Then he roared, "And especially Vincent, I'll fill my belly with his blood." Suddenly, Gafonzo's eyes widened as he couldn't believe the strange transformation he was undergoing, and he felt a heavy aura approaching with dread. Gafonzo glanced back fearfully, wondering what was happening, as a dark energy poured forth, causing him to panic. Helios taunted, "Haven't you forgotten something?" As Helios spoke, armored legs appeared before Helium, and Gafonzo's eyes widened in utter bewilderment and terror. An armored demon radiating menace approaches as Helios mocks, wondering who he borrowed power from, while Gafonzo thinks in horror, "No, it can't be." The demon's face slowly comes into view, his eyes closed as he breathed softly. His blood-red eyes opened his scarred face, radiating a terrifying bloodlust. Gafonzo's composure shattered, and he gasped, unable to speak. The great demon Davin. Overwhelmed, he stares at the demon brimming with dark power, wondering why that fiend is here, and his frail legs begin to move, knowing he must run. But that small movement didn't escape Davin's bloodthirsty gaze. He descended, blocking his path, and swung his massive blade. Gafonzo froze, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking too fast, too fast. His eyes darted to the side in utter terror. Ahead, a rushing river roared. He lunged forward, thinking, "I have to take the risk." His hand miraculously reached the water, and he dove in, ecstatic. If he could just keep this up? A terrifyingly fast and sharp blade cuts through the air. Its powerful force hurtles towards the unsuspecting Gafonzo underwater. He was laughing with joy, but Davin, watching from above, fired a shot, creating a massive wave where he dove. Below, the water streaks of blood spread, while on the shore only Gafonzo's empty jacket remained. Davin reached down, searching for something, his eyes falling on the black pills Gafonzo had swallowed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, Davin smirks, surprising Helios, who asks with amusement if something good has happened since Davin is actually showing emotion. He turned the pill in his hand, muttering that there was nothing special about it, except that he'd just had a nightmare. Two swords, one large and one small, clashed with tremendous force. The great demons were locked in a fierce battle with their mortal enemies, as Vincent stood by watching the chaos unfold. He gritted his teeth thinking, not again another nightmare. As the two fought each other in a bloody battle, he muttered, it's always the same scene. He was laughing with joy, but Davin, watching from above, fired a shot, creating a massive wave where he dove. Two specters lunged at him, roaring, so you were there, Davin the Blind. As they spoke, a horde of specters appeared, repeating, so you were there, so you were there. Wrathful specters swarmed him, and Vincent, horrified by the gruesome sight, could only manage a few choked words, as his throat ran dry, and sweat poured down his face. Yeah, it's nothing. The evil spirits are attacking me, trying to trap me in their resentment. Terrifying screams echoed relentlessly, instilling dread. Vincent jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat from the horrifying dream. No. That hateful voice still echoed in his head, saying it wouldn't be long now. Vincent's sister noticed him clutching his head, and asked if he'd had the nightmare again. Perhaps you should seek a priest for a blessing. That hateful voice echoes again, we'll meet again soon. He's still shaken by the dream. The great demon Daviner, his smile dripping with blood, the master of those terrifying voices, eagerly spoke his name, Vincent Adenka. Vincent, spoon in mouth, looked pensive. Gafonzo laughs the attack, only fueling his bloodlust as he unleashes a flurry of blows toward Helios, taunting, are you just realizing it's useless? Helios effortlessly dodges each strike, replying, oh dear, it seems you're right. It's not working at all. Vincent asked the boy, floating above him, Julian, while I was unconscious, did you ever dream anything? Julian gaped, thinking, not this again, I've told him so many times I didn't. What did he dream that he keeps asking? Vincent frowned, thinking hard. What did he dream about? Vincent glanced over, and asked the boy, aren't you curious about my past life? Julian's eyes widened as he pointed at himself. Well, I kind of figured it out. Hearing Julian's answer, Vincent smiled happily and asked, really? Clearly, you're a master from Salmon with a dark connection to the hero Karan Salmon, and most importantly, you know my ancestor Aslan. Julian, as excited as a child, getting candy, shared what he knew. With so many signs, even an idiot would realize it. The boy grinned. So, who are you really? Vincent stared at the boy and asked, you know my name, a question that struck Julian like lightning. Julian clutched his head, mouth agape as Vincent shouted, Julian. Vincent's blood-red eyes narrowed, a strange feeling washing over him. Something like this must have happened before in the family library. Revealing his true name to Julian was never an option. If this too was a setup by Aslan, why wouldn't Julian be allowed to know his identity? Julian, floating above, watches Vincent eating in bed, thinking he'll recover in a few days, while Vincent wonders why that dream keeps replaying in his head. As Vincent walked, he told Julian, I want to quickly understand the meaning of these nightmares I'm having. He leaned against the window, frustrated, and exclaimed, what happened to me in the past and what's coming for us now? On the mirror, Aslan's image appears and he mutters in a panic, what truth did Aslan leave behind? Vincent regains his composure, smiles, and says, let's move faster towards the truth. Julian grins in agreement, okay. But the boy carefully reminds Vincent, we can't rush, or it'll all be for nothing if we die. He cheerfully asks if he'll be joining them this time, right? Through the window, a smiling, lanky Vincent can be seen as a dark figure, with a mysterious smile, rushes towards the window. The masked figure shatters the window while Vincent is distracted, and he's caught off guard as a foot comes hurtling towards his face. The attacker strikes with incredible force, but Vincent narrowly dodges the blow. A direct assault. Vincent steadies himself amongst the shattered glass, wondering if any remnants of Gafonzo remain. Vincent glanced at Julian, who was grinding his teeth in discomfort, and shared his own speculations. Vincent called out Julian. Julian, who was clutching his head, opened his eyes when he heard his name. Abel, his face expressionless, commanded, follow me, you fool. I have something to say. His crimson eyes burned like fire, making Vincent tense up. Julian asks almost rhetorically if Vincent already knew this from the coming-of-age ceremony. Julian continues, explaining that these are the remaining successors of this era. Julian introduces the arrogant one as Abel Adenka, the fourth descendant, and Damien Adenka, the fifth descendant. He then introduces the simple-looking one, and Nettie Ingich, who seems out of place. Vincent suddenly stopped and asked loudly what the person wanted to say to him as a cold sword pressed against his neck, causing him to frown uncomfortably. Abel, his eyes cold, whispered, what's going on? Abel gritted his teeth. Are you kidding me, you idiot? The sound of shoes on the wooden floor mixes with praise. Dodging Damien's attack is quite impressive. It seems your strength during that trial was genuine. Abel stands before the broken window, arms crossed, looking down arrogantly. Damien chuckles. Is that so? I'm getting fired up. Abel grits, his teeth horrified. This is... Hina, the long-haired girl with the delicate face and cold eyes, stood in front of Vincent, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Hina raised her eyebrows and angrily declared, my mission is to protect 8th-level student, Vincent. Hina furrows her brow, raising her sword in warning. I won't hesitate to strike down anyone who interferes with my mission, even family, Abel. Abel clutches his throbbing wrist, his eyes like daggers as he retorts, "You know what his actions mean, don't you, Henna? I, Vincent Adenka, will also participate in the battle for the position of head of the family. The battle for power among the successors, a brutal war of potential and cunning schemes. My only purpose is this," Vincent declares. Vincent pointed to himself and seriously explained, "Defeat Simon, fulfill Adenka's mission, and reach the truth left by our ancestor Aslan, that's all." Abel mumbled to himself. "He means I've won in friendly exchanges before, right? That arrogant brat." Damien draped his arm around Abel's shoulders, grinning. "The more rivals, the better." Abel sighed, exasperated. Damien chuckled, innocently questioning, "But Vincent, haven't you ever felt there's something strange about this mission?" Vincent exclaimed. Strange. Henna kept her sword trained on the two brothers, and asked, "What do you mean, Damien? It's been 500 years. In all that time," Damien said with a smirk, "has the Adenka family ever truly defeated Simon?" Vincent frowned, considering Damien's words. If the power gap between the two families was truly that vast, Simon would have completely conquered Adenka with his strength. Damien grinned, elaborating, "After such an intimate exchange, nothing particularly special happened, right? That's why I said, my goal is to reach the truth." Indeed, Damien explained, even Hydia felt that the most recent victor led her to a hypothesis. And this hypothesis was actually wrong. The blood of Adenka can defeat the blood of Simon, but perhaps this hypothesis isn't everything. Damien asked, "So, what is?" Hydia replied seriously that it requires a much more complex condition, a variable that hasn't occurred in over 500 years. Perhaps it's that the Adenka family defeats the Simon family, for example. Julian was shocked to hear that, but Vincent gestured for silence to listen. Damien was excited, but what if that person is still completely unrelated? Vincent looked at them seriously, saying that no matter what stood in his way, he would pursue the truth, even if it was Simon, or even those standing before him. Now, I cannot ignore that statement. A voice echoes, startling everyone, and they turn to its source. "Mother," someone cries out. "A long-haired woman with crimson eyes and a menacing tone," says Vincent, "who dares push my children aside and covet the position of head." Something appears before Vincent and Juliane, startling them. Juliane cries out. Vincent's mother's eyes flash a mysterious red as she stares directly at him. Suddenly, she moved closer, asking, "What did Vincent just say?" She continued, "Daring to push my children aside and call yourself the head of the family." Abel and Damien were visibly surprised by her words. Suddenly, Henna leaps forward, arms outstretched, trying to stop Vincent's mother, gasping, "Mother, please listen to me." Vincent's mother, enraged, eyes wide, threatens Henna, "Get out of my way." Faced with her oppressive aura and terrifying expression, Henna trembled with fear, cold sweat pouring down as her eyes began to change. Vincent's mother continued to berate her. "I was just a little nice to you, and you dare to be so presumptuous. Don't tell me you've been blinded by the fame here." Her shouts continued, and all Henna could do was stand in silence. He remained speechless, unmoved by her harsh words. Vincent's mother unleashed a torrent of harsh words, her composure shattering as she grew more enraged. Her face twisted into a mask of fury as she declared Henna unworthy of her son. Seeing that harsh look, Julian was a little surprised. "Come with me, Vincent," she yelled, glaring at him, her eyes bloodshot pupils constricted with rage. He quickly replied, "Yes, mother." Hannah's hand then quickly reached out and took his. He immediately reassured her, "It's okay." Then turning to her with a bright smile, he said, "Everything will be all right, don't worry." In the sunlight, his smile shone even brighter. Leaving Abel, Hannah, and Damina behind, who stopped singing, he quickly turned back to his mother and said, "Let's go, mother," and they continued on. Immediately, she slammed the door shut, staring intently at him. Unlike Julian, who was paralyzed with fear, Vincent calmly faced her. Seeing this, Julian panicked and cried out, "What do we do, Hyung?" But Vincent remained unfazed, staring directly at his mother. Suddenly, Vincent's mother gently caresses his face, her eyes filled with concern as she asks if he's hurt. At that moment, her gentle hand caressed his neck, and he quickly replied, "Thanks to your acting, mother, I'm fine." Julian, still in the dark, watched as Vincent's gaze sharpened a smirk, playing on his lips. Even he hadn't seen through her act. Hearing this, Vincent's mother chuckled, "You're quick to notice things. You even saw through my lie." Suddenly, something clicks, and he blurts out, "That's right, the item that can reveal the truth is the Eye of Ethania," the image of the item materializing with Vincent's every word. He quickly followed up, "So, Uncle Athenia's new family was also ostracized, like Mother." He peppered her with questions, and she responded, "Though I'm not certain I believe so." Hearing this, he asks why, since she couldn't be with Abel Tan in the end. Vincente's words carry the weight of a tragic love story, two people together, yet unable to face each other. Hearing this, he quickly asks Dragon Lord Abel Tan. Julian quickly filled him in on the Dragon King Abel Tan. Ethania loved a half-dragon hero, and everything, including her eyes, was for him. Julian continued, explaining that despite being a powerful warrior with the ability to control water, he possessed the power of the lineage. Ultimately, he couldn't marry Ethania because of their different races. Abel Tan's granted power was immense, wielding a sword with mighty energy. At this point, Vincente's mother fell silent, realizing that it wasn't the difference in race that separated them. That was the forced support of the family. As she said these words, she empathized with their plight, and her mood quickly plummeted. When I make a decision, I hope to be able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. The sight of a wordless farewell appears, and faced with the coercion of family, the pawns have no choice but to accept their fate, even the true feelings of the one they love. At this she seems to recall her own past, and it feels like a curse. Suddenly, she spoke up. I want to ask you. Hearing this, both he and Julian were startled, as they listened intently. In the middle of the room, Vincente's mother stood directly facing him, and she quickly asked him, "Why are you so obsessed with that mission, and the truth that you're even willing to cut ties with your 6 brothers?" He simply replied, "I don't know. Someone who lost a salmon and died is said to be possessed, right?" He chuckled, and she widened her eyes in surprise. She laughed and said, "Indeed, you're an elusive child. You don't think it was 6 people," he quickly added. Hannah didn't seem to care about competing for the position of head of the family. The first people who came to his mind were the elders from Camaldea and Damien. In that situation, they still haven't shown their hatred towards him. He continued, "That's right. Hannah has no intention of doing that," to which his mother agreed. The elders and family were slow to compete for the next head position. In Mother Vincent's eyes, they were just greedy people, always trying to hoard the family's money, scrambling to find a successor to represent their interests, people who always appeared as greedy for money and power. Hannah was the perfect expendable pawn in the plans of those greedy people, a clueless figure holding a sword surrounded by wealth. To Mother Vincent, Hannah was a docile child, one who knew the value of what she was given. She pictured Hannah surrounded by wealth and power, yet unaware of what was happening. She's trying to take responsibility, isn't she? Even if it means suppressing her own emotions, he asked, his eyes lowered. How would Mother feel? Vincent's mother slightly startled by the question. If he proves to be a better heir than she is, he can relieve her of that burden. He points to himself, confidently stating his intentions. You want to free Hannah? Are you serious? Not everyone has a reason to pursue the dreams of warriors past. He holds Vincent's picture in his hand. And there's even less reason to scorn other dreams. In the past, he and Julian looked at a picture of Vincent. Facing them was Hannah, a sister who always cherished everything, and if that child could discard the name Adenka, Hannah's strong image appears. She's always calm in every situation, so he will help her, a determined look on his face. His mother wants to test him to see if his resolve is true. Hearing his determined words, she was taken aback. You don't really want to do that, do you? She quickly asked. So how do you plan to free Hannah? She quickly pressed him for an answer. Elsewhere, a suitcase is slammed down. Hika grumbles. This place was heaven. Remembering her impending return to the fortress, Hika angrily shouts, lamenting the piles of work awaiting her. In the middle of the street, her frustration boils over as she throws her hands up and shouts, I don't want to go back. Want me to help you stay here a little longer? Suddenly a voice rings out, and she happily turns around to ask how. Turning around, she saw that the voice belonged to Vincent, and she was shocked, her mouth agape. Vincent, she exclaimed in surprise, but he only smiled slightly, with Julian smirking at her from behind. Immediately, a sly smile crept across her face as Herka pointed at Vincent, announcing that they had a new mission. Smirking, she spreads her arms wide and tells Vincent to search for King Abeltan's treasure within the Francis Art Museum. Is this the way? Vincent? Hannah glares at him, annoyed. Vincent didn't respond, only offering a slight smile. Herka cheerfully announced, Once the mission is complete, report to the fort commander. I'll be waiting in Helm to hear your report. Before the museum gates, Hella Inga shouts to begin the search, while Hella Quibel seems to want to hide her face behind the paper, whispering, The artist Francis has hidden it. Seek the Dragon King's grace. She finished reading her face, a mask of confusion and disbelief, muttering, Really, Vincent? Casually replied that Francis A. Elon's treasure was said to be hidden there, where the light touches, and the Dragon King's grace would be found, so they headed there. Hearing that, Hyo Ga clutched the paper, reassuring herself despite her worries. Does anyone really believe this? It's gotta be a scam. If it were real, Hella Inga would have snatched it up already. But Vincent seemed so sure, not giving her a chance to argue, so Hella would go as her protector. Hella immediately spoke up. Huh, why Hella? Vincent shrugged, feigning fear. Maybe the remnants of Hella Inga are targeting me. I'm so scared. She chuckled to herself, clearly not believing it. You, the one who dragged 3 major families into the HDS meeting to make a big deal out of it. Vincent didn't react much, just said, Oh yeah, and then mentioned that the report from the first-level representative had to be received directly by the city lord. He paused, then suggested that she could stay in Hella Inga until her mission was complete, an idea that seemed to spark something in her mind, as her eyes lit up. The scene shifts, and a man's voice echoes, You've come all this way, so let the kids broaden their horizons. Shouldn't we show some goodwill? Hella Inga nervously fidgets, beads of sweat forming as she pleads, Could you allow me to depart in a few days? Vagan Pagoda's face darkened, his voice rising several octaves as he spat out City Lord. She froze, cursing inwardly. Damn it, he's not buying it, that bastard. Vagan Din Ni. Vagan then happily grabbed Hoka's hand, praising him for finally doing his job as City Lord, despite her strange expression. But let's take this chance to see some art. We should consider adding it to the official program, he suggested, while she happily thought he agreed. A smug look spread across his face like a cat with a secret. Thank you Vegan the second, Vin Cheng thought as he walked away. Hana Adelka wondered aloud where the treasure might be, only to receive a nonchalant "I don't know" in response. Isn't this mission strange? If treasure really existed, Hela Inga would have already taken it, he continued, met by a sharp glare. The mission is to find the treasure and protect you. I'm just prioritizing the mission, that's all. An explanation that she doesn't care about him, it's just for the mission. Hana opened the door and entered. Lauren's formula was safe. Garbanzo had retreated, and Senza remained unchanged. But how could the country's most famous art museum be left abandoned like this? We need Lauren's formula to intervene quickly. She surveyed the exhibition room and offered her assessment and solution. Vincente's gaze settles on a painting, wondering if it's the work of Francis A. Elon, the namesake and greatest artist of this era, whose masterpieces have boosted Hela Inga's tourism. He marveled at the artist's talent, saying that even an outsider like him could feel something. That piece wasn't by Francis, was it? Hannah's voice broke through his thoughts. Careful, Vincente speaking carelessly will reveal your ignorance. Hannah led him to another painting, introducing it as Francis's signature piece, a portrait of his mother, depicting a stunning woman with blonde hair, exuding both gentleness and nobility. This is the portrait Francis painted of his mother in her 20s, a masterpiece of delicate and realistic style, with a unique aesthetic that grows the longer you look at it. She continued saying that Francis mainly painted portraits of those around him, so realistic that they shocked people. So some believe Francis possessed the blood of a dragon, a statement that shocks Vincente. What dragon's eyes, both discerning and skillful, granted him innate artistic talent. Not only that, but this entire museum was built according to Francis's design, which is said to be unanalyzable to this day. It's an incredibly magnificent white museum. Therefore, the treasure Francis left here is likely the rumored grace of the Dragon Lord, Hannah concludes. You seem to know a lot about this, he said, startling her. I didn't even know Francis's name until yesterday. Ask 100 knights, and probably all 100 wouldn't know. Yet she knew so much. Hannah was silenced. Vincente crossed his arms, continuing to act as if he were evaluating the work. Francis's work isn't as good as I expected. The portrait I received from my sister when I was 9 seems much better. If she continued to paint, perhaps she could have painted something like this. A statement that landed like a ton of bricks, shattering the look in her eyes. A powerful aura emanated as she clenched her fist and approached him. Vincente remained unfazed, arms crossed. You're holding a sword but looking the other way. What can you protect like that? He criticized. The result of waving a sword haphazardly and entrusting your judgment to others. She almost killed Lauren, the one who tormented the people of Hela. Inga was used by Garbanzo and the dragon follower army almost swallowed the continent. His voice was calm, as if he were just telling a normal story that she couldn't achieve her dream and couldn't wield her sword properly, each word making Hannah tremble. The moment Vincente called her a stubborn child, a memory surfaced of someone else saying the same thing. But what could she do now? It was as if a painful truth had been exposed, and Hannah, consumed by rage, gritted her teeth ready to explode. Hannah unleashes a powerful strike, mirroring her rage, but Vincente remains unfazed, arms crossed. Soon she was powerless, a pathetic sight. Seeing this, he sighed. Perhaps he could have pushed her a little harder. Hannah, seething, plunged her sword into the floor to keep from falling, and asked, "What is the purpose of mocking me?" She roared, her expression terrifying. "Yes, as you say, I am floundering, so what do you want?" Vincent smiles, asking if she feels even a little relieved after the emotional outburst. Hannah is taken aback, eyes wide, and asks what he means. "Not every knight needs to be the strongest, for that is impossible," he continued. "Let me do it," his expression more determined than ever. "I will fulfill Adelka's mission, and I'm ready to surpass my father, that is what I desire," he says, with a determined fist. "So what is it that you want?" That's the question for Hannah. What she wants? She's never even considered it. Hannah hesitated, and suddenly, Vincente noticed strange patterns beneath his feet, the shadow of the moon. A curious thing indeed, symmetrical patterns forming something immense. He thought it was a favor formation, and the Dragon King's grace would be where the light shined. So it was true. If he poured mana in, Vincente quickly pulled out his sword and swung it ready to strike. Hannah rushed forward to stop him, but it was too late. What was he doing? The sword plunged straight into the formation below. Power scattered before her helpless eyes, and the formation vanished, replaced by a vortex. Hannah and Vincente couldn't react in time, their mouths agape in shock as they were both sucked into the vortex below. Vincente suddenly plummeted along with Hannah. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide with terror as he realized he was falling. Refusing to accept it, he immediately used his frostfoot to gain a foothold. Using his power, he landed, creating an explosion of dust and debris, but he knew he'd used too much power in this encounter. But then, thinking of something, he immediately turned and called out to his sister Hannah, who landed effortlessly, even more gracefully than he did. With a nonchalant look, she says, "What's so surprising? I'm a level 1 military academy instructor." Julian couldn't resist teasing him. How embarrassing to be told that by your sister, causing Vincente to grimace. Hannah continued her playful banter, saying he was far from worthy of being a top warrior, but their attention was drawn to something else entirely, a smile on their strict sister's face. Having teased her brother enough, she turns serious. "Do you know what this place is?" He replies, "I'm not sure, but the Dragon King's grace relic left by Francis really exists." Hannah gazes into the distance, pondering. Indeed, the architectural style is Francis's, but why would he leave this in the museum's basement? Vincente hesitates, then recalls something. "Isn't it a bit of a stretch to say this was arranged by Aslan?" Julian shook his head, saying that was highly unlikely, as their timelines didn't match up at all. Francis lived around 200 years ago during the time of Athenia and Abelthan, a 300-year gap from when Aslan's era 550 years ago. Julian's words made him ponder the past 500 years ago. The Helene family wasn't powerful, and it took nearly 200 years to develop into what it is today. If the Helene family was, as it is now, 200 years ago, there's no reason to be in this remote place when they had a Denka. So why and by whom was this place built? As thoughts swirled around him, Hannah's voice cut through the air. She pointed. "Look, it's a portrait of Francis. To the left is a half-dragon, perhaps the Dragon King. If so, this must be Athenia." Hannah is also surprised. If that's the case, this painting must be incredibly valuable. How could it have ended up here even back then? Meanwhile, he wonders if they were the ones who built this place. And if so, what did they leave behind? Lost in thought, he accidentally touches the painting, triggering a mechanism. The stones begin to crumble and fall. This sudden event leaves him stunned as the ground shakes. Indeed, the floor is being torn apart by some kind of force. And from below, something red is emerging, an orb radiating immense power. It relentlessly destroys everything around it. Vincente, aghast at the sight, cries out, "It's a guardian, a being of immense power," and it raises its hand to attack. With a single blow, the earth nearly crumbled, its immense power forcing Vincente to shield himself from the shockwave. But standing before him was Hannah, who used her legs to block the monster's attack. With her authority, she turned back and urged, "Fall back, this is beyond your capabilities." So this time, before she could even finish speaking, her blades moved faster than sound. They instantly tore through the boulders, along with the force of the air, as she commanded, "Leave it to me." The Guardian's glowing eyes fixate on the one who dares stand in its path, and they clash, each vying for control of the ruins. But with unwavering resolve, Hannah cried out, "It's useless." And with that, their clash created a terrifying explosion. Just when it seemed over, Hannah's image appeared in the Guardian's bloodshot eyes, and the light grew stronger, engulfing the gate. But no matter how enraged it became, it couldn't stop its head from leaving its body, while Hannah soared through the air like a true war goddess. Vintran watched from behind, marveling at his sister's extraordinary speed. Every attack struck the Guardian's weak points with precision. This is the power of a top-ranked cadet. While he's still lost in thought, Hannah declares that destroying the core will stop the monster. Francis left something behind. Now I'm intrigued. She immediately stepped in front of the monster's gaze. Thao raises her sword, still trying to resist. Just when it seemed over, something makes her eyes widen. Her pupils dilated. This attack wasn't meant for her. No, it was dangerous. She turned to her brother, warning him to get out of the way. Because that crimson light was headed straight for him. He was smart enough to realize what it meant to use him to disrupt Hannah's focus. How cruel. But it worked, forcing Hannah to rush toward him, screaming, "Idiot, get out of the way." And Vincent responds with a look of determination, channeling his power into his sword, resolved not to be manipulated. Hannah bit her lip, worried this Guardian's power was too much for Vincent to handle. She had to stop it. Hannah quickly intercepted the attack, as the red light closed in on him, gritting her teeth, as she unleashed the fifth, Adelka sword technique, bulletproof dead zone. Her attack barely managed to deflect the red light, just as it was about to hit Vincent. The explosion's shockwave still sent Hannah reeling. Sweat drenched her body as she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she was just in time. But a chill ran down her spine, as a large pale hand reached out from behind as if to grab her. Hannah turned her head, her eyes widening, as she realized, damn it, so that's what it was. She could only stare, paralyzed, as the hand struck bitterly, thinking, it was a feint to expose my weakness. A pale purple explosion momentarily blinds everything in the cramped dark space. It turns out Vincent arrived just in time to block the attack, leveling up the little king. Hannah, bracing for impact, waited for the pain that never came. She opened her eyes in shock and cried out, "Vincent." Having blocked the attack, Vincent was nearly spent, yet he persevered, blood trickling from his teeth, his purple blade now riddled with cracks. With a final surge, he leaped up, knocking the hand away from his blade. Though weakened, Vincent urges Hannah to destroy the core, and she immediately rushes toward it, sword in hand. She kicked off the ground, leaping higher than the machine itself, her eyes gleaming coldly as she gazed upon the massive construct. Behind Hannah, the beautiful woman's shadow smiled. With one hand, she raised her hammer high, merging with Hannah's sword, to create a layer of blue power, the mad sculptor Michaelian. The machine's red core continued to emit a blinding light as if preparing to attack them again. Having blocked the attack, Vincent was nearly spent, yet he persevered, blood trickling from his teeth, his purple blade now riddled with cracks. With a final surge, he leaped up, knocking the hand away from his blade. With a cold glare, Hannah plunged her sword into the core of the machine, causing cracks to spread, the force amplified by the beautiful Shadow's hammer. The lovely girl wielding the hammer smiled with delight at the large dent they had created in the ground. Though weakened, Vincent urges Hannah to destroy the core, and she immediately rushes toward it, sword in hand. The girl's pale blue shadow smiled with delight as Hannah's sword plunged decisively into the machine's red core. She coldly stated, "Complete it," and as she withdrew, the beautiful shadow seemed to smile even brighter, raising her hammer high overhead. A voice cuts through their conversation. How Hannah asks, looking at him seriously. "How did you react to the Guardian's surprise attack?" Vincent replies humbly, "I missed its attack too." Blood still trickled from his lips, and his wounds were far from healed, but he smiled gently. "I believe you will protect me." He recalled the moment the crimson aura touched him. "That's why I didn't notice the light at first." A voice cuts through their conversation. How Hannah asks, looking at him seriously. "How did you react to the Guardian's surprise attack?" Vincent replies humbly, "I missed its attack too." A blinding light suddenly appears in the space amidst the floating boulders. Julian tells Vincent telepathically that the Guardian has stopped, and Vincent replies that he can no longer sense its mana. Vincent confidently declares he will fulfill Adenka's mission. Lowering his eyes, he remembers those who have crossed his path. To do so, he's willing to surpass even Father and Saman. This is his desire. Hannah smiles encouragingly, believing he might actually do it, as Vincent stares at her confused. Suddenly a blue beam of light shoots down next to them, and Hannah is shocked by the aftershock, not even having turned to see what's happening. Julian silently vows to protect her, and Vincent adds that he'll protect her. Hannah sweats, feeling uneasy. She can't imagine what he's been through to gain such insight and power. The striking beam quickly draws the attention of the city's residents, some pointing and staring. A clamor of voices rises. "Look, light. What's happening? Isn't that the Francis Art Museum?" Vincent looks up at the beam, stammering. "That." The blue light, with its incredible power, pierces through reinforced concrete, striking the grand building from above. Something's not right, he thought, trying to regain his composure as he stared at the floating stones. The three stood in awe, gazing at the staircase leading to a blue-green entrance framed by leaves. Hannah gazed up at the colossal gate, asking suspiciously, "A warp gate? Is this what the Guardians were trying to protect?" Vincent grinned. "Let's go see what Francis left behind." The three of them wordlessly stepped onto the staircase, heading towards the portal, not with worry, but with excitement for the mysteries that awaited. As the rain poured, Hodun asked, "Are they planning to destroy the whole place?" Vincent was equally alarmed by the light, exclaiming, "The core must have been destroyed." The three of them floated in midair, above a dense cityscape, as he mused the sky, and right above the art museum. It wasn't until he was high above that he had the chance to carefully observe the museum's design, and he frowned in astonishment. The image of the museum is like the image of the guardian deity. Suddenly that blinding light returned, causing Vincent to stumble. Hannah landed gracefully, and looked worriedly at Vincent, who was sprawled on the ground, struggling to get up. "Vincent." Gritting his teeth, he asked the boy who had followed him out of the gate, "Julian, do you remember the mark of the guardian spirit from before?" Julian confidently replied, "Yes, of course I do." The blinding light from behind the gate forces Vincent to squint, but when it fades, he opens his eyes in astonishment. This is... Julian recalls the strange magic they witnessed at the gate, the image of a dingba and swirling waves. Only one guardian spirit possesses this trait. It's the water staff of Abel Tan, the Dragon King, a merman raising his dingba high. Vincent recalls the towering mountains blanketed in snow, with only a few makeshift homes at their base, and hidden behind them a forest shrouded in white. Deeper into the mountains, a white waterfall cascades through the frigid winter, the whistling wind adding to the chilling atmosphere. In stark contrast to the pale winter sky lies the darkness beneath the earth, illuminated only by flickering flames. A dragon with magnificent scales and piercing golden eyes, the dragon's lair hidden within the waterfall. Vincent focuses his magic, unleashing incredible power. Hannah is astonished. Even guarding him, she can hardly believe he can wield such mana, let alone control it. Julian observes, contemplating that water magic is the most connected to humans. He glances at Vincent, who is under immense strain, and surmises that it may actually benefit his current condition. At this moment, Vincent's inner power reached its peak, and he thought to himself, almost there, the magic shining like in Urian's memories. A moment later, the streams of power gathered to form a strange symbol, and magic radiated all around Vincent, threatening to blow away his two companions. Hannah managed to say all right, noting Vincent's power growing stronger, and his face relaxing before he turned and asked, "Am I doing well, Hannah?" With a puzzled look, she asks if her praise means that much. Vincent smiles, winking, saying he's easily moved by praise, and her approval would make him very happy. Hannah was speechless, but after a moment, she advised him to hone his legendary power and strive to achieve his goals. Julian blushes at the praise, chuckling and thanking her. After a moment, Vincent makes a request. He asks her to keep his power a secret, as it's something everyone desires. Hannah is a bit doubtful, wondering if he trusts her. Instead, he asked if sharing secrets meant they were friends. She sighed, crossing her arms, warning that those with that mindset were easily backstabbed. Suddenly Vincent cuts her off saying, "You won't do that," which grabs her attention. He continues, "My dream must come true, and I'm sure you feel the same way about yours." Vincent recalls his memories, saying not everyone needs to be a powerful warrior, it's impossible, but he's determined to make it happen. The atmosphere grows heavy as Vincent asks, "What do you want?" A question that leaves Hannah in thoughtful silence. She gripped her sword and said, "If you think you can push me out of the succession battle with your current strength, think again, Vincent." Hannah was now radiating a fierce aura, ready for battle. "Prove it to me the Dragon King's power you possess." Vincent remained unfazed, intrigued, even saying, "I'm ready. I'm curious." His eyes gleamed dangerously. The tide god's grace forced in. Vincent immediately points his sword at Hannah, but after a few seconds it fades away, shocking them both. Vincent was the most shocked, wondering how he couldn't use his guardian's power. He then collapsed to the ground, lost in thought. He frowned, muttering to himself that he could definitely feel the mana of water surging within him, yet he couldn't do anything. Julian in his mind seemed to remember something saying that the guardian deity hadn't appeared this time either. Normally, they would directly show themselves. Hearing this, Vincent looked around utterly confused, wondering why. This was surely left behind by the Dragon King. Or was there something he hadn't found yet? Hannah, sensing something, called out his name. She began to voice her theory. When he touched Ableton's portrait, Julian was summoned. Hannah continued, suggesting that Etonia's portrait must also hide something. Immediately after, she touched the painting, and a magical force within pushed back. Vincent was shocked. Could it be another guardian? Hannah drew her sword, saying not to worry, there wouldn't be any fire this time. Purple rays of light began to converge, gradually forming a massive gate right before them. Seeing this, Vincent couldn't help but rejoice, but it seemed the destination of the portal had changed. Hannah asked from behind if he was going now, and Vincent's face was full of determination. There might be clues to complete his missing protection, so there was no reason to hesitate. The gate still glows, and without hesitation, they step through, ready for the trials ahead. Vincent, using his stone to light the way. They've been walking for a long time, without reaching their destination, wondering how much longer it will take to get through this dark and deep place. This bizarre, magically created space. Vincent feels a chill down his spine, sensing a cold darkness. As they thought, a shadow appeared before them, putting them on guard. Hannah asked if he saw it, and Vincent confirmed that something was lurking in the darkness. It seems strange, shadows are following in their footsteps, and a terrifying dark figure is right behind Hannah, ready to pounce. Before it could touch her, it was already being distorted. Hannah had foreseen this dodging and slashing, thinking, "You think you can ambush me like that?" Immediately, she sliced the shadow into pieces, scattering fragments of darkness across the ground. A truly horrifying sight. Just when it seemed over, the attacks had little effect, and more bizarre shadows appeared. Hannah's face darkened as she thought, "My attacks are useless." Even so, she refused to give up, continuing her assault on the shadowy monsters, as Wencheng joined the fray. With each strike, the shadows doubled, their relentless assault overwhelming the two. Now the group is surrounded by monsters with no escape in sight. Julian is frantic. What are these things? What are these ugly bugs? Wencheng stared at the monsters, thinking, "I definitely felt like I hit them." After a moment, he quietly said, "Hannah." He seemed ready to make a bold decision, asking tensely if she could keep what happened after the flame went out a secret once more. Before she could answer, the dark monsters prepared to devour them both, leaving Wencheng no choice but to extinguish the flame in his hand. A dark veil descends, his eyes glow red with fierce energy, and Wencheng's face is now filled with sinister intent, his aura consuming everything around him. "O warriors, fulfill your duty, and guide the master of prophecy as foretold by the Dragon King." The dark beasts now cower before Wencheng's power. He coldly commanded, "Hurry, and do it. I order you to lead the way, you destroyers." Witnessing this, Hannah was horrified. "Wencheng, how could you?" She seemed to realize his secret, the power of Salmon. Wencheng smirks, declaring he is the one who sees the truth. Looking at the monsters, he thinks to himself that this gamble is paying off, as they are indeed protecting Aslan's arrangement. Suddenly a voice echoes from nowhere, inviting the one who sees the truth. Hearing this, Wencheng frowns and asks if it's the leader. Suddenly, a dark figure with the body of a woman appeared, introducing herself. "I am the Annihilator Below, and I see the truth." Hannah asked anxiously, "Do you know what you're doing?" But Wencheng was still confused. "I came here by the arrangement of the Dragon King Abelthal. Hand over what was left that day." Instead of a drama, Below bowed, respectfully. "I am ready to hand it over to you, the one who sees the truth." As she spoke, she produced something saying, "This is the Dragon King's arrangement." Suddenly, a dark aura emanated from her hand, shocking Wencheng. "This is..." Looking at the ring on her hand, Below explained, "The Dragon King's grace." The Dragon King instructed that this is the final key to the celestial fruit. Wencheng stared at it, puzzled. Julian, standing behind him, asked, "Don't you find it strange?" Hannah added, "This ring isn't whole." Hearing that, Below smiled and replied, "Indeed, this ring is something the Dragon King left behind." She explained that it was to be used as proof for his descendant who would arrive here one day. 2 identical rings appear, and Balaam continues saying that he split the ring in 2 and entrusted them to us. This sudden revelation makes Wincheng wonder where the other half is. Balaam grits her teeth, saying it belongs in the hands of someone worthy, then mocks them, saying it's not for impostors pretending to be the Dragon King's descendants. These words shock Wincheng and Hannah. What? Without another word, Balaam attacks, but Hannah steps in to defend. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "Not bad." Without hesitation, Balaam struck, sending Hannah flying. Seeing her like that, Wincheng called out in worry, but she retorted, "You think one attack can take down our leader? Your secret is out." Hannah glared at Balaam and said grimly, "You've made a mistake." Her rage escalating, she unleashes her fury, declaring that those unworthy are defiling the oath and must be killed. Immediately, the shadowy monsters swarm the two once more. They swarmed Hannah, who struggled to evade them. She glanced back, thinking, "There are too many. I can't protect Wincheng like this." As Hannah watched Wincheng struggle, the villains prepared a fatal blow, thinking that killing them would end it all. Her rage escalating, she unleashes her fury, declaring that those unworthy are defiling the oath and must be killed. Immediately, the shadowy monsters swarm the two once more. They swarmed Hannah, who struggled to evade them. She glanced back, thinking, "There are too many. I can't protect Wincheng like this." Suddenly, Wincheng smirks as if he has something up his sleeve, while the villains begin to freeze up the opposite of how they were before. Wincheng swiftly prepares to strike his powerful aura, causing Balaam to falter. Seeing this, Hannah felt relieved. It's over. Now that Wincheng has the upper hand, he asks with a triumphant smile, "Why are you hesitating? Aren't I the intruder you're supposed to kill? Fulfill your mission, defeat me, hurry up." But Balaam just hangs his head silent. Wincheng approaches, saying he can't kill him, that he's met a destroyer like him before. Images of the Nightbringers begin to appear. He continues, "I succumbed to that power. Nightbringers can unleash absolute power, protecting the prophecy." The powers that had been suppressing Wincheng began to wane as he revealed the truth. "In other words, you had the power to kill me at any moment, but you didn't, even with clear evidence of my betrayal." Balaam, filled with guilt, couldn't meet his gaze, and instead asked, "There's another reason you can't kill us, isn't there? Am I wrong?" At this point she had no choice but to admit, "I agree, you're right." Hearing this confession, Wincheng felt extremely satisfied, though it wasn't as clear as when he sensed the Dragon King's power within him. He felt relieved, thinking that the protection of Foxdene, the protection the Dragon King once used, was within him. The destroyers can sense this power, so they don't dare kill me carelessly, because I might be related to the Dragon Lord, and I have to use this. Wincheng then said, "I am a descendant of the Dragon Lord." Julian was shocked and asked what, since when? He explains that he knew nothing of the split ring or their existence. After all, it's been 200 years since the Dragon King's death, and the legacy has been broken and forgotten. No one could find this place without the perfect conditions, perhaps never again. But unable to believe the truth, Billow Arm denies it, saying it's impossible. Wincheng continues, saying he will go out and find the other half of the ring. Billow Arm desperately tries to stop him, saying, "No, I can't trust you. What if you don't return?" She insists. "We swore an oath to the Dragon King with our lives. If we let someone unworthy live, we will die." Billow Arm, struggling, insisted they uphold their oath and die there, but Hannah stepped in to protect Wincheng, telling him not to worry. Without a hint of fear, he chuckled, "Hold on, sis." Wincheng immediately stepped forward, stopping his leader, and asked, "What if we do it this way?" Instantly, a sword is plunged into the ground as Wincheng proposes a deal. "Let's make a pact." Billow Arm, sweating with worry, asks if he understands the power of a contract, but his expression never wavers, that mysterious smile still playing on his lips, saying that if he can't find the ring, he'll give them his life. Hearing this, his loyal brothers behind him were extremely worried and cried out, but now he was sure of his decision, so the choice was yours. Stay here, keep your oath, and never be free. Wincheng's words pressed for an answer, gambling his life on a chance after 200 years. Seeing Billow Arm hesitate, Wincheng drew his sword. "We can't win anyway, so if you want to kill us..." He raised his weapon, threatening Billow Arm with his own life. "Then let me end it myself." The blade was sharp, easily slicing through skin, and blood immediately poured from Wincheng's neck. Seeing him about to die, Billow Arm stopped him, saying, "Wait, don't be hasty." Wincheng's composure and madness astonished Hannah. He didn't flinch at these unknown figures. Instead, he used the situation to pressure them. Though his life was in their hands, Wincheng held the initiative. Seeing him about to die, Billow Arm stopped him, saying, "Wait, don't be hasty." Wincheng's composure and madness astonished Hannah, and so Billow Arm decides to compromise. "I understand, I agree to the contract." Wincheng, satisfied, lowers his sword, a wise decision. Billow Arm faces him, ready to seal the pact. She places her hand on the hilt of his sword and says, "Let your shadow be the guarantee." Wincheng places his hand on hers, offering his shadow as collateral. As he speaks, dark energy swirls around Billow Arm, stirring the shadow behind him. He glanced back, realizing Billow Arm was absorbing his shadow into herself. This life-bound contract was unbreakable, and Billow Arm began to transform. Seeing her new form, Wencheng is caught off guard, a fact that Below Arm confirms with a smile. She completes her transformation, becoming Wencheng's shadow, and sets a deadline: retrieve your shadow by the 7th waning moon, or the contract is broken. Julian's eyes widened in disbelief as Hannah worriedly called out to Wencheng, while Below Arm, now in Wencheng's form, smirked, and the real Wencheng gaped in astonishment at the transformation. Below Arm says that 7 lunar cycles is the maximum time a shadowless person can exist in this world, without retrieving their shadow, and she relishes the thought of his body shattering. Wencheng regains his composure, confidently declaring that it will never come to pass. As Below Arm fades away, she says she'll be waiting for him, the one who sees the truth. A moment later, Wencheng and Hannah escaped, and he breathed a sigh of relief. We're back. He glanced back, feeling strange. Wencheng couldn't get used to it, no shadow beneath his feet. Julian frantically runs his fingers through his hair, only 7 months to find a treasure with no leads. Wencheng thinks he's overreacting a bit. After all, their initial goal was the legendary item called the Celestial Fruit. On the contrary, he's happy. Isn't the path ahead becoming clearer? Wencheng turns to Hannah, thinking moreover, the problem is her. Hannah has seen everything and she's now quite cold and annoyed. Seeing this, Wencheng asks, what's wrong? She turned away coldly, saying the quest to seek the Dragon King's favor was a hopeless path. Seeing her leave so abruptly, Wencheng hurried after her, asking if she had no questions for him. Hannah coldly replies, what would I ask you? She tilts her head slightly. You asked for secrecy, and I'm keeping my promise. Julian is secretly pleased to hear such words from Hannah, while Wencheng smiles and thanks her. Suddenly, the sisters hear a voice from above. What's going on here? Wencheng is surprised. That voice, it's the city lord. Heka questions, Wencheng, why do you always want to destroy old buildings? She swings down, adding, let's talk about this. Heka lands heroically and begins her interrogation, whispering to Wencheng, this mission isn't over, is it? He grins, don't worry, it's just beginning. Heka happily praised, excellent, my students. May I hear both of your reports? She looked at Hannah, who will go first? Hannah declines, nominating her brother Wencheng, who knows exactly what he did. Heka was a little surprised, if Hannah said so. Intrigued, she asked Wencheng, did you seduce Hannah? But he quickly retorted, seduce? What are you talking about? He looks at the gaping hole above, and suggests that they should close it off, as it's dangerous for visitors to fall in. Heka shrugs quickly, dismissing him, telling him to leave the trivial matters to her and to report to Vasadi, or rather his mother. She winks, knowingly implying they have much to discuss as the scene shifts to the opulent Helm mansion, where Wencheng calmly enters the room, addressing the hero who defeated Helm. He places his hand on his chest bows and says, greetings, Lord of Helm. Lauren is flustered. Don't be so formal. I'm just a temporary head of the family. Vasad Jin, a younger brother, you should get used to it. Lauren, you are now the most powerful person in Helm. He shakes his head. No, I'm just a blind man. Power belongs to the people. Lauren shares her political plan. I will divide the territory and authority so that they can compete with each other, and then power can be transferred to as many people as possible. He wasn't worried about anyone abusing power, because even if someone like his father appeared, people's goodness would stop him. Vasad commented that it would be a difficult and slow road. Wencheng thought differently, and at the same time it was the path that could go the furthest. Vasad smiles at him, their relationship surprisingly amicable, despite her being his stepmother, and praises him, saying that on the carriage ride back from Miotum, she asked him to destroy her family, and he did a very good job. Vasad produces a scroll, saying she'll reward him for his actions, prompting Wencheng to exclaim, this is, he recognized it, a magic scroll. Vasad corrected him, more precisely, a scroll to return the half-dragons to their homeland. Lauren adds that it's a token left by the surviving half-dragons expressing their gratitude. Wencheng finds it hard to believe to him, not to the two of them. Lauren tapped her staff on the ground. Wencheng Adenka, I appoint you as my representative to visit those half-dragons. I grant you authority. When you speak with them, your words will be my words, and your will, my will. Meanwhile, at the teleportation gate in the Red Leaf Forest, Kanbek waited under the trees, wondering if Wencheng Adenka was late. In his private room, Wencheng examined the magic scroll in his hand, the homeland of the dragons. Lying in bed, he pondered that if it was where the Dragon King once resided, then surely. Wencheng stared intently at the scroll, thinking of the Dragon King's favor, and the second thing he had to find to bring the fragment back. Just then, Julian appears, saying this scroll changes the destination of the warp gate, probably for the warp gate in the basement of the art museum. Wencheng sits up. Julian, are you going to use this scroll? Julian shrugs. I can't handle such complicated tasks. If I could, I'd be in the magic tower already. Wencheng sighed. That's true. Julian chimed in. But we have a talented magician, don't we? Wencheng looked up. A magician. He suddenly remembers someone. That kid. Wencheng asks Siri for help, but she refuses, saying she won't go. This blunt refusal stuns both Julian and Wencheng, who share the same question. Wencheng, holding the scroll, asks why, since she learned spellcasting from the Count and Gorn. He tries reverse psychology, asking if she doesn't know how to use the scroll. Siri doesn't take the bait, saying that's not the problem, her master and Gorn taught her well. This confuses Wencheng even more so. Why Siri suddenly turns, pointing to the bandage around his neck. That neck. She pressed. Again, you were fighting somewhere, weren't you? At the conference you exhausted yourself saving Lord Lang. Wincheng touched the wound on his neck, confused, and denied it. Ah no, it's just a small scratch. Just go see a priest and it'll be fine. Siri doesn't believe it and pokes him in the side. With just one touch, magical energy flares like an electric shock that numbs Wincheng's entire body. He quickly clutched his hip, suppressing the magic as Siri scolded him, saying, "See, you've only recovered a little magic and you're already back to this." She raged. "With that body, you want to set off to the mysterious land. I absolutely won't allow it." Immediately, Siri kicked Wincheng out of the room, slamming the door behind him. "Recover your body, or find another mage." Julian sulked. "She kicked you out." Wincheng was stunned. She's that angry. Julian realizes that besides Siri, he can't find another trustworthy mage, and his body isn't fully recovered, so he must postpone the trip. Before he could rest, a voice called out, "So this is where you are." Raven waved enthusiastically. "Wincheng, where have you been? You're quite the celebrity." Raven says he's been looking everywhere thinking Wincheng left without saying goodbye, but Wincheng wonders why he's still here when everyone else has returned to the city. Raven chuckled, explaining that Pontianos was quite displeased with his behavior, lamenting that he should visit home at least once a week, not disappear for so long. Before he could rest, a voice called out, "So this is where you are." Raven waved enthusiastically. "Wincheng, where have you been? You're quite the celebrity." Meanwhile, as the carriage departs, leaving his message behind, a convoy of 5 or 6 carriages leaves the city. Vankia asks Kagan, arms crossed, if Dia, Helene, and Adelka will now descend into chaos. "I probably won't have a chance to compete for a while, will I?" He smiles. "Yes, I want you to give him a message." Kagan confidently declares that when they meet again, one of them will surely die. Meanwhile, upon hearing his heartfelt message, Wincheng is filled with fighting spirit, agreeing that if that's what Kagan wants, so be it. Raven punches him in the back, saying, "So Wincheng, you told me not to forget, right? Our contest isn't over yet." Raven promises that he held back to capture the old man, but next time he will settle things with Wincheng, who agrees to a match without interference. The sunset over the peaceful sea is eerily calm, and so the Helm incident comes to an end. Next, we see Vexa's face reflected in the clear water. She stood by the lake, lost in thought. A week later, at the pit beneath the portrait, the wound on Wincheng's neck had gone cold, and he tore off the bandage. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Wincheng cheerfully said, "Let's go." Julian looked ahead, expectantly, no reason to delay. Wincheng stared at the gate, its destination Dragon Forest, the land of dragons. He turned and said, "Activate the scroll, Siri." With a smile, she held up the magic scroll and replied, "Yes, master." But as she passed him, she couldn't resist a warning. "Don't overdo it, in Dragon Forest, okay?" He avoided her gaze. "I'll try." Hannah glances at Siri, secretly assessing her. That servant is truly a disciple of Vice City, Lord Vagan Sound. Before everyone's eyes, Siri steps onto the ancient stone platform standing before the massive teleportation gate. She exhaled, thinking to herself, "Finally, the power I've worked so hard to gain can help the young master." Opening the scroll in her hand, she vowed to herself, "I will do this perfectly." With a swoosh, red magic spread, consuming the stones around the portal. Vincent watched with interest as the gate changed from blue to red, and thought, "This is it." The gate to the Dragon Forest, connected by magic stones, begins to take shape. Herka smiles, wishing them well, and tells them not to return too soon. While waiting for the gate, Wilson secretly calculated, "A thank you from the dragon race. I'm sure I'll receive wonderful treatment." Hannah walked to her brother's side. "Let's continue the mission." Vincent smiled and replied, "Let's go." But just then, Siri's urgent and panicked voice rang out. "Master, this teleportation gate is unstable." She struggled to keep the gate open, sharing bad news: not everyone could go. Hannah is shocked, asking what Siri means, and Vincent confirms that only some of them can go through. Siri, drenched in sweat, struggles to maintain the gate, saying that according to her calculations only 2 people can pass. Vincent furrows his brow, repeating only 2. Vincent pleaded to go in his master's stead, but Hannah insisted, saying her mission was to protect him from the start. Siri struggles to maintain the gate, urging him to decide quickly, or it will close. As everyone hesitates, Herkar decides Vincent take the little mage, and go immediately. Hannah disagreed, questioning the city lord's decision. Herkar calmly explained that a mage was needed to control the gate. He then sternly reminded Vincent that the expedition team consisted of him and the young mage, only the 2 of them. Hannah wanted to negotiate further, but Vincent spoke up, drawing her attention, telling her not to worry, assuring her that they would return safely and obtain the Dragon King's grace. He smiles confidently, for their mission is far from over, and it certainly won't end in failure. Hannah is silent for a moment, composing herself. She urged him on. "Go, Vincent, I believe you will return." He nodded solemnly to reassure his sister, then turned and stepped into the gate, followed by Siri. "Yes, young master." Their figures vanished as they entered the gate, and the teleportation energy surged. At the same time, in the Redleaf Forest, the teleportation gate crackled, signaling an arrival, and with a flash, the gate opened. Because the gate was unstable, Siri and Vincent's arrival was less than graceful, nearly throwing them out. Vincent landed safely, then looked over concerned. Siri, are you alright? She knelt on the rocky ground near the gate. I'm fine. Siri looked around, eyes wide, and stammered. Over there. She worried. It's too quiet. Is someone hiding? Vincent gestured for her to stay put, stepping forward. Impossible. Siri was stunned. Auntie, he squinted, looking around, reassuring her. There's no need to be alarmed. He loudly introduced himself. My name is Vincent Adenka, and I'm here at the invitation of the half-dragons. Hearing this movement stirred behind several trees near the portal, and the half-dragons cautiously emerged, weapons in hand. Bray cautiously asks if he truly is Vincent Adenka, and upon confirmation he inquires about the Sword of Beginning, asking if Vincent would show it to them. Siri isn't pleased, wondering if this is an invitation or an interrogation. Vincent explains that, after being tormented by the Hellame, such caution is natural. He unsheathes his sword without hesitation, saying it heralded his father's beginning. Khan Adenka, forged by the renowned General Hansen, is Vincent Adenka's Sword of Beginnings, and Vincent draws it from its sheath. Moreover, blue energy surged, the Dragon King's mark appeared, and he showed the half-dragons the sword, a sword containing the Dragon King's core. Bray's jaw dropped at the familiar silver power. He turned to his comrades, who nodded firmly. Bray tapped the sword's pommel on the ground, placed his hand on his chest in salute, and welcomed their benefactor to the Dragon Forest, urging them to sound the horns in anticipation. The half-dragon Josh immediately blew the horn, signaling the entire clan, and Sherry finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they no longer needed to be on guard. Vincent smiled. Enjoy the welcome from the half-dragons. But as soon as he said that, he was hit in the head with a rock, a warm welcome indeed. Sherry's soul nearly leaves her body as she cries out. Young Master Ruby whirls around, asking who dared throw a rock at their benefactor, and they see two small figures in the distance. Ruby hesitates. Some strange kids. The two ragged children, Meiju and Olivia, are revealed. The boy with the missing left arm was the one who threw the rock, while the girl tries to restrain him. Vincent rubs the spot where he was hit, surprised that the child is missing an arm. Enraged, Meiju continues to hurl stones, demanding they leave Dragon Forest and return to Helen Gafonzo's dog. Vincent easily catches a stone, wondering why the child has become like this. Overwhelmed by his outburst against their benefactor, the boy is subdued as Gray pins Meiju to the ground, scolding him with a mix of anger and shame. Meiju, what do you think you're doing? Those people. The boy gritted his teeth. They. Meiju choked back. Tears. Humans killed my parents, Olivia cried out. Don't bully him. The girl burst into tears and Sherry rushed to comfort her. Wait, the children are losing it, Gray thought, feeling helpless. He tried to explain. I only looked away for a moment, and Meiju without hesitation bit down hard on his finger. Gray teared up from the pain and groaned softly, releasing his grip as he scolded them. Meiju seized the opportunity to run towards his sister Olivia, and with lightning speed he grabbed her hand. The boy then dragged Olivia deeper into the forest, urging her to run. Vincent, still in shock, watched as Sherry noticed blood trickling from his forehead. Master Blood. Amidst the chaos, a gentle voice pleaded for the children's forgiveness. Vincent turned, wondering who it was, as the gang also looked towards the voice, and Josh gasped, Mother! Ruby is shocked. Mother's here. From the forest, a gentle woman approaches. These children have suffered much at the hands of humans. She bows slightly. I apologize on their behalf, young Vincent. Vincent stares, stunned by the woman's face. It's unmistakable. He recalled the portrait hanging in the city, Francis's own painting of his mother in her 20s with his signature delicate and realistic style. Mother's portrait, identical to the woman in Francis's painting. The gentlewoman asked, Do you know me, young master? Vincent nodded. Yes. What a coincidence. He shared that an artist had painted a portrait called Mother's Portrait, and the face in the painting was identical to hers. He hesitated slightly. About 200 years ago. She smiled. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Longrim's ancestor, Nimor Wailam. A moment later, inside the city, soldiers announced, There, the carriages are here. As the carriages entered, the soldiers spread the word. The carriages carrying the matriarch are arriving. The city guards ordered, Open the gates. The heavy gates slowly swung open as the soldiers announced, The matriarch has returned with our savior. Golden sunlight streamed into the carriage as Vincent shielded his eyes. Along the road, armed soldiers stood hands over their hearts, honoring their guests with respectful and humble cheers. Siri sat in the carriage, gazing out and sighing. There are so many dragon people here. Julian stared, wide-eyed. Amazing. Vincent nodded hesitantly. Yeah, that's right. He worried inwardly. The number is one thing, but the problem is something else. He noticed one thing, they were all armed. Their minds are as sharp as their weapons, and the way they're looking at him is anything but friendly. Just like that kid Meiju, they're openly hostile, even though Vincent is a guest. He looked at Naimer in front of him, sensing that this trip was going to be troublesome. This invitation was more than just a thank you. There was a hidden agenda. Suddenly, a loud noise right next to him startled Vincent. He turned back to Siri, asking what was happening, and Julian's eyes widened as Siri pointed outside, telling him to look. He followed her hand tense, wondering what the hell was going on, but when he saw the scene outside, even he couldn't help but gasp. Vincent stared in disbelief, his voice trembling. Is Is that a tree? Sari questioned her very existence. It's so huge. Julian, ashamed of his limited knowledge, admitted, I've never seen a tree so big. Nymer slowly explained that it was called the Millennium Tree, and it had provided them with power and shelter since ancient times. Then she pointed to a structure nestled in the tree hollow, saying that it was her castle. She smiled warmly. Welcome everyone, welcome to the Dragon Forest. Elsewhere, a stone fell into the lake, creating ripples and splashing water. Enraged, Miru throws a stone into the water, ranting that everyone has gone mad, allowing humans into Long Lam. He recalls the tribe leader himself welcoming them. Olivia softly speaks, saying they don't seem like bad people, remembering Siri, who protected her before. However, Miru refuses to let his sister be led astray so easily, scolding, I told you, don't let them fool you, Olivia. He picks up another stone, thinking of their family, and throws it with force, questioning how they died. The stone breaks the silence of the lake as it falls. Unforgettable memories surface of the dragonkin falling into the hands of the brutal Helm family, collared and dragged away without mercy. Those captured cry out to run, that it's a trap, cursing the Helm family. The truce was a lie. Wax-clad soldiers brutally suppressed the captured demi-dragons. Of course, did you really think we'd make a truce with scum like you? I can't believe you actually came here. Spare no iron fools. Modre, the leader of Gafonzo's lackeys, ordered his men. Capture all those whose blood is worthy. Gafonzo's day awaits, so hurry. Miu and Olivia rush to the man beneath the hammer. Father, you bastard, let him go. The frail boy tried his best, but he couldn't lift the heavy hammer from his father's back. Olivia desperately tries to pull her father free, crying, Father, please wake up. Modre grabbed the boy's arm and pulled him up, threatening that he was too weak for them to even bother taking his blood and warning him to stay out of their way. Miu cried out, No, I won't go anywhere until you give my father back. I'll keep getting in your way. But Modre was unmoved by the boy's words. Instead, he coldly grabbed the boy's left arm, saying, Then I'll make sure you never hold anything again. A sickening crack echoed as Miu screamed, in agony, tears streaming down his face. Seeing her brother's left arm torn off, Olivia was horrified by humanity's cruelty, and tears welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, at Nymer's castle beneath the World Tree, she recounted, to avoid conflict with humanity, we chose to live apart here, in the depths of this forest. A group of the Dragon Clan chose to stay in Helm, fighting tirelessly for peace. At the dinner table, Nymer sincerely shares that one day they too will integrate with humanity, dreaming of a day when they can freely walk the world. Remembering her story, Vincent wondered about those people, and Nymer confirmed it. She condemned Gafonzo's cruelty, saying he captured them and took their blood. Most of them returned alive, but their bodies were broken from prolonged torture. Meanwhile, in the forest, the siblings Miu and Olivia huddled together by a campfire, running for their lives. Not far from that nameless grave, Nymer lamented to Vincent that some never returned alive. Vincent boldly speculates, could Long Long be preparing for war with Helene? Nymer bows her head, hesitating slightly, explaining that, to rescue those captured by Gafonzo, they planned to invade Dosona. Vincent felt this plan was too risky. If the Dragon Clan soldiers flooded the city center, Helene would surely be destroyed, he exclaimed in a panic. War, Vincent continued. Helene is a commercial hub. Many families have tied their interests there. To protect Helene, figures with ties to various families would be forced to intervene if that happened. Nymer understands. Yes, the dragon race faces destruction. She rises suddenly. Because you caused the fall of Gafonzo's Helene, we can stop the suicidal war plan. Nymer bowed in gratitude, thanking him for protecting the Dragon Clan's future. But before she could finish, the door burst open, and a booming voice declared, that wasn't going to happen. Canbeck leads his army into the banquet, declaring that the Sona invasion must proceed as planned. He asserts that they cannot leave a shameful history for future generations, and they will not be cowards who surrender to humanity. Canbeck pressed on. For honor we must fight, mother. Vintran as a guest remained silent, his brow furrowed with growing unease. Was this it? A conflict within the Dragon Clan, and then war? Nymer, enraged, asks Canbeck if he's lost his mind, bringing an army to her home. Hearing this, Canbeck retorted, Are you even thinking straight, mother? It's absurd to call off the war now. We've endured so much sacrifice and oppression, while humanity has suffered nothing. We must teach them a lesson at least once, show them that the Dragon Clan can bite the necks of humans too. We will punish all those who have been greedy and sought to exploit our power, starting with the elders of the great families and our most hated enemy, even the 6 pagodas. Hearing that familiar place, Vintran's eyes widened in shock. The 6th Citadel. So even the Citadel is involved. After hearing Canbeck's words, Nymer slowly continued, After revenge, then what? Even if by some miracle we could retaliate against all our enemies, much blood would be spilled. What hope is there to be gained from such vengeance? To give in to rage and endanger the entire clan? I will never allow it. It seems Canbeck still doesn't understand. If you can't continue, step aside until this is resolved, mother. His stubbornness enrages. Nymer, how dare you? Raising his sword against his own mother, the unfilial Canbeck, with his sharp blade, decisively lunges toward her. He's seriously summoning his power, ready for a real fight with Nymer. Not to be outdone, she quickly transforms, and their sudden battle leaves Ceres in shock. Wait, hold on. In a desperate turn, Vincent's sword appears, blocking Kanbek's attack. His sudden appearance and strange power leave Kanbek wide-eyed in shock. With just one hand, Vincent easily blocked Kanbek's attack. He could hardly believe his eyes, and Nymar was equally stunned. Vincent scoffs, disappointed. Is this all the Dragonkin have to offer when starting a war? Immediately after that, Nymar stammered, calling out 6th Prince Vincent. Upon hearing this name, Kanbek thought in surprise Vincent Adenka, the one who drove away Garbanzo. He then calmly stepped back as Kanbek slowly said, Prince, your courage in freeing our captured brethren is admirable. But this is a matter for the Dragon Clan, and if anyone interferes again, this sword will taste blood. Hearing this, Nymar anxiously cried out, Prince, stand back. Kanbek is the strongest swordsman of the Dragon Clan. You mustn't fight him. Vincent remained calm, asking Nymar, why did you call me here? After a pause, she stammered, to express my gratitude. Without hesitation he cut to the chase, saying that gratitude could be expressed through simpler means, yet she went so far as to create a scroll to invite him and summon him here. Vincent's analysis left Nymar speechless. Sensing her hesitation, he gently says, I sense your actions, Nymar, are a request to end the war. Nymar's face flushes with shame. No, to ask such a thing of one who has helped us is too much. Suddenly, Vincent's resolute voice rang out, startling her. Just ask me for help. If you do, I will resolve the conflict between humans and dragons, destroy the 6 towers that colluded with Helm, violating ethics and morality, and fulfill my duty as a warrior of Adelka. It would be my honor. Hearing this, Nymar was speechless, wondering if Vincent Adelka was truly the person she hoped he would be. Even if there's only a small chance he can stop the war, Nymar pleaded. Please, Prince Vincent, help us prevent the Dragon Clan from going down a path of self-destruction. As if waiting for her words, Vincent confidently turned to Kanbek, quickly agreeing, I'd be glad to. Even so, Kanbek remained stubborn. I don't trust you, Prince. Whether you truly have the will to achieve these things or the power to do so, I cannot know. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent drew his sword, summoned his power, and plunged it into the ground. In the blink of an eye, Kanbek was utterly astonished as Vincent's refined magic enveloped the area, eliciting gasps from the Dragonkin soldiers. But how can a human? Kanbek wondered, staring at his hand in disbelief as his dragon blood was forcibly revealed. Nymar was no exception. Thinking to herself there was no doubt. That child had inherited Abel Tan's apotheosis, Kanbek stammered. Where did he get this power? Before he could finish, Vincent slowly asked his question. Is this enough to satisfy you, Kanbek? Immediately, Kanbek affirmed, but it's not yet complete. The current him can't handle the 6 towers. Ignoring his doubt, he calmly replied, don't even think about stopping me. So, what if I master this blessing and surpass you? Will you use honor as an excuse to push for a self-destructive war again? And at that point, not even you will be able to stop me, let alone the 6-tower platform. The next second Vincent raised his finger and said, 1 month. Within a month, I'll master this power and challenge you. Whether you continue the war or trust me and choose the path of peace again, let that battle decide. Vincent's overconfidence greatly displeased Kanbek. In Dragon Forest, a powerful waterfall cascaded into a vast lake, its waters constantly flowing through the red-leafed forest. As the water crashes into the lake, foam sprays everywhere. A week later, Ableton falls in Long Lam. Julian wondered if he could really complete the blessing with this primitive method. Under the waterfall, Vincent slowly replied that this was where the Dragon King Ableton once trained. Wasn't that what Chief Neymar said? To feel and accept the water magic energy within. This is the perfect place to receive the blessing of the water element. Hearing this, Julian mused that the ancients must have had a hard time training like this. As he trained, Vincent recalled that Knight Kanbek had accepted his challenge. Only 3 weeks until the duel. To stop the Dragonkin from destroying themselves, he needed to become stronger and show them an image they could rely on. In the tranquil atmosphere, a stone hurtled toward Vincent with incredible speed, but with his eyes still closed, he caught it. From afar, Miju was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could he block a stone with his eyes closed? Vincent immediately complimented him, saying he had strong shoulders and would be a great swordsman in the future. Realizing he'd been discovered, Miju turned and shouted, Olivia, run, but before he could finish, he saw Siri offering Olivia lunch. Here, try this. Miju frantically shouts for Olivia, but she calmly replies, inviting him to join them. She continues, I got the recipe from Long Nahan, so you'll love it. Olivia chimes in between bites. This is really good, Miju. Her naivete annoyed Miju. Don't eat it so carelessly. It could be poison. Vincent slowly approached him. I know your situation, Miju. It must be difficult, especially after what happened to your parents. I know it's not enough to atone as a human, but I'll fight so kids like you don't have to suffer anymore. So can you trust me just this once, Miju? Upon hearing these words, Miju's eyes widened in surprise, and he slowly lowered his arms, just as a memory flashed before his eyes. Miju's father's voice echoed in his mind, and as if awakened, he lashed out at Vincent. Miju, Vincent called, but Miju snarled. My father trusted humans and was captured and killed. I will never trust someone like you. Captain Kanbek will kick you out of the dragon's forest. The next second he turned and ran, catching Vincent off guard. Wait, Miju. Julian watched him go while Siri worried. Young master, he seems concerned about Miju. It might take a while for him to open up. Meanwhile, back at the exhibition hall, 2 guards were yawning incessantly. One of them said with a sigh, "Why do we have to guard this exhibition hall? Why us?" The other replied slowly, "Who knows? How would I know? We're guarding it because we were ordered to." Inside the gallery, a strange light suddenly flashes from the ceiling. Outside, a dark spirit appears before the 2 guards who anxiously ask, "What is that? Where did it come from?" Without hesitation, the evil spirit lunged at them, possessing their bodies and causing the guards to scream in agony. My consciousness. As they fell, Miyu's master appeared, and the scene shifts to the transfer gate in Long Lam, where Miyu's angry footsteps echo nearby. The boy stomped on the gate, cursing, "It's all because of this thing. If gates like this didn't exist, none of this would have happened." Miyu kicked the gate and commanded, "Break, I told you to break. Break now." Suddenly, a strange magic emanates from the gate, and the boy glares at the intruder. The magic grows brighter, and Miyu cries out in surprise. What's going on? Quickly he shields his face from the gate's immense power. As he looked up, Miyu saw an evil spirit, and at the same moment, a suspicious voice echoed, "Pleased to meet you, kid." It turned out that Bahram had secretly infiltrated the dragon forest. "You see, I just got here. Can you point me in the direction of Vincent Adenka?" Miyu broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of the stranger, as we returned to Vincent's training. As he meditated, he realized why his blessing was incomplete. The power to control water energy has 2 parts, the power to unleash it, and the power to understand its rules. It's like trying to draw water from a dry river. Difficult. He would take that water into his own body, water energy, like the power of the dragon scales. As Vincent's thoughts flowed, water bubbles began to float in the air. Then, they rushed toward him, swirling around him at his command. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a stream of clear, pure, yet powerful water. Having completed the technique, Vincent told himself with this, he was 1 step closer to mastering water manipulation. But as Vincent was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Miju charging in for an attack. Miju's sudden appearance, and the dark power surrounding him, greatly surprised Vincent. Miju. From above, Miju and his massive sword ferociously dived toward Vincent, the force of his blow threatening to tear everything apart. Luckily, he managed to dodge it just in time, instantly moving to another location. Julian appeared instantly, saying that was. But before he could finish, Vincent replied, "Yes, I felt it too." As he pondered, Miju's figure emerged from behind the waterfall, his teeth clenched in fury. Seeing the dark aura around Miju, Vincent recognized the contract with an evil spirit. The next moment the boy roared, "Humans, get out of Long Lam." Seeing this, Julian wondered why Darwin's evil spirit had appeared in the dragon forest, but Vincent remained silent, his face showing his discomfort. "Why does that unholy thing bear your name?" Miju's face then betrayed her shock. "It seems the boy is being controlled by Vincent. He's attacking from behind, and I need to get to the bottom of this." Thinking to himself, Vincent warns, "Supernatural sword strikes won't work on dragons. Use the flat of the blade to knock them out. It'll sting a bit, Miju." This sight widened Miju's eyes in fear, and at that moment, a dark attack hurtled towards them. Vincent sensed it immediately, as did Miju, and they hastily dodged. Amidst the sound of rushing water, he gently landed on a rock. Then Baron's deep voice echoed, "Can you do it?" Vincent doesn't realize who he is, as he dodges the question, and asks instead how he knows how to suppress the dragon race, because, if he defeats him too soon, his plans will be ruined. Finally, Vincent realizes who he is, a member of the rebel army. Just then, Julian's surprised voice rings out. "He's the one who created Lord Lauren's doppelganger with dark magic?" he asked curiously. "Oh, we only met briefly, but you still remember me," Baron scoffed. "You have about 2 seconds, but is it wise to stand around like that in the middle of a fight?" As he spoke, Vincent narrowly dodged Miju's surprise attack, the boy shouting with resentment, "That's right, you're just like Gafonzo. In the end, you're trying to steal my family too." Vincent struggled to block Miju's attacks, careful not to hurt him. He shouts for Miju to wake up, but Baron cuts in, reminding him that he still has to deal with him. He quickly unleashes hellish attacks, and Vincent realizes he must evade them. But if he dodges, even in this desperate situation, Vincent is still concerned for Miju. If he dodges, she will die. With unwavering confidence, Baron unleashed a barrage of attacks intent on obliterating them both. Then he paused, surprised to see Vincent shielding Miju from the blows. When afflicted by the pain of the god's curse, all the moisture in the body should dry up, so you have the blessing of the water. Attribute. Vincent ground his teeth and spoke, "Nam Thukyu." He immediately stopped himself from saying that he was the creator and blesser of dark magic. The power of the Dragon Clan has strong magic resistance, making it difficult to convert into dark magic, but it's different if it's dark magic used by a dark wizard. Black magic is an evil energy, used by sacrificing one's own life force, and it can harm and corrode the Dragon Clan scales. At this, images of the past flashed through Vincent's mind. The goblin attack, the murder of Elder Tio Lao Van, even at the magic stone mine in Mel Tuong, in everything surrounding the dark blessing and the nightmare's traces. of a dark wizard were faintly revealed. Without hesitation he declared, "It was you, Namtuk, the dark magic wizard of the Nightmare Church." Even though his secret was exposed, Barome remained unrepentant. "You know too much. I can't let you live." Miru, sheltered behind Vincent, stammered, "Why? Why?" Then a scene of Barome coaxing the boy appears. Vincent Adenka's goal was to take the place of the deceased Gafonzo. Hearing this, Miru asks again in fear. "Really?" he quickly replied. "Of course. And that man is Gafonzo's grandson. When he needs power, he'll surely capture and imprison the Dragonkin again. Before that happens, do you want to drive the humans out of the dragon's lair?" In a flash, the boy was bewitched and agreed. I will." Back in reality, Miru couldn't believe it, thinking, "But why is a human like him protecting me?" That mage said Vincent was like Gafonzo. Could this human be different? Next, a dark spirit appears to scold the boy, telling him not to waver. "All humans are evil. If you trust them, you'll be betrayed like your father. You must protect Olivia." As he says this, Miru's dark magic intensifies. Seeing this, Vincent exclaimed, in surprise, "What is this?" His magic power has suddenly become more violent. Beside him, Ram happily proclaimed, "It's your time to die, and I don't even need to lift a finger." On his command, Miru viciously thrusts his sword toward Vincent. "Go kid, destroy Vincent Asena." But unexpectedly, strange branches bind the boy, and Ram cries out in alarm. "What?" Then he received a swift clean strike. While Ram was still trying to understand what was happening, Kanbek had suddenly launched an attack. Vincent cried out in surprise, "Kanbek." But before he could say more, Kanbek chuckled. "Did you really think the Dragon Forest would let intruders in so easily? How naive humans." Ram, clutching her wound in pain, gasped, "This." In an instant, she unleashed her fury. Useless gods. The next moment, Kanbek's sharp sword hurtled towards Ram, piercing him as expected, causing Ram to cough up blood and stare in disbelief. Even so, he persisted. "If you think this is the end." In a cold tone he affirmed, "No, you're done for." Naimo gently said, "Well done, Mr. Kanbek. Your swordsmanship is as amazing as ever." Before she could finish, Vincent shouted, "It's not over, Mr. Kanbek, that person." As Vincent cried out in alarm, Ram suddenly appeared behind Kanbek, using his ability to create false afterimages. He was too fast for Kanbek to react, and in the blink of an eye, Ram unleashed a devastating attack. Vincent and Naimer cried out in unison, "Sir Kanbek." Unfortunately, Kanbek couldn't dodge the attack in time. As he fell to the ground, Ram exclaimed, "Oh dear, didn't I say this was off limits, you wretched godforsaken?" Seeing this, the Dragon Clan soldiers bravely charged forward, protecting their captain and driving out the intruder. Unfazed Ram instead wore a scheming smile, saying, "Ah, the time has come. These are the offerings I've prepared." As he spoke, Vincent and Naimer looked in shock at the dark energy surrounding Miju. "Feast to your heart's content, Lord Darwin." The magic grew thicker, and with a gasp, the boy released a horde of evil spirits. The Dragon Clan soldiers recognized them instantly. "Darwin's phantoms, run! Why are they all here at once?" They were terrified. No, the specters are coming." His sudden silence made the other soldiers anxious. Hey, are you okay?" A dark magic emanates from him, and he asks if I'm okay. Unfortunately, he's been possessed by an evil spirit. "My family is like this, how could I be okay?" Soon the other soldiers also fell under the control of the evil spirits, screaming, "Resist the revenge of humanity, you pathetic clowns, return my family." One soldier aggressively attacked his comrade, who stammered in fear, "Are you going to stop avenging us too? Don't, please don't." Fortunately, Naimer's vines managed to restrain the brutal soldier. "My body. I can't move." The other soldiers were also being devoured. "Mother, please release us. Our rage is justified." Naimer tries to wake them, urging them to resist the ghost's control, while Miju, drained repeatedly, whispers Oi Levi. As soon as he called Olivia's name, Miju began to wither away. Seeing this, Vincent urgently tried to wake him, Miju. But as he wavered, Naimer quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, he's still alive." Vincent gritted his teeth and glanced back. Does Baram find this amusing? Billo with a satisfied tone, found it all so amusing, watching them fight amongst themselves, only needing to stir up their inner rage to make them clash. Helm was no different. They didn't realize they were just puppets in his nightmare, happily battling each other. "Vincent Adenka, if you hadn't interfered, we could have pleased Lord Darwin for much longer." With a strangely calm tone, Vincent slowly asked, "Is serving Darwin the purpose of this nightmare?" Without hesitation, Baram confirmed that he was doing all of this to bring him back their wish. Hearing this, Vincent understood. "So, that's what you call a nightmare? Then I'll wake you from your foolish dream." As Vincent finished speaking, Baram struck first, saying, "Just try it." With a wide-ranging devastation, he completed his incantation, and shadowy branches rose from the ground. They're appearing faster and faster, and Naimer notices that the bonds made from the roots of the celestial tree have withered. The child possessed by the specter is now free, and after a moment Baram shouts, "Dragonkin, have you no pride? How could you?" To let Garfonzo's grandson roam free in the dragon forest, Naimer is alarmed by the possessed dragon soldier's coordinated attack. It's too dangerous. But Vincent, unfazed, opens his eyes wide with fury. Instantly, he was enveloped in pure, powerful water. What kind of hydropower is this? Against Bahram's wishes, he exclaimed. The devastated area is reviving. How is this possible? The next scene was even more unbelievable for Bahram, who stammered, That's the ritual. After 200 years, seeing this, Nymer, tears welling up, thought to himself, my child, Abultan, you finally have a successor to your power. So Poseidon was summoned by Vincent to join the battle, and after reviving all things, he powerfully plunged the Dingba tree into the ground. As she felt her power returning, Nymer exclaimed with joy, Poseidon's blessing is the power that guides the dragon clan. By releasing the accumulated hydro energy, it can forcefully awaken the power and soul of the dragon clan. This is Fogdine's first technique. Dragonkin greet him with Dragon's Roar. Having been freed from the evil spirits, the dragon soldiers roared, Our new Dragon King has appeared. Protect him with all your might. Bahram couldn't accept it. Darwin's control had been completely shattered. The next moment, Vincent confidently says, It's time to wake up from the dream. Below him, as Bahram grits his teeth, thinking, What is this? Darwin's control is absolute. Breaking his oath is impossible. He roared in frustration, wondering what trick he had pulled. Ignoring Bahram's outburst, Vincent immediately called out, Oh, Dragonkin. I promised Miss Nymer that those who oppress the dragon race will pay for their crimes, and that we will resolve the conflict between the races peacefully. Will you trust me and lend me your strength? As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragonkin soldiers roared in unison, Follow the Dragon King's heir and drive out the invaders. Hearing this, Vincent smirked confidently, I will lead you all forward. Without hesitation, he quickly commands everyone to charge forward, and Bahram, seemingly terrified, yells for them to leave. Vincent confidently declares that dark magic is useless against him, then unleashes Poseidon's blessing. Vincent's pure water then clashed against Bahram's dark magic. Anticipating this move, he mocks Vincent, choosing self-destruction. What a foolish death, Vincent Asena. As Bahram finished speaking, Vincent suddenly appeared before him, driving his sword into Bahram's back, followed by the spears of the dragon tribe soldiers. Ignoring Bahram's struggles, the evil spirit cowardly hides behind him, and in the next moment, Bahram's soul escapes his body. He focused on power and threats, forgetting I can use corpse reanimation. This time I will. Strangely, Vincent wasn't surprised, and spoke softly, I won't let you slip through my fingers this time. But just as Kanbek finished speaking, he struck Bahram from behind with a fatal blow, a move Bahram clearly didn't anticipate, seizing the moment he strikes, severing Bahram's arm. Kanbek declares this the fate of invaders. Bahram was furious, unable to believe he was being defeated by these insects, but then his eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. At that moment, a nearby soldier cried out in terror. Darwin's spirits had been unleashed, and Bahram couldn't believe his eyes. But just as Kanbek finished speaking, he struck Bahram from behind with a fatal blow, a move Bahram clearly didn't anticipate. Bahram was furious, unable to believe he was being defeated by these insects, but then his eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. You saved me, Lord Darwin, thank you so much. But before he could finish, the evil spirits stared at Bahram in silence. Wait, not yet. I'll bring these scumbags back to you, Darwin. Without another moment to spare, the evil spirits pounced, seizing Bahram's body. Even as his body was being taken over, Bahram desperately cried out, Darwin, please don't abandon me, I can still fight. My loyalty. In the next instant, he transformed into a terrifying monster, leaving Julian speechless at the sheer number of soul contracts one person could possess. Without a word, Jin Chen realized Bahram had truly become a monster. Still lost in agonizing despair. Oh Darwin, you really have abandoned me. Why? In an instant, Vin Tran recognized Bahram's technique, the smoke. As he spoke, the ominous black smoke spread, and the newly revived trees withered before its dark power. Vin Tran was shocked, realizing that the power of the Black Soul contract had enhanced the dark magic. The soldiers immediately shouted, Run, don't let the smoke touch you, it'll drain us dry, run. As he fled, Miru thought to himself he didn't know what was happening anymore. Ever since Bahram spoke to him, his memories had been all mixed up. While running, Miru suddenly spotted a familiar figure, his eyes widening in shock. It was Olivia, barely clinging to life on the ground. Olivia, he cried, rushing to her side. Wake up, Olivia. On Vin Tran's side, the dragon soldiers were still screaming in panic. It's spreading, it's going to swallow us whole, Nymer quickly ordered. Everyone fall back. Feeling her move, Vin Tran exclaimed in surprise. No way. The next moment he told Julian, I'll sever the Black Soul contract with my enchanted strike. Without hesitation, Julian replied, No, it's impossible. The Black Souls are constantly multiplying by consuming Miru's life force at least tenfold. If you can't cut them all down, you won't be able to stop him. Hearing Julian's words, Vintron broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that even with all his power, it wouldn't be enough. Was there really no way? Just as he was losing hope, Kambik suddenly spoke up. No, there is a way. You might be able to use it, the core of Poseidon's blessing, the ultimate technique, passed down to the Dragon Clan's greatest warriors, Ableton's ultimate technique. He stated firmly that this was the only way to defeat the monster. Miru held the weakened Olivia close, and loudly encouraged her. Hang in there, Olivia. Why did you run out here instead of staying home? Olivia's voice trembled as she looked at the scattered sandwiches, saying, I wanted you to have the sandwiches Siri gave us. But it was too late. The mushroom creatures had spotted them and lunged at Miru, startling him. Crap, behind us. Just as he thought it was over, a protective barrier appeared, blocking the attack. Found them, a voice declared. It turns out their savior is Siri, who anxiously asks Hanmiru and Olivia if they're all right. Meanwhile, Vincent and the others stand around chatting, oblivious to the approaching hats. It was Vincent who spotted them, shouting a warning. Above, the caps are spreading. Immediately, someone rushed forward, slicing through the caps, followed by the appearance of magical circles. Seeing the swordsman land, Vincent sincerely said, Thank you, Sir Canbec. No matter what he said, Canbec remained silent, staring blankly at his corroded sword, shuddering slightly as simply slashing with it had corroded both the sword and his arm. Doubt crept into his mind. Was his sword truly this useless? Suddenly, he knelt and made a fervent proposal to Vincent, his entire body trembling as he poured out his heart. My mother couldn't stop an intruder, let alone a war. Please forgive us for relying so shamelessly on an outsider like you, but it's our only choice now. And then he spoke frankly, asking, Can I trust you? Prince Canbec truly wanted to know Vincent's answer. Could they entrust the future of their clan to the prince? Vincent was silent for a long moment, then hesitantly spoke. Elsewhere, someone's bare foot stomped on the ground. It turns out Sari was carrying Olivia while running at full speed, and still managed to yell at Miju, telling her to run and not let them catch her. Miju, running, turned and asked why she was helping them after she had been hostile, throwing stones and shoes at her. Sari simply smiles and replies, because that's what the prince desires. Recalling that day, she proudly states that the prince once said, power exists to protect others. She always remembered Vincent's image of helping others with all his might. It was her honor to stand firm and make Sari proud. Miju didn't quite understand power to protect. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, a faint voice echoing Miju, run. Miju's and Olivia's father, in his dying breath, managed to shout his last words, live and protect Olivia. Just as the boy was reminiscing about the past, a blinding light suddenly appeared in the sky. Sari happily recognizes the mana as belonging to the prince, while Miju exclaims in astonishment, that's... A mix of anticipation and awe fills him as he wonders, could I become someone like him? Miju silently calls out the name of the hero facing the final boss to save everyone, Vincent Adenka. Canbec witnessed this too, stating sternly that only those who inherited the principle since Abentan could perform this technique, as Naimo stammered. Then, it seemed she was also placing all her hopes on Vincent. Now everything depended on Prince Vincent's martial arts. Meanwhile, Vincent recalls Canbec's words, the blessing of Bogdan holds two powers. One is the sword the prince described, a sword that can unleash energy. The other, this second sword. Suddenly, Vincent clenched his fist, recalling Canbec's crucial detail, the sword could absorb energy. His power began to draw Barome's attention, and it also healed the Dragonkin soldiers, filling everyone with astonishment at Prince Vincent's shared power. Canbec and Naimer silently accept the healing as Mayu stutters in surprise. It's returning to Vincent, who focuses on gathering his power, channeling a strike of compressed energy into the sword. He knew the sword's potential, when combined with his power legend, said it could drown the world in a sea of darkness. Only then did Barome look up at Vincent and call out Adenka. He lunged at Vincent, screaming that it was all his fault. But Vincent ignored him, calmly focusing on his attack, the name of this technique. His voice as cold as ice, he uttered Sea Calamity, and unleashed a powerful strike, cleaving Barome in two, sending him to his grave with a single blow. His body dissolves into the air, the sky begins to clear, and a single drop of water falls on a withered flower, followed by a gentle rain that awakens Olivia from her coma. Seeing this, Sherry happily exclaimed that she was awake, and Miju cried out in joy, thanking the heavens. He was astonished to see that the terrible wound on his sister's face had healed her, eroded face restored. Olivia, just waking up, was confused. Brother, why are you crying? Miju didn't answer but hugged her tightly, shouting Olivia. Confused. Olivia said, Brother, I can't breathe. Elsewhere, someone rejoices in the rain, saying it's restoring Eon Reem, as Naimer softly asks his son Sir Canbec, do you still hate humanity? After a moment of silence, Canbec solemnly declares that he will never forgive those who trampled on his people. Clenching the sword in his hand, he says, with certainty I only wish I could make those people disappear, and if I can do anything to make amends for them, the steadfast figure of both his past and present lives is clear, as he declares, I am always ready, so Sir Canbec, please trust me with the Dragon King's sword, I promise. The flashback ends, and Canbec returns to reality, with a happy smile, saying, however, now I want to believe. Each strike is delivered with power, as Canbec says, sternly to Vincent, I have nothing left to teach you. He declares with certainty, the Dragon Lord's sword has been perfectly passed on to Prince Vincent. This delighted Vincent, as the Dragon Lord's power was finally his. But Canbec cautioned him, remember this, and hearing his serious tone, Vincent asked, what is it? Canbec humbly stated that when using the sword outside of Long Rim's domain, glancing at the long hollow hole in the ground that Vincent had just created, he said that he couldn't expect to have the same power as before. Vincent was confused, asking what he meant. So Canbeck kindly explained that this place, Dragon Forest, is full of pure mana and energy thanks to the power of the Millennium Tree. Even if he uses energy from outside, it won't be a fraction of Dragon Forest's power, and he even offered a suggestion. While in Long Limb, absorb as much power as you can. It will help you when you leave. Hearing this, Vincent is filled with determination and says, "Then, let's begin." However, Canbeck smiled, pointing in a direction as he replied, "That's enough for today, Prince." Seeing Miyu peeking out from behind a tree, Canbeck chuckled. It seems our new guest has arrived. Suddenly, Vincent clenched his fist, recalling Canbeck's crucial detail: the sword could absorb energy. His power began to draw Barome's attention, and it also healed the Dragonkin soldiers, filling everyone with astonishment at Prince Vincent's shared power. Later, under Vincent's supervision, Miyu trained like a man possessed. Again, faster, Julian mocked. Were you always this obedient? Regardless of Julian's teasing, Miyu focuses on Vincent's combat instructions. Losing an arm makes it easy to lose balance after a wide movement, so he must always think ahead. Vincent's understanding of one-handed combat piqued Canbeck's curiosity, and he asked if the prince had ever trained someone with only one arm hitting a nerve and causing Vincent to stammer. Ah, right, yes. He starts to make up an excuse, saying he knew someone like that. He thought to himself he was only passing on his own methods, but it seems he's revealed too much. Now, Miyu was curious, "But Vincent, I've been wondering for a while now." Vincent became even more flustered. "What do you mean?" He pointed at Vincent's feet and naively asked why Vincent had no shadow. Vincent himself didn't know how to answer. Later in Nymer's office, she seemed to hear something and asked in bewilderment, "The blessing of Abel Tan." Without hesitation, Canbeck reveals that Prince Vincent found it in an underground gate in Dursona, or so he heard. Nymer mutters, "A pair of severed rings." Vincent, who had been silent, finally spoke up, saying he came to Long Lamb to find it, and asked if she knew anything to please tell him. After a moment's thought, Nymer wearily exclaimed, "Is this also fate?" She then opened a cabinet, took something out, and said that he had only left this one keepsake behind. In Nymer's palm was a ring, which she was preparing to hand over to Vincent. "If you're looking for this, take it." Upon seeing the ring, Vincent was so startled he screamed, "The blessing of the Dragon King." Julian couldn't believe the so-called blessing of the Dragon King was taken from a cabinet lying in a place like that. After his initial surprise, Vincent hesitantly asked if he was sure he could accept it, as it must be a memento of the Dragon King's son. Nymer smiled warmly and said it would mean more if he had it, as it would only languish in her drawer otherwise. Vincent finally accepted the ring, confidently promising, "I'll use it in a way that won't tarnish the Dragon King's name." Days later, he sat by the shore under the waterfall, training his mind preoccupied. Okay, thanks to the Shadow Assassin's footsteps, the fear of death has disappeared. He calculated the time. Bilo Am's 7-month deadline still had 6 months remaining, and just then, a drop of water fell on him. Each drop here felt like the power of the dragon heart he was trying to seize. In that time, he had to absorb all the power he could from Dragonscale Forest. 6 months pass, and it's time for Vincent to bid farewell to the Dragon Clan, thanking them for their time. Nymer leads everyone to see him off, worried they hadn't treated him well enough. Standing before the Dragonkin, he declared that he had inherited the Dragon King's legacy, his eyes meeting my Jews and those of his loyal friends. Then looking at Canbeck, he added that he had a wonderful teacher, and asking for more would be greedy. Now, Canbeck, filled with gratitude, says that they now have a future brought about by him. Vincent responds with a happy smile, and then quickly departs. And so I depart as the Dragonkin wave farewell. Goodbye, Prince Vincent, please return. As the gate activated, Vincent and Sherry were teleported back to the dungeon, and Sherry exclaimed with joy as they exited, "I've returned safely." Hearing this, Vincent wanted to comfort her. "You've been through so much. First, let's go back and rest." Suddenly he sees someone, it's Hannah, eating right near the gate, and her presence leaves, Vincent stammering, Sis, why are you here?" Meanwhile, Herta, seeing someone, felt uneasy, and asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" The person inside her workplace calmly replied, "No need to be so hostile." He explains his presence as merely a visit from a former cadet, leaving Heoga speechless. She knew exactly who stood before her, the eldest son of the direct lineage, the strongest candidate for the next family head, Carmen Ardenka. With a face thicker than a castle wall, Carmen brazenly says, "Now, even if I was a cadet, treating me like this could get you in trouble." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed dangerously, as he questioned, "Aren't you going to greet Ardenka's future head commander?" Startled, Heka saluted, stammering with respect and honor, before finally asking Carmen what brings you here. Carmen suddenly used magic and bluntly asked, "My sister is about to be knighted, isn't she?" Then a bouquet appeared in his hand as he said, "I want to give her these flowers." With a sinister look, he asked about Hannah. "Where is she?" Vin Tran, stunned, cries out, "Sister, what are you doing here?" He can hardly believe his eyes. "No way you've been guarding the gate?" Hannah asked worriedly, upon seeing her troublesome younger brother. "Vin Tran, you're back," but he was currently panicking at the sight of his sister here. "During the 7 months I was in the Dragon Forest, Julian lamented that Hannah had a duty to protect us, and she blindly followed it." Seeing his sister guarding the gate for 7 months because of him, Vin Tran felt a pang of guilt. and reproached himself, saying that he should have at least sent a letter and she wouldn't have had to go through these lies. But instead of blaming him, Hannah retorted, "Lies, are you criticizing my duty, Vin Tran?" Her words left him and Julian utterly confused. After a moment of bewilderment, Vin Tran remarked that Hannah had changed a bit, to which she replied that the last 7 months hadn't been meaningless for her. Her voice was calm as she recounted the events that transpired after Vin Tran left for the Dragon Clan. "Not long after you left, the guards here were attacked, and we couldn't open the gate to Dragonwood from our side, so I decided to protect this place. I felt uneasy and angry emotions I'd never experienced before." In that moment, seeing Vin Tran return with the radiant ring, Hannah could finally breathe a sigh of relief, feeling lighter, knowing their mission hadn't failed, but more importantly, that he was safe. Vin Tran, hearing this, cheerfully suggested, "Then let's go complete the mission." Hannah agreed without hesitation. "Okay." Soon after, Wilson saw Siri and Vin Tran exit the gate, and he was so overjoyed that he ran towards her shouting, "Siri, you're alive." At the same time, the two siblings, Vin Tran and Hannah, ventured somewhere together. As they walked, Hannah commented, "You've grown so much since I last saw you, Vin Tran." Confused, Vin Tran replied, "Really?" Thinking she meant his physique, he asked, "Have I gotten taller in the last 7 months?" Seeing her brother's cluelessness, she sighed, "No, not that." So, she was referring to his strength. "Your aura is impressive. Based on the theory of mental states, you're around the 3 stars, but there's something different about your presence. You must have worked tirelessly at Dragon Forest. Among all the 3-star warriors, you are the strongest." Her words piqued Vin Tran's curiosity, and he asked if there weren't other noble heirs among the 3-star lights like Kagan and Javen, who also possessed outstanding talent. Hannah knew this, of course, but to her Vin Tran far surpassed them. She knew it, and she could say it with certainty, he was stronger than them, and he would continue to be. Her praise made Vin Tran and Julian beam with joy, and Vin Tran softly replied, "Thank you for your kind words." At that moment, someone suddenly appeared. Melanon pointed at Vin Tran and said grimly, "Indeed, the heir of the Dragon King has appeared." The moment he saw him, Vin Tran shouted, "Before the 7th moon sets, the one who swore before the shadow has returned. The shadow assassin must keep his oath." As he spoke, purple flames appeared in the sky, and Melanon's power suddenly surged. That power surged towards Vin Tran, who stood motionless, prompting a worried Hannah to cry out his name, but he just glared at Melanon, who exclaimed that he had kept his oath to the Dragon King, and to himself. His voice slowly echoed, "As a reward, it seems my power isn't aimed at Vin Tran, but rather wants to enter the ring on his hand, the Dragon King's legacy. Melanon's reward for Vin Tran is I will return the shadow to you." Seeing this, Julian happily says he's secured the next arrangement, while Vin Tran looks at the ring in his hand, saying this is truly the Dragon King's blessing. As for Melanon, he fades away, saying that with this, he is finally free. Fearing his disappearance, Vin Tran frantically shouts, "Wait, what about this ring? Why did Aben leave it behind?" Melanon replies, "We don't know the details, but it will surely lead you to the heavens, and that the power of the Helium family's first patriarch is contained within it." Vin Tran, upon hearing this, wondered if the ring was an Etenian magical artifact. Before truly fading away, Melanon smiled and wished Vin Tran well, hoping he would reach the truth. Finally, Vin Tran and Hannah completed their mission, and everything that needed to be done in Helium was finished. With no time to rest, he quickly arranges his next schedule. It's time to return to Blood City. A week later, in the frozen Blood City, Vin Tran stands before the gates wondering, "No one's here to greet us, we should be arriving on schedule." Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Long time no see." A figure sits atop the city wall cheerfully saying, "My dear siblings," before landing in front of them. Upon seeing him, Vin Tran exclaimed in surprise, "That's..." But before he could finish, he heard Julian's teeth grinding. "Carmen." Julian's state confused him. "Julian." Then Julian revealed a shocking truth. The eldest son of the direct line is Carmen, the most ruthless and evil of all our siblings, worse than Melon beyond comparison. Hearing this, Vin Tran had to admit Julian was right. The eldest son really was similar. He resembled Julian's ruthless father, and out of the 8 siblings, he looked the most like Carmen Adenka. He then said, "Calling your own brother, that person." He sneers at Vin Tran's origins, saying, "You really are the son of a concubine, Vin Tran." This infuriates Julian, but Hannah quickly intervenes, asking, "Brother, why have you come to Blood City?" Carmen approaches her, replying, "I've been away too long, so..." Suddenly, he presented her with a bouquet of flowers, a withered bunch meant to congratulate her promotion, saying, "Keep dedicating yourself to martial arts, like this flower." Of course Vin Tran didn't understand what he was doing, and asked Julian, "What is that rude guy planning?" Julian immediately replied, "He's threatening you." So, Julian explains the current situation to Vin Tran, revealing that Adenka's power is balanced between the eldest and second child, both with different advantages. The second sister is the strongest, but the eldest brother holds the most power. Moreover, the key point is that Hannah's faction is the only thing that can break the balance. Based on that, Julian can guess Carmen's scheme. If she gives up pursuing her dream, there will be a huge variable. He wants her supporters to remain in a neutral gray area forever. After a moment of silence, Hana finally spoke, sincerely confirming, "Brother, I have no interest in vying for power." Hearing this, Carmen asked a single question that shocked her so much, her eyes widened. "Don't you care what happens to that old hag in Helium?" He confidently states that with the support of 2 of the 4 great elders influencing Helium's power structure, is nothing to him, asking how long she thinks that weakling can withstand his interference. Seeing Hana hesitantly reach for the bouquet, Carmen gleefully suggests that if she doesn't like it, she can just let it wither in the vase. A smug smile spread across his face as he declared his intention to take over all of Adenka. But then a voice rang out, and a hand touched Carmen's withered bouquet. Vincent used his magic on the flowers, reviving them. This leaves Carmen in utter disbelief, wondering how withered flowers could bloom again. At that moment, Vincent coldly declares, "I won't let someone like you take Adenka, Lord Carmen Adenka." At that moment, Vincent and Siri inside the carriage noticed the situation outside, and Siri said with slight worry, "That's..." Vincent startled, trembled, and exclaimed, "Carmen, why is he here?" Hearing his loud voice, Siri turned and gestured for him to be quiet. "Quiet, Vincent." Carmen then questions Vincent about his participation in the succession battle, mentioning that he heard from Aben that Emma is also competing to be the VR successor. He pointed at Vincent's head with disdain, saying that knowing one's place was a kind of wisdom. He seemed to relish putting Vincent down, a low-born, with no qualities, daring to step into this world. Vincent, unafraid to argue with Carmen, brushed him off and retorted, "Aren't you also lacking the qualities to be Adenka's successor?" His words stunned Carmen into a bewildered, "Huh." With a sharp tongue, Vincent recounts the events of that day. Dia is the only one in Adenka's 500-year history to have won the exchange ceremony. He rubbed salt in Carmen's wounded pride, implying that he had lost to a Simon family direct descendant. A contemptuous smile spread across his face as he added that her awakening must have been a disaster for him, and he couldn't even imagine it. His words were like a fatal blow to Carmen's pride. How often had he been compared to Dia? At that moment, Vincent was startled as he sensed intense bloodlust rushing toward him. The blow sends him flying, delivered by none other than Carmen, her pride deeply wounded. His voice cracks as he cries out that it wasn't his fault. The Simon family has been undefeated for over 500 years. But why? Why now? His voice rising, Carmen insists that the eccentric witch is not normal and that he shouldn't be compared to her, prompting Siri to finally question his actions. "Sir, what are you doing?" Fearing Carmen might lash out, Hannah quickly steps in front of her, warning him loudly. "Don't interfere, it's too dangerous though." She's worried about Vincent's safety. Still, Hannah can't let Siri risk her life when her brother is this enraged. She knows her brother well. No one can stop him from going after Vincent after taking a punch from Carmen. He struggles, slightly marveling at the power of the Adenka family's heir. Suddenly he senses a wave of hatred rushing toward him as Carmen lunges, intent on sending him to his grave, declaring he will kill him. Hannah unleashes a terrifying strike so powerful it cuts through everything in its path. A scornful laugh echoes as Carmen stands amidst the chaos and shouts, "God, General Sword Dance." Just as Hannah was brimming with confidence, a voice suddenly rang out. Vincent leaped high in front of Carmen, a triumphant smile on his face. The training at Young Rim had not only enhanced Falkden's blessing, but also the characteristics of other blessings. Now it's his turn to show Carmen some manners. His speed startles Carmen. This is the infamous cold guest, even faster than the stories say. Hannah struggles to block Vincent's attack, her eyes unable to keep up. Just then, Vincent noticed Carmen's weakness, and without hesitation seized the opportunity, thinking, "He's off balance, now's my chance," and delivered a powerful blow. But Vincent didn't expect Carmen to block the blow, surprising him and allowing Carmen to grab him. He laughed triumphantly, raising his sword and shouting, "You stopped yourself, what a fool." It was then that Vincent realized Carmen's plan. He'd been caught, lured into a trap by a feigned opening. Explosions echoed within Blood Fortress as Carmen relentlessly pursued Vincent, giving him no chance to escape. He slashed at him wildly, yelling, "Keep going, keep bragging." Immediately he raised a shield to protect himself from the storm of blades, but he underestimated Carmen's destructive power. His attacks caused a massive shockwave, shaking everything. Finally, Vincent lay on the ground in pain, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "He's too strong." He was forced to acknowledge Carmen's abilities. His strength and judgment far surpassed his own in every way. Even though they're both from the main family, is there really such a huge gap? Seeing him like a fish on a chopping board, Carmen laughed triumphantly. "You're done for." Vincent realized he was in trouble, thinking, "I'm dead. Meat." Now it's his turn to show Carmen some manners. His speed startles Carmen. This is the infamous cold guest, even faster than the stories say. Hannah struggles to block Vincent's attack, her eyes unable to keep up. Finally, Vincent lay on the ground in pain, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "He's too strong." He was forced to acknowledge Carmen's abilities. His strength and judgment far surpassed his own in every way. Meanwhile, Vincent was stunned, and a figure appeared, stopping Carmen, saying, "That's enough, Carmen." It was Vagan who saved Vincent, sternly saying, "This brotherly squabble ends here." Unafraid of his authority, Vagan retorted that it was precisely because he was the deputy city lord that he was intervening, warning Carmen that barging into the fortress and causing chaos was beyond his authority, even as the first prince. Furthermore, he reminded Carmen that luckily no one was in the buildings he destroyed, and if he relented, he wouldn't report the incident to the main house, ultimately using his powerful father to force Carmen to obey whether he wanted to or not, suggesting he shouldn't make up excuses to talk to his father. And so Carmen departed, but not before declaring that no matter how many years it takes, he will return with the qualities necessary to become Adenka's heir, and on that day, he will make Vincent join his detestable mother. Facing that intense aura, Vincent showed no fear and stood his ground, vowing not to let anyone insult his mother, a woman neither he nor Julien had ever seen. But from what I've heard, Savina Heisei didn't deserve such insults. Julien immediately spoke up, telling him to remember this, as Vincent added that Carmen would pay the price for insulting his mother. And so Carmen departed, but not before declaring that no matter how many years it takes, he will return with the qualities necessary to become Adenka's heir, and on that day, he will make Vincent join his detestable mother. Remembering the lofty faces of Astaland Kang and Carmen, Vincent realized how small he was, that he hadn't even reached the starting point to challenge them. So his determination to become stronger grew. He had to obtain the blessing of the gods as soon as possible, and he would begin his journey from there. Vincent calmly accepts the healing. After a moment, Chevin says that the treatment is complete, and thanks to Vincent's unique properties, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Vincent replied with a thank you, but Vagon's lesson left him obediently silent. And so Carmen departed, but not before declaring that no matter how many years it takes, he will return with the qualities necessary to become Adenka's heir, and on that day, he will make Vincent join his detestable mother. Siri was incredibly grateful, thanking him as Vagon delivered Vincent's inescapable punishment. It'll be a bit uncomfortable, but stay in the city and train for now. Obviously he wouldn't listen, and immediately retorted, wait, I need to go take a look. Vagon was 10 times more stubborn than him, sternly scolding him that participating in an illegal match would be punished. Consider yourself lucky that's all you got. Helpless he complies, and then suddenly exclaims in admiration. It seems he's noticed that the magic within Vincent has become much stronger. It appears the trip to Aeon Ream was fruitful. His mana density and quality are completely different than before. Suddenly, Vincent declared with great authority that he needed to report the events at Aeon Ream, immediately leaving Vagon bewildered, especially since he had something to discuss privately with the Vice City Lord. He stammered, me. Then from within the fortress, an astonished voice echoed, the Nightmare's goal is to revive the great demon Darwin. Vincent elaborates without hesitation. A man named Baron claimed the Nightmares are a cult worshipping the great demon. Litkesa, Samian, Adelka, Helene, these terrible names and their unimaginable influence. While the two spoke outside, Chevin continued treatment inside. But what was it that he wanted to tell me in private? Chevin is shocked by something. What could it be? It seems his healing abilities aren't working on this person. Outside on the balcony, Vincent recalls Canbeck's words that the Dragon Warrior's enemy is the Magic Tower, and if the Magic Tower has allied with the Nightmare, the information he reveals causes Vagon to shudder, realizing Vanelli's sudden death is also connected to them. Overcome with emotion, he slams his hand on the railing, prompting Vincent to call out, Vice City Lord. He suddenly felt a chill, and said, wait, I need to go somewhere. Just then, Herka barged into Vago's room and loudly announced, Vagon, I need to talk to you. But instead of hearing her out, Vago storms out, declaring he's taking a leave of absence, a move that shocks her, but she tries to stop him, yelling, wait. Of course, she can't stop him, and as her subordinate runs further away, she calls after him in confusion. A leave of absence? When will you be back? Meanwhile, Herka wondered with a dark look, isn't shirking responsibility my thing? Just then, Vincent came out and asked, what's wrong, my lord? Herka replied without hesitation, oh, Hana just came. Vincent looked puzzled. She's taking the promotion exam. Back in Herka's office, a few minutes earlier, Hana had stated earnestly, yes, let's proceed immediately. She stated sternly that she had earned enough points from the mission in Helm. Even so, Hosa was still confused, asking why she stopped. Hana retorted, determined not to be overshadowed, but to grow stronger and protect those around her. Back in the present, Vincent smiled proudly after hearing Heka's story, saying, you've grown up, Hana. Suddenly, Hoke points at him and declares, now I have a request for you. She makes him an enticing offer. Would you like to assist Hana on her mission? Of course he was overjoyed, and asked loudly. Me, Sherry, sitting nearby, asked in confusion. But the young master is only a trainee. Even Chevin chimed in, pointing out that only those ranked second or higher were allowed to assist in promotion missions. Herta smirked. Oh, that strict Vagan, he's gone, isn't he? She had planned ahead to avoid Vagon's detection. If we use someone else's name who would know, this plan of hers obviously received Vincent's approval. Even Chevin chimed in, pointing out that only those ranked second or higher were allowed to assist in promotion missions. Herta smirked. Oh, that strict Vagan, he's gone, isn't he? Without hesitation, he rushes out of the room with Sherry following close behind, pleading for them to go together. Before leaving for the territory of the Thak, he thanks Hyoka for her help, saying, thank you, City Lord. The reason she let Vincent go to the Beastkin was because he survived the Holy King's tomb. Perhaps he's the one who can see the truth in Adenka's legends. Watching that steadfast thug's back, she believed the legacy the founder of Astaland left in the city was meant for Vincent. Though she gave him the chance to claim it, a sliver of worry remained. Ancestors, am I doing the right thing? Meanwhile at the waterfall, the enraged monster roared hideously, only to be struck down by a fatal blow from Hannah, who silently declared her mission complete. Suddenly, her eyes dart to the side, wondering why Vincent is so interested in the waterfolk. At that moment, Vincent was trying to see something behind the waterfall, and he became obsessed with Adenka's mission. Could something be wrong? Lost in thought, Hannah was snapped back to reality by a familiar voice. It was Carrick. She surveyed the monster corpses strewn across the ground, marveling. You defeated all the monsters at the waterfall. Hannah, spotting her with Vincent, asked in surprise. Vincent and Seiryu, why are you here? She quickly explained that the city lord had asked them to come and assist her, and Seiryu was an excellent spirit mage, so she would be extremely effective, he said, his eyes drifting elsewhere, but the mission was already over. Just as Vincent finished speaking, Hannah realizes his intentions and calls him out. How do you plan to get through that waterfall? Exposed, Vincent tells his sister to step aside, leaving Hannah puzzled. Sari then smiled and said, I bet Hannah hasn't seen it yet. She excitedly told Hannah about the new technique Vincent had received, the new power that the young master had obtained called the Blessing of Forden. This skill is as powerful as a torrent, clearly geared towards water manipulation. Just then Julian appeared, pointed forward and exclaimed, Look! After Vincent drained the waterfall, Julian glimpsed something deep and dark, a cave hidden behind the water. Vincent stared intently, thinking to himself, that place, the blessing of the gods. Sari, upon seeing the cave, exclaimed, I'm going too. I have to make sure the young master doesn't do anything reckless. Hannah of course couldn't let her troublemaker brother go alone. She would go too. Their actions made Vincent stammer, Sari, you too. A gentle smile bloomed on Hannah's face as she said, You've supported my dreams, so I want to support yours, Vincent. Hearing her words, Vincent gratefully accepted her support, and together with his soul companion, he eagerly ventured forth, urging, Let's go, Julian. Of course, Julian immediately agreed. Yes, I've been waiting for this day. Vincent's steps were firm, followed by Sari and Hannah, as both he and Julian shared a thought. We will gather the blessings of the gods, left by the founder of Astaland. One morning, at the northern port of Adelka territory, the sailors' shouts rang out. Are we ready to set sail? Not yet. Hurry up, do you want to hear Carmen complain? Carmen leads his troops, then softly says, Then father, we will now depart to conquer the Hajj Islands. Khan says nothing, but only glares at his eldest son. After a moment of silence he finally spoke. The seas remain a mystery to warriors. Be patient, endure, and persevere. Carmen respectfully replied, Yes, we've been planning this for years. He then smugly detailed the plan he had painstakingly researched. If we control the seas, Adelka will conquer Samian and gain even greater influence. With that he knelt before Khan, declaring he would lead the conquest to victory and prove himself the most worthy successor as head of the Adelka family. Carmen's loyal subordinates cheered his declaration, praising him as the obvious choice to be the next head of the family, and Carmen, full of pride, believed that with this achievement and pressure from the elders, they would have no choice but to accept him. He was certain of his position, believing that no matter how strong someone is, they can't withstand outside pressure, that no one could compare to him. Just then, Khan suddenly asked, Why do you want to be the head of the family, Carmen? His question leaves Carmen dumbfounded, sputtering. What his confusion is met with disappointment. He turned and left, leaving a message he hoped to hear the answer upon his return. Confused, Carmen called after him, Wait, father, what do you mean? As he wondered why his father had suddenly cut him off, a subordinate announced from afar, Lord Carmen, preparations are complete, seemingly poking at a sore spot as Carmen snapped back at his subordinate. How slow are you? Only finished now. You should have completed this before my father arrived. With that, he ordered the ship to set sail. Raise the sails, we will succeed in this campaign. His subordinates responded in unison. Meanwhile, elsewhere, books fell from the shelves, and Gorn, surrounded by them, sighed wearily. Another dead end. He looked at the sea of books before him, feeling helpless. I thought my sister would leave a clue at home, but there's nothing but books. Then he remembered what Vin Tran had said before his sister was an upright person. If Vin Tran was right about the nightmare demons infiltrating the magic tower, then she probably fought against them. Because of all this, Vagan believes that if that's the case, then surely his sister must have left a code behind them. With that thought, he suddenly wants to take out a keepsake, now the only thing his sister left him. It turned out to be a piece of paper. Why would she give him this? What did she leave for him? As Vagan wondered, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the paper. Or maybe she couldn't leave anything at all. He immediately noticed something was off, exclaiming in shock, This is… Hannah asks, full of curiosity. According to legend, the blessing crystal chooses its master. How do you plan to take it? Vin Tran confidently replies with a grin, Yes, it will choose me. At that moment a deep voice booms, What makes you so confident? And the three of them are startled. Hannah exclaimed that she heard a voice, and Vin Tran wondered where it came from. A figure appeared above him with a sly grin, saying, Where are you looking? I'm here, right here. He immediately noticed something was off, exclaiming in shock, This is… Then it suddenly used magic, silently teleporting onto Vin Tran and taunting him. Who do you think I am? Do you know? Its speed shocks him, and he wonders how it got behind him. Immediately, the three of them scatter. Seeing this, An Yulin smiles, impressed. Not bad. Julian appears, warning, Vin Tran. That magic wasn't human. Vin Tran realizes something, hesitating. He knew An Yulin's identity, a descendant protecting the prophecy. Pleased he knew who she was, An Yulin said. At least you're not completely ignorant. Without hesitation, Vin Tran loudly declared his identity. I am Vin Tran, Adenka, the successor of Astaland, the one who sees the truth from the prophecy. I've come to receive the blessed crystal. Hearing this, An Yulin sighed. Really, I've been guarding this place for that Astaland brat for 500 years. This made Vin Tran even more excited, and he quickly demanded, then give me the blessing, crystal. Of course it wasn't that simple. She revealed an unbelievable piece of information, but someone misunderstood something. The one who can enter here isn't of Astaland's bloodline. The family that can receive the crystal, according to An Yulin, is Vin Tran's mother's family, which is also Ciri's family, the Heisley bloodline, leaving Ciri utterly shocked. Heisley, even Vin Tran hadn't considered this. If it's Heisley, that's Vin Tran's mother's family and Ciri's family. Suddenly, An Yulin grabs Hannah's neck and declares before slamming her to the ground, "You have no right to be here." As those words faded, a shocking explosion erupted, sending Vin Tran scrambling, shouting, "Hannah!" An Yulin tightened her grip, declaring, "Those not of the Heisley family must die. It is the pact between me and Astaland." Now in her true form, An Yulin choked Hannah, introducing herself as she prepared to strike the final blow, but a sword suddenly appeared, slicing through her magic. Vin Tran has rescued his sister from the clutches of death. He anxiously asks Hannah if she's alright, but she lies on the ground murmuring, "I'm sorry I ended up holding you back again." Now An Yulin coldly asks, "Who are you?" furious that Vin Tran has interfered. A mere human dares to stand against the superior dragon race. A bloodthirsty smile spreads across her face as she threatens, "I warn you, if you stand in my way, I'll kill you both. Step aside." But Vin Tran refuses to yield, standing before Hannah and Ciri, declaring, "I can't do that. She's my sister." His defiance provokes An Yulin to decide he must die, and she launches a fireball at Vin Tran, who counters with his own magic. It seems An Yulin has noticed something about him. Just as I thought, I wasn't wrong. Vin Tran's slash had split An Yulin's fireball in two, causing a shocking explosion, and Vin Tran looked tense. An Yulin suddenly bursts into laughter, puzzling Ciri and confusing Hannah, while Julian speculates that the dragon has gone mad. An Yulin, oblivious to what anyone thought, excitedly said, "So that swordsman the prophet Astalan trusted his words were true." This made Julian lean in, asking, "A prophet Astalan had a prophet friend?" Even Vin Tran was unsure. "No, this is the first I've heard of it." So he asks directly, "Who is this prophet? Do you remember his name?" An Yulin, with her goldfish brain, tries to recall. "Let's see, it's been so long." After a moment she remembered, "That's right, back on that day when Astalan turned and told me, I'm certain." He smiled and said, "The prophet's name is..." A name no one would expect was spoken, leaving everyone stunned. Julian. Being suddenly called a prophet, Julian pointed at himself in bewilderment and exclaimed, "Auntie, are you talking about me? Me?" Back when Julian was a prophet, he wrote down the story he had heard. "This is the story I heard from An Yulin, a dragon spirit dwelling deep within the waterfall since 500 BC. The story begins when suddenly a massive dark shadow descends upon the peaceful territory of Samian. So he asks directly, who is this prophet? Do you remember his name? An Yulin, with her goldfish brain, tries to recall. Let's see, it's been so long. An Yulin, oblivious to what anyone thought, excitedly said, "So that swordsman the prophet Astalan trusted his words were true." This made Julian lean in, asking, "A prophet Astalan had a prophet friend?" Even Vin Tran was unsure. "No, this is the first I've heard of it." In that dark hour, saviors emerged, 4 heroes who rose to defy him. The first among them was the one who dared to strike Darwin in the opening moments. His name is Kim Than An Duong Aslan Fan Ko, and with his divine sword dance, he sliced off one of the great demon Darwin's horns. Aslan landed safely as the horn fell, but his disappointment was clear. "I missed." Unexpectedly, specters emerge from Darwin's severed horn. They burst forth and attack Aslan, catching him off guard, and he cries out, "Damn it!" In that life or death moment, Lai Emego appeared with his shield, saving Aslan. He declared that this demon couldn't be fought alone, and his shield alone could redirect Darwin's attacks. Julian wrote of him as Aslan's indispensable friend, his close confidant, Lai Emego, the Azure King. Darwin, realizing his attack was nullified, exclaimed Aslan. He then unexpectedly grabs a nearby tower, hoists it into the air, and roars Aslan before hurling it toward him. Seeing the tower flying towards him, Aslan cried out in alarm. "The tower is collapsing." Lai Emego also shouted in surprise, "Get out of the way." In that moment, someone suddenly used magic to hold the tower back, and Lai Emego exclaimed in admiration, "The tower has stopped," and Aslan urges everyone to stop hesitating. It turns out, the one who stopped the tower was Besatun Heisei, the head of the Heisei family. Julian records her name in his book, Besatun Heisei, head of the Heisei family, and she urges Aslan onward, saying, "If he stops here, how can he defeat the great demon?" Her presence brings joy to Aslan, who calls out her name Besatun, and even Lai Emego exclaims, "You've arrived." Without hesitation, Besatun unleashes her magic, shouting, "Go forth, Aslan." Her magic crushes the tower, leaving nothing but rubble, and Besatun signals to her allies, "The path is clear." Now it was Lai Emego's turn. "I'm transferring all my divine power to you through the holy crest." In that moment, Aslan received all of Lai Emego's power. He even yelled that this was their only chance and not to miss it. Aslan gritted his teeth, replying, "Understood," to Lai Emego. Without hesitation, he charged forward fearlessly, approaching Darwin, who, enraged, unleashed a powerful strike towards Aslan. This startled him, and as he moved to brace himself, Darwin fell. Just when it seemed to be over, someone appeared, the last one. Annalene has arrived, saving Aslan from certain defeat, prompting him to utter, "A stranger." Her name, Annalene, was written by Julian in the Dragon Legend book. Now she turns to him and asks, "Things look pretty bad, huh, Aslan?" With a resolute voice, Aslan replies, "We can't give up a sentiment." Annalene echoes, "Yes, even though I don't see a path to victory, all I can do now is believe in the prophet you mentioned, Julian, the one who prophesied that we would win." After a moment of silence, Aslan smiled and declared, "Yes, we will win." Annalene happily agreed, "That's right." And with that, she led Aslan closer to Davin. Aslan wielded his sword with formidable power, declaring, "We will end this." He called out Davin's name, delivering a blow to the demonic Davin. Back in reality, Vincent couldn't believe Annalene's story. "That's how we defeated Davin." She then proudly boasted, "Surprised I am that legendary bloodline." After regaining his composure, Vincent spoke, "I've heard of Aslan and the Holy King La Emergo, but I've never heard of any legends about Besatun or Annalene." Annalene couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "What? No way," she questioned in disbelief. "You've never heard of the Flame Dragon song, Vanquishing Wind, or the Destroyer, Annalene?" At this, Vincent was a bit taken aback. Windslayer and Annihilation. Even Julian found the name Dragon Flame Song strange, despite hearing it clearly. After all the nonsense, Vincent gets back to the point, so to sum it up, the one who defeated Davin and delivered the prophecy is named Julian. Annalene confirms, "That's right. I honestly don't care much, but others are looking forward to it." Now, Julian is a bit suspicious of Annalene's words, so he asks, "Hey, is that seer even lucid?" Seeing Vincent's strange silence, he asks, "Hey." Vincent then reveals that the oracle doesn't seem to be lying. He heard the name Besatun 500 years ago, and her descriptions are too vivid to be fabricated. He was stunned to hear the great demon's name, so it really was Davin. But something felt off. Wasn't Davin supposed to have died alone beneath Samian? Thinking this over, a realization dawned on him. Wait, Vincent recalled his past death. He recalled the moment of his collapse, confused as to how he could die again. Remembering the past gave him a splitting headache, and he wondered what was happening as his memories of death were fading. Unable to recall more, Vincent decides they need to learn more about the past from this dragon, but suddenly Annalene grabs his collar and shouts that enough questions have been asked. She throws him aside, telling him to move. The force sends him crashing into a wall, prompting Sari and Hannah to cry out in unison, "Vincent, master." Now Annalene unleashes her bloodlust excitedly, declaring, "It's been so long since I've talked to anyone. I'm getting excited." Her hand reaches out to crush Hannah, wanting to eliminate her first. I've decided. I need to kill someone." Another earth-shattering explosion occurs, and Annalene's eyes are filled with shock. Vincent actually shielded Hannah. Annalene stammers, "You." In that moment, she sensed a familiar magical power emanating from Vincent, the bloodline of the Heisley family. In his figure she saw Saravana. Was he a descendant of that child from long ago? Though injured, he declared resolutely, "She is my sister." Annalene, pleased by his courage, exclaimed, "Excellent, I like that." She lifted his chin and asked, "Want to wager your life on a little game?" Unafraid, he countered with a question of his own. "A gamble. A game proposed by Annalene. If you win, I'll give you my celestial fruit, and let you leave here alive. You could even kill me. Killing me would be worth a fortune, you know. But if you lose," she says, with a gleam in her eye, "you'll all die here." An amused smile crept across Annalene's face as she challenged Vincent and his group with her immense form and powerful aura. "Afraid? Just say so, darling." Fearing for his sister and Siri, Vincent quickly shouted, "I'm the only one who will risk my life. They have nothing to do with it." Annalene, of course, didn't care. No, she didn't care at all. Julian was infuriated by her attitude, calling her a fake. Just then, Siri suddenly shouted, "Okay." Even Hannah urged her brother, "Agree to it, Vincent." Siri says sincerely that she doesn't want to be a burden, while Hannah, though injured, teases Vincent, asking if he's going to fail. Their actions left Vincent speechless, but he relented, allowing them to join the battle. "I understand." He turned to the Crystal Guardian Dragon, declaring, "I accept, Annalene." Seeing that he finally accepted her request, Annalene glanced at him disdainfully, saying, "Wouldn't it have been better to say so from the start?" As she spoke, she unleashed her power, gathering a magical orb. In the darkness, a glimmer of light appears, its magic spreading throughout the cavern. Then a cataclysmic explosion erupts, and a disoriented Vincent cries out, "What just happened?" Then seeing something that surprised him, he exclaimed, It turned out that instead of attacking, Annalene was gently approaching him. Suddenly she opened her mouth, releasing a blinding light, and the object inside made Vincent exclaim, "This is," Anne Eileen revealed, the celestial fruit. Vincent held the strange fruit in his hand, wondering, this is the celestial fruit. Julian would usually hide it, but it looked more like rotten fruit, and so Vincent hesitantly asked, "Really, is it really a celestial fruit?" Anne Eileen returned to her human form and firmly confirmed, "That's exactly what it is, even though it hasn't bloomed yet." Her words made Vincent wonder, unripe, she quickly clarified. Basatun once said this, "The celestial fruit is a miracle created by the gods, and molded into fruit." Despite her explanation, Vincent still felt something was off about the fruit in his hand, a miracle of the gods. He could sense it himself, possessing divine power as he did, but the power within this fruit was far too weak. Amused by his bewildered expression, Anne Eileen explains that divine power exists within everything, and their kind can filter and adapt that power. Little by little, the divine essence of power accumulates, forming the celestial spirit fruit. And with that, a sinister look crosses his face as he conjures a true celestial spirit fruit. So she was reveling in revealing a truth to Vincent. It takes 100 years, and upon hearing that Vincent was so shocked, he cried out, 100 years. Julian is confused as his mother received a celestial fruit only 30 years after her birthday. After the initial shock, Vincent calms down and calculates that it will take another 70 years for the fruit to fully mature. Just then, Anne Eileen suddenly lifted his chin and declared, "Now the gamble begins." She deviously challenged Vincent, "If you truly are the prophet Aslan speaks of, you will overcome this and make this heavenly fruit bloom." Her voice grew increasingly excited. "Make it bloom and make it yours. You know what happens if you fail." Vincent simply smiled and replied, "Don't go back on your word." Suddenly he remembered La Amigo's holy grail, thinking of a way to transfer divine power into the celestial fruit. Scene change. Vaisha greets her friend with a smile, thanking him for coming to Adenka. She gently calls out Dulan, to which he responds with polite courtesy. "It's nothing, of course I had to come." He calmly stated that in order for the holy water flowing from the Holy Grail to spread everywhere, they needed a reliable ally. Vaisha seemed to agree, saying that the church alone couldn't handle everything. Dulan's here with a purpose, to spread the Holy King's power far and wide with Adenka's help, but he's hesitant to discuss the price, hoping to negotiate the lowest possible rate. Of course, Vaisha readily agreed. "I appreciate your sincerity, but Adenka's steward isn't used to losing money, so this negotiation will be long." Leaving them to haggle, Ryusha left with Merlin asking, "How's the holy nightlife treating you? Can you handle it?" Merlin replies matter-of-factly, Softer than I imagined." This prompts Ryusha to tease him. "Visiting the Holy King's tomb suddenly gave you faith, huh?" He could only agree, saying, "Well, I guess so." He smiled, affirming, "Someone changed my fate here." As he sincerely thought about dedicating this life to helping that person, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, startling Ryusha and Merlin. Even Vexa and Dolan jumped to their feet, as a surge of power struck the area, sending rocks flying and shocking Dolan. He wondered what the explosions were, while Vexa seemed to recognize the incoming power. "This mana." Her eyes widened in shock. "No way. Good heavens, the grass is ruined. What are you saying? If I hadn't landed like that." As Anna Leyland was distracted by her grand entrance, wondering how to wax select Merlin, and Ryusha ran towards them shouting, "Young Master Vincent." Seeing them, Vincent happily called out Ryusha Master. Meanwhile, Vexa calmly stepped forward and said to Anna Leyland, "So, you're the one from before." Seeing that she knew her, Anna Leyland cautiously asked, "You recognize me?" Vexa immediately revealed a detail. "Yes, from that day in the research tower." Hearing this, Anna Leyland realized immediately, so it was her, Sarvana's friend. Seeing that she remembered Vexa, happily said, "You remember now." Suddenly, Anna Leyland gestures forward as if pointing at someone, and her scream echoes through the mansion. "He's here too." Inside the study, it seems Anna Leyland's outburst has startled someone, causing Khan to drop his pen. Khan's millennia-old composure shatters as he sits in stunned silence. Gazing at the gleaming golden chalice, adorned with sparkling jewels, Anna Leyland asks in disbelief, "Is that real? The Holy Grail that Laemago used?" She continued asking who survived the lower tomb, and Vincent readily admitted, "I received the Holy King's decree." Laemago had told him that the holy relic would lead him to the spirit fruit. Hearing this, Anna Leyland couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you to fulfill one of the two conditions." This made Vincent perk up and ask, "So what's the other condition?" "Hark, devourer of flames and destroyer of worlds. Everything you've said is wrong, utterly wrong," which surprises him. "Auntie." Seeing the shock on Vincent's face, Anna Leyland angrily shouts, "An explanation. It's annihilation and destruction. The order is reversed. Annihilation sounds cooler, so it comes first." Her attitude makes Vincent a little embarrassed. "All right, my mistake." While she angrily lectures him, "Don't you ever get it wrong again? Got it." He nonchalantly replies that he'll be careful, while in another corner, Dulan finishes healing Hannah. "All done," Miss Hannah says, rotating her shoulders to test them. "Thank you." Dulan turns to Siri, reminding her that she also has a cut on her face. Siri touched the wound on her cheek, saying she'd already applied medicine, but Dulan warned that it could still leave a scar. "You should treat it." Why do you seem so flustered when I mention your injury? I treated it, but it seems divine power doesn't work on me, she explained. Her words shocked Dulan, who exclaimed, "No, it can't be." Meanwhile, An Yulin, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected. Jiang is a person with anti-divine power. Vincent was puzzled. Anti-divine power? Isn't the Heisley family known for their mana? Furthermore, he claims she possesses a similar anti-divine power to the Besatun, whose bodies contain so much mana that divine power is rejected, to which An Yulin sighs in exasperation. Some luck. She points to Seri, stating that the two conditions for the celestial fruit to bloom are the power of the holy forehead and a body with anti-divine power to prevent interference with the fruit's condensation, her teacher told her. She was part of the fruit's creation. Seri is shocked, almost speechless. Wait me. Julian wondered in shock if Seri was part of the plan too, as even Vincent voiced his surprise. Was even the Heisley bloodline part of Aslan's plan? But then Julian suddenly realized something. Wait, hasn't everything been too convenient? He seems to have guessed it. All this time he'd only left a few items, stopping just there, but this time, it's no longer an arrangement but a premonition. Aslan's memory flashes in Julian's mind. The name of that prophet was Julian. It was his name. Seri is shocked, almost speechless. Wait me. Julian wondered in shock if Seri was part of the plan too, as even Vincent voiced his surprise. Thinking about it, he could only sigh. No way. Uncle. Just then, Vincent said solemnly, I know this is sudden, but there's something I need to ask you too. That visibly darkens its mood when suddenly Vesa appears behind Anel Lin asking, Are you really going to give it to Vincent? Her words startle Anel Lin, who turns to answer. Yes, so, what she hesitated Vincent will. You suddenly mention Aslan at this moment, dead right, like that child 50 years ago. Her words displeased Anel Lin, casting a shadow over her face, as Dolan began infusing the Holy Grail with his magic, invoking the light of Gale. From afar, Anel Lin and Vesa watched the process unfold, when suddenly, Anel Lin asked the question that had been on her mind, why did Sarvana have to die? Without hesitation, she agreed, prompting Anel Lin to ask another question. Dolan politely chuckled. I can only help for a bit. This Holy Grail belongs to Vincent, so use it as you wish. This scene intrigued Anel Lin, their unity reminding her of Aslan's group. These kids, her eyes widened in surprise as Vincent, looking like Aslan, gently turned and called her name, Anel Lin. Of course there's always a price. Perhaps someone's life, she mused, a theory confirmed by Anel Lin. Yes, exactly as you say. It explains how the celestial spirit fruit works. To leave the cave alive, someone of Heisley blood must obtain the fruit. The celestial fruit always requires a sacrifice, a tribute cursed to weaken, even if they consume the fruit. They cannot escape the curse. Hearing this, Vesa seems to realize something. That curse, could it be? Going back to that day in the past when she angrily pounded on the door and shouted, Sarvana, Sarvana, open the door. She questioned the person inside. Why haven't you eaten the spirit fruit, Sarvana? Do you intend to die like this? If you don't answer, I'll break down the door myself. She then barged into the room, but the scene before her left her speechless. Vesa's face was filled with shock as she noticed a strange tattoo on Sarvana's back. Regaining her composure, Vesa tremulously asked what the tattoo was, before descending into madness, forcing Sarvana to calm her down. So what do you think? She asked, casually, adding that there's no way a power like the spirit fruit could be created without sacrifice. Of course she couldn't stay calm and started yelling what exactly happened in that cave. Anel then recounts Sarvana's noble sacrifice, knowing full well she willingly became the heavenly fruit's offering. No, she gave her life to save you all. Vesa was heartbroken by those words which dredged up the sadness she had long buried. What are you doing, Vesa? Please calm down. After a moment of sorrow, she asked about Vincent, to which Anel Lin indifferently replied that there was no need to worry now. In his last moments before collapsing, he managed to say, I hope this helps your dream. Your wish. Then he fainted, sending Vincent into a panic. Priest Dolan Merlin caught him just in time, revealing that he'd overexerted his Pickabone powers. Vincent was incredibly grateful for Dolan's sacrifice, thanking him. Priest. Seeing them standing there, dumbfounded, Anne Oileen impatiently shouted, Are you done yet? Bring your head over here and let me see. Vincent quickly replied, Thanks. Afraid that Vincent would worry too much about Dolan and ruin their plans, Merlin puts Dolan in a recovery room, telling him to leave it to him and go on ahead as Vincent gratefully asks the professor to take care of him. To save time, Anne Oileen quickly decides, Alright, let's go. A blinding light appears once more, followed by an overwhelming surge of power. Before everyone's eyes, Anne Oileen takes Vincent somewhere, and suddenly, Vasar announces the arrival of Khan. As he approached Vasar, he asked, You heard, didn't you, why Sarvana died? Vasar coldly replied, It wasn't the celestial fruit, she saved us. Khan, heartbroken, says, I thought so. Seeing him like this, Vasar tries to comfort him, Khan, but he stops her. It's all right, madam. He softly says that knowing the truth is enough, his eyes looking somewhere as he calmly says, Only today, finally. The wind blows through with the blue sky, causing him to exclaim, Only now do I feel that she's gone. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Sari holds the celestial fruit before the holy chalice, nervously saying, "Okay, I'll start now, is that alright?" She slowly brings the fruit closer, but just as they're about to touch, a shout rings out, stopping her. Anne Oilean's scream startled Siri, causing her to drop the celestial fruit, which fell directly into the Holy Grail, unleashing a surge of power. Anne Oilean angrily shouts that the artificial spirit fruit will disappear in an hour, asking how she could eat it unprepared. Vincent is confused, asking what she means. Anne Oilean wearily cries out, "The celestial fruit." She explains the reason for her frustration, leaving Vincent speechless. "It's not just a fruit created from divine miracles. If you dare eat it unprepared, your body won't withstand it and you'll die." Unafraid, he declared, "My kingdom is doomed anyway. Now I understand Aslan's plan and I absolutely cannot give up." A fierce determination ignited within him, and he clenched his fist. "I will risk my life to obtain the power of the celestial fruit." Whether it was Vincent's actions or not, Anne Oilean's expression suddenly changed. "You?" It turned out she was eyeing something on his hand, that ring. Before she could ask about it, Vincent loudly ordered Sari to cut the celestial fruit in half. "It's not just a fruit created from divine miracles. If you dare eat it unprepared, your body won't withstand it and you'll die." Just then, Anne Oilean approached, offering praise. "Congratulations, Vincent. With your sudden transformation, I congratulate you with a smile. You've won this gamble." Obeying his command, Sari immediately complied, and the power of the Holy Grail began to surge. Vincent's eyes remained fixed on the Grail and the celestial fruit, and he was astonished to see the golden object in Sari's hand. Sari was no different from him, and she exclaimed in amazement, "The celestial fruit." "Vincent, you look so young," Sari exclaimed, blocking his view and singing, "Shameless," right in front of the master. In that moment she saw a symbol on Anne Oilean's back. She exclaimed in a daze, "That mark." Seeing Sari's expression, Anne Oilean smiled and said, "So you know about this?" Sari stammered. "That's..." It flashed back to her childhood when she was serving Saravana and accidentally saw something she shouldn't have. "I saw it." Vincent was stunned by her appearance, stammering, "Me, younger. This look is..." Before he could process it, Hannah rushed over, covered his eyes and scolded him. Saravana didn't blame her, but smiled, and suggested, "Keep it a secret from others, okay?" The mark from that day was exactly like the one on Anne Oilean's back. Lady Saravana had the same tattoo as him. Anne Oilean, unafraid of death, brazenly replies, "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Then she says, "The celestial fruit will soon be a secret, won't it?" Without flinching, Anne Oilean states that the celestial fruit has its price. If it accelerates the consumer's growth, then another's death will come sooner to compensate. She urged Vincent to eat it now, boasting that he could witness her grave if he did. In the next instant, a surge of power erupts within Vincent, causing him to cry out in agony. The pain of receiving this power forces him to his knees. Sari and Hannah, seeing this, worriedly called out in unison. Young Master Vincent. Anne Oilean, still sitting leisurely in a corner, said, "Endure it. If you can't, you'll be exposed. If you're truly seeking the truth, then live for me." She chuckled, saying she wouldn't let him die a meaningless death. Meanwhile, Vincent was enduring excruciating pain, his body ablaze with immense power. Seeing him suffer, Anne Oilean sneered, just as Hannah cried out that Vincent would die, and there was no other way. Anne Oilean mysteriously says she was wondering the same thing. Now the ring on Vincent's hand suddenly activates. Anne Oilean recognizes the rings, weren't they? Ableton and Helene's Hannah is curious how she knows, and she kindly explains the ring's purpose, saying Helene was madly in love with Ableton. She'd rather bear his pain than see him suffer, so she enchanted the rings they wear. These rings allow the wearers to share their pain with each other just once. The wearers can share each other's pain. Moreover, according to Anne Oilean, that pain is far beyond human limits. Failure to endure it means certain death, yet she still wants to risk it. Hannah fearlessly puts on the ring and says that she's already had her answer for a long time, recalling Vincent's words, "She is my sister," and now she repeats those words, "and he is my brother." Anne Oilean was intrigued by the scene, saying, "Nice, I'm actually jealous." And as Hannah put on the ring, the pair resonated Vincent's ring, connecting with Hannah's, transferring some of his pain to her. He quickly noticed the change, the pain lessening as Hannah collapsed in agony. This makes Vincent realize in shock, "Hannah, are you helping me?" Immediately, his determination flares up again. "Thank you, I won't waste your efforts." He mustered all his strength to endure and absorb that power, no matter what this power had to be hers. Seeing them like that, Sherry could only worry and call out, "Young Master Lady." In that moment, Anne Oilean approached her, lamenting, "What a mess." She then recalled her old friend Bessatoon, who was much the same, often weeping at the sight of injury. She gently chided Sherry, saying that crying alone wouldn't solve anything. Anne Eileen's eyes were filled with a fierce determination, as she told Sherry to grow stronger and bring glory to the Heist Lady family together, to make everyone remember. Bessatoon understood. Instinctively, Sherry replies, "Yes, ma'am," but as their conversation ends, an explosion erupts. Sherry cried out in confusion, "That thing," but Anne Oilean herself didn't understand the situation, so she couldn't say anything more. "Even I don't fully understand its meaning," and Arslan never explained it clearly. However, he had unwavering faith, but one thing is certain, his voice echoed as a figure emerged from the smoke. Today in my tomb, Anne Eileen calls Vincent a born hero, but a voice cries out from beneath the rushing waterfall. No, I don't want to. Anne Eileen glared at the one who refused. I gave you the heavenly fruit, and your maiden sister get to live. So why should I promise to train you? Vincent, with an innocent face, continued to plead. I'm still not used to my heavenly, fruit-enhanced body. Help me, Anne Eileen. She angrily retorts that she doesn't even know how long she has left to live, let alone prepare meals for him. He bluntly continues, saying that his mother lived for a long time after being sacrificed to the celestial spirit fruit. You're a dragon, you'll probably live longer anyway. Anne Eileen clenched her fists as she replied. But why should I help you? Vincent's tone became serious and sincere. I will make sure your name lives on. Anne Eileen scoffs, asking why she should care if people remember her, but Vincent's next words strike a nerve. What about her comrades? For a dragon who's lived for centuries, keeping a promise and even dying for it. Why? Because their promise means more to them than anything else. Their memories are being twisted and erased because of him. The story of these fallen heroes can't be treated this way. I'll set things right. Vincent pleads with all his heart, help me, Anne Eileen. A flicker of memories and night falls as Anne Eileen gathers with everyone around the fire. Francis is drawing Etenia, while she worries about everything. Anne Eileen gently closed her eyes, asking him to promise her one thing, to make her part the most spectacular, befitting the name Singer of Destruction. Vincent wondered, weren't you all about death and destruction? Anne Eileen snapped back. Yes, now listen to your elders. He smiled, and it reminded him, don't you dare laugh. Vincent, his face calm, told himself, yes, I certainly will, to tell your story. As the ring shimmered, a voice echoed, creating a subdimension. Vincent reaches out, and as the ring separates, it helps people share pain, but when linked, it's a place to hide. Anne Eileen is intrigued, realizing it's perfect for training someone now. But that's not all. It also has the power to manipulate time. 3 years inside is only 1 year outside. However, it's from 200 years ago, so there will be limitations. First, you can only stay inside for a maximum of 6 years. Second, it only creates a space, and we can come and go as we please. Vincent smiles at the ring, thanking the person who gave it to him, when suddenly a blinding light erupts from it. A gate opens its depths as black as a bottomless pit, as Anne Eileen watches it all unfold, wondering if this is really happening. Before she can process it, he's already darted inside. Julian followed, diving in after them, while Anne Eileen panicked below, shouting, "Stop, wait, you'll die." By then, Anne Eileen and Vincent had already fallen. Surrounded by a galaxy of shimmering light, Vincent looked around, commenting on the darkness. Julian, thinking the same thing, added that there was nothing there. Anne Eileen rushed over, exclaiming that she told them to wait. Even I only come in here once every 2 weeks, Julian thought, assuming she could come and go as she pleased. He tried to explain to Vincent, how long do you think a person can stay alone in this dark place? A month is enough to drive you crazy. Julian leaned in and whispered to Vincent, if I do that? He pointed at Anne Eileen. Do you dare to go to extremes? If I live here for at least a month, you'll become my loyal shipper. Anne Eileen grinned, brimming with confidence. But if I lose, I'll be your slave. They both declared, no takebacks. As night falls, the air grows colder than it has been for days. A massive tiger roars saliva, flying as it anticipates the delicious scent before it. Below, Anne Eileen is about to be attacked, but she stands still, confident in her abilities. How arrogant. Her face twists in a grotesque expression as she snarls, daring to bare your fangs at me. I'll show you who the real dragon of death and destruction is. After unleashing her power on the tiger, Anne Eileen stopped cursing. The tiger was now charred beyond recognition, and she lamented that she'd incinerated the meat. Cut to a scene where a dark, viscous liquid drips into a vial. Anne Eileen carefully fills each vial, explaining that it's the blood of a dying dragon, but it's still useful. Anne Eileen, lost in thought about Vincent, suddenly snaps, tightening the lid of a jar. That calculating little brat, does he really think he can do it in a month? Cut to Vincent calmly training his powers as Julian flits around him. The quiet is broken by hurried footsteps. Anne Eileen is frantic. Hey, you haven't gone crazy, have you? Vincent opened his eyes at the sound of her voice. Oh, has it been 2 weeks already? She asks Vincent. With your rock-solid spirit, were you locked up for 10 years or something? He's calm. Well, sort of. Anne Eileen, hands on her hips, asks if he plans to lie there until the ring's power runs out as Vincent examines the vial of blood. That's right, thanks in advance for the next 2 weeks. Death and destruction, Longsheeper. Anne Eileen stomps out of the cave, fuming. That damn fake. How could I let someone like that bully me? She paused, hoping he would keep his word and rewrite his story. Anne Eileen calmed herself and continued forward. We'll be reunited soon enough. Cut to a sword held high, emitting a blinding light, likely from the blade itself. Swish, a powerful slash. 2 years later, equivalent to 6 years in the subdimension, Vincent practices swordsmanship as Anne Eileen watches from above. You've finally grown into a man, she observes. At this rate, most mages won't be a match for you. Anne Eileen stomps out of the cave, fuming. That damn fake. How could I let someone like that bully me? Vincent is startled, and Julian calls out from above. Hey, look up. Warm rays of light descend, and Vincent feels relieved. Now I can rest. Roaring flame dragon, bring death and destruction. Green flares are being shot into the sky, then falling down as a crowd looks up, exclaiming that they're being bombed. Russ, standing amidst the power orders a magic barrier to be erected, while Han surveys the situation, wondering if he's seeing things. As a group storms through the gate, a voice cries out amidst the chaos. Aren't those our soldiers? Seeing the dire situation, Russ declares, I'll join the battle. Mages, protect me. The mages obey his command. His face twisted with brutality, he commanded that no one breach the fortress. Suddenly something caught his attention, a soldier slowly floating closer. The soldier spotted him and froze, crying out, Commander. Before he could finish, Russ swung his sword, ending him with a single blow. The other soldiers who witnessed this were terrified, crying out, Commander, what's wrong with you? Russ was like a man possessed, cutting down anyone in his path with a bloodthirsty rage. His face was dark, his eyes burned red, and a strange, unholy power seemed to envelop him. Russ advances attacking. A bloody battle unfolds, smoke and fire everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. Cut to a contrasting scene, a more peaceful place, where pure white snow blankets everything. Wilson happily chimes in, saying he's become cooler in the past 2 years, and Siri adds that the training must have been very successful. Vincent, facing them, says they've also worked hard, apologizing for troubling them upon his return. Just as things were getting interesting, something caught his eye. But there's something I want to ask. Vincent looks out the window, wondering why his family's soldiers are at the fortress. Vincent stood up to explain that they were gathering reinforcements, repeating the word reinforcements for emphasis. Siri elaborated, explaining that recently many unusual and unidentifiable disturbances had been occurring across the continent. Recently, a border fortress commander has rebelled and attacked his own people. Many things big and small have happened, so they're recruiting students too. Vincent paused for a few seconds. Something felt off. Knock knock, a low voice echoed. Headmaster. Vincent stood formally outside, searching for someone. Are you there? I've come to report my return. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of power erupted, and magical vines wrapped around him. Then a voice echoed. How interesting. Standing below, Herka gripped the magic restraints tightly, wondering who dared unleash this kind of magic in front of the dean's office. Eager to see their face, she looked up and met Vincent's eyes, and spoke first. You're Vincent. He smiled and greeted her. Long time no see, Dean. Inside the room, Vincent and Herka were chatting. I guess the celestial fruit really worked, huh? She circled him, looking him up and down, marveling at how much he'd changed, noting that he was taller than her now, and that he could probably take down even a breakthrough master. Heosia sighed, leaning against the desk and holding her head. Vincent found it strange. Are you unhappy to see your student improve? Heosia seemed lost in thought. Well, she hesitantly asked, have you forgotten that I'm still an 8th level student? What will the others think? They'll just say, wow. Vincent is so awesome. Annoyed, she says they should just promote him to the breakthrough level, but Vincent objects, saying it makes no sense. Just as she's complaining, a report comes from outside. Headmaster, the level 8 representative is here. Julian was surprised. The new representative for level 8, Vincent, asked who it was, and Hoka called them in. A voice said, Greetings, Dean. Julian's eyes widened as Loa entered the room, approaching them. Reporting in is Loa Adenka, the rank 8 student representative, and the 8th direct descendant of the Adenka family. Loa then noticed the others in the room and quickly stopped. Oh, you have guests, I'll come back later. Herka stopped her. It's fine, you two know each other. Hearing Herta's words, she was a little confused. Know each other? Impossible. After a moment, Loa exclaimed, Useless older brother Vincent. Julian grinds his teeth. That little witch. I hope she stubs her toe and flips her nail back. And furthermore, Vincent exhales, reminding him to stay calm. Loa tormented Vincent when they were younger, so it's no wonder Julian is so angry. Loa approaches Vincent, saying, It's been 7 years since they last properly met, and she's heard he's changed. She scans him, thinking he hasn't just changed a little, but become a completely different person. Vincent smiles. Long time no see, Loa, she teases. Little brother, I think you should speak to me more politely. Vincent looks away. Oh, right. He places his hand on Loa's head, patting it as he says, Does that make you happier, my dear sister? Loa gritted her teeth angrily, shoving Vincent's hand away, telling him to get his hands off her. Don't underestimate me. Ever since she became the rank 8 representative, people have said Loa would have to give up her position to Vincent upon his return. Everyone said it, even the instructors, treating her like a temporary replacement. Once Vincent returned, she was also a direct descendant of the Adenka family. Don't underestimate her. Loa swings her sword at Vincent, declaring this a fair fight. Loa challenges Vincent, demanding he prove his achievements are real. Vincent smirks, replying that she'll regret it. Loa points her sword at Vincent, demanding a duel. But Herta sees her naivety, the vast difference in power that Loa can't even comprehend. Heoka sighed, knowing that even if they fought it wouldn't be a real battle. Lost in thought, she suddenly remembered something. Heoka's eyes sparkled as she suggested, Why not settle it with a sword duel? She ran over and put her arm around Vincent, saying that since it had come to this, everyone free should come watch, including the student representatives. Winking suggestively, she declared that they should go big, and without waiting for an answer announced the duel would take place in a week, at the fortress's main arena. Cut to Bella, who asks Loa if she really intends to duel Vincent. Loa ventured deeper into the cave, echoing Bella's words, yes, and I will win. A sinister smile crept across Loa's face. I will win and force Vincent to grovel before me once more. Rewind to the past when Loa mercilessly struck Vincent down. Vincent, you were born to submit to her just like 5 years ago, when Loa beat you so badly you cried like a child, it suits you so well. And yet you dare look at her that way. Fueled by rage, Loa vows to make him pay for his contempt, eager to see Vincent humiliated before everyone. Bella follows behind her, reminding her that Vincent's reputation is quite impressive, the youngest to ever achieve the Void imprint, the only one to win in the exchange event, not to mention his achievements in May, Thume, and Helm. Loa paid no mind to those words, knowing rumors are always exaggerated. Still Bella, she understood her concern. But there's really no need to worry. Vincent beating Asia is less than a tenth of a chance, because from the moment he accepted the challenge, Vincent had no chance at all. Like a moth drawn to a flame, she places her hand on the door, suddenly shouting loudly that Vincent will lose before he can even make a move. Prepare yourself, Vincent's brother. Silbera prepares to strike. A powerful impact, but Vincent barely flinches. Vanelli attacks from behind. Silbera don't let him escape. Sweat drips as Vincent vanishes in an instant before Silbera and Vanelli's eyes. The two are shaken by what just happened, and Vanelli cries out, he's gone. Caught in the momentum, she and Silbera crash headfirst into each other, as Vincent watches on arms crossed, asking if they should call it a day. Vanelli, still dazed, simply replies, yeah. She approaches him, eyes shining with excitement despite the pain, amazing Vincent. Caught in the momentum, she and Silbera crash headfirst into each other, as Vincent watches on arms crossed, asking if they should call it a day. Vincent extends his hand, remarking that everyone has gotten stronger, reaching level 7 inches, just 2 years, impressive. Vanelli beams, saying it's all thanks to him. If you hadn't abandoned me back then, none of this would have happened. I didn't even see you attack. You've gotten insanely strong in the last 2 years. Silbera, her cheeks flushed grudgingly, admits, yeah, and... Turning away, she thinks, you've gotten so handsome too. Suddenly sensing danger from behind, Vincent swiftly turned and unleashed his sword, narrowly avoiding a blow. He greeted his attacker with a smirk, long time no see. He reached out his hand to introduce him. This is my close friend Revent Adenka. After the introductions, Vincent turned back and continued, Revent, it seems you haven't been slacking off. The giant's defense has improved significantly. Revent confidently replies, of course I need to be skilled enough not to be ashamed in front of you. Vincent forces a smile and says, my attack might not be as good as yours, but who knows, my defense might surpass you. I'll be waiting to see that. Before they could spar, Revent suggested, what about you? I'll wait to see the results of your training. Vincent waved his hand. Actually, I already have an appointment. He looked at Silbera and asked Silbera, where's Raven? We promised to spar when he got back. She hesitated. Well, Silbera said something that shocked Vincent. Raven. Cut to Vincent outside where he's doing something. In his hand he holds a newspaper. Prince Raven and the gang missing lost contact, during a mission along with an attendant. Julian notes that Raven was accompanied by Shokel, wondering if he's been caught up in the chaos Vincent mentioned, to which Vincent confirms according to the article. He stares at the facts in the paper. This is clearly the work of Darwin's evil spirits even now somewhere out there. Matham and Helm are happening all over again. Vincent June Raven and Butler Shokel. Sometime during all this, the newspaper had been crumpled in his hands, his face filled with hatred. We have to put an end to this basket case plan as soon as possible. Julian suggests that to do that, they need to escape these bonds quickly. He sighs, agreeing that he's still just a student for a few more years, and even if he sets aside the loudspeaker, he can't become the successor right away. We have to find a way to leave the vice leader position as soon as possible. As they talked, Maria interrupted from below. Let me in, I'm freezing out here. The guard quickly stopped her. I'm sorry, but at least you have to identify yourself. Vincent eyed the pair below. Whoever she was, she certainly stood out. Julian peeked over as well, agreeing, but that woman. Julian felt like he'd seen her somewhere before. An image flashed in his mind, and he pointed at Maria, exclaiming, Brother, I think I've found it. Vincent wondered. Found what? Julian happily continued the fastest way to leave the Vice Lord. At the same time, Maria angrily declared her identity. I am Maria, chief reporter for the Wind's Voice newspaper. Let me see Vincent Adenka. After some arguing, Maria is now shivering from the cold. Someone brings her something warm. Here, have some hot tea. Maria takes the tea and sips it. Thank you. Siri observes her and whispers into Vincent's ear, Who is she, master? Maria puts down her tea, saying she should introduce herself. She's Maria, chief reporter for the Wind's Voice. Siri is shocked. The Wind's Voice, the continent's top news organization. Maria laughs, saying it's nothing special. Vincent cuts her off, saying that going north without warm clothes is extremely dangerous. She explains that she had no choice. As soon as she heard about him, she rushed over as quickly as possible. He reached out, questioning why she was so eager to find him. Maria jumped up, pointing a finger in his face, startling him, saying it was just instinct. My reporter instincts told me, you're a walking scoop. That's my ace reporter sense kicking in. Julian watched her ramble on. In other words, I'm a walking scoop. Vincent replied. Exactly, you're the Maria I had in mind. She was the first and most eager to report on their actions in Helium 2 years ago. Thanks to Julian's memory, Vincent recognized reporter Maria, so it's time for the next step. Vincent decided to speak. I'll give you an exclusive just for Sound of the Wind. Maria was ecstatic. Really, he paused, acting thoughtful. Let's see, the headline is. She agreed the moment she heard it. That's great. Newspapers fly through the streets. A man clutches one in his hand, unable to process the information. This can't be real. Is it really you, young Master Vincent? Time passes and it's the day of the duel. In the stands, Vanelli cheers him on. You can do it, Vincent, Salbiro shouts just as loud. Go get him, Hansen says. It's been 2 years. Meanwhile, Abel gazes down at Vincent, finally showing his face. Khan and Vexa silently observe, each lost in their own thoughts. Ho-Ka sighs from behind, thinking he was going to let him skip a few levels. Everywhere, people are holding newspapers discussing Vincent Adenka's sudden return to the succession race. Can he surpass his siblings? A blonde bystander reading the paper remarks on the recent buzz while another glances at Maria, who's stifling a laugh, noting that the wind has stolen her thunder. Maria, seeing the news spread, thinks to herself, all right, I've spread your story everywhere just like you wanted. The rest depends on the day. Vincent thinks, overwhelmed by the scene in the arena. What is this? Wasn't this just supposed to be a simple family squabble? Her panic subsides, replaced by a sinister thought. No, this is even better. All these eyes will witness Vincent's defeat. Ho-Ka sighs from behind, thinking he was going to let him skip a few levels. Everywhere, people are holding newspapers discussing Vincent Adenka's sudden return to the succession race. Can he surpass his siblings? Revan recalls Vincent's request, incredulously asking, what, you want me to be the referee? Vincent, arms crossed, assesses him. With your immense little king abilities. The rest depends on the day. Vincent thinks, overwhelmed by the scene in the arena. What is this? Wasn't this just supposed to be a simple family squabble? Her panic subsides, replaced by a sinister thought. No, this is even better. All these eyes will witness Vincent's defeat. Revan recalls Vincent's request, incredulously asking, what, you want me to be the referee? Vincent, arms crossed, assesses him. With your immense little king abilities. Vincent retorts that Loa is arrogant, but Loa is confused by his expression. Vincent repeats with his arms crossed, saying that she's too weak to face the Red Lotus. Revan smiles. All right, show me. Vincent declares the match begins. Hearing this, Loa raises his sword. I'll carve an unforgettable humiliation into you, brother. Wake up, Bloodchain. Vincent continued, saying that he had accepted 4 disadvantages for the sword duel, no moving a wooden sword his left hand and attacking last, but today he'd accept everything except attacking last. Unable to bear Vincent's words, Loa grits her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred as she cries out, how much do you have to despise me to be satisfied? Who's arrogant now? I'll show you all right here and now. A crimson light erupts and Bella beholds the red circle before her. Her body is being enveloped by the power emanating from the sword, and Bella watches the transformation in horror. Did she seal my magic? Unable to bear Vincent's words, Loa grits her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred as she cries out, how much do you have to despise me to be satisfied? Anyone who meets the gaze of this sword will have their magic sealed, a temporary effect but fatal. Bella asks, magic sealed is as good as death for a martial artist. Isn't that right? Loa smiled, confident in her victory. That's easy, Revan hastily explained. That's not the point. There are so many other people, so why me? Vincent stated firmly. I want you to see it with your own eyes, to see how strong the person you swore loyalty to has become. He widened his eyes, taking in the situation, as Loa smirked, thinking she had him trapped, preventing Vincent from using his magic. She speeds toward him, spearhead aimed true, declaring she will cut off his left hand. That's easy, Revan hastily explained. That's not the point. There are so many other people, so why me? Vincent stated firmly. I want you to see it with your own eyes, to see how strong the person you swore loyalty to has become. He widened his eyes, taking in the situation, as Loa smirked, thinking she had him trapped, preventing Vincent from using his magic. Loa's hands trembled as she gripped the sword hilt. Could he have broken the sword with just his physical strength? Vincent held out the wooden sword. All right, let's begin. As you wish, little sister, I'll show you my true power. Loa was in disbelief, unable to fathom how her sword could break, without mana. Loa was in disbelief, unable to fathom how her sword could break, without mana. Loa's hands trembled as she gripped the sword hilt. Could he have broken the sword with just his physical strength? Vincent held out the wooden sword. All right, let's begin. As you wish, little sister, I'll show you my true power. Why is he looking at me like that? Vincent's gaze is fixed on the sword behind him, and Revan quickly grabs it, clutching it tightly. No, please, do you know how hard I worked to buy this sword? Loa accuses him of tampering with her sword, claiming it's the only way he could have won. He suggests that if her sword breaks, she can just ask Master Hansen to forge her a high-end one. Revant happily smiles, offering the sword to Loa. Here you go, my lady. She accepts it, saying, all right, the grade of this sword. She turns and shouts, Bella, bring me another. Bring me all the swords I refuse to lose like this. A powerful sharp strike tears through the air, and a gleaming blade seemingly made of ice or crystal shatters into countless sharp fragments. Each sword plunges into the ground, and Loa, in a cold sweat, loses her initial arrogance. then collapses to her knees. Murmurs echo from the stands. That was the 7th sword. Isn't she the 8th? She's not even in his league. What was she thinking? Targeting the 7th son. 1,000 thoughts race through her mind. No way is Vincent this strong, so I never stood a chance from the start. It's as if I've fallen into a trap that Vincent set up beforehand. Meanwhile, Vexa tells Khan that their levels are completely different. The way he controls that overwhelming power is just like, he's no different from the head of the family, after absorbing the spirit fruit. He agrees with her saying, that's right, for the past 2 years, Vincent has fully mastered the power of the spirit fruit. Loa remains motionless, and Revan approaches to ask if she will continue the match. Seeing that she didn't respond, Revan announced, Loa, Adenka is no longer able to continue. The winner is Vincent Adenka. He looks up and smiles. There they are. Revan, protect Loa. Boom. Something falls into the arena and explodes. Vanelli asks what's going on, and Sabiro replies that someone has entered the arena. Revan stood amidst the smoke and fire, wondering what was happening. As the smoke cleared, Vincent calmly greeted him, saying it had been a while. The 5th brother, Daimian, with one hand on his hip and the other carrying his sword on his shoulder, asked, You actually dodged that attack. I knew you were good. He pointed to himself and then asked Vincent, Okay, I've decided. Fight me too. From the stands, Herka shouts, Hey Demian, you can't just jump in like that. He glances at Rote and says, Yes sir. Demian puts his hand to his mouth and shouts, Student representative, 7th rank Demian Adenka, may I join the fight? Herka sighs helpless, I can't stop him. That combat junkie always acts before he thinks. Vincent is approaching, and he says he doesn't mind. Huron happily points at Vincent, saying he can talk. Herka is surprised by this decision, wondering if Vincent anticipated Heron's interference. Very well, let's see how far this goes. As headmaster, I approve this match fight as you wish. Demian, brimming with power, challenges Vincent directly, You better give it your all. A colossal entity shrouded in fiery light and intense orange-red energy exudes divinity or ultimate power as Demian prepares to strike with Firewheel, taunting Vincent that he'll die otherwise. Above, Abin sits with his arms crossed, explaining that Demian's blessing Hoa Luan comes from the god of fire, a deity who creates powerful explosions. Each ring of fire contains enough power to blow away a snow-covered mountain if we're talking about pure destructive power. Heron is the strongest of our 8 siblings, his earth-shattering explosions capable of vaporizing the land. Everything is crumbling under his power, smoke and fire billowing like a volcanic eruption. The audience murmurs, feeling the heat as a vortex of flames swirls around Revan, who recalls Vincent's words, I might be stronger than you defensively. I look forward to it. Revan smirks, full of anticipation, as Damian's sword is blocked by a protective aura. Revan smirks, impressed that Vincent kept up even defensively, while Damian stares in disbelief. He jumped on Vincent, showering him with praise, his eyes sparkling with admiration, saying, You're amazing, how did you block my attack? Everyone else can only dodge it, but you blocked it. Vincent was pinned and unable to move. Hey, let me go first, Revan gently reminded him. Well, Prince Damian, what about the match? Damian put his arm around Vincent's shoulders. Why ask the obvious? I can't beat Vincent, I surrender. Revan smirks, full of anticipation, as Damian's sword is blocked by a protective aura. He jumped on Vincent, showering him with praise, his eyes sparkling with admiration, saying, You're amazing, how did you block my attack? Everyone else can only dodge it, but you blocked it. Vincent was pinned and unable to move. Maria explains that Vincent defeated the 6th child while in rank 9, and now he's defeated the 8th daughter and the 5th son. So who's next? Below, Vincent's blade points directly at Aiden. Vincent looks at Abin. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're scared. Abin seems panicked. That attack was blocked so easily. He tries to reassure himself, calm down. Vincent has definitely gotten stronger, but there's still a way to win. I'm the genius who has mastered all the Adenka family's swordsmanship. I can handle any situation. Every warrior has a weakness. Vincent must have one too. A weakness. Why can't I find it? Attack, defense, everywhere I look. I can't see any openings at all. */times. A brilliant flash of power descends and Aben cleaves Vincent's body in two. He doesn't resist, just stands there, and finally Vincent's soul bursts before Aben's eyes. Yanjiang couldn't believe his eyes. This can't be real. There has to be at least one chance for me to win. Just one. Aben stared at Vincent's face, pleading. Hey, let me go first, Revan gently reminded him. Well, Prince Damian, what about the match? Damian put his arm around Vincent's shoulders. Why ask the obvious? I can't beat Vincent, I surrender. I can't see any openings at all. */times. A brilliant flash of power descends and Aben cleaves Vincent's body in two. He doesn't resist, just stands there, and finally Vincent's soul bursts before Aben's eyes. He thought if he lost to Vincent in front of this crowd, his chances in the succession race would vanish forever, but if he didn't fight, he'd be remembered as a coward. Whispers arose. Even the 4th child doesn't dare step up. But after witnessing Lord Vincent's power, who would dare challenge him? At this rate, won't Vincent be aiming for the next family head position? Hearing those comments, Fidel clenched his fist. That bastard Vincent. He's finally starting to make waves. He remained calm and still, as Aben watched with all his might, hoping for any opening, anything. His pupils widened. No, he'd already lost hundreds of times before even truly fighting him. Her car had been standing behind them for who knows how long. It seems their plan won't work. Seeing her sudden appearance, Fidel quickly greets her. Headmaster Hercar raised her hand to hide a smile. Every match within this arena falls under my jurisdiction, and of course I have no intention of stopping it, Elder Fidel. Fidel grumbled under his breath. Damn it. Vincent stood in the arena, arms outstretched as if waiting. Now then, Aiden, make your decision, the audience is waiting. Will you accept the challenge or run away? Abel hesitated, unable to decide. Suddenly, a mocking voice catches his attention, a warrior running from a challenge. Are you trying to tarnish the Aiden Ka'a family name? Abel asked. Why are you here? Big Brother Kamen has appeared in the stands. Admiration and awe fill the air. Prince Kamen. Isn't he supposed to be in the pirate archipelago? This is going too far. Julian looks at him with disgust. You remind Vincent you have to show everything. Vincent reveals no emotion. Yes. Maria thought to herself the pirate archipelago was still under development last I heard. So you've returned, and you didn't even tell me you were coming. Kamen, what are you plotting? Abel asked, looking down in shame. Hey, if you back out now, you'll be... A voice echoed in his mind. Abel, you've changed. He's shocked. It's telepathy. Kamen continues to transmit his thoughts. Since when did you think you could disobey me? Enough excuses. If I say go, you go. A voice cuts through the tension, urging calm. Prince, you shouldn't frighten your little brother like that. Threatening others is our thing after all. Soretta gestured with a smile. Julian points. Recognizing her, it's Soretta, the pirate queen. A wanted criminal responsible for countless deaths of civilians and warriors. The stands erupt in chaos. It's the pirate queen. Why would she come to this continent? Runkan rushes forward to block her with Vasha and Herka behind him. His face stern, he speaks. I won't ask why you're here, Sea Queen. A criminal like you has no right to a last word. Soretta confused looks at Carmen Auntie. You haven't told them yet, he smirks. She's my little surprise. Suddenly she kneels and respectfully announces, I, Soretta, vow. I pledge allegiance to Carmen Adelka, and with it the entirety of the pirate archipelago under my command will be incorporated into the Adelka territory. Khan was stunned. The surrounding onlookers voiced their disbelief. Has the pirate queen surrendered? In just 2 years, Prince Carmen has conquered the entire pirate archipelago. Khan watches them lost in thought. So Carmen achieved his goal. He smirks. Sorry I stole your spotlight again, my dear little brother Vincent. Vincent remained silent, staring back at him. Sarita knelt respectfully at Carmen's feet. As murmurs spread, he conquered the pirate archipelago in just 2 years and subdued their queen. After a pause, Khan finally spoke. Vesa, and the woman behind him whispered, it seems he's not lying. Her eyes show no reaction. Carmen strides toward him. Father, 2 years ago, before I set sail, I told you I would prove myself the most worthy Adenka to inherit the family. Whispers erupt in the stands. So the Adenka family now rules the seas. As expected, the next successor will be the eldest son, Prince Carmen. Khan coldly observed him, offering no response, cutting through the chatter as Carmen adjusted his coat. Everyone, thank you for the congratulations, but today isn't about me. Don't forget, this is my brother Vincent Adenka's stage to prove himself. He placed his hand on Abel's shoulder, his coercive tone undisguised now. Then Abel, teach your long-lost younger brother a lesson. Vincent remained silent throughout. Below the arena, Revant began the introductions. We will now begin the friendly duel between Vincent and Abel. An Dung nervously asked Carmen, should I strike first with my sword? No, he'll definitely parry. Strike first, then counter. No, that won't work either. Seeing his fear, Carmen sighs. Wait, Abel. He hands him a vial of yellow liquid. Take this. Abel looks at it curiously and asks, what is it? Carmen explains that it's a potion pirates drink before a fight given by Soretta as a sign of loyalty and said to amplify magic temporarily, leaving Abel even more apprehensive. He stared thinking Soretta offered it as a sign of loyalty, and it can temporarily amplify magic. Without hesitation, Abel drank it all in one gulp, causing Carmen to gasp, so fast. Suddenly, Abel's body surged with magical power, filling him with confidence. Power now flowing to his younger sibling, making him feel capable of anything. Having accomplished her goal, Carmen turned and walked away, muttering, with that power, can you defeat Vincent? No, even without it. I don't believe you'll lose. You're the most intelligent genius among our siblings, right? Abel blushed. Brother? He clenched his fist, confidently entering the arena, certain of his victory. Yes, he would win. A sinister smile crept across Carmen's face. Excellent. Do your best, Abel. You can't win anyway. Revens waves the flag, signaling the start of the match. Vincent smirks at Abel. Don't be so tense. I'll give you a head start like before. Meanwhile, Abel is drenched in sweat and unresponsive. He just stands there, panting and motionless as Vincent reminds him. Left hand, no movement. Well then, begin whenever you're ready. Observing Abel's expression, he seemed to notice something was wrong. What was it? Abel's condition seemed strange. He held his head, his face pale. Just moments ago he felt power surging, but now his body wouldn't respond. Abel stumbles, nearly falling, and Vincent reaches out, asking if he's all right. But Abel is haunted by voices in his head. What's wrong with him? Is he okay? The fourth prince doesn't look well. Brother Abel. Like a beast, Abel lunges at Vincennes enraged and out of control. Vincennes calmly blocks Abel's strike, observing him closely, sensing something is definitely wrong. His eyes lost focus. Abel was no longer himself, and this scent, salty with a faint, fishy odor, the scent of the sea of sorrow. Vincennes pushed him back with force, creating distance. Abel snarled, launching another frenzied attack, and Vincennes knew something was wrong. He needed to end this quickly and figure out what was happening. Abel, now empowered, unleashed a ferocious attack with incredible speed and force, roaring Vincennes' name. His blade sliced across Abel's back, causing him to shudder, a snarl escaping his lips, whether from pain or rage. Vincennes looked up to face an enormous violent surge of purple energy erupting before him. His eyes widened in confusion. What was happening? Abel had lost consciousness before his sword even touched him. He lay on the ground, coughing up black blood, his face contorted, his eyes rolling back as he faded into unconsciousness. Vincennes stared in stunned silence, as the nobles above shifted uneasily, and Fidelneil and Galgon were utterly dumbfounded. A cry echoes through the arena. Lord Abel is coughing up blood. Someone get a healer. Get the healers here. Carmen leaps from the stands, his voice laced with worry. What happened, healer? The healer supporting Abel turns back. Ah, it's poison. I can't identify it, but it seems to be a deadly one. Vincennes froze, and Carmen called out to him. Don't tell me you poisoned him. Hearing the baseless accusations, Vincennes lost his composure and tried to explain. Wait, what are you saying? I didn't do anything to Abel. Suddenly, Jagan grabs him from behind, restraining him. Stay still. Until the cause of this poisoning is determined, Vincennes, you'll be imprisoned. He glared at him, grinding his teeth. Elder Jagan, the situation is... A weak voice called out, help me. It's Abel lying on the stretcher pleading, I don't want to die. I don't want to. I trusted you. Why? Why? Hearing that name, a spark of hatred ignites in Vincennes' eyes. Was his desire for the family head position so great that he'd push his own brother to his death? It's Abel lying on the stretcher pleading, I don't want to die. I don't want to. I trusted you. Why? Why? Thank you. You will never inherit the legacy of Khan and Astelan. In the prison, a door slams shut, and Julian clutches his head in a panic. Ugh, prison again. Vincennes reassured him, telling him to calm down, as this wasn't the first time. He glanced to the side, saying, Anyway, Headmaster, how could you end up like this? Heka avoids his gaze, pouting, saying she has to take responsibility and go to prison for issues related to the artillery commander. She may have gone a bit far with Elder Fidenel, and this must be a setup. So, Vincennes just asking, but you didn't intentionally poison Aben, did you? Hearing those absurd words, Vincennes retorted impatiently, of course not. Hercan agreed, breathing a sigh of relief. With your skills you wouldn't need poison. Vincennes stood and paced, true, but if we let Carmen do as she pleases, he'll pin the blame for poisoning on me for sure. I have to get out of here. Hoka pulls with all her might. Damn it, it won't budge. Vincennes notices her blackened hands. Looks like high-level sealing magic covers the whole thing. She suddenly has an idea. Magic, huh? Then all I need is a special strike. Hearing this, he immediately replied, no way. It seems directly related to controlling magic power. Breaking it from the inside will be very difficult. Hoka slumped down, saying, if only Vagan were here. He broke out a long time ago, Vincennes asked, suddenly remembering something. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him since we returned. Where did the vice commander go? She didn't dare say it directly. Well, footsteps echoed from the hallway, growing closer. Enough, no more beating around the bush. Carmen stood before the cell. The investigation is complete, Vincennes. Hearing his voice, Vincennes gritted his teeth. Carmen. He released the hand holding the egg. Vincennes, a vial of poison was found in your room, the same kind found on Aben, and on the wooden sword you used. You tried to poison your brother in a duel that was supposed to be an honorable contest. Unfazed, Vincennes coldly asked, was this your plan from the start, Carmen? A true warrior answers with strength. How disgraceful for one of noble birth. Carmen walks away, saying he doesn't know what he's talking about, but if the council accepts the investigation's results, he points at him. You will be executed on the spot, according to Vincennes law. Julian and Hercar freeze, and she cries out, executed on the spot. After that conversation, Carmen walked away thinking, humph, that arrogant Vincennes brat. All the evidence has been fabricated. There's no way out for him now. Let's see how arrogant you are when your head's about to roll, Vincennes. Pleased with the outcome, he then encounters someone. Khan is at the prison and Carmen speaks first. Well, inside the cell. What is that true? Vincennes confronts Hercar, asking if he's the vice commander who disappeared 2 years ago. She tiredly confirms, yes. She last saw Vagon at his late sister's house, which was soon burned down, and hasn't heard from him since. Meanwhile, Khan asks Carmen what he's plotting. He approaches him, saying that Aben is in critical condition. The poison is unknown and untreatable. Does he intend to let Aben die? Carmen composes himself, feigning ignorance. Khan's eyes blaze as he raises a fist. You think, I don't know. A powerful blow lands, sending Carmen reeling. Khan loomed over him, radiating authority. You've become arrogant, relying on those old men in the family. Do you think everything will go your way? Blood trickled from Carmen's mouth as he leaned against the wall. You couldn't find any proof, could you? If you did, I wouldn't be here, would I? The Black Sword unit would have dragged you back to headquarters long ago. A warrior's strength exists to protect. That should be the only truth, the duty of a warrior. Didn't I teach you that? Aren't your actions now going against the duties of a warrior? Father, how dare you lecture me about duty? His next words were shocking. What good is duty? With your power, why not crush everything you hate, instead of being bound by worthless duty? I'm not like you, Father. Times have changed, and I'll do anything to get what I want. Khan looks at Carmen asking why he wants to be the head of the family and what he's doing all this for. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, saying he hates being beneath anyone. Vincent dear, even his own father, unable to bear the feeling of being looked down upon. He turns and walks away. Watch closely, Father, and see how I replace you. His words stop Carmen in her tracks. Are you so sure it's over? I haven't defeated Vincent yet. Even now, that kid is still out there. He's surely read my moves and is plotting his comeback. Back in the prison cell, Vincent is deep in thought when Julian speaks up, saying that identifying the poison is key to clearing his name. He asks what will happen if they find the poison, and Julian offers an idea. Aben's need to choose such a thing means it must be a rare poison, and its origin or creator will be limited. If we can identify the poison, we might be able to find the real culprit. Vincent pondered, placing his hand on his chin. Come to think of it, the smell of the sea. Julian, startled, asked. Huh, the sea, Vincent recalled. No more like the fishy smell. Julian closed his eyes. The fishy smell. Carmen, the pirate queen. His eyes snapped open as he realized the truth. He exclaimed, I know, it's poison from the anglerfish, a predator living in the deep seas of the pirate islands. It lures prey with glowing tendrils on its jaw, which contain a colorless poison extracted from those luminous feelers, and I've heard it's used in pirate infighting. Hearing Julian's information, Vincent realizes something. The pirate is that woman. Julian reminds him that if someone is poisoned by the anglerfish, their body will dissolve into water within 5 hours. If he was poisoned right after Carmen appeared, then 5 hours will be up by sunset. Meanwhile, Abel writhes in his hospital bed, as Julian continues. He'll be dead before sunset. Voices rise in protest as Vesa chases after Khan, saying, This isn't right, sir, please allow me. Let me speak with Carmen directly. But he turns and cuts her off, then Abel will surely die. Khan recounts his time in the prison, saying, I met Carmen, and he clearly doesn't approve of my methods. If F surrenders, he might conceal the whereabouts of that vile poison. If he was poisoned right after Carmen appeared, then 5 hours will be up by sunset. Meanwhile, Abel writhes in his hospital bed, as Julian continues. He'll be dead before sunset. Hearing Julian's information, Vincent realizes something. The pirate is that woman. Julian reminds him that if someone is poisoned by the anglerfish, their body will dissolve into water within 5 hours. He recalls Abel being taken away by the medical team, lying on a stretcher whispering, I believed in you. Why would you do this? Why? Vincent clenches his fist, determined. It's true, Abel was never kind to us, but I can't let him die with such resentment. With determination, he declared they had to save Abel at all costs. As Hoka wondered if they even had a way out, she revealed that she had confirmed the prison was covered in magic, making a violent escape impossible. He recalls Abel being taken away by the medical team, lying on a stretcher whispering, I believed in you. Why would you do this? Why? Vincent clenches his fist, determined. It's true, Abel was never kind to us, but I can't let him die with such resentment. Seeing Hyoga in danger, Vincent shouts, Headmaster. Suddenly she's submerged in water. Hyoga looks around. This water. Sarita winces. It stopped. Don't tell me. I overheard some trainers in the fortress saying Vincent secretly used poison. Jia, standing in the crowd, wondered, what? Why would he do that? Wu reached out in response. Isn't it obvious he could take down number 5, but he was probably exhausted by number 4, right? He suddenly burst out laughing so that cowardly brat couldn't shake his lowly nature. Sari loses her cool and tries to step forward. I'll teach them a lesson, but Vincent grabs her hand tightly. Please no, Hazen says, also trying to stop her. Arguing with them is pointless. Sari sadly wishes him to clear his name and return safely. But something catches her eye. A cloaked figure approaches, startling her. With determination, he declared they had to save Abel at all costs. As Hoka wondered if they even had a way out, she revealed that she had confirmed the prison was covered in magic, making a violent escape impossible. Khan loomed over him, radiating authority. You've become arrogant, relying on those old men in the family. Do you think everything will go your way? Blood trickled from Carmen's mouth as he leaned against the wall. You couldn't find any proof, could you? The scene shifts to a devastating attack, unleashing a burst of power, creating a brilliant emerald aura. Sari is enduring the force, her eyes wide. She swings her sword forward, sending waves like drills, flying sharp and deadly. Arta stares at Vincent, realizing he also possesses the water blessing just like her. Seeing Arta distracted, he knows his chance has come perfect, an opportunity to counterattack. Vincent throws the energy toward Arta, yelling, Take this! Arta panics, wondering what's happening as he feels trapped. Vincent unleashes a terrifying power amidst screams of agony, the floating blue droplets suddenly losing their magic and falling to the ground like ordinary water. Sari can't believe her eyes. Huerga rushes to catch Vincent as he collapses. Vincent, are you alright? Vincent struggles to reply. Yes, I'm fine. Sari regains her confidence. My panic was pointless. So this prison is a special type created by the magic tower. In this prison, using magic will damage your mana pathways, rendering you powerless. Unless you die. Vincent steadies himself, realizing it's impossible. He turns to Herka. Headmaster, take a deep breath, the deepest you can. Water rushes in like a torrential flood, and Vincent and Herka are submerged as if in the deep sea. Sarietta stands outside, arms outstretched in triumph. How does it feel to be trapped in an endless bottle? Scared yet? How long can you last? 1 minute, 2. Even the best divers start gasping for air after 5 minutes. Luckily we're on land, so at least you won't become fish food. Just drown there. A figure appears before Saretta. No, and removes their hat and coat. The one drowning here is you, Pirate Queen. He calls upon his power, unleashing it. A clash of dark and light energies creates a violent storm, a torrent rushing towards Saretta. She watches herself being engulfed, thinking in disbelief. Impossible. The magic tower's prison destroyed so easily. Vincent grins. Relax, Saretta. At least we're on land, so you won't become fish food if you drown. Vincent then rushes towards Saretta and Sohail. I scoff. Don't underestimate me, brat blessing of the swallowing sea. Suddenly her confidence vanishes and panic floods her face. Saretta's pupils widened, as a massive, destructive blue energy explosion ended the duel in a blinding flash and devastating force. Vincent stood before the light, turning back to express his gratitude. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Thank you, sir. The fortress commander, holding a baby in his arms, says it's been a while, Vincent. You seem to be in a hurry. I'd like to talk more, but there's not much time. He smiled reassuringly. I have a grasp of the situation. Leave it to me, go on. Suddenly he called him back. Vincent, I saw your sparring match earlier. You've grown impressively in just 2 years. Vincent paused, a warm smile gracing the fort commander's face. Then Vincent made a promise he would greet him properly upon his return. Khan loomed over him, radiating authority. You've become arrogant, relying on those old men in the family. Do you think everything will go your way? Blood trickled from Carmen's mouth as he leaned against the wall. You couldn't find any proof, could you? Until this is over, I can't return to the fort. Until the source of the nightmare is found. Herka has awakened, and she slowly opens her eyes. Mr. Vogon. Sari loses her cool and tries to step forward. I'll teach them a lesson, but Vincent grabs her hand tightly. Please no, Hazen says, also trying to stop her. Arguing with them is pointless. He calls upon his power, unleashing it. A clash of dark and light energies creates a violent storm, a torrent rushing towards Saretta. She watches herself being engulfed, thinking in disbelief. Impossible. The magic tower's prison destroyed so easily. Vincent narrowed his eyes, just as he expected. Being caught in that current wasn't enough to kill him. Saretta clicked her tongue. If she were weak enough to die like that, she wouldn't have earned the title of Pirate Queen. Without a word, Vincent raised his sword, pointing it at Arata. Hand over the antidote to the evil blood poison. You know, I don't have time for this. Saretta adjusted her hat. So you figured it out, all the better. That just gives me more reason to end you. Vincent stared at the tsunami he'd created, thinking it's too big. So she was holding back in the tomb. The powerful water crashed into Vincent, and he felt like he was sinking into the deep sea. Despite this, Vincent calmly considered a solution, thinking that he could use his blessing to avoid drowning, but it would be dangerous to stay too long in the enemy's environment. Where's Sarita? Where did she go? He glances in one direction. Vincent slashes fiercely, but it seems to have no effect. Gritting his teeth, Vincent wonders if it's a copy, a water puppet. As he grapples with Saretta's double, an unexpected attack lands. Got you, you little sneak. Vincent immediately summons his power, the marine enforced form, as Saretta tries to block a destructive blue energy. This doesn't feel right. He also has the water blessing. This could go on forever. I'll have to use a bigger technique now. Suddenly Vincent spoke. Saretta, I have to ask you something. Why did you submit to Carmen? You who can control water could never lose to him at sea. Saretta looked down from above. Do you know the greatest virtue of a pirate? It's greed, the desire to have more than any other pirate. Yes, Carmen lost to me. A makeshift fleet and skills too mediocre to be called an heir to the family. In the end, his journey lasted less than 2 years, before ending in failure. But Ata recalled the time he met Carmen, a chaotic scene. He said, Don't look. Sarita was surprised, wasn't she? Carmen roared, telling her not to underestimate him. Saretta continued, saying that the burning desire within him wasn't that of a warrior, but more like the eyes of a pirate. I raised my sword, curious to see where Carmen's desire would lead him, how far he would go with that destructive ambition. So, Vincent observed the situation before him, the rising water, the current following my sword carrying. Immense power. Saretta declares she won't let him bite her, and without hesitation, she attacks the wave controlling Vincent. Secret art, but there's no fear in his eyes as Saretta unleashes a devastating attack. Blue energy forms a massive vortex shockwave, creating an earth-shattering sound and spreading destruction. I scream. This is the technique that made me the Pirate Queen. Any ship it touches will sink. Now Vincent, you sink too. Suddenly, a trident-shaped symbol appears within the magical whirlpool. Darkness engulfs Sarita, and she panics. The world, it's darkening. Vincent approached Sea Queen. Sarita, look closely. This sword is Abel Tan Alum, the sword of the one called Dragon King. Behind the door, strange noises echoed as Abel coughed up blood, his body riddled with wounds, and Carmen approached where Abel lay. He grins, sending shivers down Abel's spine. You're so pathetic, Abel. Abel looks at him, pleading, please spare me. He coldly replies, sealing Abel's fate. Why won't you just die? Stop struggling, melt and die, that's why you exist. Suddenly Kay rushed in, panicked. Lady Carmen, it's an emergency. He glanced at the door. What is it? He stammered. It's Vincent and Commander Herka of the artillery. They broke free. Carmen's expression hardened. What? Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Kay shouted, is it an earthquake? Carmen approached the window and looked outside. What the hell is going on? Something made his pupils dilate. Carmen stammered rain. Suddenly Sarita was violently cut down. Her arm was severed, flying behind her. Sarita strained. He's not even 20 years old and yet, so strong. She clutched her arm, a monster, a completely different kind of monster. Vincent looked down, hand over the antidote. I know you kept some to protect yourself. In his eyes, Sarita's fear is reflected as she asks, I don't see greed in your eyes. So, what drives you to fight? Money, fame, women. What are those eyes aiming for? Vincent replied sternly, I must correct the distorted truth, and to do that I must become strong. Her face twisted. Stronger than Carmen. Vincent remained expressionless, stating softly, stronger than my father, no stronger than anyone if need be. Sarita could only stare speechless. Sarita struggled to stand. I didn't expect you to be more ambitious than me. You've won, Vincent. In strength and ambition, I've lost. She suddenly threw the vial in front of him. However, I am a cowardly pirate. Vincent just realized something else. This smell, this poison, it's lanternfish venom. The vial is falling, and a figure appears lunging forward, a thorny vine wrapping tightly around the vial. It's Herkar, desperately trying to save the vial. She's got it. Vincent turns to see her, while Sarita laughs maniacally, too careless even with poison. It's mostly just water, but she caught him off guard with that attack, damn it. Seeing Vincent in danger, Herkar shouts, Vincent! It's Herkar, desperately trying to save the vial. She's got it. Vincent turns to see her, while Sarita laughs maniacally, too careless even with poison. Sarita conjures shimmering water orbs promising to meet again in 5 hours, if he's still alive. Herkar clutches herself, feeling the heat, as Vincent breaks out in a sweat surrounded by vapor. No, she's gone. Herkar rushes to Vincent in disbelief. Even he's been poisoned. Is there truly no way? He clenches his fist. No. Having been poisoned, all preparations are complete. The antidote will find its way to him. Sunset is in 30 minutes. Inside the castle, a firm declaration echoes. Regardless of the reason, anyone who breaks the family's bonds will be suppressed by force under the warrant. Sarita conjures shimmering water orbs promising to meet again in 5 hours, if he's still alive. Herkar clutches herself, feeling the heat, as Vincent breaks out in a sweat surrounded by vapor. No. With confidence, Carmen Jiang declares that, according to family law, Herkar is considered a fugitive, along with Vincent Adenka, as Vesa grits her teeth, her eyes downcast, concealing her rising anger. He raised his sword, giving the order. What are you waiting for? Hunt down the escapees. Use any means necessary if they resist and bring them back here in chains. Suddenly, someone interrupted him. No need. Vincent and Herkar are already here. He looked directly into Carmen's eyes. I won't run. In his hands, blue and red powers erupt. Those present panic as strange smoke emanates from Vincent's skin. Carmen narrows her eyes, thinking, not just smoke, this is... Khan has the answer. Blood. He's spraying blood like mist. With confidence, Vincent declared that the blood mist would reveal the true mastermind behind the poisoning. His next words shocked Carmen. I was poisoned by the pirate queen Sarita on my way here. He gasped. What did you say? And Vesa, standing behind him, exclaimed, Sarita's poison. Jagon panics, realizing the blood mist is also poisonous as Vincent smirks. Too late to cover your mouths now. I'm sorry, but you have to capture the pirate queen and get the antidote. So if we want to live... Carmen's eyes burned with hatred. Vincent, you bastard. Everyone was panicking. Was there really poison? If what he said was true, then we've all been poisoned. Hokachu stares at Vincent unfazed by his insane antics, while Fidanu trembles but tries to remain calm, telling him not to look. Why should we believe you? Vesa interrupts. No, not a single word, Vincent said is true. Indeed he was poisoned. Jiagon finally lost his composure, and Fidanu shouted, so the poison is already in our bodies. They both turned to Carmen, who angrily thought, damn it, don't look at me. Vincent, with his hands bound, swiftly dodges the attack, cursing under his breath. Herka is struggling, seemingly overexerting herself, telling him she can't evade without using magic. A surge of power approaches Herka, her pupils widening as if realizing something. No, he's reading my movements. Carmen avoids their gaze, knowing they'll soon discover his treachery. With his goal achieved, Vincent continues saying that, according to Sarita, the poison takes about... She had to find Sarita first. Carmen hurried away, only to be stopped. Hey you, he glanced at Sarita in the corner. That clumsy fool. So A came here on her own. A approached Carmen slowly, arms crossed. Someone call a priest. His face betrayed a hint of panic. Damn it, of all times to get tangled up with Soretta. Vincent thought smugly, whether she likes it or not on land, Soretta can only rely on me. Carmen Gia Gorin has discovered A. He points. It's the pirate queen. Seize her. We must know where the antidote is. Soretta, seeing a crowd suddenly surround her, is confused. What's going on? Aren't the elders and soldiers on Carmen's side? Carmen, sword in hand, approached Ada, demanding the antidote. Soretta recoiled, confused. Hadn't she been told never to hand it over? If A. Ben wakes up now, everything will fall apart. Carmen shouts. Did you hear me? I said. Give me the antidote now. Have you forgotten your vow of absolute obedience? We'll all die because of him. Without resistance, A offers the antidote concealed within his eye patch. He eagerly reaches out, believing they've secured their survival, but before he can grasp it, another snatches it away, declaring, remember your promise. Vincent examined the antidote, wondering how long A. Ben had been unconscious, while Carmen panicked at the theft, asking if he wasn't going to hand it over. Khan answered his question, saying it had been about 5 hours, and he'd heard that was the most critical time. Vincent clenched his fist, noting how strangely similar the two poisons were. He looks at Carmen and Sarita. Carmen, do you know something? Why did Sarita use a poison similar to the one used on Aben? Wasn't she a loyal subordinate of yours? Khan unleashes his power coldly, warning, tell us what you know. Carmen Sarita weakly asked him, hey Carmen, what's going on here? Tell me. But before she could finish, Carmen swung his sword, ending Sarita's life. Carmen knew he was defeated. You dared to deceive me, Sarita. You dared to spread poison in Adenka. I was a fool to keep a rootless pirate like you by my side. She was too weak to speak. Carmen. Sarita finally falls to his blade, as Vincent, who witnessed everything, clicks his tongue. How annoying. Now that Sarita is dead, the pirates will surely turn against Adenka, making it impossible to continue developing the island with them. What a waste of 2 years of effort, Carmen. Asterisk snap times. Hey Bok, are you there? Bok appears. You called Vincent. Vincent hands him the antidote. Give this to Father Chevin. Tell him it's the antidote I sent. He'll understand. Boki takes it, poof, and disappears. Fideneo rushed after him. Wait, Garon yelled from behind. Hold on. She stood before Vincent. I mean, you should leave some antidote for us too. We'll die otherwise. He turned and burst out laughing. You'll be fine. I'm the only one poisoned. Carmen stared at him in horror. What? With a sly grin, Vincent explains that what he spat on them was his own blood. Garon is stunned, realizing he didn't poison them, while Fidanio accuses him of deceiving the Council of Elders, and Vessa smiles knowingly. That's right, Vincent never specified whose blood it was, just a small omission. But the effect is devastating, and realizing she's been tricked, Carmen begins to feel regret. So that means, I threw away everything Soretta, the pirate islands. Did I ruin it all myself? Aben cried out in anguish. I can't hold on any longer. Sweat and tears streamed down his face. The healers desperately try to save him, but his skinless body can't take it. It's dissolving. A voice urges them not to give up, to pour in all their holy power, or the skinless one will truly die. Suddenly, a warm ray of light flies in, enveloping the air. A medic wondered what was happening, and the one next to him replied that it was a tonic, but a voice cut them off, ordering them to step aside. Che Vin reached out to Aben, explaining that it was an antidote, and that it needed to reach the prince. After taking the medicine, his wounds began to heal, and a blinding light flashed. He observes, then exclaims with joy. His body has stopped melting. It's a miracle. It seems the poison within Prince Aben has vanished. Vincent sighs in relief. Luckily, it wasn't too late. Khan and Vesa were relieved to hear this, while Kamen, working late into the night, cursed himself for handing over the antidote to Aben. He knows I poisoned him. If Aben wakes up and tells his father the truth, I'm done for. I have to act before that brat wakes up. Vin approaches the sickbed. When will he wake up? Vin touches Aben's body. Hard to say. The poison's gone, but his body and energy need time to recover. I plan to prolong the coma for about a week, Kamen thought to himself. A week later, heaven is helping me. If I just kill Vin, Tran, and Aben, within a week, everything will be back on track. Fidenel suddenly spoke up. Shouldn't Lord Kamen be rewarded for resolving this matter? Chief A worthy reward, perhaps? He nudged her to repeat. For Kamen. Are you mocking me, Elder Fidenel? Vin Tran quickly interjected. Wise counsel indeed, Elder. Khan nodded, and Vin gave him a look, signaling, do it, Chief. The next day, the poisoning was officially announced as a solo act, by Soretta clearing Vin and Herka of all charges. However, Vin's resolution of the crisis and handling of the Pirate Queen are attributed to Kamen. Vexa asks Vin, are you really okay? You're the one who cornered Sarita and saved Aben. He replied seriously, saying that if Kamen was pushed too hard, he might harm others to escape. For now, letting him enjoy a little victory is the safest way, she whispered. I'm sorry, I owe you one. Isn't it time for the medal ceremony? Khan asked, annoyed. I know. Standing before everyone, Khan declared that not only did he eliminate a major threat to Adenka, but he also showed wisdom in saving his brother's life. He presented the medal, saying, well done. Vin's mind echoed with his father's proud voice, truly, very well done. Vin Khan turned to look at him, and Vin froze for a moment as cheers erupted, praising Lord Kamen, for the medal was a turning point, suggesting the eldest son would be chosen as the next head of the family. He smirked. Too early for congratulations, the real battle starts now. He approached Kamen. Congratulations, Lord Kamen. Savor this fleeting victory, but as you said, Lord Kamen, now is my time to prove myself. Vin narrows his eyes at him, a man who betrays his brothers for ambition. Unworthy to be the Adenka head, he draws his sword, saying, I want to prove to you that I have the strength to bear the Adenka name. He glares at the sword pointed at him. I was going to kill you anyway, and now you've given me the perfect excuse. Anyone who dares make a fool of me will die right here. Kamen immediately agreed. Very well, I accept your challenge. Revan was shocked. Whispers fill the air. Prince Vin challenges Lord Kamen. This is unheard of. What if Vin wins? Impossible. Kamen is far stronger. Kot observes Vin and Kamen pleased. My sons, show me what you've achieved these past 2 years. Prove yourselves to me. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Hold. Gagon rushes in to calm the crowd, saying they're overreacting, and Fidenel agrees, trying to soothe everyone, saying that if those two fight now. He looks around, thinking that Vin Tran is just a student. Isn't it too soon to face Kamen? Kamen was not pleased. His face darkened. What are you two doing? I'll kill that brat right now. Fidenel communicated with Kamen through eye contact. And what do you think that would make you look like? You'd be seen as a bully killing a younger brother in a duel? You gain nothing from this. The important thing now is to divert attention away from Vin. He's unwilling, but this is the perfect opportunity to kill that damned Vin. But I can't afford to upset the elders before the family head selection. Kamen finally decides to sheath his sword, saying he was too quick to draw on his younger brother. Vin Tran doesn't seem willing to let it go, declaring that he was the one who severed Sarita's arm, but Jorgon interjects that Kamen was the one who finished her off, and besides, Headmaster Herka is there to back him up. Herka, suddenly provoked, crossed her arms and concluded that if they didn't stop Kamen now, he would surely find a way to endanger Vin and Aben. In short, no matter how strong Vin Jin is, as long as he's still a level 8 student, he's not qualified to challenge Kamen. Jorgon continued, so, Vin Jin just needs to prove he's stronger than a warrior who once destroyed a fortress. And Herka agreed. As she spoke, something caught her attention. Hana was entering. There was no question right now, right in front of Old Head. Herka recoiled. Why are you here? No, wait, what brought you here? Whispers echoed in the air. What is it over? It seems so. Old Head and Kamen retreated right. Kamen gritted his teeth, lamenting. You just got lucky, Vintran. Suddenly Vintran provoked him. Or are you running away because you're afraid to lose? Kamen's no stranger to losing. Is he? Kamen scoffs. His face contorts with rage. I'm really going to kill someone. Jorgon approaches to calm him. Easy, Kamen. Fidenel adds. That's right, you can settle things with Vin Jin later, but if you lose... Hearing what he didn't want to, Kamen glares at her. Me lose? Fidenel is startled. No, that's not what I meant. He clenches his teeth, swallowing his frustration. Kamen strides away. I know you're right, so I'm withdrawing. But if you interfere again, I'll cut you all down. Hearing those arrogant words, Fidenel couldn't help but curse under her breath. Who did you have to suck up to get here? You get a little power, and you get cocky. Julian panicked as he saw him really leaving. Boss, we can't let Kamen escape, Vin Tran replied. I know, we'll have to force him to stay. Hannah approached asking if she could challenge Vin Tran in his place, leaving Kamen stunned. Vin Tran was equally surprised, recognizing her as Hannah. Maria, watching from above, exclaimed, the third princess, Hannah Adenka, who broke through the fortress last year. I heard she was on a mission in the southern continent. Why is she here? Kamen stepped forward. What are you doing here? Are you here to empower Vin Jin? You've forgotten my warning, Hannah. Even if something happens to Loren Helm, he'll be safe. According to the agreement with Ion Reem Dragon Clan, soldiers are stationed at the Lord's castle. If you threaten Loren, prepare to become enemies of Ion Reem. Of course I won't sit idly by either. Kamen, he glared at her hatefully. You dare. Hannah ignored him and caught Vin Tran's eye. Sister Hannah, he asked. I intervened without permission. You don't mind, do you, Vin Tran? Maria, watching from above, exclaimed, the third princess, Hannah Adenka, who broke through the fortress last year. I heard she was on a mission in the southern continent. Why is she here? Kamen stepped forward. What are you doing here? Are you here to empower Vin Jin? Fidenel quickly intervened. Hannah, don't act so rashly. She paused. If you truly object, then how about this? I'll challenge Kamen, and if I lose to him, I'll officially support him as the next clan leader. He laughs with glee. The succession battle might not even happen, and victory will be mine. I can defeat her, that troublesome daughter Dia. Even if Vin Chen wins, he'll be exhausted after fighting Hannah, and then I can use Vin Chen's exhaustion and accidentally help him. Without hesitation, Kamen decides, fine, I'll fight the winner. Do whatever you want. Hearing his agreement, Fidenel persists Kamen. He replies coldly, so. Seeing his resolve, she could only remain silent, suppressing the simmering rage within. Hannah then turned to Vin Tran. Looks like that's settled right. So he looked at her, revealing no emotion on his face. Below the arena, Hannah and Vin were face to face as Revan raised the flag, announcing that the great battle between Vin Adenka and Hannah Adenka would now begin. Without hesitation, Kamen decides, fine, I'll fight the winner, do whatever you want. Hearing his agreement, Fidanil persists Kamen. He replies coldly, so, I know you're hesitant, that one day you'll have to beat Hannah and free yourself. But you don't want to humiliate her on such a grand stage. Tears well up in Vin's sincere eyes. I hope you won't go up there, he says. Hannah understands. You don't need to look at me like that. Just keep moving forward, surpass me, show the Elder Council, show Carmen, and go even further toward the dream I believe you'll achieve. He looked at her helplessly, and Hannah continued. That day, at the Francis Academy of Art, you said you would surpass me and take on the role of warrior. Vin, can you surpass me now? Hearing those words, he finally casts aside his worries, and Vin's hand touches his sword. Hannah understands. You don't need to look at me like that. Just keep moving forward, surpass me, show the Elder Council, show Carmen, and go even further toward the dream I believe you'll achieve. Don't miss a single hair or poor record. Everything, he replied tensely. It's wind. Something caught Maria's eye as she observed. She looks at Hannah. The sculpture of Hannah is smiling. Revan takes his stance and shouts, contestants, prepare yourselves. Duel begin. Hannah, with an eerie smile, radiates an enigmatic aura of blue light shimmering like stars in the frozen void. Her gaze sharp and unwavering, her blade hovers inches from Vincent's face as he assesses she's too fast. Hannah closes in, but she won't let him pass so easily. She'll give it her all to make his victory worthwhile. The blue light from her strike clashes fiercely against the stone wall, creating an earth-shattering explosion in the middle of the arena. Hannah landed gracefully on the rubble, ready for a life-or-death battle, her sword still glowing. Vincent lay on the ground, the blade close to his face, thinking, wow, she's really serious about this. Hannah looks down, saying she couldn't make it too easy, or the elders would complain. He's gathering power, so she has no choice. Hannah is shocked by what's appearing. This is Giant's thunder, and part of her armor is burnt away. His thunder technique is even stronger. An explosion wipes away her other creations, and Hannah coughs, kneeling. Then she leaps high like a tiny star, Vincent watching her ascent. She unleashes a determined barrage from above, vowing to give no chance for counterattack, only relentless offense. Each strike lands before her eyes, captivating her attention. Vincent counters with a blinding energy shield, halting Hannah's assault in a high-speed clash. Maria's eyes widen and Heka jumps startled. Maria approaches with her notepad and pen. Excuse me, I'm Maria, a reporter. Could you analyze their fight? I can't make heads or tails of it. Heoka glides down, saying it was more one-sided than he thought. Meanwhile, Camel is calculating that if this is one of the 8 brothers specializing in firepower, then Hannah specializes in speed. With Michelin's speed, she gains infinite initiative, something Vincent can't handle. If it were me, I'd cut down Hannah, who's climbed so high and gotten closer to the clan leader position. Maria struggles to keep up with Hoke's rapid analysis, realizing the age gap makes things unfair. Next, Hoke says something that catches her attention. No, actually, it's the opposite. From her first surprise attack, she hasn't landed a single blow, meaning Vincent can completely read her movements. Once Vincent finishes analyzing Hannah's movements, that initiative will end. After a tense exchange, Vincent tells her that the advantage is now hers, as Hannah is forced back in a burst of purple light and shattered debris. Her sword shattered in disbelief, fragments of the blade falling to the ground, a scene Hannah remembered from the past. Carmen's voice echoes as Hannah realizes the long road ahead. With her current skills, the clan leader's seat is but a distant dream. Hannah once thought when she was young that the seat of the head of the family was earned through strength, a privilege fought for a success to be seized. Vincent implores her, and she vows to fulfill her duty as an Adelka, willing to surpass even her father and Samian to do so. This is what I wanted, and then I met you. Hannah stood still, unmoving. Only I have the vision to lead the clan. Yes, that seat truly suits someone like you, but I'm also a direct descendant of Adelka. I won't give it up easily. As Hannah rises, Julian warns him that her magical power is increasing. Vincent realizes that a quick attack is no longer effective. She intends to end it with a single blow, so I should respond in kind, Julian. He recalls Vincent as a child. Hannah gently strokes Vincent's head as Julian clenches his fists, affirming his brother. Vincent and Hannah stand face to face, their purple and blue mana clashing intensely, creating a vortex of energy filled with the thirst for battle. Hodka observes that this one strike will decide the match, as Vincent's breathing slows and mana surges within him, while Hannah's eyes gleam with newfound resolve. Vincent gripped his sword, the blessing of the celestial fruit coursing through him. He wouldn't be here today without her help. Thanks to her, he saved someone precious and freed himself from foolishness. Honestly, thank you, sister. From the shattered ground, a massive magic circle erupts with pale, purple light engulfing the entire arena. Vincent gripped his sword, the blessing of the celestial fruit coursing through him. He wouldn't be here today without her help. Thanks to her, he saved someone precious and freed himself from foolishness. In a flash, Vincent's magic sword pierced her and shattered, and Hannah collapsed. Seeing this, Julian anxiously urged Vincent on. Brother, she's hurt. Help her. Helping her now will only hurt Hannah more. Hannah's tears fell, and after a moment of silence she spoke. I'm so glad. The day you truly surpassed me has come. Vincent replies resolutely, saying he will become stronger, stronger than anyone. Perhaps these are tears of happiness, as Hannah smiles, struggling to look up at the sky. This is my defeat, Vincent. Revan's voice cuts through the air. Lady Hannah has lost. The victor of this match is Vincent Adeka. After the intense battle, Hannah is temporarily unconscious. The medic announces that the bleeding has stopped, and she will recover soon. Another warns Vincent to be careful who broods that there's nowhere left to run. He looks up to the sky and shouts, "I've proven my worth. My martial prowess has surpassed the defensive warrior level. So come out here, Camel." A sword is thrown down as Camel coldly replies, "There's no need to shout. I'm right here. I made it clear to you 2 years ago that when I returned I would send you back to your wretched mother." Hannah has entered the arena, and Revan is reminded to start the match. He gets into position, and Vincent calmly looks at Camel, saying he seems to have forgotten what he said back then. "For insulting my mother you will pay the price, Camel." Revan raises the flag, his face stern. Fighters prepare. Camel leaps into the air, raising his sword to deliver a final blow to Vincent below. Hannah smiles, his eyes burning like a demon's. Vincent, not to be outdone, stares intently at Hannah as their blades collide mid-air, unleashing an intense explosion of orange and white light that rocks the arena. Amidst the destructive purple light, he and Camel clashed weapons, tearing through the air in a deadly struggle. After the impact, the ground split, and a massive, vibrant pink and purple energy sphere erupted, consuming everything and creating a resounding boom. The destructive power of the blast is immense. Selbiro struggles to stay standing, and Vanelli feels as though his body is being torn apart by mana. The clash of swords and mana alone created such force. Maria watched intently, uttering, "How terrifying." Coming to her senses, Maria looked at Herka and asked what blessing Camel possessed, as her side didn't seem to have that information. Herka replied that Khan Dia and Camel were all born without blessings, pure martial artists. That was their talent, though Camel's talent was a bit modest. Even Vincent would struggle in a head-on confrontation like this. Fidel, Nell, and Gyalgon smirked at the situation, thinking, "That's right, Camel might lose, but he's still out of Vincent's reach." Normally, this would be an overwhelming victory for Camel. Even with the celestial fruit, his power isn't easy to surpass. But with Vincent's sword, he might just be able to stop Camel's ambition. After a fierce exchange, Vincent gauges his opponent's strength. He certainly has what it takes to vie for the position of clan leader. His swordsmanship and mana control are clearly superior to mine. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. Then a blinding light shot down, striking the ravaged battlefield with devastating force. Camel swiftly dodges, scoffing that all Vincent does is run after all his grandstanding, and asks if this pathetic display is all he can muster after getting wet. This is starting to disappoint him, but Vincent remains calm, stating that those words should be his, as Camel's attacks are just cutting air, aren't they? He raised his sword ready to attack again, saying he'd behead him this time. Suddenly a sound distracted. Camel, the sound of water. Beneath his feet, a stream of water swirled, threatening to engulf him. Sensing something, Camel realizes this is Vincent's water blessing. He used his dodges to draw water from the ground. Vincent reaches out, clenching his fist as if to declare something. "Now this battlefield belongs to me." The crowd roars as water swirls around the arena, trapping Camel. He's in grave danger. The currents tighten, threatening to swallow him whole as he struggles to break free with his sword. His body soaked, he scoffed, thinking Vincent could defeat him with this little water trick. Vincent plunged his sword into the ground. An intense blue light enveloped him. After playing in the water, he should be careful not to get electrocuted. Knowing he's been caught in a trap, Camel grits his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, was this his plan all along?" Boom! A bolt of lightning strikes him. Seizing the moment, Vincent lunges forward, striking with the combined force of seismic power and the Thunder Giant's might, leaving Camel completely vulnerable. This is where it ends. I'll pour all my blessings into this strike. The sealing chains of the blade have been severed. Vincent, with unwavering resolve, locked his gaze on Camel, channeling all his violet energy into his weapon, ready to strike with a devastating, all-consuming blow. The finishing strike unleashed, he surged forward like lightning, his black sword cutting through the air, creating a blinding white aura of unimaginable speed. The fatal strike pierces space, unleashing a blinding torrent of purple light. In an instant, everything was reduced to ashes. Black smoke filled the air. Maria stepped forward, Lord, while Hoka beside her was still trying to understand what was happening. Looking at the scene below, she froze, unable to believe it, while Revan stared in disbelief, finding it absurd. Vincent grimaces as Cayman's hardened magic-infused arm blocks his strike. Vincent is incredulous. How? Cayman. You're shielded by the Little King's blessing. Cayman's eyes flashed rage, nearly bursting from their sockets as he hurled Vincent away. Cayman gazed at the power surging within him, so it not only defends but also enhances strength. It's more effective than I thought. Vincent gritted his teeth, glaring at him. How did you harness the Little King's power? Cayman, regaining his confidence, rushes towards him, declaring that from now on, he will only know surprise. As he approaches, Vincent raises his sword in defense. Vesa suddenly stood up, wondering what was happening as Vincent's voice echoed it was his skill. He struggled to keep his balance. How could this be? Cayman had used Little King, and now even the Thunder Giant. He channeled his power, saying, "Did you think I'd just sit around for 2 years? The power I gained in the Pirate Islands is the Obsidian Chestmaster, and the trait I received is mimicry." Julian gasped. Obsidian Chestmaster, he actually received that god's blessing. Vincent glanced over, asking which god it was, and Julian briefly explained it to him. "A cruel god worshipped by pirates. I once sought his blessing, but I refused it. Legend says that in the islands there was a notorious pirate so greedy and brutal that the other pirates hunted him down and he sank into the sea with his treasure. But his powerful obsession deified him, reborn as a brutal, evil god, the very brutality that made me refuse his blessing. Obsidian stands at the ship's bow. My power demands a price. Throw 100 sailors into the sea as payment, and from the vast power within my treasure, I will grant you one thing. Are you truly willing to pay that price?" Without hesitation, Carmen turned and said, "Let's set sail." Soretta double-checks. "I want the power to crush those who scorn me, my father, dear all of them. That skull can grant me that power, and I will have it at any cost." In the sea of fire, innocent sailors struggled, crying, "I'm going to die, save me." Vincent, hearing this, was consumed by rage. "Human lives," he roared in fury. "Instead of using that power to protect others, you kill out of greed. Aren't you ashamed to call yourself a warrior?" Carmen tilts her head. "So you know about this power, but does it really matter?" He flung a wave of water toward him, and Vincent felt a chilling cold, even Foxstein. The Galactic Wanderer boom, another explosion, sending rocks and debris flying. Vincent recoils. This can't be. That was the Ami-Loon mid-sword technique. Julian reminds him that such an ability won't activate without a trigger. There must be a catalyst to mimic it. Vincent's eyes widened. Carmen could use his skills because he was attacked by him. Impossible. To mimic it, he had to be hit once. He doesn't deny it. "Yes, exactly. And you so generously mixed all your skills together to attack me just now." Carmen wasn't exaggerating when she said he'd become me. "No," she laughs. "Because I'm far stronger than you, I am your superior." Vincent retaliates, disrupting his attack. He and Carmen both braced for what was about to happen as two sources of power erupted from both Vincent and him. Carmen summoned power, linking the king's chain. Vincent drops his sword, enduring the pain to strike. The two blades clash directly, their powers colliding and exploding. He calculates that since Julian isn't using blessings from others, his mimicry must have a limit. Whether it's time or number of uses, there must be a weakness, but finding it. Carmen's adaptation is too fast. Suddenly storm clouds gather overhead, and a bolt of lightning strikes. Carmen absorbs the power. It's thunder. Julian watches him charge, clutching his head. Has so much power already been unleashed? In a pivotal moment, a colossal and blinding azure energy is unleashed, firing a piercing beam that confronts all threats head-on. Vincent watches motionless, contemplating whether it's too dangerous to intercept. Finally, he saw his chance. The best way to sever and neutralize it was with the sword path. A purple orb shot from his sword, heading straight for the massive lightning bolt. Carmen gloats. "Go ahead, use that strange sword path, Vincent, because it will lead to your downfall." Vincent is startled, wondering if Carmen is laughing, and realizes, damn, it is that his goal. A bolt of blue lightning strikes down towards Vincent. Carmen lands and sees only a fleeting glimpse of him clicking his tongue in disappointment. He says, "If you had used that strange sword even once, I could have copied it." Vincent raises his arms in defense, and Carmen continues, "I could have captured that strange sword technique." Vincent gritted his teeth, thinking, "I can't use my ultimate moves recklessly. If I don't use them at the right time, I'm just handing my ultimate techniques to Carmen." Carmen raised his hands and declared, "All your blessings have been copied, and you don't dare use that strange sword style for fear of it being stolen." He immediately accelerated towards him, and Carmen laughed, saying he was out of options. He swung his sword, but Vincent jumped back and dodged it. Vincent slid backward, thinking to himself, "I'm getting more familiar with the blessings. Soon I'll surpass his skill." Carmen sighed, looking at Vincent with a predatory gaze, and asked, "If I mix the Silver Voyage with the Lesser King, it'll be faster, right?" Vincent was startled, and Carmen continued, "Each blessing is strong on its own, but they're even stronger when combined." Carmen spread his arms and declared that he finally understood everything, leaving Vincent astonished by his rapid mastery of 4 blessings. He points at him, questioning, "With such talent, why indulge in that filthy desire for power? You're from the Faux family." Carmen interrupts him. "Still chewing on your father's outdated words, huh?" He continued, "Defeat me yourself, warrior. Any method is acceptable as long as you win, that's all that matters." Carmen's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of Karine. He continued, saying that in the end, only the victor's records remain. Vincent winced, agonizing over whether he would succumb to that method again, when suddenly another voice called out, telling him not to give up. Hearing this, Vincent snaps out of it. It's Julian, encouraging him. "You said you'd rewrite history. Are you giving up so easily?" Julian says firmly. "The Vincent I know never gives up, even if he was a useless failure before." Vincent, he didn't give up. Vincent turned to him, thinking Julian. Finally, he smiled to himself. "No, it's not over yet," he said to Julian. "Julian, let's use that." Julian asked in surprise, "But it's not complete yet." Vincent replied, "Do we have any other choice?" Julian paused, then smiled, saying, "Okay, let's try." A space appeared, with only Vincent and Julian inside, and Vincent asked Julian, "Do these stars in this space mean something?" He placed his hand on the hilt, pondering, and replied, "I think so too." Vincent continued, "It's like..." Suddenly Anne Yulin interrupted them both. "You think it's like the swordplay of a sure kill technique, right?" Vincent spoke. Anne Yulin. She chuckled. "Finally you noticed." Anne Yulin continued, "Try following it once. It should be something Astaland left behind." He continued his final arrangement. Back in reality, Camel shouted, "Stop," muttering to yourself. He gripped the purple greatsword in chains, declaring, "I'll gather all the imitations into one strike." The greatsword turned crimson. He threatened, then struck. At the same moment, Vincent rushed forward thinking, as he swung his sword, that if this power was stolen, it would be over his only chance. He placed his hand on the hilt, pondering, and replied, "I think so too." Vincent continued, "It's like..." Suddenly Anne Yulin interrupted them both. "You think it's like the swordplay of a sure kill technique, right?" He slashed at Camel's greatsword, determined to end the fight in a single blow. The clash created a massive explosion, filling the air with smoke and dust. Vincent spoke. Anne Yulin. She chuckled. "Finally you noticed." Anne Yulin continued, "Try following it once. It should be something Astaland left behind." Gritting his teeth, he thought the new technique Anne Yulin passed down was the sword path of annihilation, created by his master Astalan, who merged the essence of divine power into it, a sword path imbued with divine strength, and thus, even the new god Julian could wield it. Vincent's sword clashes against Camel's greatsword as he grits his teeth, striking with all his might, while Anne senses something, and thinks to herself, "Anne is flowing along the greatsword's blade." Vincent and Julian spoke in unison as he gripped his sword, questioning himself the strike, and a unique sword technique. At that moment, as Vincent and Camel faced off, Julian unleashed his power as well. He grits his teeth, a clear sign of his resolve, and seeing his unwavering determination, Camel finally feels a sense of dread, but it's too late. A blinding light erupts before him, engulfing the arena. Back then, Anne Elin spoke up, asking if she should name it. She thought for a moment and said, "Since it's a strike beyond the concept of swordsmanship, call it termination and destruction." Anne Ellen then said, "No wait, termination and destruction is mine." She was a little disappointed, but oh well. Finally, she decided to call it Transcendent Strike, as Vincent's sword flashed past Camel, leaving behind fragments of the greatsword. Camel was stunned, thinking to himself that there was no sign of swordsmanship, yet the attack appeared as if from nowhere. Vincent thought to himself, "Normally all my power would have been copied, and this match would have been his, but I still have one power that he can never imitate, the power called Julian." Julian was moved, whispering that Vincent had done it. Camel fell to his knees, and Revan exclaimed in disbelief that Vincent had won. He shouts, "The winner." As everyone looks on with anticipation, Revan announces loud and clear, "The winner of this match is Vincent Adenka." Mac silently picked up Camel's severed arm, and followed behind, as Khan stormed ahead, cursing under his breath. Camel thought bitterly, "I won't accept this. I'll kill Vincent no matter what." Suddenly, Khan approaches, saying that it will take a lot of effort to heal the arm severed by Vincent's sword. Finding magic stones and summoning a level 2 or higher priest will be necessary. Kay and Mac respectfully reply, "Yes, my lord." Khan continued, passing Camel and telling him, "However, treatment," Khan said gravely, "can only proceed after the investigation into the origin of the Golden Crow's blessing." Camel was taken aback. Meanwhile, in the stands, reporters clamored for the scoop. Extra, extra, Vincent's victory. Get the presses rolling. We have to be first." But one reporter replied, "Sir, another paper already published it." He exclaimed in disbelief. "What, impossible? The match just ended. Who published it?" He replied that Wind Talker had already reported Vincent's victory everywhere. Maria chuckled, saying the headline was written the moment the match began. The world is shaken by an unprecedented event, as the young master's meteoric rise spreads rapidly among the people. Each paper's description differs, but their assessment of Vincent remains the same. The divine move guides the next generation, as Fidanu plunges a knife into the newspaper, bearing Vincent's image. She raged. "Vincent, that bastard Gia Gorn," calmed her. "Be calm, Elder Fidanu." Fidanu shouted, "Do I look calm to you?" she angrily said. "That Vincent has cut down every main line except the second son with his sword. Now no one can stop Vincent anymore." Fidanu continues, "The only card left is the eccentric second son, who acts as he pleases." Her hands tremble with rage as she curses the name that has successfully produced an heir beyond their control, who may actually do the unprecedented. Fidanu hesitated. "Overthrow the Adenka Council of Elders." Upon hearing this, Giagon was visibly startled. Diobak slammed his cane on the floor, declaring, "Given the situation, we have no choice but to follow suit." With determination, Diobak declares they must take down that bastard Vincent at all costs. Later that evening, Vesha says, "From the castle railing, congratulations, you've earned the elders' full hatred." She chuckled, saying that a protruding stone is sure to be struck. Vincent cheerfully replied that when she's strong enough to withstand those blows, it'll all be normal. Vesha smiled softly, saying the Council of Elders would soon try to promote him quickly. In response, Vincent pondered, saying they'd give him an impossible task, or the task itself would be a giant trap too predictable. Fidanu hesitated. Overthrow the Adenka Council of Elders. Upon hearing this, Jiagon was visibly startled. Diobak slammed his cane on the floor, declaring, given the situation, we have no choice but to follow suit. She raged Vincent. That bastard Jiagorn calmed her. Be calm, Elder Fidanu. Fidanu shouted. Do I look calm to you? She angrily said. That Vincent has cut down every main line except the second son with his sword. Now no one can stop Vincent anymore. Vincent silently observes her, thinking this is so different from what I experienced with my mother. A completely different feeling. He asks, are you favoring me as the Lady of Adenka, or as my mother? Vaisha sternly warned him not to be complacent, explaining that they had strategies that had controlled Adenka for 500 years, and even in their absence, their influence remained. His words startled Vesha, and she asked, what? Vincent replied softly, I hope you're my mother. The scene shifts as he walks down a path when someone calls his name from behind Vincent. He turns to see Thon Chu rushing towards him breathless. Where have you been hiding all day? Something big has happened. Breathlessly, she handed him the scroll, telling him to read it, adding that the council must have given him a mission, perhaps as a special promotion condition. He took the scroll from her hand, and she exclaimed surprised, wow, you already knew. Amazing. As he opened the scroll, he replied, I just wanted a source from my mother, let's see. But as he read the contents, Vincent was immediately surprised and exclaimed, this is an assignment to eliminate the monsters invading Julian Village in the Tosan Mountains, treating 8th class student Vincent Adenka as a temporary fortress warrior. Upon completion of this mission, he will be officially promoted to Fortress Warrior. Adenka Elder Council. Complete this mission and be promoted to Fortress Warrior. Vincent noticed the words Fortress Warrior as Julian appeared, saying they were acting more boldly than expected. He clutched the scroll, realizing this mission would be far more dangerous than he'd anticipated. Back in the previous scene, Gelgon questioned Delbecq. However, Vincent now wields a power we cannot control, Fidanel adds. Now we must find a way. He chuckled, replying, he possesses uncontrollable power, you say. How about this? Delbecq said, with a sinister grin. He proposes that if an opponent can't be defeated by force, they'll overthrow him, using the methods of the Elder Council. The scene shifts to the snowy mountains, where Marianne is terrified and crying, huddled on the ground, trembling. Before her stood a massive, ferocious panther, and as it roared, Delbecq, back in his fortress, declared that Vincent would learn how the Council of Elders truly fought. Before leaving the fortress, Vaisa had a request for her mother, as she stepped into a forest filled with butterflies. Riza and Hansen followed behind, marveling at the immense magical power enough to make grass grow on a snowy mountain. Vaisa hesitated. I want you to keep the remains of my benefactor Anne Yulin in a safe place. Before them stood a towering skeleton. Marianne thinks, damn it. She looks down at her legs and realizes they've been bitten. The scene shifts to Sabira and Revan, approaching a magnificent castle, and she exclaims, wow, Longlam really exists. Sabira is a child who dreams of becoming a historian, and Revan is the heir to a family branch specializing in recording history. Suddenly, Aimer appears with a flurry of snow, saying, welcome, friends of Master Vincent. The Dragonkin clan will help preserve history and writing. Welcome to Long Lam. The scene shifts to a snow-covered mountain as Vincent looks ahead, thinking, now then, all preparations are complete. Behind him are Wilson and Sari, as Vincent declares. Our destination is the snow-covered village in the Tosan mountain range. Gasping, he says, Zillion. As Sari follows, she explains, Zillion is a village formed from many smaller hamlets. It used to be protected from monsters by a magical barrier, but recently the barrier has weakened, and monster attacks are becoming more frequent. Marianne smiled, saying that Master Vincent's servant was very kind, causing Vincent to immediately stiffen. Cut to an enraged oxer roaring as it attacks Marianne, sending her flying backwards. Marianne thinks, damn it. She looks down at her legs and realizes they've been bitten. Suddenly, another oxer appeared behind her, roaring with fury. Marianne fearfully glanced back, unable to believe it. She stared in horror at the oxer behind her, thinking, there's another one. 2 oxers charged at Marianne, grinning maliciously. She closed her eyes, thinking she was done for, when a loud crash echoed. Marianne opened her eyes, stunned to see a figure standing before her. That person was none other than Vincent, who used his magic to create a defense blocking the 2 oxers' attacks. Vincent glanced at her and asked if she was okay. Marianne steadies herself, wondering if he blocked the oxer's attack. Vincent thinks to himself that it was too easy, then calls out to Siri. A flame is launched, the attack aimed straight at the oxer's head, as Thaith shouts loudly. Behind them, Siri floats, casting a spell, thinking to herself happily, we did it, we took down our first monster. Meanwhile, the remaining oxer suddenly felt a pain in its neck, and purple butterflies appeared before its eyes as Julian cast his spell, while Vincent swung his sword behind him. Streaks of light appear as he uses his sword technique to strike the oxer's head. Witnessing this, Marianne is speechless, only able to think to herself, amazing, absolutely amazing. Vincent gently reached out to Marianne, asking if she was hurt, but she wordlessly embraced him. Both Vincent and Siri were taken aback. Marianne burst into tears, saying, thank heavens, I thought I was a goner. Vincent awkwardly looked at her, then said she must be freezing and they should start a fire. They started a fire and boiled water. Vincent handed Marianne a cup, saying, "Here, drink some warm water." She replied, "Thank you." Meanwhile, the remaining oxer suddenly felt a pain in its neck, and purple butterflies appeared before its eyes as Julian cast his spell, while Vincent swung his sword behind him. Streaks of light appear as he uses his sword technique to strike the oxer's head. Witnessing this, Marianne is speechless, only able to think to herself, amazing, absolutely amazing. That person was none other than Vincent, who used his magic to create a defense blocking the two oxers' attacks. Vincent glanced at her and asked if she was okay. Siri glares at her, wondering why she's blowing on her drink when it's been cool for ages. She notes warily that Marianne is sticking too close to their young master. She continued saying that several small villages had been destroyed, and the people were evacuating to the larger central village. Wilson leaned closer to Sari and asked if 3 students had already been sent ahead as a vanguard. Marianne softly replies that they thought so too, but suddenly 2 male voices call out, "Marianne, where are you? Answer me." Marianne immediately smiles, recognizing the voices, and one of them shouts, "They're a light." Brick, holding a lute, slid down and said, "I found her, thank goodness." Casson, running ahead, added, "I told you I knew she'd be safe." Marianne stood up, waving towards the large lake. "Everyone," Casson replied. "Hey, Brick," called out Marianne. Marianne quickly explains that this is Vincent Ardenka who saved her. Brick chimes in that he's the 7th son of the main family, and Casson adds that he's an 8-star. Casson, annoyed, asks what. He shouts, daring to throw a sword at me. "Do you want to die?" Siri glares at her, wondering why she's blowing on her drink when it's been cool for ages. She notes warily that Marianne is sticking too close to their young master. Seeing Marianne leaning close, Vincent coldly says, "Senior Marianne." He asks her if the conch shell is their conquest's objective. "This is a basic principle taught in my textbook, so why isolate Marianne and make her do the mission alone?" he pressed. "It's because," Casson shouts, saying that at this rate, they'll never finish searching the vast, snowy mountains, and belittles Vincent's rank 8 status. She knows that he abandoned his mission to be with the temporary adjutant, a rank that they shouldn't underestimate. Casson thought in surprise, acting. He'd never heard of such a strange position. He scoffed. "In any case, she's just a rookie who's only done a mission or 2 right. We've completed countless missions and contributed so much to the Adenka territory." Suddenly, Vincent thrust his sword forward, blocking the 2 of them. As Casson exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" Marianne stammered. "Vincent, you." Vincent glared at the 2 men, demanding, "What did you just do?" Casson sneered, "A little brat like you," but in an instant, Vincent grabbed his arm and effortlessly tossed him into the air. Before Casson could react, he was slammed to the ground, writhing in pain. Vincent pointed his sword at him and coldly asked, "Experience, what I've been through is beyond your wildest imagination." He scoffs, saying that his basics are weak, yet he dares to surpass him, calling him a fake. Cut to Jillian, a large tribe. Inside a house, Rick exclaims in disbelief, "Another magical beast." Marion, sitting beside Vincent, replies that whatever attacked her leg wasn't an orc. The orcs were actually avoiding the creature she encountered, as if fleeing from it. Trembling, she recounted a massive black panther, as large as the walls of this city appeared, and began to destroy the abandoned village I was investigating. "I almost died, but it suddenly changed direction and disappeared into the blizzard." Jillian appears and tells Vincent that black panthers don't normally live in these snowy mountains. He ponders, adding that its actions felt deliberate, as if someone was controlling it. Vincent silently remarks that, "It's like the mission in TonyCon, perhaps. A trainer brought along a dangerous magical beast." Marion says coyly, "Vincent, I'm so scared, can I have a hug?" Vincent silently looks at her, then puts his arm around her shoulder and pulls her close. Marion simpers, "Thank you." Kesson, clearly annoyed, thought to himself, "He gets a little power, and it goes to his head." He wondered what Marion saw in Vincent that made her giggle so much. Kesson then loudly ordered, "You come with me to my room for a bit." Casson grabbed Vincent's sword hilt, asking if he was relying on his bloodline. Swinging the sword, he laughed, saying that experience was the ultimate power here, got it. Vincent coldly unleashes his magic, and a green aura emanates around him, causing the 3 others to falter. Brick thinks to himself, "This." Marion is also shocked, thinking, "And that's just a little mana." Kesson, both terrified and calculating, realized he couldn't breathe, cursing Vincent as he wondered if he truly was a monster. Vincent withdrew his mana and coldly ascended the stairs, bringing this episode to a close. Next time, I won't be so lenient. Kesson, though furious, didn't dare meet his gaze, muttering "damn it" as the bedroom door closed. Julian appeared and said that there was nothing suspicious in the room. Vincent replied that Julian had worked hard, and that none of the students were qualified to be elders. He considered that if there was someone among them who was qualified and disguised as a student, they would have revealed some aura when threatened by mana just now. Vincent sat on the bed and said, "Perhaps they haven't made a move yet. Or maybe I'm overreacting because of my mother's warning." But before he could finish, there was a knock at the door. Marion spoke. "It's Marion, may I come in?" Julian exclaimed in surprise. Marion. Vincent coldly replied, "Come in." She entered wearing a seductive white nightgown and carrying a tea tray, blushing as she apologized for the intrusion. He thought shyly, "Beautiful, so beautiful. I don't even have a body, so why is my heart racing like this? Vincent gazes at the tea, lost in thought, then speaks. The tea has a wonderful aroma. Marion smiles, replying, Indeed, I chose it especially for us to share. You saved me, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. I also want to apologize for Kessen's rudeness. I want to talk to you calmly. Vincent asks if this is necessary so late at night, but she replies that, late at night is perfect. Marion pushes Vincent onto the bed, and he frowns slightly as she says seductively that the night is long. Vincent sighed, I have nothing more to say. If you need something, come find me in my room. Hearing this, Kessen gritted his teeth in anger, swinging a fist at him. Take this. At this point, Julian thought there was no problem, but then he hesitated. No, could she have done something shady? Then she laughed, saying that soon he would only see her as the most alluring. Marion slowly reached out to touch his face, whispering that he shouldn't worry, as she didn't intend to harm him. Vincent stared at her silently with lifeless eyes, which only amused Marion more. Just one night, and we both benefit. No sooner had she spoken than his sword was at her throat, Vincent warning her to stay still, as her body was perfectly shielding him from someone watching at the window, someone indeed aiming at him from outside. Marion glanced at the sword's sheath, her face tense, wondering if he'd drawn his sword while pretending to be pushed down by her, and she hadn't even noticed. A moment later, she was shocked when he suddenly asked, Does the Council of Elders interfere in the love lives of students now? Marion laughed, feigning ignorance. Overseeing the Council of Elders. What are you talking about? I just want to get closer to you. Vincent then mentioned the tea ingredient, a stimulant extracted from the Renoxa flower. Is that what you meant? Hearing this, Marion was shocked, and thought to herself, Damn it, did he know from the start? When she doesn't answer, Vincent says sarcastically, You really know how to seize an opportunity, don't you, my first love? Marion Casson, enraged, punches the wall. Enraged. Casson seethed. Damn that Vincent, treating me like a fool. He recalled Marion leaning on Vincent, and jealousy gnawed at him. And even Marion Casson's first love is completely on his side. Finally unable to bear it any longer, he screams out in frustration as Brick tries to calm him down. Calm down, Casson. Just then, he opened the door and said, The blizzard is dying down. I'll go buy some supplies nearby. It was then that he finally calmed down and replied, Okay, thanks. However, as Brick left, Casson flew into a rage, muttering to himself, Just you wait, Vincent. He overheard this but remained silent, cutting back to Vincent, who immediately got to the point. What mission did she receive from the Council of Elders? Marion stubbornly refuses to tell the truth, asking if he wants her to be a double agent between him and them. Vincent bluntly replies, That is correct, as siding with him would be more beneficial for her, wouldn't it? She wonders why, and Vincent openly shares his plan. He intends to destroy the Council of Elders, for the sake of the future. Marion is now worried about her future, taking her time to consider her options. Then she mocks him, saying it's laughable, but coming from a ridiculous person like him, it's strangely logical. A second later, she suddenly changed her tune, pushing Vincent's sword aside as she asked, Fine, just answer me this. He blankly replied. What? Marion asked Vincent, Are you impotent or do you prefer men? This question left him dumbfounded, and he exclaimed, What? Marion, now furious, retorted, I mean, after being so close for so long, how can you not find me attractive? With an angry glare at Julian, Vincent responded in a fluster, Ever since that old man's soul possessed me, my body must be broken. I knew it. Vincent remained unconvinced, asking what she was even talking about, before stating plainly that he simply wasn't interested. So, what did she expect him to do? Because no matter how beautiful you are in my eyes, you're still just a kid. She quickly gets out of bed, turns away and says indifferently, I'm offended. Suddenly Marion drew the curtains and whispered, Fine, whatever, I know what to do. I am a spy for the Council of Elders. They ordered me to seduce you and spend the night with you. Once things progress, they plan to use me to control you. Of course, they also promised me a bright future as a reward for the mission. After hearing this, he loudly scolds, How despicable. Marion confessed, didn't she? I'll report that I seduced you successfully, which will lower the Council's guard and expose their weaknesses. She sat next to Vincent, loosened her straps and whispered into his hand to make the seduction seem real. It would make sense if I slept here tonight, right? He turned to Marion, captivated by her allure for a few seconds. Then to resist her seduction, he unleashed a thunderbolt, declaring great thunder, sending her into a frenzy. With an angry glare at Julian, Vincent responded in a fluster, Ever since that old man's soul possessed me, my body must be broken. I knew it. She sat next to Vincent, loosened her straps and whispered into his hand to make the seduction seem real. It would make sense if I slept here tonight, right? His threat silenced Marion, and after a moment Vincent hesitated. It seems that bright future was a lie. He held up a scorpion, revealing the lightning strike was meant for it. Marion was horrified, recognizing it as a first-class scorpion, thinking even giants would die from its sting. No matter the outcome, the council elders intended to kill her from the start. Vincent, staring him down, repeated, I told you, not killing her immediately is my respect. He also knew someone was standing outside the door. Reveal yourself. Marion was surprised to see who it was. As he opened the door, centipedes and grasshoppers scurried in. Marion asked loudly how he had discovered the scorpion. Lightning strikes Marian, sending her flying to the door, leaving her aching all over. She sits there for a moment, then shouts, "Hey, that's going too far. If we're going to cooperate, at least show me some respect." The wound starts to swell, but a second later, the swelling subsides, and he's shocked, exclaiming, "Impossible." Even Marian is astonished he can withstand the deadly scorpion's poison. Vincent was immune because his master mixed his own blood into water to create an antidote. Vincent admits this, saying his master cherishes him, and that with dragon blood flowing through his veins, poisons have no effect. Finally, he loudly asks about his purpose. Now what, Daniel? Outside, the snow continues to fall, as two people walk and talk together. It's snowing again. The weather here is always like this. Look at the clouds. Something's definitely not right. It's going to rain hard for a while. Inside Vincent's room, the Dets begin to attack him, but in a split second, Vincent slices one in half with his sword, and the others suffer the same fate. She saw them and quickly ran to hug Vincent's leg, while he smugly said, "I didn't detect it. Someone must have slipped it in when Marian entered the room. That sting must hurt." Vincent showed Daniel the arm that the scorpion had bitten. He removed his turban and replied, "I am Daniel Leofrio, one of the 10 great beast tamers of the continent." Julian, upon seeing him, looked panicked and shouted, "Daniele, could it be one of the 10 great beast tamers? Daniele, the White Worm Emperor. Be careful, he's the strongest tamer of lesser demons." Hearing this, Vincent calmly replies, "You're quite confident and capable, daring to reveal your true form." Daniele clenched his fist, declaring it wasn't confidence, as cracks suddenly appeared on the floor and monsters began to emerge. Hearing their cries, Vincent was astonished, but a second later his eyes filled with rage. In the next instant, Vincent drew his sword and began slashing at them amidst Marianne's terrified screams. Daniel, unconcerned, taunts him, asking how long he can withstand his insects. Then Marianne sits on the bed and Vincent demands to know her name. Now surrounded, the formidable Vincent remains calm and responds matter-of-factly, a top 10 summoner deigning to dirty their hands to kill a few foolish children. "It's truly incomprehensible," he confirms. "Yes, it is." In the next moment, Vincent suddenly cries out in surprise, as someone secretly watches him from a nearby building. She looked worried as cracks appeared in the floor, and insects crawled out. Marianne warned him, Vincent, there are bugs on the floor." Then Danielna confidently declared, "I've got this in the bag. My guardians have covered every surface in this room. You can't escape." Before she could finish, Delbach took a sip of tea and said, "Don't worry, you can trust what I've prepared." Even so, Phi Daniel was not satisfied, but he was one of the top 10 purebred beastmasters, and if he betrayed them, it would be troublesome. Delbach glanced at her annoyed and said he told her not to worry. Seeing his attitude, Phi Daniel reluctantly fell silent, despite her misgivings. Furthermore, Lao loudly confirms that there's no need to fear his resistance, because he's prepared excellent safety devices. Cut to Vincent, who is still being attacked by the insects. Meanwhile, Vincent suddenly asks him if he was forced to come here, sensing a lack of murderous intent in his attacks, causing Daniel great anxiety. But he lied, simply replying, "You don't need to know." As soon as the words left his mouth, Vincent unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. He doesn't forget to threaten him, saying that from the moment he used the poisonous scorpion to stab him, he couldn't let him live. Moreover, Vincent is kind enough to use telepathy to talk to him. "Even if I spare you, they'll just kill you anyway." Daniel quickly retaliated in kind. Telepathy. Huh. Now that he's listening, Vincent quickly negotiates, "But I can give you a chance to retaliate against the scum who exploited your grievances." Meanwhile, he still had to act like he was fighting, slashing his sword at him, sending Daniel flying backward as he screamed. He left a large hole in the door, and stopped when he hit the second wall. He patiently observes Vincent despite the cold weather. Cut to Delbach, who is leisurely drinking tea, while Phi Daniel asks about Daniel. Is he all right? Daniel looks bewildered, wondering what to believe in, then suddenly screams that he has no other choice. Meanwhile, Phi Daniel, curious, asks what the safety device is. Begu replies that it's in the deepest dungeon beneath the Adenka family's basement. The daughter of that man. Switching to Vincent, Daniel finally reveals the truth. She's locked away there. He's stunned by this revelation. He showed Vincent the bugs crawling on his hand, saying, "It might already be dead, but if there's even a chance, if I think she might still be alive, I can't stop." Daniel had no choice but to let the bugs attack Vincent. He didn't flinch, but glared at them with resentment, and then the insect army slowly buried Vincent alive. In a moment, all that remained before him was a tall mound. Thinking Vincent had lost, Daniel loudly apologized, saying his daughter's fate couldn't rest on a child like him. Just then, he heard Vincent's voice, "I will help," causing Daniel to break out in a cold sweat. Moments later, with a single strike, Vincent split the mound in two, and with a second tore it apart, finally declaring in a cold voice, "For your grievances, and for Adelka's sullied honor, I will bring the child out." "This sword is my oath," Daniel, his face contorted with fear, glared at his opponent. One moment Vincent's building was peaceful, the next a thunderous roar erupted, illuminating the sky. As Vincent's sword swept towards Daniel, he knew he was defeated, thinking, "From the moment the ambush failed, I no longer had a chance. You were just patiently listening to my story, and now you're deliberately showing off the power you've been hiding." To give me hope. With that thought, the sword pierced Daniel and the lightning blast blew off the roof. He lowered his head, sighed sadly, and said, "With this level of power, perhaps I could have entrusted it to you." Vincent approached and pulled out his sword, finally prompting Daniel to beg him to withdraw it, a promise Vincent made. "I will keep my word, Daniel," he said, while also killing the centipede in front of him.